Colonel, the prisoner has been delivered as you ordered. I hear the booming bass of my escort officer from the prison warden's lair on the other side of a wide steel door. This prison is not your typical supermax. No, this is the pit, one of the most accursed locations on our planet. No one ever gets out of the pit. In fact, when inmates finish out their life sentences, this place even has its own crematorium to dispose of their bodies. Send him in, I hear a curt order through a narrow gap in the door. The second escort officer, who is keeping watch over me in the reception room, also hears the warden and shoves me roughly toward the door. Go on. Clanking my chains and limping, I hobble over to meet the man who presides over this place. The pain in my whole body makes it hard to concentrate. Essentially, I am already done for. I don't have much time left, and I'm sure I already stink of death, both literally and figuratively. My burns and slash wounds are starting to fester. The sharp pain I feel in my broken ribs with every breath keeps breaking my focus, but I'm holding on. The only thing keeping the spark of life flickering in my physical body is the energy reservoir maintaining power in my energy system. I only manage to take 3 steps into the office. A pair of shovel-like hands come down simultaneously on my shoulders. To my right and left, the escort officers freeze like stone slabs. God-damned mutants. Shackles on my arms and legs joined together by a spiderweb of steel chains, 2 6-foot-tall brutes standing on either side of me, and a muzzle on my face. I am being restrained like a wild animal. The pit warden's guard dogs really earn their bread. I take a quick look around the room. My eyesight is getting worse and worse every day. True vision is my saving grace. It fills in the gaps. A broad table made of reddish wood. A plush carpet in the middle of the office, which I am not allowed to set foot on. Expensive furniture, an air conditioner, a big sofa by the window, a bottle of fancy booze twinkling in a distant cupboard. The pit's warden has a pretty sweet setup, and there he is now. Sitting back imposingly in a leather armchair, he lazily flips through some papers. I see a familiar dirty green corner on the folder. He must be reading my file. The colonel looks to be 50 or so, head like a cue ball. Great jowls on a wide bulldog face, heavy-set, narrow shoulders. His hairy puffy fingers flick unhurriedly through the pages of my file. I see unfeigned curiosity in his narrow-set little eyes, alongside malice and fiendish delight. Oh, how his lips curl, and then he licks them, just like a big, huge toad about to swallow a little fly. Well, 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 he mutters vilely, lurching cartoonishly forward. Look what the cat dragged in. Seeing my lack of reaction, he gives a nasty little smile, sitting back in his armchair. It crunches woefully. Just think, he keeps up the torment. Dodger himself. Yes, yes, I've heard all about you. The warden chuckles and shoots me a conspiratorial wink. When your file landed on my desk, I couldn't believe my luck. I thought it was a joke, but no, it was true. You're honestly quite the infamous character. I just never expected you to pay me a visit, although you know something. I've had all kinds here. I'm sure you're going to like the other inmates. The colonel clears his throat loudly and opens my file to page 1. So then, full name Jack Smith. Original age 32. Orphan. I wonder how much of this is true. I say nothing. The muzzle conceals my predatory smile. Go on, you ugly bastard. Satisfy your curiosity. Try asking me questions. If the people who composed my file ever find out, the pit will be getting a new warden. I guarantee it. The colonel falls silent, winces, must have realized he said too much. The glare he shoots at my escort officers. They of course are real dullards, but they must have realized that the dodger that had fallen into their laps was far from common fare. If they told the right people about their boss prying, they might even earn themselves a little bonus. Anyway, back to my biography. Everything in the file is accurate. I am an orphan. I don't know a thing about my father. My mom had me, then died of childbirth fever. The old gypsy that served as her midwife took me in as a newborn, and she was the one who raised me. But I also had all kinds of mentors growing up. People of every stripe stuck a finger in the pie of my childhood in the traveling circus the old woman took to every corner of the globe. You have a sister. The colonel finally gets back to reading. Had, I rasp. What? He glances at me in surprise. His eyes glimmer with danger. The little kinglet isn't used to being interrupted. I feel the escort officer's steely fingers squeeze my shoulders. Damned mutants, they're just so strong. I had a sister, I repeat firmly, gritting my teeth in pain. For a brief moment, Ty's face appears before my eyes, her big sea blue eyes, dimpled cheeks, unruly red bangs, girlish freckles on a button nose. I failed to protect you, little sister. I'm so sorry. Let's see, the warden says, quickly flicking through my file. Aha, there it is. Ty Smith, 20 years of age, died of a drug overdose. So an addict. A wave of energy ripples over my body. My muscles tense up like they always do before an attack. These guards really earn their bread. They sense the threat straight away. A couple shoves and I'm on my knees, held down by the degenerate's meaty paws. Genetic backwash, half-conscious brutes. The colonel pretends not to notice and continues casually leafing through the pages. And as if in passing, he tells me that little stunt has already earned you a month in solitary. Moving on. So then, what else is in our new arrival's record? Illegal entry of a dwelling, abuse, causing bodily harm with intent, murder. Pretty much the full set. And what you get caught for after all that. Now, am I mistaken, or are fellows like yourself typically quite hard to catch? The colonel clicks his tongue dramatically and says with mockery, "What, you meet your match? Think you were the strongest and smartest bloke around. Figured the son of a lord would have weaklings for bodyguards." The pit's warden snorts and adds, "Well, now you're here, hee, to my unspeakable delight, so get used to it. This is your home now. As I'm sure you've heard, no one gets out of this place." Suddenly, the warden's mood shifts. His inane, mocking tone goes up in smoke. "If voices could carry poison, I'd have died writhing on the floor then and there. Here's how it's gonna go, wretch. Listen up. Around here, you're nobody. You no longer have a name, much less a past or a future. You're only a number. From now on, your life belongs to me. And that's final. I'm done with him. Get this piece of shit out of my sight. Where should we take him, Colonel?" The escort officer on the right booms out dispassionately. The boss throws out shortly and adds, "1 month." Now I see why they call it the pit. The prison is underground, like a pocket of concrete 7 stories deep, and I am at its very bottom, in a narrow, dark, cold cell. At least they took off my chains and muzzle. The lack of light takes a lot of getting used to. I could switch to night vision but decide not to waste the energy. I am going to need energy. When my eyes more or less adapt, I take a look around my new digs. In the far left corner, there is a hole in the floor. Based on the telltale foul odor, it is supposed to be my toilet. Above that hole, approximately 4 feet up, I see a crack in the stone wall with water dripping out of it. I run my fingers over the damp wall and raise them to my nose. Smells all right. At least I won't be dying of thirst. In the left corner is a stinking, grotesque, rotted wooden furnishing my cot. It looks crude, but I'm thankful to have it. I appreciate it. I won't have to sleep on the stone floor. Damp walls, a Swedish mildew scent, a chill the toad-like colonel can't have been expecting to see me alive in a month. The warden was simply beaming with delight, and no wonder the man who murdered the son of one of the most influential old-world lords had just landed in his pit. He was probably hoping for a handsome reward from the head of House Derm. As an aside, everything he read off about me was the pure truth. I'm a cold-blooded killer. I broke into the Derm family abode and slaughtered their whole guard team. After that, I found the ancient clan's heir, broke all his bones, castrated him, and took his life. And I don't regret it one bit. If I got another chance, I'd gladly do it again. But when it came time to leave, my luck ran out. The Lord's personal bodyguards came on the scene. They reacted quickly, but I also got slightly carried away killing his little son. To top it all off, it was the first time I met a gifted man in battle. Like me, I beat him, but I wasn't able to escape. The beating I sustained was just too severe. That leaves but one question. Why am I still alive? To me, though, the answer is obvious. Lord Derm wants his son's murderer to truly suffer before dying, and the toad-like colonel was right about everything except one part: my Ties was no drug addict. I breathe a heavy sigh. Ties was not my blood sister. She was an orphan like me, but unlike me, she was lucky enough to have met her parents. However, fate ordained to send her father off to war, where he lost his head fighting for the interests of some aristocrat. Her mother, meanwhile, an acrobat, lost hold of a rope while performing a trick and fell to her death. As long as I can remember, Ties was always by my side. She was always my little sister. The only time we were apart for long was the 2 years I served in Lord Carter's Legion. He had schemed his way into a little war with a neighbor over disputed territory. It was during that conflict that my particular skills were truly appreciated for the first time, and after the war, I started doing little jobs for Lord Carter, then other aristocrats, and any one of those missions could have ended in my death. That was when, courtesy of the late Lord Carter, I got stuck with the nickname Dodger. My specialty was tricky situations where many had failed before. I had a knack for clean, quality work that left no trace, and for that my services commanded a hefty fee. My business took off quickly. It wasn't particularly hard to get custody of Ties, and ever since, all documents showed her as my little sister. It all happened while I was out on a job. My sister met Derm the Younger at a friend's party, and he took her from there to his estate where he spent a whole week violating her. When he tired of that, he passed her off to his guards. I feel hot tears streaming down my cold cheeks. For the first time in a long time, my little sister couldn't bear to wait for me any longer. She took matters into her own hands. Rest in peace, pure soul. I think back on the way that little creep squealed before he died, but sadly it brings me no relief, because Ties is gone, and now I am alone in this world. I am freezing on the hard cot in the fetal position, trying to stay away from the wall. Otherwise, the concrete will drain all remaining warmth from my body. My right side aches unbearably, but my internal organs are unharmed. The guards really know how to beat a person up here, but I'm a pretty tough cookie. I've been in all kinds of scrapes. Dodger is a rare commodity, and most importantly, very tough. Don't worry, you brutes. We'll lock horns again, I rasp into the silence. And we'll see who gets the better of who next time. I feel long-awaited sleep gradually coming over me. I dream of the sea. Ties and I are running toward a beach. I come back out of the water and make a silly pose while Ties takes a picture. The morning sea has yet to warm up. I have to wrap myself in a towel and lie down in the sun, and then the long-awaited warmth. I stop shivering. I toss off the towel, standing with my back in the rays of the sun. I spend a few minutes like that until I start to feel hot. Nice, it isn't long before I'm overheating. Time to go hide in the shade. After several seconds, I realize the umbrella isn't helping. My body is soaked in sweat. Odd, I look around and see people lying in the sun like nothing is wrong. Looks like I'm the only one experiencing anything strange. My pulse starts speeding up. My heart begins to dart around in my chest like a caged bird. What's going on? I close my eyes for an instant and get more comfortable. My red-hot back presses into something cold and damp. Phew, that's nice. The cold is my saving grace, first cascading over my back, then onto my shoulders and down to my waist. Wait, I open my eyes sharply. The dream gets yanked away. I again find myself in a dark cell at the bottom of the accursed pit. The heat is unbearable, burning even. Whoever would have thought cool cement walls could feel so nice? After all, the colonel must have been expecting a different outcome. What the hell is going on? Is the prison on fire? No, no way. The wretched world around me hasn't changed one iota. I have to look within. I'm burning up. My prison clothes are soaked with sweat. My heartbeat is going fast. My body is all shivering. It's like every muscle is contracting at an accelerated rate, and now my bones ache, an unbearable pain. I try to shout, but all I can squeeze out of my throat are pitiful rasps. My body starts contorting feverishly until my joints crack. With anguish, my brain starts feverishly analyzing the situation. Anyone else would have fully surrendered to the pain by now, but I am no regular man. The first thing that comes to mind, and probably most accurate, is that I have been poisoned. How? It can't have been food or water. I haven't eaten or drank anything since I was at the captain's house. I haven't taken any medicine either. No one gave me any injections. That leaves the cell. The last thing I notice while drifting out of consciousness is a strong smell of mildew. That's it, mildew, the dimly familiar Swedish scent. Only one poison can cause these symptoms. Swamp Queen's kiss. Damn you, old Darm. So you found me a worthy of torture after all. Sadly, without an antidote, I won't be getting out of this scrape. Even if I use all my stored up energy, I stand no chance. Swamp Queen's kiss takes a very long time to kill. Torturous pain is all but guaranteed. And before I can think another thought, darkness swallows me up completely. Oddly, though I'm seemingly unconscious and in the dark, it feels like I'm awake. How is that possible? It doesn't matter, at least that the pain is gone. Hey there, a wry male voice in the darkness makes me shudder, or feel like it. There's no way to shudder without a body. Who's there? The voice chuckles. You haven't changed one bit. Do we know each other? I ask the darkness. You might say that, the voice snorts. Am I dead? Nearly, the voice responds. You're holding on by a thread. And yes, abandon all hope now. Your death is a certainty, and that's not some figure of speech like how people say we all die one day. That's not true for you anymore. Just so you know, your death will be long and tortured. Swamp Queen's kiss. I whisper with lips alone, but the mystery voice hears me. You know it, he chuckles. Smart boy. Prison warden personally made sure the walls were fully coated. He's trying to ingratiate himself with Darm. I squeeze out angrily. You always do this, the voice snorts again. You start taking on opponents an order of magnitude stronger and more powerful than you. And as a result, you always die young. At the dawning of your powers, I tense up. What's that supposed to mean? Rebirth, reincarnation, ever heard of it? I have, but I figured it was made up. Are you death? Well, the voice drawls. That makes it easier for you to conceptualize me, sure. But the reason I'm talking to you is that I've been watching all your lives for a very long time. It's my job. I understand. I come thoughtfully. You don't understand a thing, the voice chuckles. You don't even have a near appreciation of what's happening. And that's fine, because this is outside your purview. Your concern is to be born and die. Mine is to observe you and others like you, but I must say you are my favorite. There's never a dull day with you. You don't simply live lives, you careen through kaleidoscopes of events. The other one spends all his lives sewing pants in some boring workshop, then gets old and dies of a stroke or heart attack. There's nothing to even talk about with him. But you're a different story. Too bad this is your second to this cycle. What does that mean? Here's about the size of it, the voice responds. Everything has a beginning and an end. Any exceptions? I keep interrogating. For some reason, it feels very important to know that I have many more lives ahead of me, even though this is the first time I'm hearing of any of this. Another thing I realize is that I am asking stupid questions, as if someone is telling me what to ask and how. Not that I know of, the voice responds. But don't be alarmed. I have good news for you. I hope you'll appreciate it. Suppressing my desire to ask another stupid question, I keep quiet. There, the voice suddenly pipes up. That's exactly what I like about you. Even now you're trying to resist and swim against the current, which is why I have decided to give you 3 gifts. Having clearly heard my thoughts, the voice says from the darkness, you're right to consider mousetraps and their free cheese, but this is different. I have decided to reward you for keeping me entertained with your adventures, particularly in your last 2 lives. You really got up to some mischief, a real treat, just what I like to watch. Too bad you can't remember anything from your past lives, or maybe that's a good thing. After saying that, the mysterious voice starts laughing. I meanwhile am trying feverishly to remember what exactly is happening, who this entity is, and most importantly, what it wants from me. I'm probably just hallucinating. But then I finally think up a very good question, only to find I lose my breath and the words get stuck in my throat. Oh, the voice comes, we have to hurry. You're starting to regain your senses. Can you tell you're thinking up intelligent questions? Before you were just taking everything as a given. So then, the 3 gifts. 1. I will personally select a new body for you to inhabit and also make sure it will be an interesting world for the both of us. I promise I'll try to find a decent option. I can't promise a newborn, but the body will already be developed and not too old. I'll search for the best fit. Gift 2. I will let you keep your memories of this life, and most importantly, you can keep your energy reservoir. Still, though, you will have to improve it again in your next life. That way you'll stay aware of the true value of your gift. And well, gift number 3, that one you'll receive right away. Try to make good use of it. Goodbye, this is the last time you'll see me. And another thing, a piece of advice for the road. Try to make your interesting and action-packed. Haha, I'll be watching you. I want to scream, but nothing comes out. I can't ask my big question. Oh, ties. My consciousness comes back in fits and starts, emerging suddenly from oblivion for a brief moment, then sinking back into darkness. Every second of lucidity is accompanied by sharp pain in my entire body. But my brain, like an electric fuse, flips off the overloaded chain of nerve endings, keeping my mind intact. Damn you, I rasp out, finally coming to my senses. I lay down on the floor as if climbing into a coffin. I try to take back control over my body. So far, it isn't going well. The concrete robs me of practically all my warmth. With immense force of will, I turn onto my side. The pain immediately sears. Clenching my teeth hard, I keep whimpering like a beaten mongrel. I feel like a hunk of meat being sliced into chunks before being fed into a giant meat grinder. What was that? Who was just talking to me so nicely? The poison doesn't cause such hallucinations, does it? Poison, that's right, Swamp Queen's kiss. Damn that old man. What a shame I'll never be able to settle our score, creep. The next instant, I hear a few voices on the other side of the door before the lock clanks nervously. When I see who is standing outside my cell, I give a sidelong smirk. So here's my 3rd gift. I get moving and prop myself up on an elbow. You're a tough little rat, the toad-like prison warden hisses out. He wants to say more, but the tall, gray-haired man standing next to him raises a hand and the colonel shuts his mouth. I recognize the old man straight away, Lord Derm in the flesh. He had come to personally see to it that the man who murdered his son was suffering. Unlike his burly bodyguards and the colonel, he is not wearing a respirator, and no wonder. His body is probably overflowing with all kinds of antidotes and stimulants. The wealthy can afford a lot of things. I flip onto my stomach and thrust forward a knee. The head of House Derm takes that as a sign of submission. Oh, the triumphant glint in his eyes. Honestly, though, his moment of celebration doesn't last long. In its place comes disgust and disenchantment. I had probably caused him quite a lot of turmoil over the last few months. He must have been hoping to see in me a worthy opponent who would die with a smile on his face. The reality is a letdown. Before him is an unfortunate, half-living, mentally broken man, just what I want him to think. Without a word, Lord Derm twinges his lip in disgust and turns to leave. There it is, my chance. All the energy I'd saved up so diligently in my reservoir comes surging out of my body. My muscles swell with strength. My mind becomes clear. I am like a tense spring. Go, one step, another. Right hand punch. I feel the crunch of the nearest bodyguard's neck bones. Punch. The second one's head snaps back sharply. I'm already halfway out of the cell. The mutant prison guards are far away. They won't be able to stop me. I feel a sharp jolt in my back, followed almost immediately by the trenchant sound of a gunshot. So there's another guard here. He's standing behind the door, which is why I didn't see him. In better times, I would not have missed him, but not today. One more jolt. Another bullet. Seems to go straight through my body. Oh well. I'm already a dead man walking. The 2 bullets only spurn me on. With a swift blow, I crush the warden's windpipe. He doesn't even seem to realize he's already dead. The old man's neck twists with ease. I was after all used to dealing with trained troops, but I'd seen all kinds. And an instant later, the lights go all the way out, and I am again plunged into darkness. A bitter cold brought me back to my senses. It felt like thousands of ice needles were poking into every cell of my hard-suffering body. Black haze before my eyes, mouth bone dry, head just about to burst from the searing pain. But I can't have survived, right? I attempted to move to no effect. My body refused to obey. It was like it was completely foreign to me. I reached out to my energy reservoir as usual and felt horror. It was practically empty, and what was worse, was practically a third its former size. A quick survey of my energy channels found a large number of ruptures. Beyond that, most of the channels were completely undeveloped. Essentially, all the difficult and painstaking training that had been my life's work was all down the drain. Thousands of hours of meditation and cultivation, along with huge expenses for fancy stimulants, all for naught. Even at age 5, the first time I touched my reservoir, it wasn't in such rough shape as right now. Why was that? An aftereffect of Swamp Queen's kiss? Or did Lord Derm's bodyguards have some kind of special bullets capable of degrading my energy structure? And for that matter, why after everything that happened was I still alive? but before I could make any conclusions, a sharp jolt of energy knocked me off balance. An unseen power sent me hurtling me upward and, oh gods. The headache went away, the crypt-like cold abated, an uncanny lightness appeared in my body. The black haze before my eyes went away and I finally managed to take a good look around. I found myself in a small room with scratched-up walls and a low ceiling. Based on the dim lighting coming through a small, grated window, I had for some reason been transferred to an upper floor of the prison. I looked again at the window and frowned. Was this really a prison? The thing I first took to be a steel grate was nothing more than a common wooden window frame divided into sections. Then my gaze landed on a small desk near the window and an old little three-legged chair. On its rough surface were several scrolls of crude paper, an inkwell, a dozen quills, a little candle holder. Where was I exactly? A few paces from the table, the side of an old cabinet peeked out of the shadows, and next to it stood a small table on which, among a pile of old sheets, there laid a man. On first glance, I thought he was asleep, but closer inspection revealed I was looking at a barely warm corpse. There could be no mistaking it. I had an eye for that sort of thing. The sloppy blood-soaked bandage on the poor man's head left no room to doubt his cause of death, but the kid was around 20. He has his whole life ahead of him, as the saying goes. Based on his build, the dead man was a bit of a gourmand, manicured hands, clearly not in manual labor, telltale black stains on puffy fingers. The inkwell and quills on the table must have been his, probably just some rich little freak obsessed with role-playing games about bygone times. But that raises a question. What the hell am I doing here, and what is actually going on? When my eyes finally reached the dead man's face, I took a closer look at his dead pale features, and another jolt of energy ran through my body. Impossible. The boy laying on the bed looked a lot like me. Sure, his physique may have been different, but our hair color, face shape, nose, and eyes, the resemblance was striking. Another energy burst, this time more powerful than before, distracted me from contemplating the dead man. While staring stunned at my semi-transparent arms and intertwined energy channels, it suddenly hit me that I had been hovering in midair all this time like a ghost from a movie. So was it really true? Did the voice from the darkness keep its word? Wait, so was this the body it promised to find for me? Was this what I was going to be like? No way, you can't take me so easily. Balling up all my rage into a fist, I dashed headlong at the motionless body on the bed. The physical shell accepted my energy body with surprising ease. There must have been a bit of life left in my puffy lookalike all along. As soon as the melding was complete, the graveyard cold crashed down on me again, seeping deep into my marrow. The unbearable headache also returned. Sensing that my mind was about to fade again, I drained the last crumbs of energy from my little reservoir with the last of my willpower and sent it straight into my heart. A moment before darkness came over me, I felt a faint, timid push in my chest. I woke up to someone shaking me demandingly by the shoulders. My eyes opened reluctantly. Through the haze, I could make out a round countenance looming over me which immediately addressed me in a peevish tone. "Monsieur Renard, can you hear me? Who? What? Monsieur who now? What the?" But before I could reach any conclusions, memories of the changes I'd undergone surfaced in my mind, and Dodger the brain took over like always in stressful situations. Despite the fact the man with the round face was speaking a language I could not recognize, I could understand him perfectly. My brain spat out an explanation straight away. I must have inherited that from the body's former inhabitant. Honestly, though, my attempt to pull at that thread led to nothing. I had no memories about my lookalike's past. Either that or, more likely, fragmentary information would pop out sometimes, like the local mode of speech. Who's there? I rasped with my parched throat, trying hard to convey my suffering, and attempted to stare into the unfamiliar face. Speaking the unfamiliar language was surprisingly easy, like I'd been speaking it all my life. "Well, whoever else might you require?" The stranger snorted mockingly, and I felt his cold fingers touching my wrist. "Other than me and old man Bertrand over there. But for now, keep quiet. I have to check your pulse." I faintly heard an old man sighing from the other room. So there was someone else here, monsieur. A hope-filled whisper rang out in the silence. And based on the intonations in the voice, this man's opinion of me, or rather the former inhabitant of what was now my body, was a bit more than friendly. "Let's check, Bertrand," I rasped back just as plaintively and quietly, addressing the unseen man haphazardly. "Water. Right away, monsieur." The old man's voice lit up. Right away. Excellent. I was not alone in this strange new world. Somewhere deep in the home, I heard some fussing. A little while later, I sensed a movement at the head of my bead, then a stream of life-giving moisture came pouring into my mouth. I squinted in delight. The icy water made my teeth hurt, but I didn't let such a minor issue get to me. Bliss, I wanted it never to end. Not opening an eye, I reached out for the vessel pouring water into my mouth to tilt it down and increase the flow, but my limbs wouldn't obey. I attempted to move my left hand first, then my feet, both to no avail. My new body was still alien to me. So far, all I could do was slowly tilt my head from side to side. well, and soul myself, but none of that mattered. I was alive, and that was the key. Monsieur Healer, what is happening to me? I asked when the water ran out. I was curious what the doctor would say. A cursory scan of my energy structures made it clear I was out of the woods. My reservoir, even with its meager capacity, was somehow able to help me heal. Honestly, the large number of ruptures in the energy channels all through my body meant I was still temporarily paralyzed. I could have been healing faster if not for the terrible head wound siphoning the lion's share of energy from my reservoir. How did my lookalike manage that? The round-headed man snorted, and releasing my hand, started hurriedly packing his files and jars into a black leather handbag. Monsieur Renard, he muttered out peevishly. He was clearly none too pleased with my company. You know perfectly well that I am no healer and merely a first-degree physician, so save your flattery for your other creditors. And speaking of your debt to me, so be it. I am willing to let you defer payment in honor of your, let's say, miraculous recovery. For some reason I cannot comprehend, the gods have taken mercy on you, Monsieur Renard. Last time I was here, you were at death's door, but now. I haven't the foggiest notion what might have happened. If I didn't know you were so hard up, I might have thought a master healer took pity on you. Great, more problems. Apparently this guy was quite charmed. Racked up debts, took a head wound, then quickly ducked out to be reborn and start fresh with a clean slate and clean memory. And now I would have to dig my way out of this pile of crap. Whoever boxed me up and sent me here must have been expecting another show. All right, nothing I couldn't handle. Everything in its time. The doc meanwhile nodded at a small phial sitting on the table. That is an elixir of crimson hollowstone dust. It contains 10 drops, take 1 per day. I frowned, trying to draw the attention of my predecessor's memory, but sadly it was no use. The word was a total mystery. The physician meanwhile took my expression in his own way. No, don't try to thank me. Better show gratitude to your servant. Bertrand paid me in full using his personal savings. The doc wanted to stand from his 3-legged chair, but hesitated briefly and decided to add something, to be frank, Max. Servants as loyal as your Bertrand are not easy to come by. Take care of him. Although knowing your devil-may-care attitude to the old man, let me be sincere. Despite your origin, you do not deserve Bertrand. I appreciate the frankness, esteemed physician, I rasped out, staring stubbornly into the round-faced man's eyes. For the record, during his sermonizing, I blinked a few times and managed to get a good look at him. Yep, it was like I was on set for the filming of some historical epic. In my world, people dressed like this in about the 17th or even 18th centuries. Honestly though, who was I to say? I never knew much about fashion history. The doc was dressed inconspicuously enough, but based on the fabric's quality and good condition, he was not a poor man. Note to self. People in medical professions here did pretty well for themselves, so my potion-making skills would come in handy. Seemingly, the physician had already crossed the 60-year line but still looked bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Wrinkles minimal for his age, skin looking healthy, eyes clear, teeth in good condition. But based on his slightly protruding gut, he liked to eat. And as for my predecessor, the physician mentioned that I had many creditors and that I treated my loyal servant like a pig. Apparently this Max Renard was quite the bastard. I seemingly had a lot more surprises in store. And the doc was also worth a closer look. I seemingly belonged to some kind of privileged class here, though my present dwelling didn't show it, but still, he wasn't afraid to speak up on my servant's behalf. The physician, meanwhile, gave me a strange look. He must have been expecting a different reaction to his reproach. I had to assume a more violent and less polite one. After a brief pause, he stood up and said in a more official tone, "As for your question about your condition, I dressed your head wound. I changed the bandage. Based on what I saw, we can remove the stitches in just 2 weeks. Let me also say that you're recovering quite quickly. In a word, youth, and don't concern yourself with your body's temporary weakness. Everything will be fine. Your strength will be back soon. Your body is young. It will be fine. You're out of the woods now, and yes. Allow to me give you a piece of parting advice. If it's as sensible as the last one, I shall accept it with gratitude." I nodded, earning myself another unwavering gaze from the doc. "GHM, sensible or not, is for you to decide." The doc hesitated slightly, but quickly getting his embarrassment under control continued. "Let me give you some advice. Before challenging someone to a duel, first study your future opponent. Did you really not know Vincent de Lamar was a professional duelist? What could you possibly have been hoping for crossing swords with someone like him?" I decided not to answer. What was there to say? I didn't have enough to go on. If I engaged, I would surely make some minor slip-up. I was not planning on telling anyone that a soul from another world had taken up residence in Max Renard's body. I would play it off as partial amnesia after the head wound. I cannot recollect the events of that day clearly. I started putting my scheme into action. Meanwhile, I winced as if in severe pain and did my best to feign confusion. In fact, I'm having a hard time remembering anything at all, really. Well, no wonder. The doc took the bait straight away. "Vincent de Lamar practically took half your head off with his sword, if not for your helmet. It's really a miracle you're still alive. Your memory will come back eventually. I can promise you that. I am in your debt, Monsieur Robert." I immediately latched onto the surprise hint. Now that's for sure, the doc snorted. But first get better. We can discuss what you owe me later. After that, he thanked me coldly and left the room. While he spoke to Bertrand about something in the other room, I closed my eyes and sighed wearily. After that, I reached out for my reservoir out of habit. Yep, a pitiful sight. It was apparently even smaller than I first thought. But what mattered was that I still had one, and crucially, it was able to heal this body. While talking to the doc, I switched to True Vision a few times to scan his energy system, as well as that of the old servant keeping to the shadows. A cursory analysis showed that both of them were regular people. As a matter of fact, everything was exactly like in my world. I had only encountered other gifted people twice in my life. One I had met in battle at Lord Derm's estate, and I defeated him. The other had adopted and raised me, but now I was in a different world. Who could say what things were like here, particularly given that Robert had mentioned master healers, who were clearly capable of more than common physicians. I was distracted from contemplating my slowly recovering energy structures by the sound of cautious footsteps. I peeled back my eyelids slightly and, not turning my head, crossed my eyes toward the door. Bertrand appeared in the doorway. Now, in the light of the sun's rays streaming in through the small window, I got a good look at my servant and seemingly only ally in this world. He looked to be around 60 but still strapping. Sinewy, below average height, gray as the moonlight. He also looked spry for his age, with none of the limping inherent to his advanced years. He stood upright. Basically, I couldn't bring myself to call him decrepit. And considering his energy system's fair condition, Bertrand had many long years ahead of him. His clothing, even to my untrained eye from another world, was old and worn, but importantly, clean and tidy. And overall, Bertrand gave off the impression of someone who put a lot of stock into cleanliness and hygiene. He didn't stink of either sweat or tobacco, and overall my room was a bastion of order, apart from perhaps the mess on the desk. There was only one obvious explanation. The now late Max Renard was not a fan of other people touching his papers, even his loyal servant. As an aside, I didn't stink either. Bertrand must have taken pains to clean my paralyzed body the whole time I was unconscious, plus feed me and give me water. Basically, I yet again felt like thanking my mysterious benefactor for Bertrand. When the old man came over to my bed and started carefully tucking in my comforter, I decided to make first contact. Bertrand. I whispered sadly, "Is that you, old fellow?" The servant shuddered, and I, through half-closed eyelids, saw his lower jaw creep down while his eyes went wide in surprise. I was getting the impression that the former Max Renard had never spoken to his servant in such a cordial tone. I figured as much, but after weighing all the pros and cons, decided to start off my relationship with my sole ally and guide in this world on the right foot. "Monsieur," he babbled. "You know," I continued plaintively. "I realized a great many things when I was at death's door. I saw my life from a different perspective. You know," Bertrand nodded rapidly and tensed up. Tears welled up in the corners of his gray eyes. It was proving very easy to get through to him. The poor man clearly loved his good-for-nothing master a great deal. I wouldn't be surprised to find out he had raised Max from the cradle. "You know, Monsieur Robert is 1,000 times correct. After everything you've done for me, I don't deserve you." Monsieur, poor old Bertrand covered his face with his broad, sinewy hands and started weeping. "You mustn't say such things. Do not cry, my friend," I rasped out. "I am ashamed of the way I used to treat you." The old man's unexpected emotional outburst left me discouraged. That Max Renard really was a brute. "Monsieur, you will call me by name from now on," I interrupted him softly. "Just Max." "No," Bertrand shook his head and shuddered. "Impossible. Even though you were born illegitimately, the blood of an ancient house flows in your veins. I am a mere servant and have no right to address you that way. I will never cast a shadow on your honor by addressing you inappropriately." That sharp turn took me somewhat by surprise. All right, I backtracked. I may have gotten slightly ahead of myself. I failed to account for the particulars of this world's feudal code. "But still, I give you permission to call me by my first name, at least when we are alone and no one can hear us. Like right now. Is that something you could do, old fellow?" I gave an open smile. "I cannot promise you that," Monsieur Bertrand bowed, but I could tell by his eyes that I was on the right track. Then he added thoughtfully, "Had I not known you since the day you were born, I might have thought you were a different person. You really must have seen some things on the line that separates life from death." I was prepared to hear something like that, so I didn't let on. "In fact, my dear Bertrand, I would even say that, after the scoundrel Vincent de Lamar struck me with his sword, my memory has been severely impaired." "Yes, monsieur," Bertrand agreed eagerly. "The physician warned me about that. He said such things often happen after headwounds. He instructed me not to be surprised and to help you recover your memories." One more point for the doc. I now had an official cover story for my amnesia. "He also sold me a crimson hollowstone elixir to return you to health," the old man said with a sigh. "Which you paid for with your own savings," I said with slight reproach. "But you have my gratitude, my friend. Money is but a matter of time." Bertrand waved it off, and tears again glimmered in his eyes, but he immediately checked himself and quickly wiped them away. "Monsieur, it is time for you to take your medicine." "If you say so," I nodded. I hope it's worth as much as that miser made you pay for it. To be frank, I had a skeptical attitude toward this world's pharmacology. In fact, it felt slightly risky. And although the physician who visited me did not appear to be a complete charlatan who could say what he put in that potion, Bertrand cautiously took the phial from the table with a smile and said, "Oh, it's worth it. Believe me. This is a crimson hollowstone dust elixir." His tone indicated that he was holding a miracle medicine, a true panacea. I tensed up slightly. Vadoma, the gypsy woman who raised me, was a witch and taught me many things, including several potion recipes, but her biggest lesson was not to drink unfamiliar potions without testing them first. And so the first incantation she taught me was Snake's Breath, which I could use to test energy structures for traces of poison. I breathed a heavy sigh. I didn't want to waste the valuable energy, but sadly I would have to. Quickly whispering the incantation under my breath, I was about to draw a bit of energy from my reservoir, but stopped myself just in time. The contents of the phial in Bertrand's fingers had a strange glow in true vision. I tensed up and took a better look. No, there was no mistaking it. The viscous liquid, which otherwise looked like raspberry syrup, was glowing dimly, and the color of the energy was fire crimson. My eyes transfixed by the dim energy bursts in the phial, I didn't notice at first that I was holding my breath. Clearing my throat in agitation, I tried to get myself together. Just think, a real energy potion. Vadoma told me about these. Her great-great-granny was a very powerful witch who could brew elixirs like this, but that was only if she could forage ingredients from places of power. In my time, all places of power were private property belonging to aristocrats. So my teacher and I had to make do with normal herbs, which simply could not be made into energy potions no matter how badly we may have wanted to. But in this world, apparently, things were not quite the same. Even common servants could afford potions like this. After all, the doc couldn't have sold it to Bertrand only for my sake, so everything came down to money, which in my world would have been complete nonsense on its face. Stuff like this was exclusively for the privileged. Its high price was secondary. By the way, the question of gifted people had taken on a new urgency. They did exist here, and most likely in much greater numbers than in my world. Who else could be brewing these elixirs, especially given common servants could afford them? How much he shake you down for? I asked Bertrand. The question embarrassed my servant. It's of no importance, monsieur. You can tell me, old fellow, I encouraged him. I have to know, monsieur. Bertrand shook his head. Let's leave the money question for later. You are alive, and that's what matters. But now you must regain your strength. First take your medicine, then you will feel better, and I will tell you everything. Our gazes met. The old man was clearly planning to stick to his guns. All right, I won't insist. The most important thing now is not to overdo it. I would only risk making matters worse. All right, old fellow, I nodded, pretending I had given in to his admonishments. You win. We will come back to this topic. The old servant's face beamed. His eyes contained so much concern and adoration. Was this Max Renard really such a raging brute that he didn't notice what an amazing man he had at his side? If so, it would take me a very long time to get past that. Otherwise, everyone would notice the sudden personality shift, although the headwound would always make a good excuse for the young Max Renard rethinking his old life. Very well, young master, the old man started clucking around me like a broody hen. You must regain your strength. You have your whole life ahead of you. But money, what good is money? What use is it to old Bertrand with his master at death's door? That's just what I told the physician when you were brought in after the duel. But at that time, he said the elixir would be no use, and you would die no matter what, which was why he wouldn't sell it to me. It would have been a waste of a rare potion, he said. But now it's another matter. The gods have heard my prayers. I just barely heard my servants mumbling, but I took good note. So energy potions were indeed uncommon, though not quite as rare as in my world. The doc, meanwhile, despite the risk of losing the money Max owed him, was in no rush to save his life. Curious detail. I'd have to remember that. But still, to draw any conclusions, I would have to figure out just how effective the elixir was. So now I would try it. Bertrand, holding my head tenderly in his left hand, raised the phial slowly to my lips with his right, and the mouth had a small, narrow nozzle. Made of some kind of metal, it had an elongated shape and looked like a dropper. The physician warned me you should only take 1 drop a day. The old man came, keeping a close eye on the narrow opening. I wanted to ask whether the doc said what would happen if we exceeded that dosage, but I was too slow. The little fiery crimson droplet fell onto my tongue with a cheery glimmer. I tensed up, but sadly, there was no super miracle or anything. The alien energy just accelerated the processes I'd initiated in my energy system earlier, and only for a short time. My bright blue energy channels instantly swallowed up the dim crimson droplet as if it was never there. A wave of pleasant warmth ran through my physical body, and that was it. As an aside, Vadoma's stimulating potion made of regular plants had a longer and more pronounced effect. In fact, so did mine. The doc was right. This elixir was no panacea. It couldn't have clawed Max Renard back from the grave. At the very least, not with such a low concentration of crimson energy. I opened my eyes and saw Bertrand looking tense. His face contained so much hope and expectation. I also got the feeling he was surprised somehow. The old man's lips stretched into a happy smile, and tears welled up in his eyes. Oh gods, I'm so pleased. By the way, I seized on the moment. I'm sure nothing bad will happen if I drink this whole file down right now. The old man looked at me fearfully and slowly hid the file behind his back. I'm under strict instructions not to do that, he stated. I had a hard time resisting rolling my eyes and telling him exactly what I thought of the physician. I was not yet in any hurry to tell Bertrand about my abilities. I couldn't tell if the old man could keep secrets, much less if the news might frighten him. I figured he had enough on his plate with my amnesia. How about this? I started softly. My tone only made the old man tenser. My predecessor had clearly used similar intonations before when he was about to do something nasty. I mean, I'm not planning on chugging it. Let's say one droplet every half hour should do the trick. Look at me, is there any sign the medicine did any harm? But the physician, the old man started. You know what these physicians are like, I snorted. They don't want to take risks because they might come back on them. In my world, that tactic would have definitely worked. Everyone loved blaming their troubles on anyone but themselves. Ordinary folks were particularly fed up with worthless do-nothing doctors, but with Bertrand it was the opposite. He got even more tense. Monsieur Robert knows his stuff. He is one of the best physicians in the city. I am personally acquainted with several people who he helped. Ah, amiss. Ah, if only my body started listening to me faster. My helpless state was starting to bother me. But I suppose you are right, Bertrand came unexpectedly. I have seen red hollowstone dust elixir in action on one person. One drop immediately put him to sleep for several days, but his wound was nowhere near as severe as yours. And it looks to me like you've actually perked up a bit, so it must have not just been me. Bertrand was surprised that I hadn't passed out right after taking the medicine. The energy potions must have had a different effect on normal people than gifted ones. So you see, I lit up. 2 hours, Bertrand came quickly. What? I didn't understand. Between doses. 2 hours. And if I see you losing consciousness, we stop. Bertrand pulled the file out from behind his back. Agreed, I nodded. Then let's wait 2 hours, Bertrand stated and took a small pocket watch on a tin chain out of his vest pocket. It's 4:45 now. I say we administer the medicine after dinner. I looked over at the servant's watch, which he then put back in his pocket, clearly silver. How did a common servant get his hands on a thing like that? When he saw where I was looking, Bertrand took the watch back out and showed it to me with a glum smile. A gift from your late mother, he came with a sigh. It's never let me down before. The Bergonia watchmaker's shop knows what they're doing. You used to love playing with this watch as a child. Too bad your mother didn't live to see you all grown up. There was my opening to start asking questions. While we wait, could you tell me about her? I asked, adopting his doleful tone. He only started slowing down when twilight fell in the room. After giving me yet another dose of energy potion, Bertrand told himself off for talking too much and scurried off to prepare dinner. After he left, I breathed a heavy sigh and closed my eyes. Yep, I had really landed in it, but it could have been worse. Max Renard had sure gotten up to some nasty things for a man who had yet to even complete his 20th year. But based on Bertrand's retelling of my lookalike's adventures, it was expected behavior for the young scions of great houses. In fact, to a certain extent, it seemed to be the rule. Highly placed parents meant one could act with impunity. Then multiply that by wealth, surging hormones, and a permissive environment. In other words, Max Renard was hardly an exception, but there were caveats, in particular his being branded illegitimate. Max was the bastard of Count Ferdinand de Gramont. I had to give his dad his due, though despite being born out of wedlock, he officially recognized his offspring and had even played an active role in raising him. Still, though, as was standard for bastards, Max inherited his last name from his mother. Bertrand said the Count loved Max's mother very much, and although not an aristocrat, she was the daughter of a rich capital city merchant named Pascal Legrand, his favorite daughter who, sadly, died during childbirth. Max was, like me in my past life, the cause of his mother's death. Despite the fact that Bertrand tried to only say good things about Max's mother, I had no trouble reaching my own conclusions. Basically, his mother was a real wild child. When she reached age 18, she eloped with a handsome guardsman from up north. That was how she became Anna Renard. A little while later, when the money and things she'd taken from her father's house ran out, she found herself no longer able to afford the happy and dissolute lifestyle. And that was when the young Anna, daughter of a merchant of the Golden Hundred, accustomed to luxury and an army of nannies since childhood, realized that a life without money was no life at all. She wrote a teary letter full of contrition to her rich daddy, who immediately ran off to help his beloved child. He quickly settled a divorce with her guardsman husband, paying him a handsome compensation, aided by the fact that he was no longer so hot on the idea of living with the spoiled wild child himself. But in the end, Anna came back to the capital a Renard. At first, she lived as a recluse, playing the role of unhappy widow. The ability to tell that tale was precisely why her daddy paid off the guardsman. But a few months later, she started making weekly visits in her personal carriage to a capital city theater and attending receptions. And so, big city life again took hold of the young Anna and whisked her off to new adventures. At one such reception, she fell in love with Count Ferdinand de Gramont, who was already married with 2 sons and 3 daughters. Their affair quickly caught fire and ended with the birth of Max and death of Anna. Pascal Legrand was stricken with grief after losing his favorite daughter and got into a terrible feud with the Count. He didn't want to hear anything about his newborn grandson. He forbade his entire family from so much as mentioning the bastard or his Count father, who in his estimation was responsible for the death of his beloved daughter, saying anyone who disobeyed that rule would lose their inheritance. In the end, Max Renard was raised as a true aristocrat, just not in the Count's home, but rather in the old capital where he had a mansion, servants, and a tutor. The only link to the other side of his family, strange as it may have been, was in fact Bertrand, who had served Anna Renard her entire life and in accordance with her last wishes had been left to the young bastard. And that was the very reason Max had such a distaste for the old man he served as a constant reminder of his origins, and hence his repugnant manner of treating the poor man, which only got worse year after year, particularly in light of recent events, which had turned the young man's life upside down. The thing was that Ferdinand de Gramont and another several dozen people from among Vestonia's most ancient houses had taken part in a conspiracy against King Carl III the Victorious. The traitors had been defeated, and Max's daddy had been beheaded along with all his co-conspirators. The majority of the Count's property had been seized by the treasury, while the rest was inherited by Ferdinand's brother, Count Heinrich de Gramont. Incidentally, it was his little brother who informed the chancery of the conspiracy, which was how he ended up getting part of his traitor brother's property. The king showed generosity to his allies and supporters, particularly given the mass executions of the eminent conspirators on the main square of the capital city. Max, meanwhile, being a bastard, no one took too seriously. His uncle gave him 300 silver crowns and threw him out of the home his father had given him by the scruff of his neck. Along with that came an order to stay away from the capital and find somewhere new to live near the borders of the kingdom. And that was essentially how Max Renard had ended up in a small town in the west of the kingdom of Vestonia called Abbeville, where he'd spent the last 9 months. Without the usual nannies and tutors looking after him, he found freedom alluring. He amassed a small gang of hangers-on consisting of various leeches who saw him as an easy mark. Loud carousing and drunken benders, expensive outfits, gifts to hookers, cards and dice. Max was blaring full steam into a chasm, which was exactly where he ended up. 300 crowns by local standards was an incredible amount, but he'd managed to spend it up in just under 3 months. But the now penniless Max didn't let that get him down and started taking out loans from local aristocrats, hiding shamelessly behind his uncle's name. At first, people were eager to loan him fairly large amounts, which he continued to spend left and right. But when Abbeville's aristocrats caught wind that he was a bastard and had been chased out, everything changed. Respected citizens then refused to loan him money or even let him visit their homes. Max moved out of his fancy downtown apartment into the small annex of a guest house in the merchant quarter. After that, he started venturing out to pawn shops and brokers, where Max unloaded the last of his even slightly valuable property. And the cherry on top of it all was that the young bastard issued a challenge to a professional duelist over some talentless actress. As an aside, the duel didn't seem all that straightforward to me. I would have to dig into that a bit deeper. My intuition was telling me this Vincent de Lamar was not going to leave me alone so easily, all the worse for him. I would have preferred to leave this little town quietly, which I hinted at in conversation with Bertrand, but that was another miss. The very idea frightened the old man. As it turned out, the moment I secretly left town without informing all my creditors, I would be declared a wanted man, and any guard would be free to arrest me in the next town I reached. The only reason Max had yet to fall into a debt trap was the Count de Gramont's name, which still held weight in the kingdom, particularly after Heinrich sacrificed his own flesh and blood to prove his allegiance to the crown. Beyond that, his creditors were still consoling themselves with the hope that his influential uncle would take pity on his wayward nephew and pay off all his debts. And whether I was a bastard or not did not matter. The ancient blood flowing in my veins, that was what counted. Sure, today I was a wayward nephew in disgrace, but who could say what tomorrow might bring? Perhaps his lordship would decide to bring his brother's bastard back into the fold. Such things happened all the time. But while listening to Bertrand, a completely different picture was painted in my head. Max's uncle was a grade A jerk. He'd betrayed his brother in order to take his property, and he didn't give a crap about his nephew. He had probably already forgotten about him. Basically, I hadn't inherited all that much, but there were also upsides. I was alive. A noise in the other room broke my train of thought. It was Bertrand coming back. He came to the doorstep carrying a small tray with a clay bowl full of hot food that smelled amazing. Also on the tray, I noticed quite a large piece of torn bread and realized I was about to start drooling. Monsieur, Bertrand said in an apologetic tone. This was the best I could do. I know that you don't particularly enjoy common fare, but you must regain your strength, and lentil stew is just the thing for it. They say Heinrich III the Fierce himself, our king's great-grandfather, ate a stew just like this on his military campaigns from the same pot as his soldiers. Oh, Bertrand, Bertrand, if only you knew, old man, the kinds of things I'd had to subsist on. He set the tray down on a stool near the head of my bed and muttered out with a sigh that Madame Richard is heartless. First it's changing the linens and tidying, then food, and now firewood. How can a person be so mean and cruel? Are our affairs really that bad? I inquired, not taking my hungry eyes off the bowl of thick stew, my mouth filled with saliva. The healing process required extra food intake. Otherwise, at this level of energy activity, my reservoir would very quickly drain all the juice from my physical body. Bertrand, meanwhile, not noticing my condition, kept complaining, a real hellcat. We're only 3 months behind on payment, and here she forbids her servants from coming to tidy or change your linens. The cook won't give any more food, either, even though room and board were included in the payment. And Jack, her porter, refused to give me firewood, a hellcat, the most hellish of cats, and it was freezing cold in here. Wait, then where did this food come from? So how much did dinner cost you? I asked as an aside. Well, so 5 obols for a small bowl of stew and 2 obols for the end of a piece of rye bread, 7 copper in total, but this is practically the food of the gods. A few days ago, I fed you cold veal with potatoes, and the devil woman shook me down for a whole 20 obols. The old man caught himself and looked at me in fear. And that was despite the fact that Bertrand had purchased an expensive elixir with his own savings and seemingly also paid for his master's food out of his own pocket. And how long have I been dining on your account, old fellow? I now looked like a snake that had hypnotized a poor frog. The old man lowered his head. It has now been 3 months since Madame Richard instructed that you no longer be fed. I have also been seeing to your clothing and the cleanliness of your abode, better than those bimbos ever did. Well, I also bought some firewood today. Remind me, how much do I pay you again? I winced, feigning a headache. The old man suddenly shuddered and looked up. I could read unhidden astonishment in his wide-open eyes. Seemingly, I had just said something I shouldn't have. I see Monsieur Robert was right, he whispered. You really have forgotten a lot. Has my question offended you? I asked with sincere concern. The old man shuddered again and quickly began to lament. Monsieur, how could you think such a thing? It's just that. Don't be shy, old fellow. Bertrand nodded and said, You have forgotten that it is not standard for serfs to be remunerated, monsieur. They follow their masters and live at their mercy. I once served your grandfather, then your mother, and now, in accordance with her will, I follow you. At first, I didn't totally get what he was saying, but then it finally hit me. I frowned. My jaws clenched all on their own, so Bertrand was essentially a slave. Yeah, I'd been all kinds of things in my short but action-packed life, but this was my first time being a slave owner. Things were not exactly progressing to my satisfaction. I saw the old man step back in fear. Damn, I had to close my eyes for an instant and breathe a slow sigh. Monsieur, he whispered. I have never seen you like this before. There was so much fury and rage in your eyes. The look on your face sent a chill over my skin, like an icy breeze blowing up out of a crypt. Sorry I scared you, I smiled. You should never take that sort of thing personally. By the way, given we've touched on it, do you know where I could find the nearest attorney's office? Someone who won't charge too much for their services but has a good reputation. Yes, monsieur, the old man nodded. Monsieur Moreau has an office on East Street. I've heard merchants saying good things about him at the market. They say he's meticulous and exacting, and unlike other attorneys, doesn't charge too much for his services. Good, I said. Then here's what I want you to do. Drop by his office tomorrow and ask Monsieur Moreau to pay me a visit when he has time. Bertrand wasn't the least bit surprised by my request. He just nodded in silence. Most likely because to him it wasn't a request at all, but rather an order from his master, and he didn't want to argue. I again frowned but quickly got myself in hand. And now, I said, let's have us a bite to eat, before this royal feast gets cold. Bertrand chuckled and reached for the spoon and bowl. Now you're saying it. Royal, you're the one who said it, I feigned surprise. Me? Bertrand's eyes went wide. Well, who else? I smiled. Was it not you that kept buzzing in my ear about His Majesty Heinrich the Fierce dining alongside his soldiers? Poor old Bertrand then made for a fearsome sight. He instantly went pale and seemingly turned even grayer. I mentally slapped myself upside the head. The last thing I needed was to put this poor old man in the grave with my jokes. Breathe easy, old fellow, breathe. I was only joking. And get to feeding me finally. Otherwise the stew really will go cold. After the filling dinner, I waited for Bertrand to finish as well, then asked him to run through all of Max's belongings for me. I discovered I had inherited 3 outfits, a pair of boots and a pair of shoes, a toiletry set, a couple books. For the most part, they were fashionable novels and poetry collections, a small box where he kept a pile of letters and papers. There, we also discovered a vessel the size of a chicken egg made of dark brown glass, the sight of which made Bertrand light up. As it turned out, it was a special sort of ink made of brown hollowstone dust. I scanned the container using True Vision and, to my delight, discovered that the liquid inside gave off a dirty brown glow. I didn't have to subject Bertrand to an interrogation. He told me everything on his own. As it turned out, Max had saved some of the valuable ink, which was used to write important documents and letters, even though he thought his wayward master had carted it all off to a pawn shop long ago. Bertrand recalled that Max had paid 5 silver crowns for a full inkwell. By local standards, that was a huge amount of money. A regular scribe in Abbeville earned around $25 a year, which was 2.5 crowns. A good stone house in a decent neighborhood, meanwhile, sold for around 200 crowns. I was also able to drag the price of the healing elixir out of Bertrand. The physician shook him down for 8 crowns. A scribe then would have had to save up for years for such a medicine, but at least they had an income. Bertrand, meanwhile, as an unfree serf, had none but somehow managed to save up a pretty fat nest egg, part of which he had just spent on his master with a clean conscience. The doc was right. My late lookalike wasn't even worthy of Bertrand's right pinky finger, but oh well, now everything would be different. Beyond pricey inkwells, I also found a leather coin purse in the box containing the last of Max's savings, $76 and a few dozen copper. That discovery brought me unending joy. As much as I regretted it, I was about ready to start my new life without a dime to my name. Max also had a lot of papers and letters of various kinds, which I still hadn't sorted through. As an aside, I was already able to read the local script. All that remained was to try writing. As soon as I got back control over my whole body, I could check. When I was done sorting through the items, I remembered the duel. The physician had mentioned a helmet that saved my life, so Max had weapons and armor. Things like that had to cost a pretty penny here, but sadly, Bertrand brought me back down to earth. As it turned out, there was a certain dueling code here, which stipulated that all property on the person of the defeated party went to the victor after the fight. And that must have been why Max had not taken his coin purse along. He seemed to be aware who fate had brought into his path, but took the bull by the horns nevertheless. Moron. And now I was unarmed and unarmored, which noblemen could not afford in this world, even bastards. And while I could go a while without armor, it would be foolish to appear in polite society without a sword or, at the very least, a dagger. People simply would not understand. The islander who had been expelled from his clan for some reason and joined our traveling circus where he put on shows from time to time, and I was always his assistant. Dagger throwing, spear dancing, dual-wielding tricks, Mamoru's every act was like a brush with death. The audience would stand transfixed by Yamada's every movement and give furious applause after every successfully completed trick. The circus lost a great asset the day my teacher disappeared. One fine day, he simply left us without so much as a word or even goodbye to me, which offended me greatly. Later, Vadoma explained to me why Mamoru disappeared so suddenly. His enemies had tracked him down despite being on the continent. He didn't want to put us all in danger, especially me. That very day, the old gypsy woman gave me the sword Yamada left before his departure, and meanwhile, I kept performing the islander's dangerous acts in the ring. Incidentally, in our circus, no one with any gumption was ashamed to exploit me. Acrobats, magicians, animal trainers, riders, clowns, they all tried to teach me the tricks of their trade only to saddle me with all the dirty work. But I didn't complain. On the contrary, I drank in all the knowledge and honed my abilities, which had saved my life on more than one occasion. All that was to say, I was not afraid to meet the duelist who had essentially ended Max's life. I knew perfectly well how to hold a sword, but something else was making me tense. I would have to spend money on a new weapon, which was the last thing I needed just then. To tell the truth, it was of course a very strange situation, and that was putting it lightly. For the entire day, I kept catching myself thinking that everything happening to me was completely real. That all this fussing over someone else's belongings, calculating debts and the price of stew, this body, this room, and Bertrand, all of it was my new life. Ever since I restarted the heart inside this body, my countdown had begun. And this was no temporary adaptation like my former life's missions often required. No, this flabby, weak body was now mine. I had become Max Renard. His problems were now mine. The rest of the evening and night passed quite productively for my body. Bertrand, seeing that the elixir was doing me no harm, and in fact that every dose made me look better and better, finally gave in to my admonishments and gave me all the rest, which I swallowed in a single gulp. At first, of course, he grumbled and stood his ground, but after yet another dose in the middle of the night, I was finally able to move the fingers on my right hand, and Bertrand relented with tears of joy. I should note that the brave old man, as a serf, was technically knowingly committing a crime by disobeying my orders. He placed my health above his own safety, and that sent my respect for and trust in him higher and higher with every hour I spent in this world. As for the finger trick, I was able to pull it off because I had taught myself to direct the potion's crimson energy to specific parts of my energy structure, to use it with precision, so to speak. And thus my right hand's energy channels started healing faster than the rest. After drinking down the remaining liquid in the phial, I directed it toward healing my arms and head wound, then crashed into a light drowsiness. Bertrand, who had been watching me closely all that time, was slightly alarmed. I had to get myself together and reassure the old man, who was already starting to regret what he had done. In the end, I was able to convince him to go get some sleep. As soon as Bertrand left my room and closed the door behind him, I breathed a sigh of relief and fully surrendered to sleep's gentle embrace. Before drifting off, I gave myself a clear directive to start gathering all available information about energy potions starting tomorrow. Now I knew how to speed up the cultivation process. I dreamt of ties. To tell the truth, though, I didn't recognize her at first. Her locks of red curls were missing. Now her hair was coal black and up in a complicated hairstyle. She was wearing a long dress and expensive jewelry. Her cute little freckles were also gone. Her eye color had changed to light hazel as well. I spent a long time staring into the face of the person I knew so well and found it unfamiliar, cold, and impenetrable. In the end, I couldn't find a clear answer as to whether it really was my ties. But suddenly, to my amazement, she smiled, not like normal, wide and open. No. It was more of a cunning and even evil smirk, totally alien to my kind-hearted ties, but her dimples gave it away. They looked just like the ones that made me forgive all her antics as kids. Where are you now, little sister? In the best of worlds, I hope. A moment before the dream faded, I took one last look at the vision before it disappeared into thin air. My gaze slid over her thin, girlish neck, which was wrapped in fancy jewelry set with big blood-red rubies. I tensed up. There was something off about the stones. They contained something dimly familiar, but what exactly I was unable to tell. I woke up. What awoke me was the sound of the door opening. I recognized Bertrand's gait and wheezing straight away. I opened my eyes and squinted. In through the little window, driving back the dull gray light in the room, the first rays of the morning sun came streaming. Outside, urban life was already in full swing. I heard cart drivers shouting, hooves clopping, passers-by calling out to one another, dogs barking and children laughing. On the backdrop of all that cacophony, one thing stood out: a sad, droning flute melody. I even started listening for a moment. "Monsieur," I heard Bertrand exclaim joyfully. "Your hands." At first, I couldn't tell what he was talking about, but then it hit me. As it turned out, the flautist's melody had me so absorbed that I didn't notice putting both hands on my head. It all happened on its own. I examined my energy channels and smiled wide because they had repaired themselves even more overnight. Honestly, though, they were still quite thin and their glow was very faint, but a foundation had been laid. Now, at the very least, I could hold a spoon on my own. The head wound was also making encouraging progress. It was noticeably smaller and, most importantly, had stopped draining precious energy from my reservoir. If things kept up at this pace, the recovery would go much faster than the doc said. "Good morning, old fellow." I greeted Bertrand with a smile. "I say we celebrate the news with a big breakfast. Fetch me my coin purse. I'll give you a whole $1 for the cause." "Monsieur," Bertrand muttered. The thing is, I immediately tensed up and sniffed the air like an animal, which made Bertrand shudder. I had seemingly again frightened the old man, but I would handle that later. For now, I was mad at myself, or rather, at the weak and useless body I had been left with. Until very recently, no one could get into my lair without me knowing. The thing was that there was someone other than my old servant in the other room, and I could immediately smell them, and that drove me crazy. It took me a lot of effort to get myself together, and most importantly not scare poor old Bertrand even more, who always blamed himself for every shift in my mood. Max must have spewed out his anger on the old man pretty often, the asshole. I settled down, smiled, and winked at Bertrand as if to say, "Everything is fine, give me the update." I smelled a sweet perfume aroma slowly spreading into my room, which told me the person was probably a lady. And based on the shrill sobbing coming from the other room, she must have been upset. The perfume smell was dimly familiar. Maybe it was my lookalike's memory trying to give me a clumsy hint. Seemingly, I had already guessed who had decided to come wish me good morning. "Monsiur," Bertrand came after his panic was under control. "Madame Richard would like to speak with you. I told her you are unwell, but she insisted." "It's fine, Bertrand." I smiled encouragingly at him and continued loud enough for her to hear me in the other room. "As you can see, I already feel much better. Invite Madame Richard in at once and offer her a seat. It would be the height of indecency to keep a lady waiting in another room." Bertrand nodded and opened the door, which the owner of the guest house immediately stormed through like a hurricane. She was the first woman I'd seen in this world, so I observed her with keen interest. Vadoma once told me that the best way to judge a foreign land was by the women. What they were wearing, whether their faces were covered, whether they could walk the streets freely, how they acted around men and vice versa, along with a lot of other things. The old gypsy claimed that women are the collective image and face of any society. Looking at Madame Richard's powder-caked puffy face with exorbitantly red painted lips and bright outfit, I realized I had been reborn in a land where women had more freedom than some countries in my native world. And considering the fact that Madame Richard was divorced and owned a guest house, Vestonia must have also had quite a flexible legal system. At the very least, women did not have to depend on men and could run businesses. Plunking herself down in the seat offered to her, Madame Richard cast a tenacious landlordly gaze around at my room. When she spotted the mess on my desk, she snorted but said nothing. Then she looked unceremoniously at my pitiful frame, and finally we met eyes. Remembering the pristine reputation Max Renard had fought so zealously to attain, I was not surprised to see scorn and peevishness in her gray eyes. I meanwhile in my turn looked at Madame Richard openly and good-heartedly, putting on the friendliest smile I could muster, which seemed to embarrass her. I suddenly realized distinctly that I was wrong about her age, and it must have been all down to the caked-on face makeup and over-flashy dress filling out her physique. At first, I'd have put her at 50, but upon closer inspection, I could easily subtract a decade. Madame Richard, I said with a smile, I am immeasurably glad to see you. I hope you can forgive my appearance. That only made her look more embarrassed. My lookalike must not have used such flattery, but she got herself together quite quickly, returning the cold and scornful look to her face. Monsieur Renard, she came in a peevish tone. It brings me no pleasure to see you looking like this, but we have unfinished business to attend to. You owe me 3 months' rent. On top of that, I want you out of here. This is a guest house, not some unpaid squat. I have no intention of supporting you at my expense. Yes, of course, I continued smiling patiently despite the fact she was being blatantly rude. This instant, Bertrand, bring me my coin purse. While the old man fussed around, I could sense Madame Richard giving me a bemused look. She had clearly come in a fighting mood, not expecting me to capitulate so easily. I meanwhile kept smiling sweetly back at her. So then I came with the leather sack perched on my hand. What do I owe you? For my part, I was already aware of how much I owed the house manager, but wanted to hear her say it. Clearly afraid her stroke of luck would flitter away in the wind, Madame Richard instantly spat out like a machine gun. According to the contract we both signed, you have to pay me $15 a month. And so, for 3 months, you owe me 4.5 crowns. Great, I came, undoing the drawstring on the coin purse and dumping some of its contents onto my lap. When Madame Richard saw the money, she crept straight over. It was after all 2 yearly salaries for a common scribe, and that was just 3 months' rent for this unremarkable apartment. I had no idea what Max was thinking when he signed the contract. Based on his constant misadventures, he didn't think much and was rarely sober. My only solace was that, according to Bertrand, cheaper guesthouses were even shabbier. With prices like this, I was afraid to even imagine how poorly scribes lived, though I also expected they earned money outside their salaries. Beyond that, as Bertrand told me, Madame Richard's guesthouse mainly catered to merchants and minor landowners visiting Abbeville on business, and that was a very particular clientele. Slowly, under my landlord's tenacious stare, I counted out 45 silver coins and was about to extend them to her, but my hand froze midway. The cheer in Madame Richard's eyes slowly turned to incomprehension. 1 second, I frowned cartoonishly. Before I repay you, there was something I wanted to clear up. Could you help me out? Still not understanding what was happening, Madame Richard nodded in silence while keeping a close eye on the money in my hand. Bertrand, I came. Would you bring me a copy of the rental contract? Here it is, monsieur. The old man immediately extended me a scroll of coarse paper like a practiced magician. I already knew Max the blockhead had suggested they use his inks to sign the contract, hoping to make an impression on the guesthouse owner. The ones that cost 5 crowns per inkwell. Strange as it may have been, that was now to my advantage. According to Bertrand, such text could not be forged or altered. I unfurled the scroll, mechanically noting that my fingers still felt wooden, and pretended to carefully reread the contract. Aha, there it is. I finally exclaimed and glanced at the house manager. After that, I said in an apologetic tone, Madame, you'll have to forgive me, but you must have forgotten that the contract states $15 for full room as well as board. Quite right, Madame Richard went back to being annoyed. How could I have forgotten? In that case, we have to reconsider what I owe you, I stated without a hint of a smile. But Madame Richard was a tough nut to crack, though the shift in my tone had clearly put her to shame. What do you mean reconsider? She flared up. Madame, I stated calmly. I was so preoccupied with other matters that I didn't learn this until yesterday, but my servant has had to purchase food from your chef every day for the last 3 months, as well as cleaning my room and paying your launderers out of pocket. Your porter, meanwhile, who I will personally be giving a good lashing once I'm back on my feet, shook my servant down for half a thaler just for water and firewood. And that was with me lying at death's door. The house manager looked like a fish out of water. Even through the thick layer of ceruse, I could see her face welling with blood. She was about to burst in rage. Meanwhile, I just kept speaking calmly, not letting her get a word in edgewise. Once I found out about the gross violation of our agreement, I justly concluded that, being an ethical house manager, you must not have suspected such villainy was being enacted under your very nose. Just imagine it, your chef alone earned $25 on me in just 3 months. And the launderer, she needs constant supervision. She's gone beyond the pale. Just think, a whole $10. For that kind of money, I could hire a whole brigade of launderers for half a year, not to mention the maid. That lazy woman hasn't shown her face in 3 months. The much-suffering Bertrand has had to do her job for her. And he, by the way, served my late mother before me, and her father before that. Have you ever heard of my grandfather? Oh, yes, who has not heard of Pascal Legrand, merchant of the Golden Hundred? You get all kinds of traders passing through. I'm sure some of them have mentioned the Legrand and Sons trading house. So just imagine when they hear that a former servant of my grandfather, a man who speaks several languages and has been trained in writing and accounting, is doing the work of a common parlor maid. A man of his qualifications commands at the very least $10 a month. That makes a total of 30 silver for those 3 months. And that means I spent $65.50 obols. So you in fact owe me 2 crowns and 50 copper. With a sweet smile, I fell silent and watched the changes on her face. Based on Madame Richard's sudden deflation, she had absolutely heard of Pascal Legrand before in her merchant social circles. But the fact that the man inhabiting the annex of her guest house was his grandson came as news. She was told whose bastard I was, but to people like her Max's grandfather was much more influential than his uncle the Count de Gramont. She shot a scrutinizing gaze at Bertrand, who nodded significantly in time with my every word. I could tell by her eyes that she believed me. Madame Richard was no fool. She instantly figured out where I was going with this. All it took was one mention of my grandfather being a merchant of the Golden Hundred here in Abbeville. If gods forbid I said something to my grandpa, Madame Richard's guest house might start being avoided like a leper colony. She jumped up with unexpected agility and gave me a polite curtsy. The angry hellcat was gone without a trace. Before me now stood a kindly old woman like you might see in a butter commercial. She shook her puffy little fist vaguely toward the front door. And as for Jacques, I'll punish him myself. You can be sure of that. It would be unbecoming to make you sully your hands on these mere commoners. And as for the money, yes, the money, I interrupted her. I suggest we put it toward the next few months of my stay. Excellent idea, don't you find? Now here is $9.50 for you, just enough to make it 2 months. Not a single sinew on Madame Richard's face twitched. She again bent down and replied with a broad smile, a marvelous idea. But I won't take your money. To further apologize for the unfortunate misunderstanding, I would like to offer you one of our finer rooms on the 2nd floor. We just so happen to have a vacancy as of yesterday. An annex, after all, is no place for a man of your stature. Sure, and next month you'll try to charge me an arm and a leg for it. No chance. There's no need for that, madame. I waved it off. Let's leave everything as is. As you like, she bowed, and before leaving asked, I heard you wanted a big breakfast. I'll personally go to the kitchen to see to it that you get the finest breakfast in all Abbeville. With a curtsy, Madame Richard shot out of my room like a bullet. A moment later, I heard the door slamming nervously. Well, not a bad start, I muttered, counting the money in my coin purse. She clearly takes risks to her reputation seriously. She got off easy, as did we, by the way. We're lucky she doesn't know how my Legrand relatives actually feel about me. The blood of your grandfather, I heard Bertrand whisper reverently. I looked up at the old man. His face contained so much admiration and adoration. I meanwhile was worried I'd have to fib my way out of it and wheedle. The old Max would never have been able to handle the sly house manager. He'd probably have remained in debt to her. Bertrand's brain very quickly found an explanation for the changes to his adored master's personality, which only played into my hand. When he saw my unwavering gaze, the old man shuddered and looked down. Forgive me, monsieur, he pleaded. What are you apologizing for, old fellow? I asked in surprise. Bertrand answered without looking up. You do not appreciate being reminded of your relatives on your mother's side. And foolishly so, I responded. Now you can feel free to tell me about them. Even though none of them care about me, it's important for me to know everything I can about my family. Bertrand raised his head, and I saw tears in his eyes. The new Max Renard must have rehabilitated himself quite a lot in his eyes over the last few days. What was it you said about blood? I asked. What did you mean by that? The old man started explaining eagerly. When you were talking to that hellcat, I felt like I'd been taken back in time to when your grandfather was a young man. You reminded me so much of him that I thought for a second you really were him. I see, I chuckled. But for better or worse, I am nevertheless Max Renard. Well, perhaps I have changed somewhat, grown up or something, so don't be too surprised if my personality and lifestyle change. And perhaps you really are right, and it's the blood of my ancestors awakening within me. What do you say, old buddy? Bertrand gave a broad smile and wiped away the tears rolling down his cheeks with the back of his hand. There you go crying again, I sighed. Tears of joy, monsieur. I shook my head and, cursing my temporary helplessness and the local businesswoman's early morning visit, asked, Hey there, old fellow, fetch me the chamber pot. I'm holding on by a thread. Then pop into the kitchen and bring me some water to wash up. While you're there, check in on the people cooking our celebratory breakfast. I'd bet a taller Madame Richard won't be able to resist spitting in my food. The old man gasped and started fussing around by my bed. You know something? You're right, that hellcat just might do such a thing. You fended her off deftly, though. It was a real treat to behold. After breakfast, I sent Bertrand to the attorney's office and myself sorted through my lookalike's papers. The old man had taken all the scrolls and envelopes from the desk and box and set them on a stool near the head of the bed so I could reach them more easily. Before an hour had passed, I had sorted all the papers into 4 piles. The first and largest one, which I had dubbed assorted garbage, was scrolls and scraps of paper covered in the old Max's lackadaisical handwriting. As it turned out, my lookalike tried to write poems. All of them were about love and could charitably be described as third-rate pulp, but a sudden greeting from Max in the form of an emotional upwelling that did not belong to me hinted that it had all been written from the heart. The woman all my predecessors' verses were dedicated to he practically worshipped. Her name was Vivienne Leray, the very minor local actress that in the end led to his death. I also found there her letters to Max, where she passionately admired his lines and regularly asked for money. And the way she did it was so clumsy that even the world's biggest moron would have realized he was being played for a fool. For a moment, I found myself feeling bad for the idiot, but I quickly chased those thoughts away. The second pile, no less striking in size, contained a large number of debt receipts. When I finished adding them all up, I fell back wearily on my pillow and closed my eyes. It was all a lot worse than I thought. Max had racked up a debts to the tune of 160 silver crowns, and that was more than half of what he'd brought here from the big city. It was enough to buy a small house outright, and that was without considering interest and the debts I didn't know about. The question of running away again reared its ugly head. I'd rather be a wanted man than have to sweat my life away for some creditors. I could flee to another country, change my name, and go up in smoke. Good luck tracking Dodger down. There was one but though, and it was quite significant. Despite the fact Max was a bastard, his count father had recognized him, and thus he was a member of the nobility, the ruling class of this world. Many would have given a lot of money to obtain the level of privilege had by the illegitimate son of a count. For people like that, 160 silver crowns was just a drop in the bucket. So I would only actually run away in the absolute worst case. The third pile was letters. Most of them were love letters from Vivienne Leray, which was the majority of what Max kept so diligently in his fancy box. I read through a few of the saccharine messages, then set them gingerly aside. They would come in handy in the future. That woman had Max wrapped around her finger. Essentially, the lion's share of the debt I'd inherited was money he'd spent on this leech. There was only one letter written in a more human and less dry officious style. It came from Max's mother's older sister Isabelle Legrand and asked her wayward nephew to stop writing to beg for money. Unlike the secretaries, she was less selective with her language. She declared to Max in no uncertain terms that the family regarded him as a stranger and did not wish to know or see him. The overall gist was not to expect any inheritance. Yep, quite a family this kid had. And the last small pile had just 2 documents: Max Renard's identification and a paper confirming his rights over the serf Bertrand Fournier, son of a miller. I rubbed my hands together. Very nice, just the things I was looking for. I got distracted from sorting through papers by the sound of a door opening and muted women's voices. I drew in air through my nose. That same revolting perfume. Madame Richard had returned and brought someone with her. What could she possibly want? A few moments later, the footsteps reached my door and I heard a considerate knock. "Monsieur Renard," I heard the house manager ask. "May I?" "Of course," I said and covered the pile of papers with a comforter. The only ones I left out on display were the envelopes with family crests of the Counts de Gramont and the Legrand trading house. The door opened and a smiling Madame Richard appeared in the frame. She instantly spotted the envelopes strewn carelessly around on my bed. Based on her hectic look, she recognized the family crests as well, which was exactly what I wanted. The house manager's smile only looked more obliging, and she said in a smarmy little voice, "Apologies for the intrusion, Monsieur Renard. What would you like, Madame?" I added a hint of annoyance to my voice. "I have brought you a new maid," she replied hurriedly and pushed a young woman lightly through the doorway. "I'm sure you remember Trixie, don't you? She is my very best worker. I have decided to come introduce her to you myself, so we don't run into any more misunderstandings like we had with the lazy old fraudster before." I turned to look at the maid. "I believe I do remember her," I muttered. The woman was approximately the same height as Max, or rather as me, not too tall but stout. She was probably accustomed to hard labor from an early age. Her dress was plain but tidy. A few locks of chestnut hair stuck out of her white bonnet, big blue eyes slightly bulging. She looked to have been crying recently. When we met eyes, she turned deep red and looked at the ground. Was it just me, or was she afraid of me? Madame Richard, who had been watching me all that time closely, was seemingly satisfied. What did it all mean? "Your servant told me you wanted a bath," she said, meanwhile looking significantly at the maid, making her go an even deeper shade of red. "My staff have already heated the water. Would you like everything prepared?" When I heard I could have a bath, and even with warm water, my head started itching, then my entire body. "Oh yeah, that would be perfect." Struggling to maintain a calm facial expression, I pretended to consider it, then nodded. "I suppose I would like to take a bath." You may begin the preparations, madame. Pretending to go back to reading, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Madame Richard reward the maid with cruel and insistent look. For her part, she only tensed up more and went totally crimson. While secretly watching the whole act, I guessed approximately what was going on. I only had to wait a bit longer to test my theory. Over the next half hour, a large wooden tub was brought into my temporary dwelling, then quickly filled with hot water. All those preparations were undertaken by Jacques, the very porter who supposedly sold Bertrand firewood for half a thaler on his own ambition. It only took one glance at Jacques to realize I was dealing with a former soldier. His poise, crisp, sparing movements, the telltale scars on his hands, this was a veteran who had fought in many battles. Sinewy and broad-shouldered, a tenacious look in his gray eyes. His facial features seemed like they were carved out of stone. When he set me on my back in the bathtub, I caught a faint whiff of a familiar perfume. Madame Richard. So that was why she was so adamant about punishing the porter herself. She didn't want her lover getting injured. My words must have truly frightened her. I really must have been entitled to give him a good lashing. I spent a little while soaking in the hot water with my eyes closed and not saying a word. There it was true bliss, a great opportunity to meditate a bit. However, Jacques and Madame Richard had already left, but the maid stayed behind for some reason, and I couldn't hear any of the telltale sounds of cleaning, and that meant she wasn't here to tidy. Trixie turned into a silent statue, frozen 2 steps away from the tub, afraid to breathe out of turn, and that really bothered me. Well, I asked, not opening an eye, what are you just standing around for? I could practically feel her whole body shudder, and a moment later I heard clothing rustling timidly and a shaky feminine breathing. What the? I opened my eyes and immediately frowned. Trixie was standing a step away from the bathtub's edge, slowly unbuttoning her dress with quivering fingers. Tears welled up in her blue eyes. Her rosy glow gave way to pale cheeks. Nervously biting her lips, she looked fatefully at me like a rabbit staring at a viper. Stop, I raised a hand, and Trixie immediately obeyed. Why are you still here, and what exactly are you doing? My question left her dumbfounded. She frowned slightly and stared at me in surprise. I sighed and, running a wet hand over my face, asked Trixie, "Is that right?" "Yes," she squeaked. "Full name?" "Whose?" she asked in surprise. I again sighed and said patiently, "Yours, of course. I already know mine." "Beatrice," she responded, and a slight glow returned to her cheeks. I nodded. "All right, Beatrice. Let me ask you again. Why are you here, and what were you just doing?" I nodded at her unbuttoned dress. She shuddered and, pressing both hands up to her chest, started explaining with hiccups Madame's orders. She said, "I must gain your favor, so you remain satisfied, monsieur. Everyone here knows you have been pestering me, but I can't. I told you I have a fiancé, but she—" "Stop," I again raised a hand. Aha, I covered my eyes for a moment. I didn't know how I could have pulled it off, but if Max were still alive, I'd have killed him myself. That little creep. I again opened my eyes and asked calmly, "Did my servant or Mrs. Robert tell you anything about my wound?" "No," she shook her head and stood on her tiptoes to get a better look at my bandage. "I see," I muttered thoughtfully, choosing the words for an explanation. "But I didn't need to, but Madame Richard did say that you don't remember everything from your past. Is that true?" I rubbed my chin. "Who told? The doc or Bertrand, or was it both of them?" "Well, anyway, I'd deal with that later." "Honestly, sweet Beatrice," I sighed sadly, making the now somewhat calmer woman tense up again. I must have accidentally copied one of Max's intonations again. Yep, this was not too easy. I got the feeling I'd have to swallow a lot of bitter pills from the old Max. As a matter of fact, I continued, purposely shifting to a whisper while staring at the door with worry. "You might not believe me, but since the duel it's like I'm a new man, you know, and my memory. Just so you understand. Today, for instance, it's like I'm seeing you for the first time." "What do you mean?" Trixie asked with her eyes open wide and rocking forward, she also switching to a whisper. Well, I shrugged. "The only things I can remember are my most important and precious memories. Things about my father, my love." While I said the last part, I was paying close attention to her facial expression. "Yes," Trixie nodded eagerly. "Madame told me you are the grandson of Pascal Legrand himself, which was why she told me to win your favor. And you're sure you don't remember me?" "Absolutely," I nodded. "Listen, nothing happened between us, did it?" "I didn't." Trixie shook her head and turned red again. "No, monsieur, nothing. Honestly, you did try to get handsy with me a few times, but I didn't leave you much of a chance. I'm strong. When I was younger, I used to help my father at his smithy before the pestilence took him. Your meager strength was no match for me." She chuckled and rubbed her nose with a sleeve. "That's just great," I muttered. "Really takes a load off. The last thing I needed was a black mark like that on my already sullied reputation." My behavior was clearly puzzling her. She had seemingly never seen Max like this before. A shadow of mistrust ran across her face. It also contained an awareness of where she was and why. I could read her like an open book. Her simplicity and openness were striking. Too bad Madame Richard was ruining her life, and ruin it she would. Trixie didn't know it yet, but I'd bet my right hand the guest house manager was going to start trying to serve her up to every important guest that came through. In my past life, I had seen more than enough of these business ladies. Meanwhile, Trixie kept staring at me in silence, frozen in indecision. Leave, I nodded at the door. I can't, she shook her head. My boss will find out and then get a new job, I told her. You do realize, after all, that this is just the beginning. She'll keep using you like this. Tears streamed down Trixie's pale cheeks. I can't, she repeated. Are you from a serf family? Are you in bondage? No, she shook her head. It's just very hard to find a job these days, and my mom is sick. My younger sisters and brothers are always hungry, and Madame Richard offers tolerable conditions. And how much is she paying you? I asked. $1 a month. I shook my head. Yep, that was less than junior scribes earned. And how was she able to feed a whole family on $1? But that's not all, she came hurriedly. Sometimes a guest is feeling generous and leaves a tip for a job well done or doing them a favor. Like taking a letter or note to a certain address, cleaning clothes or shoes, or bringing food to their room. Not all our esteemed guests come with personal servants like you. There isn't enough time or manpower to do everything, but I'm always up for a side job. Then I get my little brothers to do my work at the guest house, and Madame Richard turns a blind eye. I see, I came thoughtfully. So it's a family affair then. What? Trixie asked. Doesn't matter, I waved it off and asked. You don't want to quit, even though you know what is going to happen. What about your fiancé? What will he say when he finds out? Trixie shook her head. Patrick will never find out. Yes, he will, I said. He absolutely will. Even if that's true, she shrugged. By that time, we'll already be together. We'll go away to live somewhere else. We'll have our own farm, kids. He's a good guy. He'll forgive me and understand. No, Trixie, even if he was the best guy in the world, he still would not forgive you and understand. He would nurse that resentment his whole life. But I didn't say that out loud. All right, I sighed. Neither you or I want to do as Madame Richard insists. But you can't leave right now either. Any ideas? I could help you wash your head, Trixie suggested. I'll be careful not to touch the wound. I've had to tend wounds before. Great, I nodded. Trixie's face instantly lit up. A few minutes later, the bandage had been carefully removed from my head. Then she lathered my hair with a dark green substance that smelled of pleasant herbs. Enjoying the head massage, I closed my eyes and sank down into the water up to my chin. You know something, monsieur? I heard Trixie ask thoughtfully. I've never seen a wound heal this fast before. I have an eye for this sort of thing. I've seen all sorts. There's a simple explanation, I replied without opening an eye. Monsieur Robert sold me a medicinal elixir made of crimson hollowstone. I felt Trixie's fingers shiver. That must have been incredibly expensive. Quite right, I muttered. Shook me down for 8 crowns. Trixie gasped. But then she said more calmly, but you're alive. No argument there, I said and shrugged. When Trixie finished with my hair, she armed herself with a washcloth and, dabbing a little bit of the herbal soap onto it, started rubbing down my back and shoulders. That doubtlessly pleasant procedure was not part of the deal, but I sat there with a blissful smile and said nothing, feeling shivers all over my body. I believe you mentioned wanting a farm with your husband in the future. I continued the gradual fish for information. Is your man from a wealthy family? No, come now, Trixie snorted. People like me aren't after wealth. Spongers with no dowry are a dime a dozen. Patrick is from a poor family like me. Then what money were you planning to use to buy a farm? My Patrick signed up for the Shadow Patrol in place of a Cooper's eldest son. According to the contract they signed, the Cooper will have to pay my Patrick a whole 20 crowns upon his return. The new information made me shudder. I couldn't ask directly about this Shadow Patrol. Trixie mentioned it like something self-explanatory. I'd have to tiptoe around the issue. What's wrong with the Cooper's son? I asked. Why isn't he going himself? I had a lot more questions, but I had to hold them back. I, after all, had Bertrand, who could clear up the big picture. Trixie giggled. I asked the same question, monsieur. What could possibly be wrong with him, other than having a daddy with deep enough pockets to hire a mercenary to die in his son's place? But although the Cooper is elderly, he's nowhere near dying or allowing his oldest son to do so. And what about your fiancé? I asked. Not afraid for him. Of course I am, she replied with a sigh. But my Patrick is strong. He can bend horseshoes with his bare hands. On top of that, he's been in the shadow before and nothing bad happened. He came back alive and well, and he'll come back again. Then everything will be all right. The way she said the words "the shadow" had a particular emphasis and air. It gave me the impression that all her confidence in her future husband's strength was just a facade to calm herself down, plus a healthy dose of girlish naivete and faith in a better future. And do a lot of people sign contracts like your fiancé? I don't know, Trixie replied quietly, but Patrick once mentioned that people are in no rush to risk their lives for free. I might have said that a mere 20 crowns for her fiancé's life was a pittance, but I didn't. For people like them, $200 was a lot of cash. I still had a bunch of questions, but I didn't manage to ask them. Bertrand was back. With a careful look around the room, bathtub, me sitting in it, and the blushing Trixie with washcloth in hand, the old man gave a knowing snort. What did the attorney say? I quickly seized the initiative. Monsieur Moreau is away on business, Bertrand replied. He won't be back for a week. I saw that the old man was somewhat shaken up, which I asked him about straight away. So, well, he started. The entire city is in a tizzy. Messengers from the king have arrived at the local chancery, bearing new muster rolls. They say a lot of names have been added. Traveling merchants at the market are saying there's a big incursion into the shadow being planned for next year. And so the king has decided to beef up his shadow patrol this year to get a head start on preparations. Many esteemed city dwellers are tearing their hair out. Nobody wants to let their sons go out on a dangerous campaign, so in a day or two, expect a wave of mercenaries to come to town, and this little city was so quiet. Now all kinds of scum will be coming in search of profit. Trixie gasped. The washcloth fell out of her hands. Sensing her impatience, I said, she gave a cheery smile. After that, she made a rushed curtsy and taking the money was off like a shot. Bertrand did shout off after her that he expected someone in 1 hour to help him clean up. When the old man came back from the corridor, I asked, so then, what are these muster rolls that have caused all this commotion? And what is the shadow, where esteemed city dwellers are afraid to send their children? Bertrand wasn't the least bit surprised by my overly frank questions. I had started noticing that the old man was no longer bothered by the gaps in my memory. Later, when I asked why he was so unfazed by my amnesia, he told me that he liked the new Max, and the fact that his master had forgotten large chunks of his former life was for the best. But that was not all. Bertrand confessed that he had visited the temple of a Dalaid, local goddess of balance, and tossed a coin into her great scales. He prayed for her not to bring back his master's bad memories, which once again made me think about Max the dirty little wretch. How badly would you have to treat a man for him to pray for something like that? Monsieur, what exactly do you remember of what Gerald Lambert taught you? Bertrand asked, before starting his tale. I shrugged my shoulders and answered with a smile, who is that? Bertrand looked at me in incomprehension at first, then, rubbing the back of his neck, asked, have you really forgotten your teacher? Monsieur Lambert was doubtlessly a quarrelsome man, but still he dedicated many years of his life to raising you and teaching you various arts. Well, old fellow, seems like you prayed to the right goddess, I snorted. And she heard your prayer. Bertrand shook his head the way true believers always do when they hear heresy. And a moment later he was smiling glumly. Nevertheless, Gerald was undoubtedly the most intelligent man I have ever met, just imagine. After every lesson, he used to tell me that he was wasting his time and you would never remember everything he taught you. I laughed. That made Bertrand light up somewhat. He was already starting to make little jokes with me. Good sign, you know something. I sighed heavily. I could definitely use his lessons now. Where is he? Probably the capital. Sharing his knowledge with the next crop of young aristocratic scions, the old man shook his head dejectedly and looked away. Alas, monsieur, Gerald Lambert was executed alongside your brothers and father. He also took part in the conspiracy against his majesty. I rubbed my chin. The atmosphere of levity evaporated in the blink of an eye. So that's how it is. We both spent a bit of time thinking quietly. I didn't know what Bertrand was pondering, but I was preoccupied with thoughts about Max's father. Bearing the black mark of a traitor's son bothered me to no end. Bertrand said the royal investigators never touched Max because he was just a bastard and totally uninvolved in the conspiracy, but that didn't give me the least bit of reassurance. My Dodger sense was telling me that things there were not as smooth as they seemed on first glance. I'd bet a tooth all that crap would float up to the surface again, and the last thing I wanted was to step in it. Bertrand broke the silence. I don't know what exactly Gerald told you, but given you won't remember anything anyway. Alas, I shrugged. Put yourself in my position and all will become clear. The old man considered it for a moment and then said, then it would be for the best if I went into greater detail on the story. We've got plenty of time, I encouraged him. With my approval secured, Bertrand got started, and the more he said, the more wistful I became. Yep. Whatever spirit sent me into this world was really trying to give itself a good last show. I meanwhile, and I was ashamed to admit it, had already started hoping I'd gotten off relatively easy. After all, no matter how sullied a reputation could become, it was always possible to restore with time and effort. Loans, too, could be paid back. Making money was no issue. There were even ways of overcoming the brand of traitor's son. It would be incredibly difficult, but still doable. All the problems tied into the human factor. But what to do with a phenomenon which was not subject to human will? Because what Bertrand had just told me sent a chill running down my spine. No, not out of fear. Out of anticipation. I was just overflowing with emotions. I wanted to drop everything and rush into the action. My benefactor from the darkness must have known me inside and out, better even than I knew myself. As a matter of fact, no one can say for certain how it happened, Bertrand said. We also don't have an exact date, but it is generally believed that the heavenly veil appeared around 300 years ago. The old man snorted and shook his head. The people call it the wing of the twilight owl or just the owl's wing. Heavenly veil, I asked. Yes, Bertrand nodded. A huge immobile body that obscures half the sky and covers most of the western lands with its shadow. You might say several counties are now beneath it. Is that where the shadow is from then? Exactly, the old man said. The shadow of Strix. Strix. I shuddered, hearing a familiar name from my world. Strix was a messenger bird from ancient legends sent by dark gods before unleashing their anger upon the earth. Right, monsieur, Bertrand exclaimed, clapping his hands together with delight. Your memory is slowly coming back. I chuckled slyly. Looks like you didn't give quite enough cash to your goddess priests. Monsieur, Bertrand came plaintively and almost stood up, but I stopped him. Oh, I'm only joking. Better you tell me why everyone's so afraid of the shadow. He breathed a heavy sigh. He must have regretted 1,000 times already admitting to me that he'd visited the temple. How could they not be afraid given all the devilry afoot in the shadow? Bertrand responded. Yep, this was apparently going to take some doing. I wished myself patience and started asking the old man leading questions. When he started responding, I felt two different ways. On the one hand, Bertrand told me a lot, but on the other, all the information he was dumping on me was pretty surface level. In other words, due to Bertrand's low position in society, he wasn't allowed enough access to the information I was after. But the omissions were more than made up for by the huge heap of rumors and gossip. Honestly, though, when taken all together, it was quite contradictory. When Bertrand finished his story, I didn't even notice the fact that the water in the basin had gone cold. I was simply not present when he toweled me dry gently, set me into bed, and fed me. My brain was too busy analyzing all the new information. Basically, despite the fairly contradictory things he told me, I was actually able to figure some things out. The shadow, or anomalous zone, as I was calling it to myself, covered quite a large chunk of land in the west of the continent. The veil had ended up blotting out land belonging to several different countries. Essentially, it was a strange sort of cloud which had hovered nonstop over the same spot for over 300 years, creating a neutral zone in the heart of this world's most densely populated continent. Bertrand claimed that nobody knew what went on in the middle of the zone. The people who used to live in those places never came out of the shadow, and neither did the ones who went in to find out what became of their families. But the authorities didn't just sit idly by. The old man told me a legend he'd heard from his grandfather about a great journey to the middle of the shadow headed by a prince who was heir to the kingdom of Estonia. The army, which numbered in the high thousands, simply ceased to exist. The anomaly swallowed it up like an insatiable beast, and things went from bad to worse. A little while later, when people got used to the new reality, strange things started happening in the lands bordering the shadow. New kinds of flora and fauna started appearing, as well as new materials. To top it all off, the human settlements in those areas were subject to regular attacks by all kinds of monsters. It was in those times that the current king's ancestors laid the foundation for a series of forts on the edge of the shadow. At first, there were constant garrisons on duty, but the high mortality rate of battles with the various creatures in contact with new kinds of flora meant these forces quickly started to dwindle. As was only natural, serving at those border fortresses came to be regarded as a punishment. Nobody was too eager to lose their head in a strange land to the fangs of some otherworldly creature or be poisoned by an inoffensive-looking flower. Peasant uprisings thundered through Vestonia. After all, the biggest burden in terms of providing recruits to the royal garrisons fell squarely on the peasant communities. It should also be noted that the ruler of Vestonia in those times was a man of progressive viewpoints. Instead of suppressing the rebellions and drowning the land in blood, he took an unprecedented step. He issued a decree creating a force that came to be known as the Shadow Patrol, which started drafting not only peasant children, but young aristocrats as well. And in order to avoid complaints from the peasants, the heir to the throne himself was sent on the first Shadow Patrol. That was a curveball that made it impossible for any counts or dukes to object. Still, it occurred to me that there would have been no avoiding significant payoffs on the part of the crown as well, to quiet down the most genteel and keep them on the ruler's side. To be fair, I should note that the tradition of drafting nobles fell away the summer after the death of the king that came up with it. His son, following his advisor's counsel, abolished that duty for aristocrats. Later, a loophole was also thought up for well-to-do subjects without noble blood flowing in their veins. A new decree was issued allowing replacements to be made. Needless to say, after the new decree was published, the fees commanded by mercenaries began to multiply. I must note that, despite this being quite a dark cloud, it too had its silver lining, and quite a big one to my eye. The thing was that a little while after the heavenly veil appeared along with its shadow, some people started to undergo curious changes. They learned to harness the alien energy that had come to their world. In other words, people started being born gifted, but sadly Bertrand couldn't tell me anything concrete about them for totally explicable reasons. Gifted people, or mages as they were known here, jealously guarded the secrets and mysteries of their craft, and that made perfect sense. All he told me were facts everyone knew. The old man told me in breathy tones about the master healers who could cure any illness or injury with their magic, about the druids who had domain over nature magic, about artifacts and alchemists whose magical output was in incredibly high demand, and about strikers combat mages, no more and no less than superhumans. I still had yet to work out what was really going on with them. Beyond that, I discovered that something called brutes also played an important part in the lives of gifted people. Energy crystals, or magic crystals as they were known here, which could only be found inside the shadow of Strix itself. I didn't neglect to ask about the hollow stones either, whose multicolored dust was used in the healing elixir and Max's ink. Now that was publicly available information, so Bertrand was able to explain it to me in depth. The key to the riddle was hidden right in their name. Essentially, a hollow stone was the same as a crystal, just one that had lost almost all its energy. The old man heard somewhere that mages purposely left crystals with just a tiny bit of energy, or as they called it here, mana, so they could be sold to alchemists and artifactors. So that explained why the elixir Bertrand bought for me had such a low concentration of energy, and Max's ink was just as energy poor. Essentially, they had been made of waste products, but even that mana was enough for me to repair the ruptures in my energy channels and heal my head wound. Basically, I was practically shaking with anticipation of what I could do with a whole crystal. The only thing was that I was afraid to even imagine how much that kind of thing might cost. Actually, what was I thinking? Why spend money on something I could go get by myself, just as soon as I got on my feet, both literally and figuratively? I just needed to get this body in decent shape, and I could start preparing for the journey. My mysterious benefactor was probably rubbing his hands together happily right now. If of course he existed, I'd bet my tooth he knew I would jump straight into the action. Lying in bed with my hands behind my head, I was staring at the gray ceiling and thinking tensely about my situation to the sounds of Bertrand fussing in the other room. A person from a technologically advanced world was severely lacking information. The days when it only took a couple of clicks to get a mountain of information from the World Wide Web were now long gone. I had to adapt to this new reality, a slow-moving and unhurried place. The locals' pace really bothered me. While interrogating Bertrand, I could see that my questions were coming so rapid-fire he started to sweat, and when I let him go, he breathed a sigh of relief. The old man's brain clearly was unable to handle all that mental strain, and that was with me taking it easy on him to avoid a breakdown. The sound of the front door opening made me tense. I covered my eyes and pulled air in through my nose out of habit. The familiar field flower aroma let me know Trixie was coming to pay me a visit. She moved quick. Bertrand appeared in the doorway. "The young flibbertigibbet," he muttered, "has popped by again. She never used to show her face, but now she's positively dripping with honey. She's asking to come see you. She says she has some news that might catch your interest. Those like her bring only destruction. Send her in," I nodded, "and get out 10 obols from my coin purse." She figured everything out, put 2 and 2 together. My gentle probing about her life, then the news of new muster rolls, and the fact I sent her out right then. I also slipped her a couple copper. One simple bit of manipulation, and I had myself a voluntary informant in Madame Richard's staff. And most importantly, I didn't even have to ask her a thing. Trixie thought it was all her idea. When she went all red and barged into my room with eyes lit up, I found myself unwittingly admiring her, which made her very embarrassed. A real country bumpkin, no question. Well, spit it out, I hurried her along, turning her thoughts down a different channel. What's the big hurry? I was purposely using the tone of a man being bothered during important work. "Monsieur," Trixie gave a quick curtsy. "Your servant is right, the new muster rolls have caused turmoil in Abbeville." Well, that I already knew. I put on a look of slight disappointment. Bertrand popped into the doorway and stopped short. Trixie, seeing the familiar coin purse in his hands, gave a loud gulp and spat out, "But what you don't know is which names are on it." "But I do. The thing is that Bex, or Rebecca rather, a friend of mine, works as a maid in the home of Monsieur Bugeaud, deputy director of the Abbeville Chancery, and she told me. Let's say your friend can get her hands on those documents," Bertrand muttered. "Where do we go from there? I'd never believe she can read." "That's true, Bex can't read," Trixie responded immediately, "but she has a very good memory. When Monsieur Bugeaud read off the roll to his wife, Rebecca memorized it. It is, as an aside, quite long. I still didn't know what I was supposed to want with this information, but I had to encourage her. All right," Bertrand didn't let up. "Let's say this Bex has a good memory and can memorize long lists. What are we doing talking to you then? Or do you have a good memory too?" "No," she shook her head and chuckled slyly. "My memory isn't that great, particularly when it comes to names, so I just wrote them down, here." After that, she triumphantly handed me a small sheet of paper covered with dense, hurriedly scrawled handwriting. The old man's face stretched out in surprise. I lost control and laughed. "My daddy was a blacksmith and knew how to write," she explained, "and he taught me. I'm passing the art on to my little brothers and sisters." "Old fellow," I addressed Bertrand. "I don't think 10 obols will be sufficient for such a job well done. Throw in another 5 copper." The old man nodded in dismay and started counting out coins. And all the while, he was frowning very comically and breathing heavily, which earned him another laugh from me. When Trixie got the money and darted out of our residence brimming with self-satisfaction, I handed the list to Bertrand. "I am not totally sure yet why we need that information, but it will certainly be put to good use. Take a look, maybe there's someone you know." The old man took the sheet of paper without a word and started to read. Like chicken scratches, he grumbled, shaking his head. He saw a chance to get back at her and took it. All that time, I was keeping a close eye on his facial expression. Bertrand was calm right up until he turned the sheet over and read the first line. His eyes went wide. He turned his head toward me. "What's it say, old fellow?" I lurched forward. Now that I was not expecting, the old man came with a puzzled look. "If I'm not mistaken, and I am not, Monsieur Weber's eldest son has been drafted into the Shadow Patrol. Care to remind me who this Monsieur Weber is?" "Weber and Sons Trading House," Bertrand responded. "Leon Weber is a very wealthy man, most likely the richest in all Abbeville. He even did business with your grandfather on several occasions. He must have crossed someone at the top, someone with a lot of influence." Well, I shrugged. "He'll hire some cutthroat and send them in his son's place." Utterly useless information, but a moment later it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Well, of course, Leon Weber. Most of the loan records on my desk were signed with that very name, so he was Max's main creditor, and as of recently, mine as well. My thoughts took off at a galloping pace. A curious picture started taking shape in my head. The next few days passed by in a monotonous fashion. I ate, ate again, then slept some more. I also meditated, trying to speed up the recovery process for my new body, which I must note was in a very neglected state, and it wasn't even down to the mortal wound. No, Max's physical form was, to put it lightly, upsetting, and no wonder. If Bertrand's stories could be trusted, my lookalike treated his own body with utter carelessness bordering on contempt. Depending on perspective, it was only after breaking free and getting far away from his father's home that he truly came into his own. Gambling, drinking an ocean of alcohol, hookers, and constant partying, that was what Max wanted. I meanwhile was brought up in an atmosphere of strict discipline, training, and hard labor, making me the complete opposite of him. And that was clearly the reason why it took so long for my energy body to merge with this dimwit's physical shell. Paradoxically, Max had probably already long since been reborn in a different world in the multiverse, and was now calmly settling into the body of some little toddler. But fragments of his memories were still alive in the body I was left with, preventing me in various ways from taking full control of this piece of flabby, lazy flesh. That really drove me crazy, but I didn't give up and kept pushing forward one step at a time. My daily energy procedures helped. I would draw some from the reservoir, then shape it into a small mass and push it down all the channels. It was a rather complicated and energy-intensive process, and not only was my reservoir's capacity practically at an infantile stage, the channels were draining me dry like a pack of hungry leeches. Basically, the energy ball didn't last long rolling down the energy channels, and that was putting it lightly. It was like sliding a little snowball over a red-hot sheet of steel. It evaporated in a matter of seconds. And after that, I had to wait an entire day for the reservoir to fill back up enough for another go. The whole process left me very drained. I slept a lot and ate a lot, because thankfully we now had plenty of food. Madame Richard personally made sure only the best ingredients went into my daily menu. Despite the huge double portions I was eating, Bertrand started noticing with horror that my body was rapidly losing weight. I reassured him as best I could that I was simply on the mend, and very soon I would be back on my feet. I couldn't say just yet that it was my energy system getting rid of the excess slag my negligent predecessor had accumulated. My monotonous days were broken up by visits from Trixie, who brought me a hot bath every day, changed the sheets, and aired out the room. The reason I needed so much doting was that the energy channel restoration process had a very unpleasant side effect. I was sweating a lot. Moreover, because my body was expelling all kinds of nasty substances with the sweat, the odors in my room were far from floral, to say the least. Strange as it may have been, my daily baths were welcomed by Madame Richard. After all, it meant wasting water, firewood, and staff hours, and all that came at her expense. It wasn't hard to explain why Madame Richard was now catering to my every whim, though. After all, it meant that every day Trixie got to spend time with me, the very grandson of Pascal Legrand, and the guesthouse owner thought that meant she had a spy on the inside. I played into her game gladly, but stuck to my own rules. Every day I was accidentally feeding Trixie all kinds of disinformation about my dear grandfather, embellished with real facts about the Legrand family, which in turn I was getting from Bertrand. My tallest tale was the one explaining why I'd come to Abbeville in the first place. After all, Madame Richard was no fool. She wanted an answer, preferably plausible, for why the devil the grandson of one of the kingdom's wealthiest merchants was living in this backwater, and to top it all off, had come with hardly a penny to his name. Without knowing it, Bertrand helped me again. He once told me that when Pascal was a young but industrious man, he had lived an entire year in a small town in the eastern borderlands to gather information about the wares that flowed over the steppe to Vestonia. And that experience was Max's grandpa's first step on the road to forming a successful trading empire. Then, casually, I retold that story to Trixie, who in her turn repeated it word for word to Madame Richard. And she, being no fool, put the facts together and drew conclusions. Trixie told me as much after. Her boss now understood why I had been carousing with aristocrats and the children of esteemed merchants, blowing through wads of cash. I was following in my wise grandfather's footsteps, gathering information about goods passing through Abville. The story turned out so believable that even Bertrand himself once said he would have believed it eagerly had he not known Max since childhood. And I accumulated enough of those false stories to fill a wagon and small cart to boot. Then I fed them shamelessly to Trixie. Tricking her didn't eat at my conscience either. All that mattered was that Madame Richard thought her plan was working. And as for Trixie, over the last 2 weeks, she had earned more in tips from me than several months working as a maid. In the end, everyone was happy with the way things were working out. My slow but steady recovery did have one negative side effect, though. About 2 days ago, when my creditors realized I was not going to pass away, I got flooded with letters reminding me of my unfulfilled obligations. I had to write tear-jerking replies to all of them requesting deferments. I knew I wasn't going to move any of them to pity, but I knew it was important to respond nevertheless. It was a way of letting them know that, despite my pitiful condition, I had not forgotten my obligations. At the end of the day, I was at least something of a noble. Outside of notes from creditors, I got a few letters from 3 aristocrats reminding me of duels. Apparently, in his infinite wisdom, Max had been challenged to single combat on several occasions. The reason was always the same: he had dishonored some esteemed gentlemen. The first was mad at Max over an affair with his wife. The second had been insulted by an inappropriate comment Max made in the presence of several aristocrats. And the third was Vincent de Lamar, the professional duelist who had sent Max's soul to the next life. He wanted to finish what he'd started. As it turned out, he and my lookalike had agreed on a fight to the death. What a restless man. My sixth sense was telling me things weren't as simple as they seemed with this de Lamar. I had to write responses to all 3 of them. And again, they all requested the men to defer their satisfaction until I was fully physically recovered. In the end, I had 3 duels scheduled for the next month at some point. That was, of course, only if Max didn't have any more friends I didn't know about. Backing down from the duels, meanwhile, was unthinkable. I had learned a lot in the last few days about the laws and norms in this society, and the special position nobles occupied within it. Debts were nothing shameful for nobles, and duels were much the same. But neglecting one's obligation to pay or backing down from a challenge, now those were shameful acts. The brand of oathbreaker and coward would be passed down for generations. If I wanted to adapt to this new world and not lose my privileged status, I would have to play by its rules. Well, I'm game. Just let me get on my feet first. At this rate, I would have to stay bedridden for a long time. Without a doubt, working with my own energy had improved my condition, but by day 6 I realized the process was likely going to last a long time. Making it to the next stage and getting full control over this body would require a surge of energy, like what I got from drinking the elixirs. It was again time to send for the physician, but I was in for serious disappointment. The doc had left Abville. By coincidence, he had traveled to the capital to buy more elixirs. Because after the city folk learned about the new Shadow Patrol roles, demand for energy potions shot up instantly, bringing prices up in step. Essentially, that option was out the window for now. But I had a plan B. All the time I wasn't meditating, I spent studying the magic inks, the very ones Max had got to pen his idiotic verses. I was perfectly aware that I was in a world that lived and existed by its own rules, or, to be more accurate, magical laws, and one wrong intervention in the system, which had taken centuries to form, could be a huge risk. But I was also aware that I would have to go against the grain to achieve anything like impressive results. I decided to run my first experiment at night after Bertrand went to sleep. And when I heard his measured snoring from the other room, I started putting my plan into action. Holding the inkwell in my hand, I was transfixed by the glow of the brown energy it contained. Measured, leisurely, comprehensive, it was quite different from the glow produced by the crimson energy. To make an analogy, this was like stone and the other fire. That was most likely where the burning sensation in my body came from after taking the healing elixir. That gave me a question. If the fiery crimson energy sped up the regeneration of the channels, what would be the function of the brown energy? I had once run several experiments with the paper Max had written his poems on using these inks, and determined that it was hard to rip, fairly water-resistant, and difficult to set on fire. While interacting with the paper, I was watching closely in true vision, and concluded that the brown magic in the ink was for reinforcing. A curious effect. All that remained was to figure out how it would help my recovery. No, I was not about to drink the ink. I had a different idea, and it essentially consisted of, when I drank Monsieur Robert's healing potion, I had noticed something curious. Most likely, the alchemist who made the medicine was aware that it was most likely going to be used by common people whose bodies could not assimilate the hollowstone energy on their own. And so a special component was added to the magic dust to help distribute the magic energy throughout the sick person's body. As for me, essentially, I never needed to drink the liquid containing tiny flecks of hollowstone dust. My energy channels could separate and absorb the energy on their own. The one condition was having physical contact with the substance. Need I even mention how much my hands started to itch when I made that discovery? First thing I did was pour some of the ink into the file that once contained the healing elixir. I did that for ease of use. The file came with a little dropper. So shall we get started? I muttered to myself and turning the file over, gave it a slight shake. The first droplet of ink that fell onto the pad of my pointer finger looked like a little black bead with a measured dark glow emanating from inside. At first, nothing happened until I started absorbing it. The thin energy channels in my pointer finger reached out to the brown glow of the droplet. Touching it made me feel strange. It was like my body was suddenly covered in something cool and damp. Meanwhile, I could clearly smell the familiar moist aroma of freshly dug earth. The flood didn't last long. A short minute later, the tiny brown dab flowed into my energy system. Unlike the crimson energy, this one just didn't want to dissolve. I had to do a bit of fussing to get it in. The strain of it even made my temples ache slightly. When I somewhat came to my senses and again looked at my right hand, which was the section of my energy system that absorbed the brown mass, I couldn't believe my eyes. My energy channels had gone slightly dark and grown much stronger. Curious, I whispered, staring captivated and comparing my two hands. Very curious. I've never seen anything like this before. So the crimson mana changes the energy system's regeneration speed, and the brown reinforces. I clenched and unclenched my hands several times and smiled in satisfaction. My right hand fingers were no longer shivering. They were now just as wooden as before. I turned to look at the magic liquid and snorted. Max, without suspecting it, had done me a favor by buying that expensive ink. It was just a shame the moron already used more than half of it. Could other gifted people here perform these same tricks? There were many possibilities, but the first thing that came to mind was that either they were so powerful they could afford to spend precious energy to create ink, or I had just done something unusual for this world. In one way or another, I wasn't going to tell anyone what happened just in case. For starters, I needed to figure out what the mages in this world were capable of, but for now. I took out the file again and dropped some more ink onto the pad of my left pointer finger. Let's keep going. The next morning, I awoke to the already familiar melody of a flute coming from somewhere outside. Not opening an eye, I stretched my whole body out, trying to touch my feet to the foot of the bed like when I was a child. The wood was cold to the touch, so I quickly tucked my feet back under the comforter. Meanwhile, I thought distantly that either the mystery flautist had decided to hold their daily concert earlier today, or I had woken up very late. After opening my eyes and looking out the window, I realized I had indeed slept in, but I had a good excuse. I was busy almost the whole night absorbing brown energy from the ink. I should note that it was no simple task. Every drop I absorbed made my headache worse until I eventually also felt nauseous and weak. But at the same time, my energy system was like an engine in overdrive, constantly greedily swallowing up more fuel. At the 20th drop, I decided it was time to stop, reasonably judging that it was not a good idea to put too much strain on my body just yet. Beyond that, I had already reinforced all the bad sections of my energy system, using just a quarter of the inkwell's contents. I snorted. I wondered what Vedoma would have said if she could have seen what I just used to reinforce my energy system. Thinking back on the old gypsy woman who had raised me like a mother, I breathed a heavy sigh. What world was she in now? Without realizing it, I started moving my feet in time with the music coming from the half-open window. Today, the mystery flautist was clearly in a good mood. Normally, all their melodies were sad but very pretty. They had been a big aid in my meditation over the last few days. Monsieur, Bertrand's excited exclamation made me shiver. Monsieur, I opened my eyes and turned my head to face the front door. What happened, old fellow? You can't possibly be saying that His Majesty has taken pity on me and returned all the inheritance taken by my uncle. If so, order a carriage harnessed up. We must make for the capital at once. The old man looked slightly taken aback, but already used to my jokes, quickly got himself together and nodded at my bed. Your feet, monsieur, he babbled out in elation with tears in his eyes. I quickly sat up on an elbow and threw back the comforter. With a smile on my face, I moved my toes and said, well, old fellow, how do you like this? What do you say we go for a walk? The walk from the edge of my bed to the desk and back took me several long minutes, but all the while I was wincing in pain, sweating like I was carrying an unbearable weight, and stopping once per second to catch my breath. As a matter of fact, if I hadn't pumped enough of the brown energy into my energy channels at night, there would surely have been ruptures. When I got back in bed after my walk and glanced at my body using true vision, I was horrified. My entire energy system was lit up like a Christmas tree. My reservoir was already long dry, while the channels and nodes kept demanding more mana like insatiable monsters. Squeezing the inkwell secretively in my hand, I sighed I had another sleepless night ahead of me, but I was only glad. The progress was evident. Monsieur, this is a true miracle, Bertrand whispered enthusiastically, carefully tucking in my comforter. This is the first time I've seen anyone recover so quickly. It's like a master healer has been working on your body for a whole week. A week, I asked in surprise. Sounds like a long time, from how you described them. The old man snorted. Is a week really all that long? I was understating for effect. In fact, normal recovery would take longer than that. I'm reminded of when your late grandmother fell down the stairs. A capital city healer spent a whole month taking care of her, and that was a magister, and you say a week is a long time. Curious, I came thoughtfully. So these mages were far from the superhumans I first took them for. A cautious knock at the door interrupted our conversation. Look what the cat dragged in. Bertrand grumbled and went over to open the door. That flibberty-gibbet has come prancing by again. She sure is a frequent visitor, but I can see why. The way she's always looking at you, monsieur, like I don't see it. And she keeps telling everyone she has a fiancé, pa. Not paying much attention to Bertrand's complaining, I took a sniff. No, it wasn't Trixie. This visitor smelled of ink, paper, and tobacco. But Bertrand was right about the maid. For the last few days, I had also been catching her staring. Beyond that, during my baths, Trixie was now shampooing my head longer and rubbing my back and shoulders with the washcloth more thoroughly. And all of it was clearly her own free will rather than Madame Richard's pressure. Every time our eyes met, Trixie's face went beet red, her chest started heaving, and a strange fire lit up her big blue eyes. I was sure that if Max were in my place right now and he made a move on her, things would work out in his favor. But I never gave her a reason. In fact, I tried to keep my relationship with Trixie strictly business. She was quite good at handling her maid duties and my little jobs. Beyond that, she had already started slowly gaining perspective on my interests, because the information she was digging up for me was getting better every day. I started to think I could make a truly good assistant out of her one day. She clearly had potential. And now this, oh well, I could handle it if things ever really veered off course. The fact that Trixie's unexpected interest in me might become a problem was undebatable. Either that or I knew nothing about relationships with engaged women. Bertrand, meanwhile, finally made it to the door and after a brief exchange with our visitor, came back into my room. It is Monsieur Moreau, the old man reported, the attorney I told you about. He arrived in Abbeville last night and when he heard you wanted to see him, decided to come pay you a visit. Send him in, I nodded, adjusting the comforter on my knees and brushing off the non-existent crumbs. A few seconds later, a short, thin man of 50 years appeared in the doorway, and he brought with him a suffocating cloud of tobacco smell. The yellow hue of his face and teeth with brown overtones, bloodshot eyes as if from lack of sleep, and sparse hair, he had every sign of being an inveterate smoker. And there on his belt was a pipe. Before saying anything, my guest coughed loudly and wiped away tears with a kerchief. Please forgive me for the discomfort, Monsieur Renard, he apologized. I must have caught a chill while traveling. Yeah, sure, cut the smoking, man. But out loud I said, as soon as the attorney landed in the chair, he took the pipe off his belt and set it in his mouth. Don't worry, he warned. I am not planning to fill the place with smoke. It's just a habit. I hope it won't be a bother. Not at all, I nodded. He nodded at the bandage on my head, which I was still wearing only so those around me wouldn't how quickly I was healing. But it wasn't great camouflage. Both Trixie and Bertrand were aware that my head wound had healed over several days ago. And if Trixie knew, that meant Madame Richard knew. If you're suggesting that I should draw up a will, I do not intend to die just yet, I said with a smile. I wanted to meet you for another reason. You have my full attention. The attorney's face didn't express a thing. Before I continue, I'd like my servant to be present for the conversation, because essentially, this matter concerns him directly. As you like, Monsieur Moreau's dispassionate expression changed to one of slight surprise. Bertrand, I summoned the servant. Come over here, I need your help, and bring me my box if you'd be so kind. A minute later, Bertrand extended me the box of documents and was about to leave, but I stopped him. Wait up, old fellow, I said and slapped the bed next to me. Take a seat. The old man looked puzzled, first at me, then at the attorney, and did as he was told. Once seated on the edge of the bed, he observed quietly, but what unfolded clearly surprised him. Meanwhile, I took 2 pieces of parchment paper from the box written in magic ink and handed them to the attorney. Take a look at these, Monsieur Moreau. He took them, read them quickly, and rendered a verdict. The first document confirms your identity, and the second entitles you to lordship over the serf Bertrand Fournier, present here. Both documents are authentic. But I can't figure out what you're intending to do with them. Basically, I would like to get rid of the second document, I said calmly. For a moment, a crypt-like silence fell over the room. Moreau was first to speak. Am I understanding you correctly? He asked in surprise. You wish to grant your serf his freedom. I glanced up at Bertrand, who was keeping a close eye on me. I was expecting to see all sorts of things on his face: joy, happiness, surprise, anything but fear and despair. And seemingly offense, old man Bertrand now looked like a tiny baby whose parents were about to give him up forever to an orphanage. Tears came streaming down his face. Yes, you understand correctly, I replied. You don't need me anymore, monsieur. The old man blubbered. You're getting rid of me. Then it finally hit me. Oh gods, I exclaimed and gave the poor man a gentle hug around the shoulders, making him shudder. How could you think such a thing? I just wanted to give you the freedom to make your own choices. Don't get me wrong, I just can't live at peace knowing I am keeping you in bondage. The old man's shoulders heaved with sobbing. I stroked his gray head and kept reassuring him, have you really never wanted to go back to your family, to your brothers and sisters, to see your nephews? Now you can do that. You will be free. The old man backed away and looked up at me with eyes full of despair. Since the day my father sold me to your grandfather's father, I haven't heard a word about my brothers or their children. Monsieur, it's been so long that you are my family, and before you were born, your poor mother was my family, and before she was born, it was your grandfather. I don't know how to go on without you. Don't get rid of me. I'm old, but I will strive to carry out your orders better than ever. I again hugged him and shook my head. What a conundrum. I was not expecting this reaction. Old fellow, I whispered, nobody is getting rid of you. I wasn't even considering it. If you want to stay by my side, then stay. I'll only be happy, but stay as a free man. You see, I backed away from the weeping Bertrand and took him by the shoulders. Don't you worry about another thing, my friend. All right, he nodded insecurely. And now allow me to finish what I've started and let the esteemed Monsieur Moreau be on his way. He must be swamped. I glanced at the attorney. All that time, he just kept looking puzzled at the two of us. He even took the pipe out of his mouth. I also got the feeling he felt slightly touched by the scene. It had been 5 days since Bertrand obtained his freedom. I couldn't say my relationship with him had changed in any way. He was still trying doggedly to serve me, while I in my turn was still playing his master, but with new conditions now I was paying Bertrand a monthly wage like a regular servant, and Bertrand himself defined the arrangement that way. He did not intend to become a sponger, and the master-servant relationship was just fine by him. As a matter of fact, if I ever tried to do any housework to lighten Bertrand's load, his indignation was so fierce that it was easiest to just give in and leave well enough alone. I set Bertrand's yearly salary at 6 crowns with clothing, food, and housing at my expense. By local standards, those were more than satisfactory conditions. Trixie, for example, would have had to labor away a whole 5 years for Madame Richard to earn that much, disregarding her little side hustles, of course. Bertrand, by the way, did not hesitate to tell me exactly what he thought about my extravagance and did everything in his power to lower his earnings, but I was unwavering. For one thing, I had essentially been living on his dime for the last few months, not to mention his purchase of the outrageously priced potion. But oh well, I'd be sure to pay the old man back for everything he'd spent. Honestly, though, I was not sure he'd accept the money. Over the last few days, I had come a long way with reinforcing my energy system. All the important channels and nodes had become more stable. Now I could gradually start performing physical exercises without risking ruptures. The brown hollowstone magic I decided not to abuse. I was using 5 drops every day. The unruly energy was still very hard for my body to incorporate. It always brought along headaches and nausea, but it was nothing compared to the results. By the middle of the 3rd week of my stay in this world, I started performing basic physical exercises. My daily squats, stretches, push-ups, and sit-ups left Bertrand in shock. The old man found it very odd watching what he called my self-torture. Furthermore, as it turned out, such behavior was frowned upon for young nobles. Basically, the old Max never would have jumped out into the cold shirtless like I did every day to pour ice-cold water on myself from a bucket in the yard of our annex. By the end of week 4, I was finding my new body quite tolerable. I was gradually transforming from a flabby, pampered little noble into a lean, powerful man, which made me unspeakably happy. Despite the fact it was causing me no pain, Bertrand was constantly rushing off to fetch a doctor to finally talk some sense into me. I just laughed him off and kept stubbornly pressing forward with my exercise routine. Our annex's internal courtyard I turned into a workout area, clearing the snow and rubbish. I started with basic stretches and ended with the first-degree kata Mamoru Yamada taught me as a child. I wasn't doing any difficult power katas requiring energy, yet so I wouldn't overload my energy junctures. But I did have to train this body to use weapons ASAP. I had several duels on the horizon, but because my sword and armor had been won by Vincent de Lamar in accordance with the dueling code, I had to look for a replacement. I got started using a simple light Bakken because, thankfully, in my past life I had a wealth of practice with that sort of thing. I dug around in the pile of lumber for a bit while Jacques looked on with an attentive, sullen gaze before finding myself a suitable stick, and after a bit of whittling, got started with training. Jacques, who had been watching my slow katas all that time, even laughed at first. My new body was just painfully clumsy, but my pace grew with every day, and along with it, the veteran's opinion of my nobleman's diversion. It was particularly nice to see a stunned look on his face when, by the end of week 5, I completed a short kata using energy from my reservoir. At the end of the sword dance, the Bakken was humming with strain and easily broke the handle of a shovel. Honestly, I did have to invest all the energy in my reservoir into the blow, which brought along nasty consequences. My energy channels got rattled and nearly ruptured. The sharp pain almost made me faint, while my Bakken's blade blew apart into tiny splinters. Kneeling and breathing heavily, I watched distantly as red drops of blood dripped down from my nose onto the white snow. Raising my head, I met eyes with Jacques. The face of the always unimpressed veteran was pale, a look of fear frozen in his eyes. The big man leaned his back up against the barn wall, trying not to move a muscle. After wiping my face with snow, I slowly stood up and walked over to Madame Richard's porter, which made him push himself into the wall even harder. "What are you so afraid of, old fellow? After all, until today my exercises only seemed to amuse you." My calm tone of voice only put Jacques more on guard. "Forgive me, monsieur," he bowed. "I didn't know you." He hesitated for a moment. "That I what?" I asked, stepping even closer. "Ahem," Jacques cleared his throat. "That you were a striker." That made me laugh, which only made Jacques turn paler. What exactly were these strikers if even someone like Jacques, a veteran of many battles, was so damn scared? "What makes you say that, old fellow?" "I saw a flash of light at the moment of impact," he replied. "You sure you didn't imagine it?" "No," he shook his head and replied more confidently. "I've seen all kinds of things during my time in the service, including striker attacks." I sighed wistfully. Jacques had no more to say. It was obvious he had already snapped out of it. "How about this?" I broke the silence. "I'd really like you to forget everything you saw today. Can you do that for me?" I switched to true vision and looked at the veteran's body. There was a dark spot next to his heart. Must have been an old battle wound. Astonishing he was still alive. It looked like the work of healers or highly effective potions. It would only take one energy blow to that dark spot to kill him. As a matter of fact, no one would have even suspected a thing. It would have just looked like an old wound flaring up and causing cardiac arrest. But I didn't want to start my new life by killing an innocent man just to hide the truth about myself. Furthermore, it wasn't even such a terrible truth. Bertrand had told me that it was nothing extraordinary for adults to suddenly find the magical gift had awoken within them. At any rate, sooner or later, I would have to make my big debut. I just didn't want it to be so early. Jacques, having read something from my face, rasped back, "Got it, monsieur. As a matter of fact, I have a very short memory. I've already forgot everything." I smiled and slapped him on the shoulder. "Great. By the way, I want to see you here tomorrow, same time. I need a sparring partner. I hope your short memory doesn't apply to weapon skills as well." I went back to my room after the conversation with Jacques. I had to ball up all my willpower into a fist to save myself the embarrassment of falling unconscious right in the middle of the training area. The strain again made my nose bleed, but I kept stubbornly pushing forward. Slowly walking toward the front door of my annex, I could sense Jacques staring at the back of my head. One could never show weakness around people like him. Even though Jacques had left the service several years ago, it didn't mean he stopped being the person he truly was on the inside, a cold-blooded hothead who had fought in many battles. And as for my slip-up today, well, there wasn't much I could do. I was never really planning on going that far. It all happened on accident. As a matter of fact, I wasn't expecting to be able to pull off the energy strike. I just got carried away with the kata, and it happened automatically. As a result, I practically tore several channels, but I was glad I pulled it off, even despite the risk of damaging my whole energy system and having to repair it all over again. When I made it to my room, something clicked in my head and darkness came over me. As I fell down in bed, I could just barely hear Bertrand give a frightened outburst. I came back to my senses all at once. I looked around and breathed a heavy sigh. Nighttime already. I was lying in bed, covered tenderly with the comforter. Bertrand made a good effort, and there was the man himself, settled in on the floor by my bed. I shook my head contritely. The last thing I needed was to exhaust the old man. My stunts had already tested his patience a great deal over the last month. But thinking back on the man he'd spent the last 20 years serving, he was certainly a tough customer. Carefully, trying not to awaken my caretaker, I got out of bed and quickly darted into the outhouse. The dry night chill instantly invigorated me and cleared my thoughts. Once back inside, breathing quietly, I listened to the darkness. When I heard Bertrand's measured snoring, I nodded in satisfaction. My teeth shivering from the cold, I climbed back into bed, which was still warm from my body heat. "Good," I whispered and pulled the comforter over my head. While I warmed up, I thought tensely over my next steps. I thought the time had come. The last day proved that my body was ready for another surge. My goal was to reinforce my reservoir even further. That was exactly why I'd been saving the ink and preparing my energy system. I had just under half of the magic ink left, and I had decided to absorb all the energy from it in one go. There was a definite risk, but it was the only way to get all the energy I needed. Otherwise, my progress would grind to a halt. Switching to magic vision, I gave all my energy channels a thorough examination and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, not a single rupture. The only weak link is the reservoir. Time to fix that. I was aware that nothing too dramatic was going to happen. I didn't have enough resources for that, but I was hoping that this was just the beginning. I prayed my underdeveloped reservoir wouldn't burst like a soap bubble while performing the basic energy procedures. Taking the inkwell out from under my pillow, I carefully uncorked it. "Let's do this," I muttered and dipped my right pointer finger into the ink. I needed a few minutes to first concentrate, then relax. My energy channels reached out for the glimmering substance out of habit. The massive brown mana, as if sensing something was off, started flickering faster than normal. Connection established, I whispered when the absorption process had begun. At first, nothing in particular happened. The brown mana slowly but surely pumped itself into my energy structure, forming into a small glowing mass. I didn't even get a headache, just felt an insignificant pressure in my temples. 1 second, another, and the ink turned into regular ink. I drained all the energy from the dark liquid and carefully directed it into my reservoir. And right when I thought it was all going to go painlessly, the brown mana decided to put its unruly, stubborn character on full display. But it was too late. My reservoir, like a starving beast, threw itself on the generous offering. The fusion process went along with a sharp flash of energy that left me blind, and as I lost consciousness, I smelled the familiar aroma of freshly dug earth. I came to my senses instantly, as if I'd never passed out at all, and the first thing I realized was that I was drowning, and how could I not have? I opened my eyes and choked on water with my first breath. Moment 2. Based on the big mitts holding my head underwater, I was not simply drowning, I was being drowned. For a fraction of a second, I considered whether all the events of the previous month were just a dream, like someone was playing a mean trick on me. If so, they would regret that. Dodger always returned such favors. All these disjointed thoughts came flooding into my head in a haphazard fashion in the space of a second. At the last moment, I clenched my teeth and grasped onto the edge of the basin someone's strong hands were forcefully dunking me into, and abruptly pulled myself deeper in. The trick worked. The hand slipped off my neck, scratching the skin on the back of my neck painfully, but giving me the chance to quickly come up for air. While I coughed up water mixed with some sort of brownish-green slime, I had time to distantly consider that the still unknown man holding me down, to his great misfortune, hadn't even thought to tie up my hands and feet. And that was a very big mistake. You really are a tough nut. The man's voice sputtered out furiously to my right. It seemed to be the very same person drowning me with his big hands. By the way, where exactly was he trying to drown me? I looked around hazily at the location, and much to my own surprise, breathed a sigh of relief. It was the familiar internal courtyard I had been using as a workout area. The place where I was getting my involuntary bath was right under the eastern gutter outlet. The bulbous old barrel, covered in a thin layer of ice and wrapped in metal bands. That was where this man was trying to drown me. I saw it all in a flash, mechanically noting what I could use to deflect the attack. I came to my senses once and for all, and realized I was still in the same world. 3 bodies were blocking my exit from the courtyard. The first, the fan of dunking people's heads into water barrels, was a broad-shouldered bruiser of medium height. After the surprise bath, his upper body was completely soaked. He was furiously sputtering curses and wiping his unshaven face. The rays of the winter sun glinted in his bald, shimmering scalp. The second man was the polar opposite of the first. Short, thin, with a glorious head of curly hair. And well, the third was a taciturn giant whose ugly mug didn't betray the slightest signs of intelligence. The trio seemed to have just stepped off the set of a pirate movie. The sheer variety of their unusual clothing was dazzling to the eye. Listen, Crab, the pipsqueak chuckled. See, I was right. The servant assured us this scoundrel was at death's door, but just look at how feisty he is. That's what an ice water bath can do. What do you think? Should I open a business? I could put folks back on their feet, earn myself some dough, better than any old healer, and most importantly, it'd be on the cheap. Shut it, Beetle. The bald man barked out and took a step in my direction. I'm going to strangle him this instant, the dog. Not so fast, Curly, I rasped back, habitually accumulating energy in my reservoir. A sudden thought flew into my brain and practically made me miss Crab's attack. I pulled it off. My reservoir had changed. It wasn't any bigger, but it was much more resilient, and along with it, my entire energy system. Its glow had become more saturated. I was aware that it was just one little step on a long path, but at the very least now I didn't have to fear pushing my body too far with more difficult energy exercises. Meanwhile, as Beetle giggled with delight, the bald crab, covered in red hives of rage, came charging at me like a bull at a bullfighter. Curly. The little one laughed. I can't. Haha, that's your name from now on, Curly. Haha. A moment later, Beetle was no longer in such a raucous mood. Because the bald crab had been plunked down onto the ground with his eyes rolled back. I didn't kill him, just ducked under his big mitt and gave him a little push to the back of the head. The human body had a great number of points one could exploit to surprise an opponent, and this one took minimal energy expenditure. This time I used only a tiny droplet. I decided to avoid killing anyone for the time being. Still, as a nobleman, I would have been within my rights to kill him. I would have been free to hack this whole trio to bits, and nobody would have been able to say a word about it. And these morons could be in very hot water for attacking a nephew of the Count de Gramont. Max, I see you've forgotten your manners, Beetle squeaked, his eyes bulging. And here I wanted to avoid bodily harm. But now. You asked for it. Block, the giant, who had been dispassionately observing up until then, came to life and walked my direction with his arms and weighty hands spread wide. He was slow, too slow, but obviously very strong. In any case, I had no desire to test the strength of his embrace. Block missed my jump to the side. He was seemingly not expecting that sort of thing out of me. The trio must have known Max well. My lookalike was not capable of such feats. Block also must not have known how to play ball. Otherwise, my sharp burst to the left, followed by the classic foot wind-up, would have told him to cover that most precious area of a man's body. As expected, the giant missed my kick. I didn't hit him hard. I felt bad for the moron. He was clearly no rocket scientist. He did as instructed and kept his mouth shut, but he also fainted from the pain, and all the better. Honestly, when he woke up, he wouldn't be walking normally for a while. Better that than lying in the snow with a broken Adam's apple. In the end, before even 1 minute had passed, the overly chatty Beetle's 2 fighters were drooling on the ground. Now it's your turn, Chatterbox, I said, rubbing my hands together as I came his way. Max, Beetle squeaked out in fear. What's the big idea? Well, for starters, I want to break your stupid face, I responded darkly, then dip you into the healing ice water to help you recover quickly. It'll be a great chance to test your method. You are aware, after all, whose interests I represent. He tried to bring me to reason. I snorted and spat on the ground. Max, you bastard. Who do you owe money to now? But out loud, I added a chill to my voice and said, were I the man who sent you, you'd already be out of a job. That got to him. Oh, how his face turned pale, but he was still in no rush to retreat. Clearly, whoever he served did not forgive mistakes easily. And that meant I also didn't want any trouble, until I could figure out what was what. Your debt won't go anywhere, Beetle said with a shivering voice. Trebolt isn't going to like this. If you think your origin will save you, you're wrong. Our boss has squashed bigger bugs than you. When we were just 5 steps apart, Beetle snatched a curved dagger from his belt and pointed it at me. So you don't want to do it the nice way? He hissed. Are you serious? I chuckled while taking another step forward. What were you planning to do here? Come closer and find out. Beetle kept hissing. I shrugged. Well, if you insist. I shot forward, but at the last minute lunged to the left. Beetle tried to stick me with the dagger, but hit only air. After a stinging blow to his wrist, the dagger flew into the snow. My second blow broke Beetle's flabby stomach muscles, making him double over and fall to his knees. And over the next few minutes, the failed debt collector expelled the contents of his stomach onto the snow. I watched the poor criminals suffering for a bit, grabbed a bucket next to the barrel, and filling it with water, dumped it out on Beetle's head. He let loose a whole explicit tirade but stopped vomiting. Listen, you were right about this water having healing properties, I laughed, turning Beetle's dagger over in my hands. As an aside, it wasn't a bad blade. I wondered how many dollars I could get for it. You're a dead man, Max, Beetle rasped out, shivering. I, though despite wearing nothing but pajama bottoms, wasn't feeling all that cold. The energy was warming my body. Beetle, how about you come to your senses and stop talking crap? I responded mockingly. If Trebolt finds out you tried to slash me up, and before that drown me, he'll tear your head off himself. You, Beetle rasped out. My debt is to Trebolt, and you are the moron who just about lost him money. My words made Beetle instantly shudder, and I saw fear in his eyes. I see you're starting to get it, I snorted. And if it's come to that, you should be thanking me. Kiss my ass, he spat. Oh no, I smiled, shaking my head. If you want that kind of thing, talk to your buddies. By the way, if you really had killed me, what would you have told your boss? Spitting out again, Beetle got up off his feet and wiping his face with his sleeve replied, nothing would have happened to you. We were only going to dunk you in the water a couple times, to bring you back to your senses. And what if I drowned? My servant probably told you I'm unwell. Or do you not know about my duel with de Lamar? I know about your duel. He waved it off and looked at me somewhat strangely. And I also know that you've been hopping around out here like a mountain goat every morning and swinging some stick. I also know about the Crimson Hollowstone dust elixir. So don't go crying to me about how sick you are. You were obviously able to get a loan somewhere. Well, given you already know everything, I nodded. Then I have even less understanding of all the mayhem you caused. My calm demeanor was clearly throwing Beetle off. He was still talking to the old Max, not realizing he had been replaced by a different person altogether who, if he wanted, could have killed all 3 of them at the very start. Oh, go to hell. Beetle had clearly run out of arguments, but he still had to say his fill. Some snot-nosed twerp had just humiliated them, tossing them around like kittens. And not all that long ago, the old Max would probably have shit his pants at the mere sight of them. Okay, say you drown me, what then? It wouldn't be the first time. Nothing new, you self-important ass. Who do you think you are? Who even cares about you, urchin? Your own uncle threw you out and now he doesn't even want to hear your name. He'd even be glad if his brother's bastard died. I smiled, which made Beetle even more surprised. By the way, speaking of urchins, I've been short on cash recently. How about you turn out your pockets, your buddies too? Don't forget your weapons. I'm feeling nice, so I'll let you keep the clown get-ups. Get started, time's ticking. Beetle first scowled, but upon noticing how easily and casually I was twirling his dagger in my fingers, spat out angrily and started looting his buddies. Yep, I drawled out in disappointment a few minutes later, seeing the meager pile of silver and copper coins Beetle had gathered for me. Not much. I see Trebolt has you on starvation rations. Or are you keeping most of your money a secret? My last question made Beetle shudder. Don't shit your pants, I reassured him. I'm not going to make any trouble, so tell your boss I'll pay back my debt soon. Does Treble stay in the same place, by the way? Yes, Beetle muttered. The yellow turtle. Great then, I nodded and listening in added, time for you to go. Wake up your buddies and scram. I hear guard whistles. I'm sure my trusty Bertrand is bringing them in to help me. Heh, you'll have to pay them for their trouble. This isn't a city, it's ruination. All right, until we meet again. I already wanted to go but stopped, and in an icy tone that made the pipsqueak tense up, said, I almost forgot. Listen, Beetle, for the future, and no offense, but if you ever get the itch to call me a bastard again, I'll have no choice but to cut out your heart and feed it to the dogs. When I walked back into my annex and the door closed behind me, I instantly tensed up. My nose detected a foreign but painfully familiar scent. The powerful aroma of pine needles mixed with sweet forest herbs made my whole inner being shudder. I wanted to run full speed toward the source of the divine aroma and fall at the knees of the person I'd spent my whole life adoring. Wait, I froze stock still. That was a fragment of Max's memory piping up. I personally was not about to fall at anyone's feet, and the person I'd spent my whole life loving had already died in another world. Just in case, I whispered a witching purification hex, reinforcing it with a slight surge of energy, and instantly felt reinvigorated. Phew, much better. How infatuated did this guy have to be that his body still started writhing just from the smell of her? Although partially it was my fault, I had started actively developing the energy nodes governing sense organs, and that was how I fell into this trap. Honestly, though, I still didn't know exactly how the lady was able to keep Max on such a short leash. It couldn't have been any kind of hex, charm, or mumbo-jumbo. I had scanned my physical shell for such standard viruses on day one. Could it all really have been so simple? He was in love. Now I'd have to be doubly on guard. I got the sense the surprises from Max's memory weren't over yet. I was even curious to catch a glimpse of the object of his affections. I'd have bet my hand the woman who'd come to visit was Vivienne Lear herself, the same woman who pledged her eternal love to Max and who had essentially caused the death of this body's former inhabitant. It had after all been over a month, and only now she thought to show up. What could it be for? Quickly glancing at the coat-rack, I grabbed Max's autumn cloak and threw it over my shoulders so I wouldn't shock her with my gaunt, naked body. Let's see, I whispered, and shaking off the water like an animal, walked from the small entryway into the main room of the residence Bertrand and I shared. And indeed, the woman responsible for my deluded state was standing inside. Well, I had to admit, Max had good taste. The lady standing opposite me had a striking appearance. I'd estimate her age to be 26 or 27. Unlike Madame Richard, my surprise guest clearly had a deft hand with makeup, was a snappy dresser, and based on her figure, was diligent about her weight. Her wavy light chestnut hair, put up in an elaborate style, glimmered faintly in the rays of the sun. Fine cheekbones, pointed chin, big slightly sloping eyes, the color of dark amber. Her face was arresting, and based on the smug smile, she knew it perfectly well. The look of the devastating beauty who, beyond all doubt, had more than just Max crazy for her in this town, was topped off by a chic dress with deep neckline, which favorably emphasized her voluptuous curves. The only area where, to my eye, she took it too far was the abundance of jewelry. She was so weighed down with expensive bijouterie, it was like she was trying to prove something. Perhaps it was an attempt to make up for the flaw of a humble origin. Over the last few weeks, Bertrand had repeated over and over like a madman that she was no match for an aristocrat like me, afraid that his master would again get carried away by the woman. On top of that, he told me a few pieces of mean gossip about the object of Max's affections. He knew all kinds of dirt, starting with her intimate relationships with highly placed civil servants and ending with having recently terminated an unwanted pregnancy. I quickly scanned my visitor out of habit and immediately found the answer to my biggest question. Despite not being gifted, she could use magic. True vision revealed a reservoir clear as day, a slight emerald glow on her neck, along with on her wrists and in her hair. With every flap of her ornate fan made from the feathers of an exotic bird, a cloud of semi-transparent green energy spread throughout the room. And there was the answer to the riddle: magic perfume. Very curious. I again breathed in through my nose, and along with the air, stole a bit of the green energy. Again, that smell of pine needles and forest flowers. It was pleasantly refreshing and made the energy circulate through my channels more quickly. It was a very subtle but unmistakable effect. My reservoir started filling up faster for a second. Striking. So the green energy was some kind of stimulant. There was just one thing I couldn't understand: why Max's body had such a violent reaction. The first explanation that came to mind was that the insignificant effect combined with Max's personal feelings for her to cause the spark of passion. In other words, the magic spirits were just an enhancer of my lookalike's feelings, nothing more. And given I didn't harbor any deep feelings of love for my visitor, and the timely incantation I'd recited, her charms had no effect on me, except perhaps that I found it pleasant to breathe in her green energy. Beyond the woman I took for Vivienne Leroy, there were two more women in the room. One was Trixie, who was standing perfectly still holding a broom in the far corner. The maid now looked like a terrified little mouse. The stunned look in her fixated eyes let me know that she and everyone else in the room had seen my little show in the backyard, or at least part of it. The second woman was standing in the middle of the room next to Vivienne and seemingly was her companion. Her dirty blonde hair, blue eyes, and sparse constellation of freckles on her nose and cheeks made her look somewhat like Trixie. But unlike my maid, her physique was more refined and, based on the dress and expensive jewelry, belonged to a more privileged social class. Ladies, I feigned embarrassment and with a respectful bow added, "You'll have to excuse my appearance, if you'd give me a couple minutes to get myself together. Ah, dear Maximilian." The one I took for Vivienne Leroy said in a sing-song voice, and meanwhile I could read slight astonishment in her eyes. The way she looked at me, it was like she was seeing me for the first time. "You have nothing to apologize for. As a matter of fact, we're the ones who came uninvited. Of course we can wait." I again gave a bow and quickly ducked into my room. Before closing the door behind me, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Trixie's dress flittering in the hallway. I chuckled. She pretended to run, even faked slamming the door shut behind her. But in fact, the little spy was hiding behind the thin wall. While I eviscerated Max's wardrobe, I could faintly make out a curious conversation between my visitors. And meanwhile, they were not speaking Vestonian, but rather the language of the Foggy Isles which, as an aside, I also knew just as well as my native language. At least I'd inherited something useful from Max other than debts and problems. I knew several languages, for instance. The kid was a polyglot. Bertrand said that was the only thing that came easily to Max. Based on the fact the women had not lowered their voices, they were unaware of Max's abilities. Trixie, by the way, had been born on the Foggy Isles, and after her father's death, had moved to the continent with her whole family. For practice, I often listened in on her conversations with her brothers and sisters when they ran over to help her. And now she had her ears perked up and was catching every word my visitors said. "Vivienne," the freckled one said with a mocking edge, "why did you let him run away? Haha, it would have been funny to see him looking stupid and barefoot. What's going on with you, Vive?" I was right, she was Vivienne. "I'm in no mood for jokes right now, Betty." Vivienne cut off her friends laughing. "Something is not right here." "What do you mean? Didn't you see how easily he took down those 3 dirtbags? How confidently he held himself with that pipsqueak? It's just too bad we couldn't hear what they were saying." "I did," Betty confirmed, "but I didn't see anything wrong. Max just got lucky. The first 2 were stiff, and frankly, they practically disarmed themselves. Max just gave them a little help. The last one, meanwhile, was a tiny little pipsqueak. Even a child could have taken him down." Vivienne tried to object. On top of that, Betty interrupted her. "You're forgetting that Max is a noble. He's been training with weaponry since childhood." "How is that possible, Betty?" Vivienne asked in surprise, and with scorn in her voice added, "This is Max Renard we're talking about. The man who had to beg Vincent not to kill him at the duel with tears in his eyes, wiping away snot." "Vive, sweetie," Betty said in a patronizing tone. "You're comparing Max Renard and those scumbags with your Vincent, Abbeville's top swordsman. Seriously." "You're right as always, Betty." Vivienne shuddered. "I must have gotten carried away. But promise me you'll keep a close eye on him. I'll only be happy if you can dispel my suspicions. You cannot deny that he has changed a lot. So thin, such a confident look. Beyond that, for some reason he's started telling people he's related to the Legrands, even though he used to despise everything connected with his mother's family. That confident look is all in your head, sweetie," Betty objected with a mocking edge. "And he's only thin because of the fever he got after being injured. And the reason he started telling people he's related to the Legrands is to get the creditors off his back, so they'll stop demanding he be put in debtor's prison. After all, both of us know what the Legrands really think of Pascal's daughter's bastard, including Pascal himself. As a matter of fact, knowing Max's stupidity, I'm quite sure that Bertrand told him to start telling people. The old man is not so simple. He spent many years at the side of the founder of the Legrand trading empire. I really want to believe you, Bet, Vivienne said with hope in her voice and added angrily, this whole story is so exhausting. I just want Vincent to finish what he started. Then I want to forget about Renard and his persistent relatives. Don't you worry, Vive, Betty reassured her. Your Vincent has already sent him a letter reminding him of their unfinished duel and gotten an answer requesting it be delayed until he recovers. Haha, today we both saw firsthand that Max is in perfect health and can answer the challenge. Excellent news, don't you find? It'll just take a bit of prodding. I can take care of that, Vivienne stated confidently. It worked the first time, it'll work again. He sure is taking a long time to get ready. I had gotten dressed a while ago and was now just eavesdropping on their curious conversation. Yep, Max was an even bigger moron than I thought, and as I suspected, the duel wasn't totally above board. My beloved relatives were somehow behind this whole story, but how exactly? Oh well, I would figure out all this mess. Okay, time to come out. Pulling down the flaps of my one formal jacket and adjusting the collar of my white shirt, both of which already looked too big on me, I stretched my feet. getting used to the uncomfortable shoes with stupid buckles, threw open the door and walked hurriedly forward. "My sweet Vivienne," I exclaimed, planting my lips on her graciously extended hand. "You'll have to forgive me for keeping you waiting. I'm still quite clumsy after the injury, and my stupid servant has disappeared somewhere." I decided to play the love-drunk fool to extinguish the spark of suspicion that had suddenly been lit in Vivienne Leroy's soul. I hoped at least distantly I was able to approximate Max. Based on the significant scornful smiles from both of the women, I was pulling it off okay. That was good. The longer they underestimated me, the better. The two schemers had just said painfully many odd things, but I couldn't resist absorbing the small spot of emerald energy from Vivienne's wrist. Unlike the brown mana, the green kind went into my energy channels and sunk in with ease. A few short minutes and I saw to my delight that the mana in my reservoir was refilling at an accelerated pace. What a wondrous world. I was starting to like it here. When I looked up, Vivienne and Betty exchanged understanding glances while still smiling. They clearly had their own explanations for the emotions on my face. "My dear Maximilian, there's no need to apologize for what's right," Vivienne cooed, fanning my face vigorously without even suspecting that the magic on her right arm was no longer effective. "I'm so pleased to see you in good health. I'm told Monsieur Robert saved your life by giving you his last crimson elixir." Just then, a shade of unhappiness flickered in Vivienne's dark amber eyes. That snake wasn't going to forgive the doc for his oversight anytime soon. She clearly wanted to see me dead in the grave. "That's right," I nodded. "Now I owe him." Chevalier Betty entered the conversation. She spoke Vestonian with a slight, barely noticeable accent. "You don't know the whole truth. In fact, it was Vivienne that convinced the esteemed physician to give you that elixir." What shameless liars. They were incorrigible. I was particularly impressed by her use of the word give. They clearly took Max for a complete idiot. You want to play games with Dodger. "All right, game on." I turned to look at Vivienne's friend and feigned surprise to the best of my ability. "Oh, my dear Maximilian," Vivienne thought better. "Forgive me for the oversight. We were told your memory suffered after the injury. Do you remember Betty?" "Madame," I responded and fell at the freckled woman's hand. "You are correct, my memory is still coming back to me and I have to relearn a lot of things. But how could I forget your best friend? Good day, Betty." "You are looking captivating as always." After saying that, I met eyes with Betty. The dark pupils of her blue eyes widened slightly. The corners of her lips raised with scorn. She seemed to enjoy playing the stupid Max Renard for a fool. Well, let her keep thinking that was what she was doing. Then I turned to Vivienne. Oh, how much love my eyes contained. "My sweet Vivienne." I breathed out shakily and got down on one knee. "You are my saving grace. I owe you an eternal debt. My soul, heart, and body belong only to you." All that time, I was keeping the corner of my eye trained on Betty, who, biting her lip in satisfaction, gave a triumphant smile. The sapphire blue of her eyes took on a gray hue, and her thin pedigreed cheekbones turned rosy. "Which of these two would be happier to see me dead?" "Chevalier," Betty said to me with a nearly triumphant air. "Your lady love requires your assistance. The villain Vincent de Lamar took advantage of your unconscious state after the injury and has been pursuing Vivienne like a dog. And because that cretin is Abbeville's top swordsman, no one dares challenge him. We call upon you to intervene. You were the only man not afraid to fight him last time." Vivienne then made herself out like an innocent victim during her friend's speech, giving bitter sighs the whole time. When Betty was finished, Vivienne was about to say something to me, but before she could, the front door of the room flew open thunderously, and a second later, city guardsmen started streaming into the room, clanging iron and panting. At the head of the warband was Bertrand, all red in the face. "Monsieur, I have brought assistance," he spouted out, looking at me puzzled. I then, meanwhile, paying no attention to the crowd or Bertrand's words, quickly got up off my knee. Walking right up close to Vivienne and looking her directly in the eyes, I said quietly, "If you want it so bad, so be it. I will kill Vincent de Lamar." I must have overdone it a bit. A shadow of fear ran across Vivienne's face. "It's time for us to be going," Betty said with a respectful smile, and grabbing the slightly baffled Vivienne by the elbow, pulled her out the door. Seeing the women out like a fool in love, I showered them with assurances and promises that I would do away with the devil incarnate de Lamar. While Betty smiled with satisfaction and kept trying to egg me on, Vivienne Leary, on the contrary, looked gloomier with every word I said. I truly must have overdone it. Oh well, hopefully Betty could again convince her that Max Renard wouldn't stand a chance against Abbeville's top swordsman. And speaking of that, it was time to get myself a weapon. News of my recovery was sure to spread like wildfire through Abbeville. As an aside, that was the very reason I had been avoiding outings in the city for the last 2 weeks, even though I really wanted to get to know this new world better. The dark annex had seeped into my very bones. If I had to start a new life in a new world, I preferred being surrounded by lots of comfort. When I got back into my room, I noticed that Trixie was gone. The little spy had taken advantage of the commotion and vanished, and that meant Madame Richard would know the contents of my conversation with my visitors within the hour. Ideally, I wanted to give Trixie a warning about what happened to people who couldn't keep their mouths shut. Meanwhile, I was no threat to her in that situation. But Vivienne Leary and her friends Betty and Vincent de Lamar were clearly engaged in a criminal conspiracy with the aim of ending the life of the chevalier called Max Renard. And considering the fact a relative of mine was tangled up in the story, well, basically, none of them were too keen on witnesses. I wanted to know who in my family wanted to get rid of me, but anyway, I would have time to figure that out. Right now, though, gentlemen, I asked as I stepped through the doorway where the guardsmen and Bertrand were waiting. Who do I have the honor of meeting? The keepers of law and order were two. The first was a thin, short man with a gray streak on his temples and a short beard. Based on the coat of arms on his cuirass, he was an officer. The second was a red-headed giant with a square jaw and small, closely set eyes, his subordinate. Jerome Tunnera, the officer, introduced himself with a slight bow. Sergeant of the second cohort. And this is Henry Morrill, my second in command. Your servant told us a band of criminals tried to murder you, but he must have been mistaken. As far as I am aware, neither Mademoiselle Leary, the lead actress of our theater, nor Miss Gilbert, daughter of the head of the Gilbert Trading House, are criminals. Notes of clear annoyance slipped through in the sergeant's voice, clearly due to the fact he was angry to have been dragged out to this shithole. Come now, Sergeant. I'd like to see your face if you could have heard what those two sweet ladies were saying just a half an hour ago. The red-headed giant, who hadn't taken his mocking gaze off me the entire time, bared his teeth after I said that. His sergeant was more restrained, but overall reacted approximately the same way. Where did it happen? Asked Jerome Tunnera. In the backyard. I nodded toward the back door. My boys didn't find anyone there. Well, the criminals must have fled by the time you arrived, I shrugged. Do you know their names? The sergeant asked. I slipped $5 into the suddenly sprightlier Jerome Tunnera's hand. His assistant's red eyebrows shot up into his forehead while his little eyes glimmered with greed. From somewhere behind the guardsmen, I heard Bertrand sniffling, upset. And I knew why I overpaid for the false alarm, but I had other things in mind. I wanted to establish good relations with local law enforcement. Yes, but only if I can afford you. Otherwise, you won't lift a finger. But out loud, of course, I said nothing, just nodded back. With your permission, we'll be going, said the sergeant, turning toward the door. Things have been uneasy in the city for the past week. How so? I asked. Mercenaries have started coming to Abbeville. They found out about the new Shadow Patrol muster rolls. Walking down the street after nightfall is best avoided. One could run into all sorts of rabble. There have been several dozen duels over the last 2 days, Henry Morrill boomed out in his deep bass. The earth beneath the city stadium is red with blood. Several city dwellers have gotten rich betting on the soldiers. Curious, I stroked my chin. And who is taking the bets? Why, as always, the office of Paul Lepetit, the red-headed giant, shrugged. Curious, I repeated again. Well, I wouldn't presume to keep you any longer. When the guards had gone, I had to listen to Bertrand for a few minutes and reassure him. The poor man had experienced a lot of stress over the last few days. First of all, as it turned out, after my experiments with the brown energy, I spent 3 days unconscious, and today I even had a run-in with Trebolt's cutthroats, who dragged my sleeping body into the backyard. Bertrand put up as much resistance as he could but was outmuscled, which was why he hurried for the guards. Jack, by the way, had also seen me being hauled off naked to the barrel, but opted to stay on the sidelines even though Bertrand called him to help. Of course, I didn't blame Jack. Who was I to him? What reason did he have to risk his life for some nobleman who was to blame for all his own problems? But still, it left a bad taste in my mouth. Somehow, I felt a sudden urge to give him a talking to. Little Trixie, on the other hand, had proven herself in a positive way. She tried bravely to stop the ugly bastards. She even earned herself a box to the ear from Crab, for which I owed the bald man a punch to the face. Monsieur, how did you really manage to get free, though? Bertrand asked after he finally settled down. I chuckled. You heard my story, or don't you believe me? My question embarrassed the old man. He looked down and burbled out quietly. There were 3 of them, monsieur, true cutthroats. I understand if you had to. Had to what? I kept smiling. Beg for mercy, plead for them to postpone my repayment. Run away. The old me probably would have done just that. And rightly so, the old man supported me and started caringly wiping dirt off my coat. There's no shame in retreating in the face of overwhelming odds. You are alive, and that's what matters. You did exactly right. I sighed and shook my head. Bertrand had known Max since childhood. He had a hard time believing my lookalike was capable of such things. And thinking back on the things Vivienne Leary and Betty Gilbert had said about him, like that Max had even cried while begging Vincent de Lamar for his life. I figured if Bertrand could have seen me laying out Trebolt's enforcers on the snow with his own eyes, he still would have had a hard time believing it. But strange as it may have been, the black mark of a traitor being on my lookalike's reputation was playing into my hand. It would make it easier to enact my scheme. Listen, old fellow, I decided to get to action. I need the dual reminder letters. Bertrand shuddered and opened his mouth to speak, but I got ahead of him. Beyond that, I have prepared all my books there on the bed. They'll need to be sold. I am in no position to be reading useless novels and poems. Furthermore, prepare me some clothes for an outing into town. Just pick something nice and warm. Monsieur, the old man muttered, but you do not have decent winter clothing. When we came here, it was warm, so you ordered your entire winter wardrobe sold. I snorted. Then ask Madame Richard if she has anything decent for me to wear. Just outerwear will do. A winter cloak, for example. The old man nodded and asked, are you planning on paying a visit to someone? I have to know what clothing to pick out. No, I shook my head. Today I would like to reacquaint myself with Abbeville and take care of a few urgent pieces of business. To make it everywhere I want to go, we'll need a driver. I believe Madame Richard has a buggy. Arrange with her for us to use it. And hurry up, my friend. I want to do as much as possible before it gets dark. Bertrand got started without saying another word. When needed, he very quickly put his nose to the grindstone and, despite his age, did everything quickly and precisely. A consummate professional. First, I was given the 3 letters from my future rivals. The one from Vincent de Lamar I immediately set aside. It wasn't yet time for a duel with him. I was saving him for last. The other 2 notes were from a Viscount de England and Chevalier de Nevers. The former had been insulted by Max at a ball, and the latter was burning with righteous fury to slay his wife's lover. Surprising. Apparently my lookalike was able to catch the fancy of at least one lady in this town. But hey, why not? Thais was always teasing me, saying I had a cute little baby face, and she was partially right. In the past, particularly as a child, my inoffensive appearance made people take me for a weakling. Even when I became a man, people never stopped underestimating me, much less Max, who had an even prettier face, particularly now that I'd dropped the excess weight and started looking younger. Every time I washed up, I saw the gaze of a young man who I never would have taken for more than 18 reflected back in the piece of polished copper hanging over the basin, like a consumptive frat boy with a pale face and bags under his eyes. I was even curious how Vivienne Leroy could have seen a glimmer of confidence on this face as she claimed. The buggy will be ready in half an hour, Bertrand announced when he returned. How much is it going to cost us? I asked, not looking up from the letters. Not a thing, Bertrand responded uneasily. Madame said it's included in the rent. I raised my head. Is it really? No, Bertrand shook his head. Let me guess, I smiled. Our driver is going to be Jacques, isn't it? The old man nodded and shrugged. Madame Richard gets more curious with every passing day, I snorted. What have you got there? This is the most appropriate clothing we could pick out, Bertrand stated uneasily, and immediately started making rushed excuses. I know a hare skin coat is not the kind of clothing you're accustomed to, and it doesn't quite rise to the level of your status, but it wasn't exactly cheap. This coat was used by a traveling merchant to pay Madame Richard for his stay after losing everything. I picked up the coat and gave it a closer look. The long coat was made of high-quality fabric with fur lining and was surprisingly light. I tossed it over my shoulders and put up the high fur collar. Its former owner was broader at the shoulders and waist than me, but that wasn't such a big deal. All I cared about was that I wouldn't be freezing in Max's autumn boots and thin little cloak, which I used to cover my nakedness in front of Vivienne and Betty. Excellent, I rendered a verdict, which made Bertrand breathe a sigh of relief. We'll have to buy some more appropriate clothing later. You look very much like your grandfather as a young man right now, he said tenderly and added for some reason. Honestly, though, just a month ago, you'd have thrown me out by the scruff of my neck if I suggested you wear a merchant's coat. Start getting used to the new me, I chuckled. Think of it like this, you were right, and my Legrand nature has started to awaken. By the way, speaking of clothing off someone else's back. Do you know what the Viscount de England and Chevalier de Nevers look like? Yes, monsieur, Bertrand replied. I have seen them both. Then here's my question. Which of them are closest to my build? Neither, Bertrand shook his head. They're both bigger and taller than you. Why am I not surprised? I muttered to myself. Then which one is richer? The Viscount de England, son of the Count de England, the old man replied without a second thought. He is the immediate heir to the entire neighboring county. And what did I say to make him challenge me to a duel? As far as I know, you made fun of his long nose, Bertrand responded uneasily. It all took place at a ball at the Count de Briand's estate. He, by the way, is lord of this land. At that very party, an engagement was announced between the Viscount de England and the Viscountess de Briand. I see, I sighed. And what about my other rival? The Chevalier de Nevers is mad at you for fooling around with his fiancée, Iron Dannet, daughter of Zachary Dannet, a wealthy cloth merchant. The Chevalier, being the Baron de Nevers' younger son, has no inheritance. Marrying the daughter of a wealthy merchant would have settled his financial position. As a matter of fact, you considered Bastien de Nevers your friend along with another few noblemen, none of whom, for the record, ever showed their faces again after your money ran out. I scratched the back of my head. Well, with friends like that who needed enemies. In fact, it was for the best that they took off. And how far did things go between me and Iron? That I do not know, monsieur, Bertrand shrugged his shoulders uneasily. But I do know that her father is angry at you. Yes, I said, I recall a few letters. By the looks of things, I owe this Zachary a large amount of money, him and Weber. Where to, monsieur? Jacques asked in a dispassionate voice, sitting on the front bench of the buggy harnessed to a large gray gelding. Dressed in a sheepskin coat that had seen better days and a wolfskin cap with 3 flaps, Jacques now looked like a highwayman. With an envious glance at Jacques' hat, then at the drawstring fur hat on Bertrand sitting next to me, I pulled down over my ears an idiotic tricorn, which was the height of current noble fashion, and said, "How about you take us around downtown? Then we'll see where to go from there." Jacques gave a short nod, pulled on the reins, and we rolled off. After driving unhurriedly around Abbeville for an hour, I had an approximate idea of the place where my mysterious benefactor had dropped me. To be frank, I was expecting much worse. Overall, Abbeville came as a pleasant surprise. It was a small but well-maintained town, though it did have its finer points. I had visited the main square, admired the city hall, taken a passing look at several temples. Observed the city folk, who didn't look too poorly off. There were plenty of street urchins, though, as well as traveling riffraff. The sergeant was right, it was best not to wander around here after sundown. I saw a lot of armed men. They must have been the mercenaries who had come to try their luck in the shadow patrol in place of the son of some rich merchant or shopkeeper. They had come with all kinds of equipment. Most of the war dogs looked quite pitiful. Spears, bows, and axes dominated, with swords the rare exception. As for plate and chain armor, there was hardly any. For the most part, they were beggars who would hardly stand a chance in the shadow. They wandered the alleyways in small drunken groups, loudly belting out bawdy tunes. To put it briefly, if all the scum got cleaned off the streets, it wouldn't have been such a bad place. The local guards were clearly neglecting their duty. I imagine the vast majority of law enforcement was patrolling richer neighborhoods, providing security first and foremost to privileged city dwellers. We just so happened to have entered one such neighborhood. Our buggy rolled down the causeway paved with large flat stones, their black surfaces peeking out through the dirty brown snow. Along the fairly broad little street, there towered brick and stone buildings of 2 and 3 stories. Little towers, balconies with overhanging upper levels, spires on brick roofs. "I like it here," I said quietly to Bertrand. "This is where we lived at first," the old man said quietly, "until you ran out of money." After another hour driving up and down all the central neighborhoods of the city, I asked to be brought to the duel yard, which earned me an understanding chuckle from Jacques and a concerned look from Bertrand. The duel yard, which was where city law dictated all duels or even training fights be held, was not far from downtown. The sound of it came far before I could see it. The din of hundreds of voices, provoked by the bloody spectacle, echoed through the surrounding area. Smiling city dwellers hurried down the streets leading to the duel yard, as well as petty merchants with carts loaded with all kinds of wares. One such bustling man sold me 10 meat and berry pies for 10 obols. The spoils we split evenly between myself and Bertrand. I was not planning to feed Jacques, though he did occasionally glance our way, greedily inhaling the tempting aromas of our baked goods. I just laughed. "No, no, man. You and I are separate. You are under no obligation to save me, and I am under no obligation to feed you. Let your boss do that. She should have taken care to feed her spy herself." There was a wide strip of land next to the tall stone wall dividing the arena from the outside world, which was used for parking and contained all kinds of carriages, starting with simple wagons and carts and ending with advanced bulbous coaches on steel springs. I looked with a glum sigh at one beautiful specimen, a dark blue one with ornate carving harnessed to a set of 4 excellent steeds. After that, pulling the tricorn down over my finally unfrozen ears, I headed to the arena entrance. But before I could make it to the gates, I was intercepted. "Bah," I heard a sonorous mocking voice. "Well, if it isn't the Chevalier Renard in the flesh." I stopped and turned my head. Between 2 flashy coaches there stood a little gang of young people. Based on their brightly colored, expensive clothing and abundance of jewelry, they were young elites. Bertrand, walking next to me, started listing off their names rapid fire. "That is the Chevalier d'Avely. Next to him in the green mantle is the Viscount de Goddard. To the left, the tall one is the Baron de Jamet, and to the right, the broad-shouldered, stocky one, is the Viscount de England." I finished just as quietly, "Just the man I wanted to see. I recognized him by his nose. You know something? It really is very big." I turned and walked boldly toward the group. "Gentlemen," I said with a slight bow, "what a pleasure to see you. Wonderful day, isn't it?" The young people traded glances and after a round of sidelong smirks looked back at me. The only one not to take his hateful gaze off me all that time was the Viscount de England. "Renard, I see you're already back on your feet," the sonorous-voiced one asked, "and that after dueling de Lamar. I'm not all that easy to kill," I chuckled. "My predecessors were always famed for their excellent health." "Which ones?" The Viscount de England went straight on the attack. It was as if he was expecting to be able to catch me that way. "The counts or the merchants?" "I only found out recently that you are the grandson of the famous merchant Legrand. Is that where you got your stupid commoner outfit?" The young people immediately supported him with acrid chuckles. "Both, Viscount," I responded and, smiling, asked, "And you, as I see, are still sticking your big nose into other people's business." For a moment, a crypt-like silence took hold. Only the whinnying horses and distant sounds from the arena trickled in. The Viscount stumbled back like he'd been slapped, then took a shaky step forward. His dark chestnut eyes went even darker. If he could kill with a gaze, I'd have already died. His friends reacted quicker. They immediately blocked the enraged Viscount's path. "I'll kill you," D'Anglin barked, trying to draw his sword. "No more delays, sniveling worm. You will answer for your words this very instant. And if you think you can move me to pity with your tears like you did with de Lamar, better forget it." "You will die." I shrugged my shoulders and, putting on a sad smile, said, "Alas, Viscount, I cannot answer your challenge today because I do not even have a sword. You wouldn't kill an unarmed man, would you? What do you say we fight here tomorrow, same time? I promise I'm not going anywhere. Plus, I can no longer deny myself the pleasure of giving your big inquisitive nose a flick." The Viscount again began to snarl. He was raring for a fight. His 3 companions struggled to hold him back. "Tomorrow. Here, same time you die." "Excellent, Viscount," I bowed. "I reserve the right to choose the weapon. We fight with swords. Gentlemen, allow me to bow out." I turned and with an easy gait headed into the arena stands. I could practically feel the rich kids searing a hole into my back with their hate and scorn. "To the death," D'Anglin barked after me. I then, not turning around, waved goodbye. "Monsieur," Bertrand sniveled plaintively, walking beside me. "What have you done?" "It's time to repay my debts, old fellow." I slapped him on the shoulder and added, "Get yourself together. I need you in a cool frame of mind. We have a lot of business ahead of us. We have many preparations to make before tomorrow's duel." ABBVLLESTULYRD was the size of a ball field. The rectangular field was surrounded by a high stone wall flanked by stands and was divided into several smaller rectangles, each of which was occupied by duelists devotedly clanging iron, panting, and pummeling one another into the ground. The stands were also divided into several sections. The ones in the middle were the best. Intended for the elite, on either side of those were the benches for poorer audience members. The noble and rich sections from afar looked like perches stuffed full of brightly colored birds. The sheer array of feathers, expensive furs, brocaded fabrics, silks, and jewelry was dazzling. Bertrand and I worked our way into a less flashily dressed crowd. There, to my delight, no one recognized me or distracted with stupid conversations. Now it was crucial to watch closely what was happening in the arena. After watching a dozen duels in 1 hour, I realized I'd seen enough, and we headed for the exit. On the way to our buggy, where Jacques was waiting, I asked the taciturn Bertrand, "Do you know where we can sell my books for a good price?" All that time, I was thinking that the love stories and poetry collections I had inherited from Max were just useless pulp, but I was wrong. In fact, a few days ago, after returning from training, I caught Trixie in my room reading one of the poetry collections with a broom tucked beneath her arm. She was so engaged she didn't even notice me come in, and when she did, she got very scared. I had to explain to her that she hadn't done anything criminal. In the end, I decided to gift her the poetry collection, which she found utterly shocking. When I later retold the odd event to Bertrand, I gleaned from his explanation that I had essentially given her around 2 silver crowns. At the very least, that was exactly how much the little book of, to my eye, middling verses at best had cost Max. In the end, the pile of books towering on my desk was valued at approximately 20, if not 25 crowns, and that was considering capital city prices. Just imagine $250. I of course realized that it was art and all that, but instead of selling a whole winter wardrobe for practically nothing, if I were in Max's place, the first thing I would have done would be to bring these testaments to Graphomania to resellers. "Yes, monsieur," Bertrand replied softly. "I'm certain you will get a fair price in the upper quarter bookshop." I must note, the old man looked slightly beaten down and was answering mechanically. I understood essentially what was wrong. A few of the duels we had seen ended in the death of the duelists, while the others ended in wounds with varying degrees of severity. I'd have bet my hand that Bertrand was picturing every last one of those deaths and wounds happening to his dearly beloved master. "I see my trusty servant has already as good as buried me," I chuckled. "Monsieur," Bertrand prayed, "was there really not a way to settle that peacefully? Why did you provoke the Viscount?" I stopped and, setting a hand on the old man's shoulder, stared directly into his eyes, and my last one, but I naturally was not going to tell the old man that. I should note that my speech didn't make a particular impression on Bertrand. On the contrary, he only looked paler and more sorrowful. "I heard the Viscount won a tournament in his county." Bertrand kept plying his course. "I would be more surprised to hear he lost. It is his daddy's county, after all." I laughed, and we kept going. "Bertrand, you're a smart man, and you must understand perfectly well how these tournaments are won. What about armor and weapons?" Bertrand wouldn't relent. "Did you see the last fight between 2 barons? Did you see their armor? Well, the Viscount d'Anglin will have many times better protection. The Count has enough money to provide his son with the best armor money can buy, and you don't even have a sword. You may not believe his victory at the tournament was honest, but that doesn't overshadow the fact that he's an excellent swordsman." I smiled. "I'd really like to hope the Viscount d'Anglin will come to tomorrow's duel in full armor, and the more expensive the better." So, bickering languidly, we made our way back to the parking lot. When we reached the buggy, I said to Jacques' inquisitive gaze, "To the upper quarter bookshop, then to an armorer." I have a duel tomorrow with a big-nosed gentleman." Our driver bared his teeth understandingly, while Bertrand gave a plaintive sigh. Much to my surprise, all of Max's books were a hit in the bookshop. As it turned out, my predecessor had bought some great stuff. All the novels and poetry collections were the latest fashion in the capital. In particular, the shop owner was delighted by two opuses written by someone named Charles Harcourt, which had gone on sale at the end of the last winter. Their moderately large releases sold off instantly, making them something of a rarity not only out in the sticks, but even in the capital. In the end, the books which had cost Max 25 crowns I managed to sell for a whole 40, and that left me with almost $500 at my disposal. By local standards, it was a respectable sum, but sadly, not enough to pay off even a quarter of my total debts, and I still had a conversation with Trebolt coming up. I was afraid to even imagine how much he'd loaned Max. And overall, I suspected that still unknown creditors would start popping up like mushrooms after a rainstorm when they found out the Chevalier Renard had survived his duel. Both myself and Gaspard Mercier, the owner of the bookshop, were left satisfied. I provided him with rare books, for which he paid a good price, and he promised to order from the capital a detailed map of mainland, which was the name of the continent where I was located, as well as several books on the history of Vestonia and neighboring states. After leaving the bookshop, I headed for the armorer. I had to trust Jack to choose a good place, because he had to know all the local armorers as a former soldier and veteran of many battles, plus native of the town. Jack couldn't refuse himself the pleasure of playing a joke on me, though. To me, it seemed like a little act of revenge for the pies. First thing he did was drag me into Abbeville's central armorer, which was in the upper quarter. Yep, what could I say? When I stepped through the door of the shop and looked around, I practically went blind from the variety of shiny metal objects adorned with gemstones, feathers, and carved decorative elements. It was as if I had suddenly wandered into the armory of a duke or king. As an aside, the shop workers were dressed flashily and pompously to match. I continuously caught scornful looks. "Well, where have you dragged me to now?" I asked Jack, who was standing next to me and watching my reaction closely while I surveyed the cases and stands crammed full of fancy weaponry of all sorts. "Is something the matter, monsieur?" he asked with a mocking edge. "Where did I ask you to take me?" I answered with a question of my own. "To an armorer." Jack shrugged and adjusted his wolfskin hat. "That's right," I nodded. "But you forgot to add a regular armorer where I can get myself an inexpensive but reliable weapon. So I ask you again, where have you dragged me to now? Here, even the most basic dagger with all sorts of gemstones in the hilt will cost as much as a house in the merchant quarter, and those 3 suits of armor look like carnival costumes." I nodded at 3 mannequins in the middle of the main room and encased in strange-looking armor, which was clearly not intended for actual combat. The first suit of scale armor was made of a material very reminiscent of ivory, while the second was leather. Only the third plate armor suit was made of a silvery metal. Honestly, though, all the components were paper thin. "Can I help you with anything?" I heard a rude woman's voice behind me. Jack and I turned. Before us stood a woman of medium height and average build, looking around 30 and wearing a dark dress made of basic fabric, which contrasted sharply with the other salesmen's outfits. Her completely gray hair was put up in a simple ponytail, while her wide, slightly squinting green eyes cast an authoritative gaze. She must have been the store owner. "No, madame," I made a slight bow. "We're on our way out." I had already turned to leave, but the lady stopped me, and yet she came coldly. "I'd like to know your name." "My name?" I asked in surprise. "What for?" "Anyhow, whatever you like. Chevalier Maximilian Renard at your service." "Ursula Hug." The lady introduced herself shortly with no bow and added, "I own this place." "So, Chevalier, in what way did my wares not meet your standards? In particular, the 3 sets of armor you scornfully referred to as carnival costumes." The last 2 words she squeezed out through her teeth. What was wrong with her? This old lady was clearly not in a good mood. "Oh well, I did say that. Are you telling me that armor is intended for war?" I arched my right brow in surprise. And meanwhile, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jacques snorting acridly. My guide was clearly playing a joke, and clearly on me. I should note that our conversation amused not only Jacques, but everyone else in the shop. The salesmen were either smiling openly or whispering to each other and shaking their heads my direction. What the hell was going on here? My trusty Bertrand had stayed outside to keep watch of the buggy, so I had no one to ask for help or explanations. Well, if they thought Dodger was so easily embarrassed, they were deeply mistaken. Ursula Hug was the only person not in a good mood. On the contrary, the store owner was angry. I was getting the impression that my words had offended her personally. "What nonsense. What about them bothers you?" she squeezed out between her teeth. "As far as I understand, the Chevalier is well acquainted with war. So would you care to enlighten me? Do me a favor. A strange situation. Were I in my own world right now, I might have thought someone was trying to play a prank on me." I shrugged and walked up to one of the mannequins, the one encased in silvery plate armor. I decided to give it another careful look. but using true vision Ursula Hoog and her subordinates had just reacted painfully strangely to my words. When I switched to true vision, I was in for a shock. I had a hard time not shuddering in surprise. God damn, my eyes refused to believe what they were seeing. A troop of ants beat out a fevered tattoo on my spine, so that was why the old lady was so outraged. In fact, I couldn't blame her. The silvery plate armor was not basic armor in the usual sense of the word. It was like an exoskeleton with Baroque energy nodes in every component, all interconnected into a single network with an unusual energy reservoir in the very center divided into several segments and located in the chest plate. The energy channels, reminiscent of a human circulatory system in shape, gave a faint lilac glow, while the reservoir was completely empty. I turned to look at the other armor suits and saw approximately the same. There were some differences, though. For example, the channels of the bone and leather armor suits were broader and more resilient than the metal ones, while the reservoirs were higher capacity and had larger numbers of segments. Beyond that, their energy systems looked better balanced and more natural somehow, as if the silvery exoskeleton was a pale imitation of the other two. All three armor suits were in sleep mode, and the way to awaken them must have been to fill the reservoirs with mana. Hue. It took me a lot of effort to suppress the urge to touch the silvery chest plate containing the exoskeleton's heart. I was practically stunned, staring at all the beauty. Ursula Hoog took my silence in her own way. "Yeah, that's what I thought," she snorted. Another upstart who thought himself a great warrior and weapons expert, but cannot tell the difference between regular armor and a striker's magic suit. A minute later, followed by the scornful and mocking gazes of the staff and few visitors, I went outside and, once up in my buggy, calmly turned to Jacques and said, "Now take me to a regular armorer." "I thought a gentleman like you would want armor and weapons befitting his status," Jacques said, hinting at something. "No, I don't," I responded and casually asked in an even-tempered voice. "You do realize, after all, that my patience isn't infinite, right?" "Yes, monsieur," Jacques responded shortly but without a hint of a smile. Bertrand, who had been listening in all that time, looked puzzled. When the buggy got moving, I started thinking. The whole day, no matter how much I looked, I hadn't noticed a single gifted person, and now that I had totally lost hope, it finally happened. Because on my way out, I scanned the store owner to discover that she was a mage. Her energy structure was noticeably different from mine, though. And specifically, Ursula Hoog had no energy reservoir of her own. Or rather, initially I discovered several reservoirs in her body, but then it hit me. They were just batteries, or as the locals here called them, brutes. The very energy crystals that could only be found in the shadow. As it turned out, Ursula could only take borrowed mana and direct it through her energy system, but she couldn't accumulate it herself. So in other words, without brutes she would just be a normal person. Very curious, I'd have to keep an eye on her. Speaking of which, that Ursula, who is she? I asked Jack. An artifactor, he responded shortly. Artifactor, I feigned surprise. In this neck of the woods. By the way, what language was she speaking? She hails from Aslan, Jack said. She settled in Abville a year and a half ago. It's rumored that she quarreled with the head of her guild and that was why she moved to Vestonia. I can believe that, I snorted. The lady has quite an abrasive character. And I assume she didn't settle in our capital city because of the stiff competition. Completely expected. After all, where she's from, the artisans have probably already divided everything up into territories. And the reason she chose Abville is that there are no other artifactors here. And there never were, Jacques confirmed. Still, it was strange. But I kept those thoughts to myself, especially given our buggy had just stopped outside a shop with a banner depicting a crossed axe and mace. Considering the fact that such banners were made for the illiterate, and thus less well off, I had come to exactly the right place. Interlude 1. Heroicsville, capital of Vestonia, the manor of Count Heinrich de Gramont. Well, that's to be expected. Heinrich de Gramont snorted, tossing a letter he'd just read on the table. The Count's brief outburst made all the women sitting at the lunch table with him turn their heads. "What is it, Henry?" inquired his wife, Countess Catherine de Gramont, sitting next to him. "Another ball invitation." Eveline, the Count's youngest daughter, squeaked out hopefully. Her little cheeks started blushing, while sparkles of mischief flickered in her green eyes. She reminded the Count of his sister, the Duchess du Bellay, when she was younger, the very Duchess who in court was known as the Stone Lady. If he told anyone his sister had once behaved just like the little blonde Eveline, eagerly looking forward to every ball, they'd never have believed it. "Balls are the only thing on your mind," snorted Marielle, the Count's oldest daughter. She was an exact copy of her mother. She had inherited from Catherine a sober reason and feisty character. Now she was only starting to carry that weight, practicing on her sister and 3 cousins, the daughters of Ferdinand, who had been executed for betraying the crown. Thinking back on his older brother perked Heinrich up a bit. It didn't matter what people called him in court, fratricide, traitor to his own blood, or someone who had betrayed before and would certainly betray again. None of those evil tongues could get to him. Heinrich's position at court had only grown more stable. As an aside, the thing about betrayal had been said, as far as Heinrich was aware, to the king by none other than his chancellor, and that made his majesty respond that Heinrich de Grammont, unlike his brother, had never betrayed the king. On the contrary, he told the king in good time about a treacherous conspiracy. Essentially, he had done the chancellor's job for him. When Heinrich was recounted his majesty's conversation with the crumbling old crouton of a man, Lambert de Vergy, the sheer delight and pride that flooded the count's mind inspired him to hold a ball, which ended up costing a fortune. As if you yourself don't love them too, Eveline answered tit for tat. I remember perfectly how happily you smiled while dancing with the Marquise de Coligny. Marielle shuddered and, red as a beet, stared point-blank at her younger sister. Her dark green eyes seemed primed to shoot lightning bolts at Eveline. The blonde fidget, knowing that she was her father's favorite, just happily ignored the looks, but didn't forget to stick her tongue out at her older sister. While Heinrich's daughters squabbled, their cousins sat in silence, eyes downcast. Over the last few months, Catherine had labored diligently to rein them in. Just 1 year ago, the daughters of Count Ferdinand de Grammont, one of the wealthiest aristocrats in Vestonia, had glimmered at every capital city ball and social function. They all had the most elite suitors in the kingdom vying for their hands in marriage. No wonder then that the young viscountesses tried to show their mettle. But they were very quickly informed that they were now mere wards of their uncle, and their dowries had shrunk significantly. Not to mention the fact they should have been glad they weren't sent to the chopping block alongside their father and brothers, and that, in addition to being branded daughters of a traitor, had significantly lowered their value as brides. Catherine started breaking them on day one after they moved to their uncle's capital city manor. The Countess' first order of business was getting rid of Ferdinand's wife, their batty mother, sending her to an abode for the mentally ill, which was linked to the temple of the most luminous mother. After that, the girls spent a few months locked away, reading and memorizing devotional texts from the sacred books of the forefather, subsisting all the while almost exclusively on water and bread. The oldest nieces were the first to relent. They turned against their father and mother, swore allegiance to their uncle, and put themselves at his discretion. Ferdinand's youngest daughter, Valerie, held out the longest. She resembled her father most of all. Catherine had to at first even cut her daily food ration, then even keep her to just water for several days. In the end, though, she did submit and swear an oath of loyalty. However, Heinrich was certain the little devil hadn't truly relented. For example, just then, all three of the girls were sitting at the table, according to his instructions, dressed in vibrant outfits, even though, under different circumstances, they would have had to wear black mourning dresses for several more months. But because they had disavowed their traitor father, it would have been improper for them to mourn him. Meanwhile, one of his niece's servant girls reported to Heinrich that Valerie kept a black ribbon tied around her elbow, a sign that she still honored the memory of her father and brothers. But Valerie strove to display obedience and a willingness to carry out her uncle's every order. Despite the daily reports from his informants occasionally mentioning Valerie's disobedience, Heinrich caught himself thinking that he actually appreciated her character. Unlike her older sisters and cousins, Valerie had a sharp intellect for her 22 years, as well as astonishing composure and restraint. Heinrich understood now why his brother had so often said he regretted that Valerie had not been born a man. Both of Heinrich's sons were stupid, spoiled brats compared to young Valerie, even though they were both several years older than her. No, my dear, it isn't a ball invitation. Heinrich decided to snuff out the bickering before it went too far. It's a letter from an attorney about a land dispute case with our neighbor the Count de Marbot. Heinrich, keeping a close eye on his nieces, noticed that all three shuddered at the mention of that count's name. But Catherine came, her brows slightly knitted. I remember all our neighbors' names perfectly well, and the Count de Marbot is not among them. The Countess' eyebrows shot into her forehead, and an instant later, a malevolent smirk appeared on her face. She never refused herself the pleasure of casting a triumphant gaze at her husband's nieces. They in their turn sat with their heads low, and whereas the older two, Nadine and Patricia, looked despondent, Valerie's pale face held no expression whatsoever. Daddy, the restless Eveline couldn't resist. Could you please explain to us what that means? How is that possible? We get a new neighbor and we're already in a land dispute. Heinrich noticed a condescending smile appear on Valerie's face for a short moment only to disappear quickly. You know, the Count snorted. Why don't you ask your cousins? I'm sure they can tell you in great detail. Surprise could be read on Eveline's cute, naive little face. Valerie, she instantly turned to her youngest cousin, which made Heinrich again chuckle. He was not the only one in the house to appreciate her abilities. Care to explain? My pleasure, dear cousin. Valerie was obedience and benevolence personified. Heinrich laughed to himself just like a snake before it strikes. Could he still strangle her quietly before it was too late? No, he immediately drove off those thoughts. She had the blood of the ancients flowing through her veins just like everyone else here. In her time, she would become part of a profitable deal, which de Gramont would sign with another influential house when he gave her away for marriage. Uncle, may I? Valerie asked, to which Heinrich nodded in silence. At issue are the eastern lands, which have belonged to House de Gramont since time immemorial, Valerie started. After my father betrayed his majesty, which was why he was executed, those lands came into the possession of our uncle, your father. But along with those lands, your dad took on a wealth of problems my father left behind. One such problem is the land dispute with the Count de Marbot. If I may be so bold, I might suggest the Count de Marbot refused to back down from his plan to purchase a disputed title to the heart of the Forest of Thillies. Exactly right, Heinrich nodded. Furthermore, he is threatening to turn to the crown for help. Maybe that's the problem. Over some forest, Eveline asked in surprise. After all, isn't there a peaceful way we can coexist? At the end of the day, we could just cede the patch of forest to our neighbors. We already have plenty of land. Heinrich shook his head immediately. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Valerie shooting a look at her cousin. In her gray eyes, he could read unhidden scorn and mockery. Just then, the black-haired woman looked more like her father than ever before. Oh, how many times in his life had Heinrich caught that same look from his older brother. And how he detested that scorn. It is not merely a forest, dear cousin, Valerie came. It is the Forest of Thillies, several thousand acres of highly valuable yew trees. That forest alone brings your daddy tens of thousands of crowns per year. Then what should be done? Eveline asked, her eyes wide. You needn't worry about that, my dear, the Countess said with a calm smile. Your father will surely think something up, and solve the issue that plagued his wayward brother for so long. Heinrich tossed a quick glance at his niece, and again the same reaction. As a matter of fact, I already have an idea, he smiled, still tracking Valerie's reaction. The Count de Marbot suggested it last month. Eveline clapped her hands together and pleaded, well, Daddy, don't leave me hanging. You're always so smart. His brother's daughters looked like marble statues. Heinrich rewarded his youngest daughter with a warm smile and said, the Count himself suggested a peaceful settlement. And to quash any future disputes, which are, for the record, quite costly, he wants to join our families in marriage. A silence fell over the table, which was broken by Eveline a minute later. Daddy, do you want me or Marielle to serve as a bargaining chip in this tiresome dispute with a count nobody has ever heard of over a forest? She asked with horror in her eyes. Or will our brothers have to? After all, Gabriel and Francois have such promising futures in court. Well, first of all, the de Marbots are one of the most ancient and wealthy families in Vestonia, and the fact the Count has been absent from court for ages doesn't mean a thing. Practicing politics isn't suited to his age. His son, meanwhile, is preparing to present himself to the king soon. And now, His Majesty needs strong and wealthy supporters. And well, second, you have forgotten that other than you and your brothers, you have another 3 cousins in this family. Heinrich saw his nieces shudder. Valerie also looked frightened. Is something the matter? The Count asked. You all just went pale. Nadine and Patricia bolted up out of their seats and fell to their knees at Heinrich's feet, which embarrassed him greatly. Dear uncle, I beg you, Nadine exclaimed with tears in her eyes. Do not give us to that monster. Anyone but him. Patricia echoed her sentiment. Both of the girls resembled their mother in their facial features and physiques. They also behaved just like her. Heinrich curled his lips in scorn. The Defines, the family Ferdinand took his wife from, were always such sniveling cowards. The Count looked up at Valerie, who also got up from her seat but did not fall to her knees. She was standing one step away from her sister with her head bowed obediently. Only the jawbones grinding through her thin cheeks and hands balled up into white-knuckle fists betrayed her true opinion. Valerie, the Count addressed her strictly. How am I to take this? His niece breathed a deep sigh and looked up. The fear was gone from her gray eyes. The Viscount de Marbot, the Count de Marbot's oldest son, has a nickname, Amal the Toad. Valerie started to explain, her voice shaky with tension. Yuck, Eveline cringed straight away. I can't stand toads. Quiet, the Countess admonished. But you keep going. It is a nickname he earned fair and square, Valerie obeyed. Not only has the Viscount been very ugly since birth, he is also unusually cruel. He is a true sadist and murderer. Everyone in the area knows that he adores torturing serfs to death, and the young women suffer worst of all. The Countess and her daughters breathed a simultaneous sigh, while Valerie's sisters started sniveling even louder. Heinrich was angry and gloomy when he heard what his niece said, and not because he felt bad for some peasants being tormented by the Count de Marbot's son. His niece's tears also hadn't moved him in the slightest. He didn't give a damn about such stupid things. The very fact de Marbot had tried to trick him by slipping him an ugly son-in-law with an abhorrent past and tarnished reputation drove him to madness. And the fact he would have to give up not daughters, but just one of his nieces didn't matter. Ferdinand's daughters belonged to an ancient house. Even if they were children of a traitor, they had not ceased to come from ancient blood. The de Gramonts could not tolerate relation to a monster and murderer. Now I see why de Marbot's heir has not yet presented himself at court, the Countess said. The king is too squeamish. He prefers to surround himself with beautiful people and things. At any rate, Valerie is right, Heinrich said thoughtfully. The forest of Thillies with its yews is one of our house's most valuable assets. We simply cannot afford to let it go, and there will be no peaceful settlement with Demarbot. We'll have to write a response complaint to the king. I know how we could settle things peacefully, Valerie spoke up unexpectedly. Everyone turned their heads to face her. And how might that be? Heinrich asked in surprise. You could form a marital alliance with House de Marbot anyway, she replied. Are you suggesting I sacrifice you or one of your sisters to Emile the Toad? Heinrich laughed. Or perhaps one of my daughters. Father, Eveline squeaked. The Countess had to put a hand on her back to calm her down, as if to say Daddy isn't being serious. No, Valerie shook her head. Let me remind you that the Count de Marbot has both a son and an adult daughter. Truthfully, though, she isn't exactly perfect either. What's wrong with her? Heinrich looked like a hound that had just smelled prey. His niece was suggesting a solution, and he seemingly had already guessed exactly what it would be. How old is she? Henry, the Duchess exclaimed. Gabriel and Francois deserve a better future. She is 28, Valerie continued, paying no attention to her aunt's outburst. Why is such a well-positioned bride not yet married? Heinrich asked sharply. Is she just as nasty as her brother? On the contrary, Valerie objected. Orly de Marbot is a rare beauty, and as far as I am aware, she has no sadistic inclinations. But she does have one flaw: she is infertile. Many years ago, on a hunt, a boar wounded her severely. A group of healers saved her life and treated the wound, but they couldn't do any more. Gabriel and Francois are the only unmarried men in House de Gramont, Heinrich said. But as you understand, my sons will have to carry on the family line. You are mistaken, uncle, Valerie laughed. You have one more man in the house, and he will do perfectly well to secure a peace treaty with the Count de Marbot. To whom are you referring? Eveline asked in surprise. Your cousin, Valerie gave a wry smile. Maximilian Renard, my father's bastard. Heinrich sat back in his chair and frowned. Didn't he die in a duel? The Countess asked. We just recently got word from Abbeville. He survived, Heinrich replied. Creditors keep showering me with letters requesting I pay his debts, and they also told me the details of the duel. How interesting, Eveline squeaked. And what was the duel about? That moron managed to challenge a professional duelist over some hack actress, the Count replied disparagingly. He also managed to rack up debts with every aristocrat in Abbeville, and if he thinks I'm about to pay them off, he's deeply mistaken, just like my storybooks. Eveline clapped her hands in delight. Heinrich, ignoring his younger daughter's elation, got up from the table and said, well, I will have to think everything through, but now I must set it aside. I have urgent business to attend to. With a kiss on the Countess' hand, paying no attention to his nieces standing to their feet, Heinrich de Gramont left the dining hall. In the doorway, he made a half-turn and caught a tense look from Valerie. Once again, he found himself considering strangling the little snake quietly now before it was too late. The next morning greeted me with abundant snowfall. Before my training session, I had to do a lot of shoveling to clear space. The work gave me satisfaction, spreading warmth throughout my body. After that, for a warm-up, I did a few short katas with my new sword, although the descriptor knew clearly did not fit this hunk of iron. Guy Arnault, owner of the mace in Polax, alongside his old army buddy Jacques, assured me that I wouldn't find a more reliable sword for the money I was planning to spend on weapons and equipment. As an aside, despite its humdrum appearance, I did like the sword. Its triangular blade with rhomboid profile and long tip made it the ideal weapon for thrusting. Its short hilt with heavy mushroom-shaped pommel, with the blade at maximum width near the guard, gave it a balanced feel in the hand. One flick of the fingers and the blade would move with lightning speed. As an aside, it could also be used for slashing, but its main intended job was thrusting. Something like a big stiletto with a 2.5-foot-long blade, which was just the thing I was looking for. I was not going to pack myself into a heavy suit of armor with a closed helmet to engage a similarly armed opponent with a cumbersome two-handed sword at the ready. First of all, my present physical shell simply would not have been able to stand under all that weight for even a minute, so, other than a sword to defend my body, I got myself only a light leather vest, bracers, and greaves. I was decidedly opposed to a helmet. Even Bertrand's argument that it was a helmet specifically that saved my life the last time didn't move me. I responded that, unlike the duel with de Lamar, I was not intending to let the Viscount get his sword anywhere near my head. And secondly, my main advantage in the fight with the Viscount would be speed, multiplied on account of my energy. Overall, a helmet would only get in the way. Guy Arnault, being a professional in his field, knew the weaponry and fighting styles of every aristocrat in the area. When he heard who I was up against, he looked sincerely sympathetic. However, he confirmed my theories about the Viscount de Anglin's equipment. Guy even gave me a short rundown of all the Count's sons' previous duels he had seen. They were all in the tournament the Viscount won. Basically, by the time I'd left his shop, I could sense Jacques' army buddy staring at me with sympathy. Honestly, though, that did not stop Guy Arnault from deftly shaking me down for 15 crowns for his wares. The only person who did not yet think me good as dead, strange as it may have been, was Jacques. His confidence in my abilities had only grown after our evening sparring session when he couldn't get me with the looted one-hander. As an aside, Jacques was not seemingly trying to take pity on me and hold back either. The ward dog was clearly eager to see my clock cleaned. Were it Max in my position, this could easily have ended in a serious injury. I couldn't help but be alarmed by Jacques' behavior. It was like he was trying with all his might to take me out of commission and prevent tomorrow's duel. I would have to talk to him about that when the opportunity presented itself. As for Jacques' level as a sword fighter, there was a lot I could say. For example, that swords were not the kind of weapon he was accustomed to fighting with. When parrying his fairly clumsy lunges and counterattacking, I could see that he was instinctively trying to block my blows with his left hand. As a veteran of several battles, he must have been used to fighting in formation with a shield, most likely armed with a spear or axe rather than a sword. But despite that, he did perform a few clever moves that made me happy to see, and was surprised when his tricks didn't work on me. Heh, stuff like that was no match for Mamoru Yamada's top student, though I had to admit if I had fought without energy surges to help me, using only the meager resources of my present physical shell, Jacques would have easily taken me down at the starting phase of our sparring match. As a matter of fact, I was going all out on our training duels, both in energy and physical strength. The slightest error could have cost me a serious injury. Jacques was a very dangerous opponent, the kind of man you had to keep your eyes peeled around. He now seemingly thought the same about me. The stare he rewarded me with after our training fight that slowly grew into a real duel was seared into my memory. I was particularly amused by the surprise and puzzlement in his eyes when he finally saw what had become of his clothes after my lunges. The sections where there were supposed to be weak points in the Viscount's armor got particularly bad, in his armpits and inner elbows. After a morning stretch, in what was becoming a tradition, I rubbed myself down with snow and bathed in the icy water from the bucket, then happily ate breakfast while Bertrand quietly lamented. The old man had seemingly made peace with my fate. Even my sparring with Jacques didn't convince him. Bertrand thought the only reason I defeated Jacques was because he purposely let me win out of fear he might hurt me. The old servant couldn't even conceive of the notion that his dear master, weakened by an injury, and who he had known since infancy, could outdo a seasoned veteran. I didn't try and convince Bertrand, simply decided to redirect his attention somewhere else. And more specifically, I sent him to Paul Lepetit's office to bet all my money on me. After selling the books and Trebolt's henchman's daggers, all my purchases had left me with 25 crowns. It would have been more, but after the armor, we dropped by another shop of pharmacy. There, due to Abbeville's lack of alchemists, several magic potions were sold, like those inks or perfumes. I should note that the assortment of magic perfumes was, to put it lightly, not amazing. Same went for the concentration of emerald dust in them, but still I was able to pick something out for myself. My purchase was very surprising to both Bertrand and Jacques. The small phial of lavender-scented liquid cost me a whole 10 crowns. The two men subsequently stared at me puzzled the whole way back, because I had spent the whole day haggling over every last cent only to make such a lavish purchase before the duel. And on what? Some pricey, useless perfume. Inside, I just laughed. I was not going to explain to them that the phial was going to make the mana build back up in my reservoir quicker. As an aside, I was tempted to drain the mana out of all the perfume they gave me to sample, but held back. Even though the pharmacy owner was not gifted, it would not be too great a challenge to line up my visit with the sudden disappearance of the mana from all the containers. I had seen before that even non-gifted people could tell such products were ruined, at the very least they could with the inks. After I drained all the mana out of them, they turned into a nasty-smelling dark brown sludge. Bertrand was deeply surprised by the transformation. On the day when I fell into a short coma, he found the inkwell in my hand, and it smelled of rot. He had never noticed the aftermath of my experiments before that because I was always washing my hands, but that time put him on guard. Honestly, though, he very quickly found an explanation, chalking it up to low-quality product. Then he spent a few days reminding me if we ever visited the capital to drop by the store of the cheat who sold me the counterfeit ink. Basically, I didn't know how the perfume might react, so I didn't take the risk. Standing opposite the polished sheet of copper that served as a mirror in our guesthouse annex, I admired my reflection. Ahem, I snorted. I'm still quite far from a fearsome warrior. I now look like a young consumptive bookworm. A thin neck, bags under my eyes, a stranger would assume that I hadn't eaten properly in days. The leather vest, bracers with steel inserts and greaves looked even funnier. My ludicrous appearance was capped off by the basic scabbard hanging off my belt containing my short sword. I was distracted from contemplating my dear self by the sound of a door opening. In the frame appeared Jacques' gaunt figure. "Monsieur, the buggy is ready," he said while scrutinizing me top to bottom. "Then let's go," I commanded. "We have to get there before the Viscount." When I got into the buggy, I saw Trixie in the window. Based on her puffy eyes, she had been crying recently. Following my gaze, Jacques snorted. "She was bawling all night, the foolish woman." "Did someone insult her?" I asked, hackles raised. No, he shook his head. She's crying over you. So soon? I asked with mock surprise and added, I guess my fearsome warrior look isn't too convincing. And that, much to my surprise, caused Jack to break down laughing. While we made our way to the duel yard, the snow stopped falling, and when I got into the arena, it had already been cleared and even covered in fresh sand. The barriers separating the fighting area into smaller rectangles had been removed, providing the Viscount and me access to the entire duel yard. And no wonder, what an event. The fiancée of the local Viscountess was going to teach a lesson to a man who had insulted him. I looked up at the stands. The sheer array of flashy outfits was dazzling. It seemed the whole city had come out. The people were delighted. They kept pointing at me shamelessly, and for good reason. Beyond my ridiculous-looking gear, I was again wearing the hare-skin coat and fur cap Madame Richard had loaned me. I decided I didn't give a damn about this place's moronic fashions and left the tricorn at home. I couldn't afford frostbitten ears at a time like this, and thus, I made it to the duel yard feeling warm and comfortable. In the audience, I spotted several familiar faces. Vivienne Leary and her friend Betty were seated in the merchant section. I had a very good view of my lady love, her face slightly red with worry, but oh the hatred and scorn in her eyes. Oh well, I chuckled. I'm about to turn up the heat, Snake. I can't wait to see you squirm then. Fashioning a stupid love-struck smile, I waved a hand to Vivienne and blew her a kiss. That made her blush even more deeply when she momentarily became the center of attention. A wave of commotion ran over the crowd while people discussed my move. They started pointing fingers not only at me, but Vivienne and Betty as well. Betty, red as a lobster, even instinctively sidled away from her friend, but got herself in hand quite quickly and started to smile. Among the nobles, Ursula Hoog's dull gray dot of a figure stood out. I caught her languid gaze trained on me. I wondered if the local mages had access to true vision. Vadoma once told me that in bygone times, when there were many more gifted people in our world, it was considered a very rare gift. If Ursula was a so-called seer, my abilities would be exposed today. But I wasn't particularly worried about that. Oh well, so be it. I would have preferred to reveal myself after gaining a bit more power. I switched to true vision. In the whole crowd, Ursula was still the only mage. Her body's energy structure flickered with a saturated dark brown glow. The 3 large brute reservoirs in her chest area particularly stood out. My reservoir would need a lot of growing to reach the size of even one of them. I was afraid to even imagine how much energy they contained. I also wondered why brown magic specifically. I got distracted from my thoughts about magic by welcoming shouts from the crowd. I saw a slight stir in the main box where a few particularly richly appointed nobles were seated. A thin black-haired woman with an ardent gaze and rosy cheeks stood out most of all. One look made it clear she was the Viscountess de Brion, my rival's fiancée. Her reaction was easy to explain because the Viscount de England himself had just entered the duel yard to a superstar's welcome, and a superstar was just what he was. Especially compared to me, a man dressed in a hare-skin coat and fur cap. His airtight helmet was adorned with red and white feathers. His armor glimmered in the winter sunlight. Even the squire walking next to him carrying his longsword looked wealthier than me. Everyone was whistling and ululating. I even caught a few grim looks in my direction. One of them was from my trusty Bertrand, who was in among the mob and furtively wiping away tears with a kerchief. He was clearly already saying his goodbyes. I looked at him questioningly. The old man responded with an affirmative nod. That was good. It meant he had managed to place the bet. Too bad I didn't know the odds. It didn't justify walking over to Bertrand for a chat, though. The crowd was already having enough fun at my expense. Plus, it was too late. The Viscount de England had set foot on the sand of the arena. If I ran over to the stands now, people might have thought I was fleeing. Gentlemen. A broad-shouldered man wearing bright red livery with dark blue stripes proclaimed. There were another 5 identical men with long trumpets next to him. Take your positions. I threw my coat and cap down onto the snow, much to the delight of the crowd. Everyone there knew perfectly well why I wasn't properly equipped. I owed money to at least half of the aristocrats in the stands. I figured a few of them were secretly wishing I would win, but it wasn't likely any of them had bet money on it. And of course, nobody wanted to lose money twice when their debtor died. The Viscount, meanwhile, finished sending gestures of affection to his fiancée and finally pulled his longsword from its scabbard to reveal a blade glimmering cheerily in the rays of the winter sun. I even clicked my tongue at the sight of the beautiful sword. I wondered how much all the Viscount's equipment would fetch. Would I be able to pay off at least most of my debts by selling it? I mirrored his body language, which caused yet another wave of laughter to roll over the stands. People started inventing names for my sword straight away. The most popular was Toothpick. Not knowing the local rules and thus following the Viscount's lead, I walked over to the barrier and stopped opposite the main box. In its center, 2 men were seated in large armchairs. Based on his red and white clothing, one was the Viscount's father, the Count de England. The red and blue man then must have been the lord of the land, the Count de Brion, and he greeted us by raising a hand without standing, his large fingers glimmering with dozens of rings. We bowed and turned to the center of the arena. The Viscount looked cool as a block of ice. A bad start. I needed him more fired up. The 5 men in livery blasted their trumpets, and silence fell over the stands, which was immediately broken by the Viscount de England. Raising his helmet visor and sticking his big nose out, he shouted loudly, "Chevalier, you smell as sweet as a young lavender bush. It's a shame I'll have to chop you down at the root." I did indeed reek of lavender to the point my eyes were stinging. It was all down to the magic perfume. Back in the buggy, while Jacques looked on quizzically, I had emptied the whole container onto my neck, but that was the price of quickly restoring energy. Laughter flew down the stands. I swore by my useless tricorn hat that by evening the Viscount's words would be being recounted in every last tavern in Abbeville. Oh well, he had given me quite the opening. "Viscount, I can only envy your excellent sense of smell." I responded loudly with a slight bow and showily reached the tips of my fingers to my nose. Everyone in attendance knew perfectly well why the two of us were at the duel yard, so the aristocrats didn't laugh even though I saw smiles on a few of their faces. But the deafening guffaws from the rabble and city folk of Middling means more than compensated for the noble's silence. I couldn't say for sure what psychologist the Viscount had spoken with, or if it was all down to some self-help exercises, but I had to say he kept his composure admirably, though a spark of fury had been lit in his eyes. On top of that, brazenly using my true vision, I could see perfectly well all the processes underway in the body of the soon-to-be loser. He only needed a splash of fuel and the fire would be set ablaze. "Chevalier," the Viscount shouted loudly in a slightly strained voice, "you do not seriously intend to fight me with that stiletto, do you? And what about your armor? Where is it?" I traced a graceful figure 8 with my sword, making the air around me hum, and answered cheerily, "I call this sword Toothpick, but when needed it can also pick a meddlesome nose." The rabble, listening closely to our repartee, burst into laughter. Even among the nobles, people began tittering. The Viscount couldn't stand that. All his psychologists and self-help exercises went out the window. He barked loudly, slammed down his visor, and dashed my direction. "Let the games begin." I whispered quietly to myself and drew a bit of energy from my reservoir. While the Viscount and I exchanged pleasantries, I was studying his defenses closely and counted at the very least a dozen places where I could land a fatal blow. The Viscount, naturally, wasn't filling his head with such considerations, and that came as no surprise. Before him now stood a little wretch in Hotspur who had insulted him in public on several occasions, then foolishly turned up for a duel without decent weaponry or protection. The leather scraps hanging awkwardly off his body excepted, and thinking back on the ill-fated and humiliating fight against de Lamar, let's just say the Viscount was underestimating me, to put it lightly, and that was exactly why he thought he could end me in one blow. With a furious cry coming from beneath his helmet visor, the Viscount tried to bring his longsword down at an angle into my right collarbone. If the real Max Renard were in my place, that blow would have been more than sufficient. Just a moment later, he would have been lying on the ground hacked through to the waist and soaking the sand of the arena in his blood. But to the Viscount de England's misfortune, a dangerous otherworldly entity had come to dwell within the true Max Renard's body, and killing him would require a great deal more effort. Easily sidestepping the Viscount's blade, I shifted left and now behind him, swung my sword hard. The razor-sharp tip of my blade cut the bright feathers off my opponent's helmet. The ritzy multicolored plumage, which was probably worth quite a lot all on its own, scattered through the arena. I even gave a slight wince. I would have to make peace with that loss. Everything the Viscount was wearing I already regarded as my legal spoils, but I had to do it. Today I intended to make an example of the Viscount, an exhibition performance to keep any other potential hotheads off my back, and it was actually good that de England was champion of some tournament. It would only make the lesson stick better for all those who would dare challenge me to a duel, much less open their mouths to insult me. As an aside, based on how fast my rival was moving, he was no rival at all, even to Jacques. And if the veteran had a shield and his weapon of choice, the Viscount wouldn't have stood the slightest chance. I was certain the Count's son had been instructed by master swordsmen probably since childhood, but Jacques had been through a tougher kind of schooling. As by the way, had I, the Viscount was clearly expecting his blade to get stuck in his rival's body, so he took another 2 steps forward after stabbing thin air. My sudden disappearance had clearly puzzled him. He started looking from side to side sluggishly in incomprehension. He did it with his whole body, much to the delight of the crowd up in the stands. The people were particularly tickled by him losing the feathers on his helmet, which was exactly what I wanted to achieve. Viscount. I called out loudly with my left hand cupped by my mouth, "Looking for someone. If it's me, you should just follow that impressive nose of yours. Come after the lavender aroma." The tribunes again thundered with laughter. Several nobles were now openly joining the rabble. I even saw a smile flicker on the face of the local count. The Viscount's father, though, was in no laughing mood. I saw incomprehension on his face, as well as those of many of the other aristocrats. I was fully expecting that reaction. They all knew who Max Renard was, and that he was not supposed to survive a blow like that. Meanwhile, the Viscount turned and, egged on by the ululating and incendiary outbursts from the stands, roaring with fury, came racing my direction once again. And once again he missed. I easily stepped aside and again found myself behind him, but that time my opponent didn't get off so easily as merely losing plumage. A short lunge and the tip of my blade entered his left knee just above the cap, which made the crowd gasp loudly. Okay, enough playing around. The main event could begin. I was making precise strikes so the Viscount wouldn't bleed out too early, but still there was lots of blood. The first dark ruddy droplets had started dripping onto the sand beneath my rival's feet. With a shudder, the Viscount turned in place and tried to make another lunge but lost his footing. I heard him give a muted groan. He mechanically reached for the wound with his left hand but got himself together before it was too late. Not bad. As son of a count and tournament champion, he was not supposed to show weakness. "What's the matter, Viscount?" I asked, smiling placidly. "Not feeling too hot." In response came a growl and sudden lunge. The wound made it come off clumsy and less quick, but it would have still been enough to run the old Max through like a grouse on a spit. I meanwhile smoothly turned the Viscount's long blade aside, sliding it off my sword with a swish and countering with a lunge into the narrow gap between his left shoulder plate and cuirass. The tip of my blade didn't go in too far, but it was enough to put the Viscount's left hand out of commission. The stands responded with a loud humming gasp like a giant many-headed monster. That time, my opponent was unable to contain his groan. Stepping back, he held his sword out in front. The heavy longsword in his right hand began to quiver. Wisps of steam started puffing out of his helmet visor. The Viscount's fury went up in smoke. Seemingly, today was the first time he had ever experienced true pain. The blood was leaving his body quickly, soaking the sand underfoot. Not even a couple minutes into the fight, our roles had switched. Now the Viscount had gone from offense to defense, and based on the frightened and baffled outbursts from the stands, everyone else could see that. Out of the corner of my eye, I was tracking my opponent's father's reaction. I must note he was holding it together all right. Only the look in his eyes betrayed his true concern. I could see in his dark gray eyes astonishment, disbelief, and a healthy dose of fear. I couldn't blame him. He had come here to enjoy a show. His firstborn and heir was supposed to triumphantly slay a man who had insulted him, never the opposite. I should note that I saw similar emotions on the faces of many others. Even Betty, who had spoken with such scorn about Max's abilities, was now completely stunned. Vivienne, meanwhile, didn't look the least bit surprised. White as chalk, she couldn't take her tense gaze off me. I saw an unasked question in her eyes. "Who are you?" That happened to me often. I looked mawkish. My build was gaunt. I was calm and conflict-averse by nature. Consequently, some types of men were constantly trying to boost their own egos on my account. It happened particularly often when I was a child and young man. Honestly, though, by the time the conflict reached a certain stage, that quiet, modest young man would transform into a brutal beast with a cold gaze, and as a rule, by then it was too late. I figured the Viscount de England had just found himself in that very position. Holding out his sword, which was becoming heavier and heavier with every drop of blood he lost, he was probably already starting to feel a chill come over his body. The waves of fury and rage caused by my insults started to abate. Standing opposite his rival, he was gradually starting to realize that the situation had spun out of control, because he was already imagining his foe cleaving his body from collar to waist with one Herculean slash, but the reality was somewhat different. Still, the Viscount wasn't going to simply surrender. Falling heavily onto his injured leg, he tried to close the gap yet again. Leaving a dark, ruddy trail on the sand with every step, he came my way preparing to repeat his previous lunge. He finally made an attack, but it was with only one hand. I though kept smiling and let him come closer until he made his lunge, at which point I easily turned his blade aside. After that, closing the gap with a sudden burst, I tripped the Viscount and pushed him hard in the chest, laying him low. A steel clang sounded out over the duel yard. An ominous silence crept over the stands. The people were struck by the sight of it. No one was making fun of the Viscount any longer, lying on his back and awkwardly flailing his arms and legs like a huge beetle. I was just barely able to make out several plaintive feminine shrieks. I doubted the ladies would have felt this bad for me. Out here, the Viscount de England was the very embodiment of handsome charm and nobility, a knight in shining armor, no less. I meanwhile was some upstart, a bastard. A traitor's illegitimate offspring draped in unsightly leather armor. I wouldn't be surprised to discover that most of the people watching us in the arena thought this was nothing more than a fluke. And now the Viscount was about to stand to his feet, pick up his sword, and cut the bastard down to size. But I didn't allow the Viscount to stand up or stick me with the dagger he pulled from his belt scabbard. Quickly disarming my opponent, I held his hand down with my foot and raised his helmet visor with the tip of my blade. The Viscount and I stared into each other's faces. His eyes contained so much fear and desperation. What happened to the fierce warrior I first saw? Now before me was a 25-year-old boy lying on the ground wanting desperately to live. While falling to the ground, he somehow managed to break his big nose and now blood was pouring down his cheeks and chin. Viscount. I smiled and poked the tip of my blade toward his right eye. I hope you understand you should not move your head right now. Staring at the steel tip just a few inches from his eye, the Viscount nodded shortly. What's taking so long? He asked in a shaky voice. The fact I don't want to kill you, I shrugged. Never did. You were the one thirsting for my blood. What got into you? You insulted me in public on several occasions. A faded shadow of his former rage flickered in the Viscount's gray eyes. Once even in front of the Viscountess de Brion. I shook my head. Now I could see why the kid was so feisty. Max the moron had humiliated him in front of his bride-to-be. On top of that, my jokes only added fuel to the fire. I admit my mistake, Viscount. Hearing that made d'Anglin's eyes go wide in surprise. But you played your part as well, I reproached him. You assumed I would ignore your remarks about my origin. If you weren't a noble, I'd have cut your tongue out for that. By the way, next time you get the bright idea to make a rude comment, I will do just that. I hope you realize you are no match for me now. Yes, the Viscount agreed unexpectedly. And meanwhile, he wasn't groveling or trying to stall. He was being sincere. I underestimated you, Renard. Now I realize that you could have killed me before. It was just your duel with de Lamar. I watched your fight. It deceived me. The man fighting me today was someone else entirely. And yes, you will not hear another word from me about your origin. I give you my word, Chevalier. If of course I survive this day. In my turn, I give you my word that I will stop pestering you about your nose, I said without a hint of mockery. And as I said before, I do not wish to take your life, Viscount. As a matter of fact, I would never forgive myself for depriving the charming Viscountess de Brion of the joys of married life. And as for de Lamar, I will have my revenge. Vincent has a burning desire to finish what he started. Then I know who I'm betting on. A smile appeared on the Viscount's pale face. So it's settled then, I clarified. Certainly he nodded and added, victory is yours. My squire will bring my armor and weapons wherever you wish. Good, I said, and now try not to move. When I turned to face the stands, which had been seized by a crypt-like silence, I caught the Count d'Angland, the Viscount's father, giving me a probing gaze. Seemingly, he had aged 10 years in the last few minutes. I didn't disappoint him and shouted out loudly, fetch a healer. Now, while leaving the duel yard as the crowd roared, I could practically feel Vivienne Leroy burning my back with her eyes. Jack was waiting in the buggy in the parking lot. A satisfied smile danced on the veteran's face. It wasn't hard to guess the reason for his delight. I've never seen you this happy, I muttered, taking off my vest, bracers, and greaves. Found the courage to bet on me, eh? I snorted. What if the Viscount stuck me with his sword? Not in this lifetime, Jack chortled. That sword, by the way, no longer belongs to the Viscount. Now it is yours. Pulling a handful of dry, clean snow from a snowdrift, I wiped down my overheated face. My hands were shivering slightly. My muscles and joints were burning. I had been going all out in my fight with the Viscount, and I pushed both my energy and physical prowess to the max. If not for the green energy from the perfume, I'd have been in trouble. I quickly scanned my energy system and sighed. With the exception of a few micro-strains, I couldn't find a single serious rupture. Ideally, I would have spent the next month on an energy diet meditating and getting my physical shell back in shape, but sadly, events around me were starting to unfold independent of my desires. What do you think? Will your buddy Guy Arnault give a fair price for the Viscount's equipment? I asked Jack, but another man answered instead. Chevalier Renard. I heard a measured baritone behind me. I'm certain that no one here will pay you a fairer price than me. Jack jumped down from the buggy and lowered his head. I turned. A few paces opposite me stood the Count d'Angland in the flesh, accompanied by a group of 5 tough warriors. They reminded me of Jack in some way. The cutthroats had clearly taken part in their fair share of scraps. They stared at me with unhidden curiosity, as if they couldn't believe a kid like me had just defeated their master's son in full public view. Your lordship, I bowed respectfully. Chevalier, I would like to speak with you alone. Would you lend me a minute of your time? The Count's question had little to do with a request. His lordship was clearly not accustomed to being defied. I didn't go looking for trouble. If I acted rude now, nobody would understand. I also didn't want the Count of a neighboring county for an enemy. The very fact he had come to me for a personal discussion spoke volumes. He had come down from the heavens to the earth, so to speak. Jack immediately vanished, while the Count's troops took a few steps back, forming something of a semicircle so no one could bother us. At your service, your lordship, I bowed again. Okay, I'll get straight to business, the Count d'Angland stated dryly. Surprisingly, the Viscount did not resemble his father, except perhaps in the size and angle of his eyes. The big nose, heavy chin, broad cheekbones, the Viscount must have gotten all that from his mother. I even wanted to see her. As you like, I responded and folded my hands behind my back. In one movement, the Count removed a golden signet from his left-hand middle finger set with a large dark crimson ruby and extended it to me. This is for you, Chevalier, he came in a colorless voice. This signet will fetch you a lot more silver than my son's armor suit. This way, we both get what we want. You get money and I get to rest assured in the knowledge that the Viscount d'Angland's armor suit will remain in our family armory. I trust you find that exchange acceptable. In my hand, the ring had a pleasant heft. More than, I responded. All right, we have a deal, he came harshly. I'm glad we were able to reach an understanding, Chevalier. After saying that, the Count quickly turned and took a step toward a richly appointed coach bearing the de Anglin County crest, which was parked a few yards away from where we were chatting. He hesitated for a moment, turned and looking at me thoughtfully said, "Today you let my sole heir keep his life. From this day forth, I will be keeping a close eye on your fate." I was standing with my elbows leaned up against the side of our buggy and watching the Count's coach drive away. By local standards, it was a gorgeous vehicle, and elite. I had been tossing the golden signet back and forth in my hands all that time, feeling its pleasing heft. "A great investment," I heard Jack say to my side. "You know that word?" I asked, not turning. I wanted to see the riders on the big warhorses accompanying de Anglin's coach. A gorgeous sight. There was a brainiac in my troop, Jacques snorted. A brilliant mind, and he knew a lot of clever words. Honestly, though, it didn't help him in the Battle of Leon. A lot of men died there, yet you survived. I survived many battles. Ever miss the old days? No, oh, Jacques chuckled. I'm just fine with my life now. I smiled understandingly. I've noticed that Madame Richard enjoys your company. Yes, that is one reason, Jacques smiled back at me. He looked in that moment like a sly tomcat in heat. So what were my odds today? I asked quickly. 1 to 10, Jacques responded, slightly taken aback by the change in topic. I snorted. I thought it would be more. That Paul Lepetit was quite miserly. But still, my 25 crowns were now 250. All I had left to do was wait for Bertrand with the money and we could drive home. But first celebrate. Once we're finished with business, take me and Bertrand to a place that serves nice food, I said, stashing the signet in my pocket. Jack was right, this ring was a good investment. Plus the Count did me a favor. Now I wouldn't have to waste time selling the armor. It was also convenient. I could now always keep a large amount of money on me. I wouldn't have to haul a bag of silver around. Will do, Jacques nodded, concealing a mischievous smile. I warned him straight away, but not like last time with the armorer. Somewhere respectable, but not too expensive. Jack nodded in silence, but the smile didn't leave his face. The winning bet had put him into an uncommonly good mood. Should I ruin it? Oh, come on, let him have his fun. But Bertrand's prolonged absence was starting to alarm me. You know something? I asked, hopping into the buggy. Why don't you take me to the bookmakers? I get the feeling something has gone wrong. He should have waited for me rather than going alone. Paul Lepetit's office was in a neighboring district at the very end of a street. It was a 2-story stone building with a red tile roof, thick iron-bound doors, and narrow windows with steel grates. When we first stopped beneath the wooden sign depicting coins and 2 horse heads, I whistled. This place is a real fortress. A whole army would have trouble taking it. Jack shrugged. That's the idea. This town gets restless at the slightest provocation, and hotheads always come running to places like this to loot. They know there's always money. Hopping out of the buggy, I quickly walked to the heavy door and knocked on it loudly. I'll knock your head in. I heard an annoyed bark from the other side of the door. The lock clanged and a mountain of a man appeared in the doorway with big, huge fists and a total lack of intelligence in his eyes. What do you want? He barked out. Holding back my annoyance at the plainly boorish treatment, I asked a question, my good man. I am looking for my servant who I sent here to collect my winnings. I was about to start describing Bertrand, but he was in no mood to listen. Nobody's been here, the giant answered suddenly and added, you should have kept better track of your servant. He's probably pounding back ale in a dive as we speak. After the tirade, the iron-banded door slammed straight in my face. I frowned and looked at Jack. All he could do was shrug his shoulders as if to say he didn't have a clue. I looked around, not a soul, nobody to even ask. I wound up to knock again, but Jack stopped me. Monsieur, he said quietly. Look, I turned where he pointed. A grubby child's face was peeking out around the corner of a neighboring building. Looks like he wants us to go over there, Jack commented on the child's gesturing. Crossing the street, I walked over to the boy trying to get my attention. Dirty dark blonde hair, old clothing and shoes. This kid was clearly a member of the local homeless community. Monsieur, he addressed me in a slightly rasping voice. You wouldn't happen to be looking for an old servant, would you? What makes you say that? I asked, now on guard. I heard what you said to Bull, the waif answered shiftily, nodding toward the iron-bound doors. Also, when the old man was thrown out of there, he threatened that his master would surely come after him, and they would not like it when he did. Honestly, no offense if it was you, monsieur, but it looks like the old man was exaggerating. Paul Lepetit has 15 enforcers in there. That is, of course, if you can somehow get past Bull. You know where he is. I took a step forward. Not so fast, the kid stepped back, about to run away. Yes, I know where he is, and for a small reward I could take you to him. Will this be enough? A few copper coins appeared in my hand. The kid's eyes lit up with greed. He even gulped loudly. If you show me where the old man is, they're yours, I said. If this is a setup, you better hightail it out of Abbeville. We met eyes. He wasn't lying. He knew where Bertrand was, but the look in my eyes seemed to have scared him. I then, signaling Jacques to stay where he was, followed the boy. We didn't have to go far. Lying on a rubbish heap wearing nothing but his skivvies, Bertrand was at the end of a dark dead-end alleyway between 2 buildings. When I saw him, I burst forward. Holding my breath and shaking with overexertion, I bent down over his body. Pale face, bleeding broken nose, a big bruise under his right eye. The poor fellow had taken a serious beating. Based on his faint breathing and lack of reactions, Bertrand was unconscious. Plus, he was very cold. I quickly scanned his energy structure and breathed a sigh of relief. He just needed a nice warm bath and some time to recover. He would be fine. Tearing the coat and cap off myself, I quickly wrapped the old man in them and found his body unexpectedly light. Monsieur, I heard the kid ask demandingly behind me. Your name? I threw out sharply while picking Bertrand up. Everyone calls me Goldfinch, the kid muttered. Bring my companion with the buggy this way and I'll pay you double what we agreed. Goldfinch whistled away like the wind. While I walked down the street, Bertrand woke up and glanced at me with a dim look. I saw recognition. He first gave a faint twitch, but I reassured him. It's over, old fellow. It's all behind you. I'm here. I'm with you. Monsieur, he whispered in a shaky voice, I let you down. They recognized me. They kept all your winnings. They said the money was going to pay your debt to someone called Treble. I tried to protest, but they overpowered me. Everything will be fine, my friend, I reassured him. It's my fault. I never should have involved you in all this, or let you go on your own. I must have still not been thinking straight after the duel. It won't happen again. And there's Jacques. The buggy came flying around the corner. Jacques looked upset. What's going on with him? He asked when he came to a stop. He's a bit worse for the wear and needs to warm up, but he'll survive, I replied. Take him home. What about you? Jacques asked in surprise. I have more business to attend to with a certain self-assured gentleman. Not waiting for Jacques to respond, I threw a handful of copper coins to Goldfinch and strode off toward Paul Lepetit's office. Tightening the sword scabbard on my back as I walked, I drew a bit of energy from my full reservoir and directed it into the tips of my fingers. I no longer cared to make sure I wouldn't kill my opponent on accident. The iron door opened to my insistent knock with a slight delay, and the same giant man appeared in the frame. Well, what do you want now, rat? He barked. I believe I already made myself clear. I take it you aren't going to understand the nice way. Is Paul in? I asked, ignoring the insult, which baffled the big man. He nodded mechanically. Looks like you. He bellowed out when he found his footing but was unable to finish. I gave him a short blow to the solar plexus reinforced with an energy pulse which made him double over and, wheezing, fall to his knees. The veins in his bovine neck bulged with strain, his face filled with blood. I gave him another short pop to the temple and ended his suffering. Stepping over his body as it convulsed in agony, I walked into the building. The fairly spacious entryway continued into a long corridor with a door looming at the other end. When I was already in the middle of the corridor, it opened and another bald enforcer stepped out, but smaller than the doorman. He froze in the doorway and stared at me in surprise with his little closely set eyes. Hi, I smiled carelessly, upping my pace. Bull sent me. I need to talk to Paul. Where is he now? Second floor in his office. The goon kept frowning as he answered. Just who might you be? And why did Bull not take your weapon? Too late. Scanning the big man's energy system, I had already made it to the end of the corridor and landed a right-hand punch right on a dark spot on his chest. That was how old wounds and injuries looked in true vision. It only took one push. He lost consciousness before he even fell to the floor. From behind the door the bald man stepped out of, I found the lobby and a wide marble staircase with 2 guardsmen stationed on it. Was this Paul guy growing these men from test tubes or something? Their food budget alone must have been staggering. The bruisers, drawn by the commotion at the door, were already coming down. The first was a broad-shouldered kid with a thick head of hair and a wire brush of a beard. The second, somewhat shorter, had fiery red hair and stared at me in surprise with his blue eyes open wide. He seemed to recognize me. My guess received immediate confirmation. Max, he asked, how'd you get in here? I just shrugged and dashed with lightning speed straight over a couple stairs until I was 1 step away from him. Before he could say another thing, I shoved him in the gut. He cringed, and his eyes rolling back, tumbled down the stairs until falling silent. The redhead shouted out an indignant curse and tried to grab me by the shoulder. I meanwhile ducked beneath his hand, climbed a step higher, and sending a bit of energy into my hand, slammed it into the base of the ugly man's neck. A moment later, the blue-eyed man was lying at his partner's side, showing no signs of life. I took down another 7 goons in the hallways and passages of the second floor, and a few minutes later, found myself opposite a carved double door made of reddish wood manned by a couple old friends. Bah, I spread my arms and smiled. My guys, Crab and Block, it's been a while. Whereas Crab's face started filling with blood when he saw me, Block shuddered and mechanically covered his crotch with a wide hand. I see you haven't forgotten our last encounter. I kept smiling. Crab, sputtering and spewing curses, dashed my way like an enraged rhinoceros. I saw a knife blade flicker in his hand. I didn't try anything fancy with the ugly bastard. Grabbing the sword off my back, I swung at his hand. Crab's hand, still grasping the knife, fell to the floor and ruddy blood started spurting from the stump. That was for hitting Trixie. Crab took another few steps out of inertia and, clutching his right wrist with his left hand, started howling. His wailing lasted only a few seconds, though. The heavy pommel of my sword smashed through the back of his bald head with a crunch. I was not intending to leave that scumbag alive. Block, who had been watching me take my revenge on his buddy the whole time, had yet to move a muscle, just covering his groin with his big hands. Is Paul Le Petit behind that door? I asked him calmly, wiping the blood from my blade. Block nodded quickly. It somehow even looked childish. Very good, I praised him. Because you do not want to die today, right? He shook his head rapidly and even growled. Great, now he won't talk. Well then, run off home, I waved the sword at him. And don't ever let me see you again. Got it. Block, sidling toward the door to the stairs, nodded very quickly and bleated something out. Run along then, I shook my head and breathed a heavy sigh. I waited for Block to leave and made for the carved door to what appeared to be Paul Le Petit's office. I wanted to push it open, but before I could, someone opened it for me. A fashionable head of curly hair poked out of the gap and said fearsomely in Beetle's voice, "What are you two idlers doing out there?" Before he could say anything more, the tip of my blade was pressed against his neck, and I just kept guessing who could possibly have recognized my Bertrand. I chuckled and pushed the door, holding the tip of my sword to his neck. Because you do understand that when you beat up the old man, you crossed all known bounds, right? If I would have waited any longer, he'd have frozen to death. Max, Treble's henchman, said plaintively and gave a loud gulp. His eyes open wide, he stared at Crab's dead body and the brownish blood running around the bloody stump. I beg you, don't kill me. I warned them, but they wouldn't listen. Beetle, I heard an authoritative baritone from deep in the office. What is going on out there? Why are you taking so long? Step aside, I ordered Beetle sharply. And when he ran in fear to the far corner, I entered the office, put my sword in its scabbard and looked around. Big fireplace, thick rug, wide desk, soft sofas. It was like I was right back in the pit warden's office. But the man in charge of this place looked nothing like the toad-like colonel. Paul Le Petit, and that was exactly who this was, looked more like an aristocrat than the owner of a bookmaker's office. Angular facial features, a slicked-back hairdo, neatly trimmed mutton chops, a strong jawline, clothing of a fashionable cut. Not a bad place you got yourself here, I said while looking around. Pretty cozy. Max Renard, Paul Le Petit stared at me stunned. How'd you get in here? Who dared let you enter? My predecessor must have known this Paul all too well. My servant, who you robbed, beat, and threw on a trash heap in his skivvies, said you wanted to see me in person. Is this how you do business nowadays? While I spoke, I was slowly approaching his desk with a stack of scrolls and papers, some stuffed leather sacks, inkwells, bundles of plumes, a small dagger, and a thin letter opener. The owner of the bookmaker's office quite quickly got himself together. Placing his well-manicured hands on the tabletop, he frowned and tried to get up out of his chair. How dare you, you little bastard, he shouted fearsomely. I see you have forgotten who you're dealing with, you. But before he could finish, a wave of energy ran over my body, and a second later, I grabbed the dagger from the edge of his desk in my right hand while with the left I took the letter opener and stuck both into Paul Le Petit's hand, pinning them to the desktop. The bookmaker was apparently a man with a very low pain threshold. Plus, I knew perfectly well where to hit to cause the most pain. In the end, Paul Le Petit's brain couldn't take it, and he passed out. The gambling boss's eyes rolled back, and he slumped in his chair before his aristocratic countenance came in for a rough landing on the desktop. And meanwhile, it looked like he broke his nose and lips. Beetle hiccuped mutedly in the far corner. He got off easy, I muttered, looking at the fat sacks on the table interestedly. Hey, Beetle, splash some water on him. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all night. Beetle did as I ordered quite quickly. The contents of a silver decanter on the desk got splashed onto Paul Le Petit's head. Based on the smell, it was wine. The man coughed and groaned out loudly. He raised his head and we met eyes. Now there wasn't the least bit of rage or fury in his eyes, just all-consuming fear and horror. That's more like it. I bared my teeth and sat on the edge of his desk. Interlude 2. Hierowoxville, capital of Vestonia, the manor of Thomas Gilbert, head of the Gilbert Trading House. Well, old snake, Pascal Legrand said mischievously. Tell me why you summoned me. Just don't try to claim your heart suddenly swelled with longing for an old friend. Despite being over 60 years of age, the head of the Legrand and Sons trading house looked alive and full of vigor. His harsh, searching gaze, sharp movements, and quick reactions to even the most insignificant changes in the world of finance all seemed to indicate that the Legrand and Sons trading house was not going to have a change in leadership anytime soon. Whereas Pascal Legrand was called a hawk in the world of merchants and profits for his blistering speed, Thomas Gilbert's manner of conducting business was more snake-like, involving lots of waiting and ambushing before in the end swallowing his prey whole. Both of them were prime examples of the kind of people said to have made their own fortunes. But that was where the similarities ended, well, apart from age. Gilbert was older than Legrand by just 1 year. In every other way, the pair were utterly unalike, but that was no obstacle to their long-lasting friendship. Still, both of them were aware their relationship had only remained friendly because their business interests never overlapped. Care for some wine? Thomas offered. I suppose so, Pascal Legrand sighed, getting settled in for a long talk. It was just how Gilbert did things. Now they'd have to talk around the issue. After sharing a meal, he even pulled him into his office. First, Thomas filled their glasses with a light pink liquid that gave off a faint cherry aroma, then made a short toast to fortune, to fortune. Pascal repeated the motto all merchants lived by and took a small sip. A moment later, a wave of warmth spread through his body while his eyes widened in surprise. Yes, yes, Gilbert said with a satisfied smile. That's right. This is none other than Eastern Ruby. It has more than 50 years on the both of us. Excellent. Legrand took another little sip and even winced in delight. A real treasure. I've been saving this bottle for a special occasion. Gilbert chuckled and also took a little sip. It's nice to know that a meal with an old friend is something you see as special, worthy of uncorking such a fantastic vintage. A fire of curiosity sparked up in Pascal Legrand's gray, somewhat squinting eyes. What could the old snake really be after? You know the history of Eastern Ruby? Thomas Gilbert asked, placing his glass on the table and sitting in an armchair next to the giant fireplace, which resembled the mouth of a fire-breathing dragon with its huge size. Beyond the fact that Aslan's winemakers are gifted and willing to kill anyone for their secrets, no, Pascal shrugged and also sat back in the comfortable leather armchair. Wines were in fact one of the areas the Gilbert trading house specialized in, and which the Legrand trading empire had never so much as dipped a toe into. Well, everyone knows that. Thomas Gilbert waved a wide hand carelessly. But less well known is that Icelandic winemakers' strict adherence to principle, as well as the ancient laws of their guild, are just myths concocted to increase prices. Gold opens all doors. Pascal nodded, agreeing with his friend. Not all, Gilbert expressed with a sigh of pity. Alas, not all, but that's for another time. This variety, as well as some others, are actually made with a base of solid brute. Legrand snorted and glanced again at the contents of his glass. So not dust, not hollow stone, but solid crimson brute. He turned his intrigued gaze at Gilbert. This beverage is worthy of the table of a king or emperor. Agreed, Gilbert came, smiling his serpentine grin. That's why we're drinking it now. Because you and I, even if not by origin, are also kings and emperors. And unlike aristocrats, who were handed everything on a silver platter since the day they were born, you and I forged our empires with our own hands. As a matter of fact, without us and our money, most of Estonia's nobles, and all of mainlands would be nothing but so much hot air. Their armies, fancy clothing, purebred horses, and fine wines, as well as their lovers and very homes, are all financed by our purses. In fact, if we called in all the debts they owe us right now, they'd lose their pants. So if anyone should be enjoying a wine like Eastern Ruby, it is us. Pascal Legrand snorted. He already knew everything the old snake was talking about, as did every merchant of the Golden Hundred. Beyond that, this was far from their first conversation about it. Just this time, Thomas Gilbert was speaking with particular emotion, which wasn't much his style. He only acted like that on rare occasions, such as just before he struck like a snake ready to swallow its prey. Pascal didn't feel like his prey, though. First of all, Gilbert would simply choke on him, and second, neither had anything the other wanted, so this must have been something else. They say wines like Eastern Ruby have to age under the strict supervision of a gifted person. They make sure the mana contained in the liquid is maintained and gradually leaching its power into the wine. Which is why, beyond the brutes, the grapes the juice is pressed from must be grown in the shadow. And even under those conditions, out of thousands of bottles, in the best case only around 100 age to maturity, the rest turn into revolting sludge. Gilbert fell silent and stared thoughtfully into the roaring fireplace. Pascal, having known his friend for many years and accustomed to such pauses, waited in silence for him to continue, and he did so quickly enough. To successfully craft this royal beverage, Thomas said, not taking his thoughtful gaze off the fire, there are several conditions that must be met. One of them is the age of the grapevine. The longer it's been growing in the shadow, the greater the chance it will birth a true Eastern Ruby. After that, they require care and cultivation by an experienced, gifted person, along with a lot of other minor things. Why are you telling me this? Pascal Legrand couldn't resist any longer. Tearing his gaze from the fireplace and looking at his old friend, Thomas Gilbert said, "You told me gold can open all doors. Not all, my friend. Not all. Some of them will remain closed to you and me forever, and you know that perfectly well. All these counts, dukes, kings, even bare-assed and up to their eyeballs in debt, will always be part of a closed circle which we can never enter, not even for all the gold in the world. They were given the key to that door by birthright. Only their family trees, like those old grapevines, are capable of producing true fruits which can yield the juice that will mature into ancient blood. That blood is the thing that commands armies and makes nations bow at their feet. It is what confers true power in this world. You are now talking like the madmen who sit beneath temples. Or has the wine gone to your head?" Thomas Gilbert laughed and took a sip from his glass. "Do you remember the first time we met, my friend?" he asked. As if it were yesterday, Pascal nodded. "Honestly, though, on that day you were drinking booze of a completely different quality, and I wasn't wearing any shoes and had a broken rib," Thomas confirmed. "The vessel I was sailing to mainland on crashed on a reef. All my belongings sunk to the bottom of the sea. but I survived along with another few poor saps. I had to start over from nothing, and I admire you and respect you. Unlike you, I got help from my father starting out. You earned everything yourself. Don't be modest. Thomas Gilbert waved him off. You built the Legrand Empire. Your father, compared to you, was a common shopkeeper, much the same as mine. Honestly, though, he never did forgive me for not returning to the Foggy Isles and taking over his business. You made the right choice, Pascal shrugged. Your counts and barons are constantly at war, and if they just let merchants earn their money, that would be fine enough. No, they constantly demand honest traders pay them gold. That was exactly why I made Vestonia my new home, Thomas said. This is where I earned my starting capital, for which I am immeasurably happy. Pascal saluted him with a glass. But the time has come to move on, Thomas Gilbert said suddenly and gave a mysterious smile. Move on, Pascal frowned. To Island, closer to your beloved wines. Oh no, Thomas laughed. You're joking, right? I wouldn't last a week among those hard-headed snobs. Vestonia is forever my home. This is a place where fates are made and where the largest capital funds can be found. How could I live without the Heroicsville Stock Exchange? Haha, the heart of mainland is right here. I was referring to something else. Then illuminate me. Pascal threw his hands up, but I beg you don't give me any long preface. My patience and time are not unlimited. Yes, forgive me, old friend. Thomas Gilbert shook his head. My speech has taken longer than intended. In my defense, I will say that none of it could be left out, so I hope you understand me. Pascal, in silence, gestured with a hand as if to say, go on. As you're aware, Thomas Gilbert appeared to finally be getting to his point. My business is on the upswing. Profits are rising every year, much the same as yours, but there is one, but I get the feeling I've outgrown the golden 100. It isn't enough for me anymore. It's time to move up a level, or not quite. It's time to make sure all my heirs into the future will have the chance to reach that new level. Pascal knitted his brows. Now he didn't understand a thing. I spent a long time contemplating my life, my friend, Gilbert continued, and I concluded that everything I have done is but the basis for something greater, says the man who controls the entire wine trade in mainland and the Foggy Isles. Pascal snorted, not to mention your other, equally successful endeavors. Exactly right, my friend, Thomas nodded. The man sitting before you finally realized one simple truth: I must leave a firm, indestructible foundation for my grandchildren. Are you terminally ill? Pascal asked in surprise. And preparing for your death. Despite my age, my health can only be envied. But as you correctly noted, death could strike at any moment. And that goes just as much for me as anyone. However, I must be certain that I have all my ducks in a row by then. You talking about a will? I instructed my attorneys to draw one up ages ago. Not exactly, Thomas shook his head. I am now speaking of the doors you and I cannot open. But I want those doors open for my descendants, my grandchildren and great-grandchildren. 1 second, Pascal rubbed his eyes. All this time, what you've been getting to is that you want to marry your children to someone from a noble family. Well, what's so hard about that? Fix your Betty up with some baron or other. They seem to have multiplied like mongrels as of late. Your only daughter and the heiress to the head of the Gilbert trading house. Oh, as soon as the nobility finds out about your intentions, their sons will be lining up outside your door. I shouldn't have to explain such obvious things. I know, Thomas responded calmly, but I have several conditions. One of them is that a mere baron will not suffice. I need someone from a truly ancient house. And preferably the kind of person I can control completely, but to whom all doors will be open. And with my money, all the more so. Basically, you understand. Pascal started frowning even more. Even if these doors of yours do open, you yourself can never pass through. To them, you will always be the son of a shopkeeper, regardless of your obscene wealth. I do not intend to go through them, Thomas snorted, but my grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be part of that world. They will be untouchable. Do you see? They will be their equals. That is precisely why I need a person who carries the blood of one of mainland's most ancient houses. Yep, Pascal shook his head. That's going to be a tall order. What member of the upper aristocracy is going to want to give up their offspring to the daughter of a man such as yourself? Furthermore, as far as I am aware, that class of person has all this arranged practically before their children are born. Whoever said I would have to arrange anything with them? Thomas Gilbert gave a wily squint. Who were you planning to make an arrangement with then? Pascal Legrand asked in surprise. And meanwhile, he suddenly felt a pit in his stomach, a sure sign he was being recruited for some mad scheme. You, my friend, Gilbert smiled wide like a snake. I want to bind my house by marriage to yours. Have you lost your mind? Pascal exclaimed, baffled. Where do my children come into this? He wanted to continue objecting, but suddenly stopped short, and his jaws started grinding. Oh, my friend, Gilbert sighed. I seem to have opened up an old wound. Forgive me, but I had to speak with you first. Don't you see, your grandson? He is no grandson of mine. Legrand hissed through his teeth. That de Gramont scoundrel killed my sweet Anna. But Pascal, he was only a newborn. Thomas Gilbert tried to bring his friend to reason. Such things happen from time to time. Women give their lives so that their children may draw breath. Pascal jumped out of his seat. Fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. He loomed over the head of House Gilbert and barked. He hasn't been a child for a long time. Ferdinand de Gramont, the conspirator, managed to raise his bastard into a vile little libertine. I have but one regret, that he was not beheaded alongside his traitor father and brothers. I understand, Gilbert stated softly, and I share your grief. I remember Anna, and I mourn her along with you, because we actually once had plans to marry our houses together. My Thomas Jr. was in love with Anna, but alas, the shadow takes mercy on no one. Pascal shuddered. The haze of fury gradually subsided. He breathed a loud sigh, settling down, and took a step backward. Of course, he mentioned his son and heir. Anna loved him too, but the kid decided to join up with the Shadow Patrol, and there he perished. If not for that foolish death, Anna would have been alive, and now she and Thomas would have been raising their shared grandchildren. Remembering the freak who killed his beloved daughter by being born, Pascal closed his eyes. You did not have to mention that person to me, he came in a cold tone, underlining every word. The de Gramont bastard does not have and never did have any relationship to the Legrand family. To me, he will always be the man who murdered my Anna. And although her blood runs in his veins, he has no right to call himself a Legrand, and if you want my advice, marrying him to Betty would mean ruining her life as well. No good will ever come of that bastard. I know, Thomas Gilbert nodded. I am interested only in his pedigree. I want him only to give Betty and I a few grandchildren, who I will raise as true aristocrats, and then I will get rid of Max Renard. After those words, not a single sinew on Pascal Legrand's face twitched. Incidentally, I have already instructed Betty to go to Abbeville to look into her potential suitor, Gilbert said. She managed to make the acquaintance of an intriguing young woman whose admirer nearly killed Max in a duel. Pascal frowned and glanced at Thomas in surprise. In his turn, watching his friend's face all that time, he snorted in puzzlement. Legrand thought the man looked discouraged by his reaction. So you didn't know that your GHM, that they boy nearly died? Gilbert asked. How should I? Pascal grumbled. I have absolutely nothing to do with him. I wouldn't care if he expired in a ditch. But still, you did let your Bertrand go with him, Thomas snorted. That was Anna's last will, not mine. Legrand cringed. Poor old Bertrand, a man he had essentially grown up with and who was more of a friend than a servant, had suffered unbelievable humiliation at the hands of that freak. He knew that for certain. He got his fair share of reports to that effect when that Max was still living in the old capital, and that only made Pascal hate the mongrel even more. Alas, as much as Pascal may have pitied his old friend, his daughter's dying wish was law. So it's decided then, Thomas Gilbert asked, standing from his chair. You have no objections. Let me repeat, Pascal Legrand replied, raising his head. Maximilien Renard has no relation to me or my family. Paulleptit's body started writhing. A look of alarm and panic was frozen on his dead pale face. All his aristocratic gloss and confidence had blown away in the space of an instant. The wet hair stuck to his forehead, his shivering jaw and clattering teeth, broken nose and swollen lips. The bookmaker broke quite quickly, and I hadn't even gotten started. So then, I'm all ears, I said, spreading my arms and pretending I was about to listen closely. The sound of my voice made Paul shudder even more intensely and stare at me uncomprehendingly with pleading in his eyes. I turned to look at Beetle, who again pressed up into his corner. Monsieur Le Petit, I turned to Paul. Why aren't you saying anything? Here I am, right in front of you. As far as I'm aware, this was what you wanted when you ordered my trusty servant robbed and beaten, right? Or was that a strange method of sending me a message? Well, message received. Here I am. You have my undivided attention. Paul's face went even paler. He seemed about to pass out again. Leaning over the desk, I slapped his cheeks and said, Monsieur Le Petit, I have precious little time. Get yourself, GHM, in hand, and still I was not yet going to remove the knives from his hands. You owe my boss a great deal of money, Paul managed to squeeze out, clacking his teeth. So what? I asked in surprise. That is after all between us. Where do you come into it? Beyond that, technically, Bertrand was the one who bet the money on me. He is a free man and has every right to it. And you up and robbed him in broad daylight. Or do you not give a damn about your reputation? You didn't simply try to kill the servant of some shopkeeper. He is the valet of a nobleman. Very soon, all Abbeville will know of this story. I'd like to see your master's face when he finds out the reputation of his business is so completely tarnished. Because you can't possibly have thought I would stay silent after your little stunt, can you? And who will want to do business with you after this? As expected, my words didn't make a particular impression on Paul. That could only mean one thing: Trebelt completely approved of his subordinate's actions. And that in its turn meant Max's creditor, now my creditor, was accustomed to doing business like this, and he essentially didn't care one bit about reputation. Oh well, to my eye that only made things easier. It was a mistake, Le Petit burbled out pleadingly, and I beg the sincerest apology of you and your valet. It will never happen again. Indeed it will not, I snorted. I didn't know what sort of scheme Paul was trying to run, but after I said that, he shuddered and tried to take a step back, which only made matters worse for him. Jostling his hands pinned to the table made him scream loudly and pass out again. I had to hold his head up to prevent a serious concussion. Listen, Beetle, I said to the pipsqueak who all that time had been afraid to so much as breathe out of turn. You'll have to resuscitate him again. What? He asked, staring at me uncomprehendingly. I'm saying bring him to his senses. This guy's soft as silk. Beetle went racing to the far table and brought over another decanter, the last one. After pouring it out on his boss head, he started slapping him on the cheeks. Based on the new scent, this wine was more expensive than the last one. Abbeville's chief bookmaker finally came back to his senses. When the look in his hazy eyes paused on me, I nodded to Beetle with the decanter and said, Monsieur Le Petit, if you keep fainting at this rate, your wine cellar is going to be empty before too long. I say we quickly calculate my servant's winnings so I can be on my way. And let's not forget about compensating the poor fellow for the physical and moral damages he sustained. I'm sure 100 crowns will more than suffice. Paul nodded very quickly and started babbling. Hope appeared in his eyes. Of course, Chevalier Renard, of course. Next, I continued, seeing how our short GHM standoff ended in my victory. In accordance with ancient custom, I am entitled to my spoils. Paul kept nodding like a madman. Seemingly in that moment, he would have sold his own mother just to keep his life. I sniffled and rolled my eyes. I agree. It is a barbaric tradition, but who are you and I to defy our ancestors' commandments? Let me warn you right now. I lay no claim to any of the valuables in this building because I am aware they do not belong to you. We will act in accordance with canon. Beetle helped Monsieur Le Petit remove his rings and the other valuables on his person. And by the way, take those knives out of his hands, but be careful. Please don't, Paul begged in a quavering voice, and Beetle froze for a moment. I am willing to pay a redemption fee for my personal items and jewelry. After all, you're only going to sell them, but to me they have sentimental value. I squinted and switched to true vision. Not discovering anything out of the ordinary on his body, I asked, You aren't trying to swindle me, are you? Paul gulped loudly and shook his head fast. Please, Chevalier, I could tell he wasn't lying. Good, I nodded. Let's do that then. I would be willing to accept, let's say 300 silver crowns. Paul's jaw crept down and he forgot his injuries for a moment. Beetle meanwhile gave a muted hiccup. Have a heart, Chevalier, Le Petit prayed. All my belongings together aren't worth even 20 crowns. 200 I negotiated down a bit. 30 at most, he shot out, or just take my things. Let's round that up to 50, I suggested. Final offer. With a faded sigh, Paul Le Petit nodded. I accept. Great, I smiled, rubbing my hands together. Then let's get started. A few minutes later, I was handed 3 fat sacks containing 400 pleasantly clanking silver crowns. For the record, Max was sent packing by his uncle with a total of 300, but I was in no rush to celebrate. While Beetle counted the money and Paul looked on, I casually asked them how much I owed Trebelt. They didn't know a precise figure, but they assured me it was more than I was getting today. After hearing that, I yet again found myself wishing that Max had been reborn in a new world in the body of a cockroach or some kind of slug. More than 400. That idiot managed to get more than 400 silver crowns in debt to a crime boss. And silly me, I'd started thinking that today's winnings would be enough to cover all the financial holes Max left me. Snatching the sack off the desk, I turned around without saying goodbye and went to leave the office. On my way, I looked closely and memorized the layout and positioning of windows. That knowledge would come in handy very soon when I made my next visit to the building. The thing was that while Paul and Beetle were handling the money, I managed to scan the room and discovered 2 hiding spots which, based on their telltale multicolored glow, contained magic items. My Dodger brain, as happened so often, had already started sketching out a plan. Beetle, I shouted, not turning around. After me. Behind me I heard hurried footsteps and a faded sigh. At the door I found people waiting for me. It was Jacques and the boy who showed me the way to Bertrand. Unlike Jacques, who viewed things relatively calmly, he stared at me in fear as if I was some kind of monster. What are you still doing here? I said to Jacques, frowning. And where is Bertrand? The old man refused to leave without you, monsieur. Jacques shrugged, melancholic as ever, and added, He's in the buggy. He asked me to go after you and help. What a great helper, I snorted as I stepped outside. Why, there's no catching up to you, Jacques grinned, nodding at Crabbe's already cool dead body. I just shook my head and, not slowing my pace, called Beetle over. Yes, monsieur, he said eagerly, walking quickly by my side. Run through the floors and collect my spoils from the bodies of all your comrades, I said without stopping. Come on, let's go, and make it snappy. Yes, monsieur, Beetle bowed and wanted to run off to do as ordered, but I stopped and placed a hand on his shoulder. You're just perfectly obedient today, not threatening me with reprisals or spooking me with your boss. It's all a bit strange. That would be very rash on my part, monsieur. Beetle's whole body shook. I'll pretend I believed that. I muttered and nodded. Get started. You have a couple minutes. While we went down, I kept scanning the house. But sadly, I didn't find anything else of interest. Maybe there were other hiding spots, but they must have been in another part of the house. Either that or I just couldn't spot them. A closer inspection would only hamper the plan that was now practically fully formed in my head. The hefty front door was blocked off. That was Jacques doing. The doorman, who had taken down first, was lying just inside. I took a glance at his energy system. He would survive, as would all Trebolt's other goons who had failed to defend the bookmaker's office. I had my doubts about the second bruiser, who I put down with an energy blow to an old wound, but he too would wake up soon. At any rate, I had been saving my meager energy reserves, not hitting full force. Incidentally, the only member of the gang who had woken up so far was the red-headed kid who recognized me on the stairwell. When we walked past, he was sitting propped up against a wall and watching me with a dim gaze. "Renard," he rasped out while wincing in pain, "still not going to explain why you attacked me. You were in my way," I replied without stopping. "Next time you get the bright idea to do something like that, you won't get off so easy." As we walked down the corridor, I asked Jack a question. "Would you happen to know who that was?" He grinned once again, and a flash of delight lit up in his eyes. "Of course, he used to visit often. That was your friend, the Chevalier de Nevers. Honestly, though, it seems you've been at odds recently." "There it is," I snorted. What a small world. That redhead was the man I was supposed to duel over a shopkeeper's daughter. What was he doing here? Had he also come to collect his winnings? Bertrand was waiting in the buggy, wrapped up in my fur coat. Based on his rosy cheeks and conscious gaze, the old man wasn't feeling all that bad, and my cursory survey of his energy system confirmed that. "Old fellow," I shook my head, hopping into the buggy. "You're starting to become unmanageable. Looks like I've spoiled you." Bertrand had been smiling happily ever since I left the office. "Monsieur, how could I leave you to the whims of fate?" He first tried to stand up and give me back the coat, but I stopped him. "Sit there and stay still. You're a hero today," I told him, pretending not to be cold even though the vest made of thin fabric I was wearing was no comfort in the evening cold. A few minutes later, Beetle hopped out after us and handed me a small canvas bag. "It's all here," he said, and hesitating a bit, added, "I decided not to take the Chevalier de Nevers coin purse." I waved it off. "I'll handle the gentleman later. Better you tell me the way to the nearest pharmacy." "Abbeville only has a pharmacy downtown, but 2 blocks away there's an herbalist. I can show you." The little kid who had been silently watching us piped up and turned his curious head side to side, astonished. "An herbalist, you say?" I came thoughtfully. "Okay, even better, hop on." When the buggy was nearly around the corner, I took one last look at Beetle standing at the office door. I saw no hatred or rage in Trebolt's henchman's eyes. He was thinking about something very tensely. I was familiar with that facial expression. It was that of a man about to dive headfirst into a whirlpool. Beetle was not lying. The herbalist's home was indeed just 2 blocks away. As an aside, compared to the other buildings, which were in quite a pitiful condition, the herbalist's place was surprisingly well kept. The windows gave off quite a welcoming, bright glow. She must not have had to save money on lamp oil or candles. The small garden in front of the building had been painstakingly cleared of snow. Against the wall under an overhang was a neat pile of firewood, all signs the herbalist was not a poor woman. As an aside, many believed that winter was a bad time for members of her profession, but just the opposite was true. Winter was when people got sick more often, and thus had greater demand for herbal remedies. What made her want to settle down in this particular neighborhood? "What is her name?" I asked our guide. "Everyone calls her Lotta, monsieur," the kid answered eagerly. "Lotta," I repeated thoughtfully. "Interesting name. They say she moved to these lands many years ago from the Free Principalities." The kid shared a local rumor. I just nodded in silence. I didn't want to admit my ignorance of this world's geography. While walking up to the gate, I was hoping they would bring the map and books I ordered from the bookstore soon. I was sick of learning about this world from fragments of conversations. My brain demanded more complete information. It all happened while I was standing next to the gate and about to loudly call for the woman in the house. My eye caught on the front door, and I got the feeling a troop of ants was marching down my spine. Into the upper half of the door was carved a small design I easily recognized as a witching protection rune. Vadoma used similar runes to cover the outer walls and front door of the home we shared. It was a sign of warning. The woman living here was a witch. As it turned out, our worlds had more in common than I thought. I instantly switched to true vision. The rune glowed with a dark blue shade. "A common herbalist, you say? Well, well." Scram before she sensed the mark Vadoma had inserted into my energy system when I was a kid. I took a slow step back and, quickly turning around, wanted to run toward the buggy, but was stopped by a cheery woman's voice, and here I thought a wild animal was wandering around my house. But no, my sixth sense has never let me down. "Hey, Spellsword, would you please turn around? It isn't very polite to show your back to a woman when she's talking to you." I breathed a heavy sigh and rolled my eyes. So she sniffed me out, the vermin. She made quick work, and no wonder. This was her land. Essentially, this entire neighborhood was her land. That put a lot of things into place, but all was not lost yet. She was only able to sense one of my natures, the Spellsword, a warrior and sorcerer combined. I slowly turned and put on a welcoming smile. Before me, standing a step away from the front door, there stood a short woman who looked to be about 40. Her coal-black hair was in a thick braid. Her puffy, rosy lips danced with a smile, while a cheery little flame burned in her big, dark green eyes. I found myself unwittingly admiring her predatory beauty. "Greetings, madame." I made a bow, forgive the intrusion, I'll be on my way. You won't see me in your lands again. I tried again to leave the witch's grounds, but she stopped me again. Not so fast, she mumbled and inhaled deeply through her nose like an animal. Let me get a better look at you. I also switched to true vision. Yep, I was no match for her. Her reservoir was 10 times bigger than mine, but if me and that lady had met in a past life, she would have had to run from me with her tail between her legs. But sadly, I was now here in this world in this weak body, and in front of me, just a few steps away, now stood quite a powerful witch. Fox, then, she said affirmatively. First time I've seen one of you. She again sniffed the air and quivered. All her good nature blew away like the wind. Her eyes narrowed and nostrils twitched. I then cursed under my breath. She had sensed Vadoma's mark. What a pesky woman. You bear the mark of a witch, she exclaimed in a guttural language. And then came my turn to be surprised. I knew that language, and it wasn't Max's knowledge, it was mine. She was now speaking an ancient witching tongue. Quickly gathering my thoughts, I again put on a welcoming smile. Madame, I continued in Vestonian as if nothing had happened. I was not yet willing to display my knowledge of the ancient tongue. Let me repeat, I beg your forgiveness for any trouble I may have caused you. We will leave your land now, and you will never see me here again. I do not seek trouble. The witch, still boring into me with her eyes, tilted her head to one side. We had no ill intent in coming here, I said, smiling all the while. More the opposite, we were looking for help. My servant needs medicine. We were told to go to the herbalist, which was you. You are not welcome here, Fox, the herbalist hissed in Vestonian. I saw the mana in her energy system seething. Her nostrils puffed out predatorily while her jawbones ground through her slightly rosy cheeks. I even clicked my tongue. A real beauty. Lada's energy channels, meanwhile, caught my interest. Or rather, their tips. It was as if someone cut them off and cauterized them. And very long ago, that meant that before me now was a witch who could not make full use of her gift. And that meant we had just switched roles. She was no longer a rival to me. Such potential, but she was essentially disabled. Even worse, much worse, I actually felt bad for her, for a brief moment. After all, who knew better than me what witches were capable of? Vadoma could have given her foes quite a tough time even without her gift. I'll be on my way, madame. I smiled as welcomingly as possible, and nodding goodbye, walked off to our buggy. And don't you dare show your face to me again, she hissed at my back. I'll crush you like a flea. I stopped stock still and closed my eyes. She never should have said that. It was one thing for me to wander onto her land, even if by accident. But it was another thing entirely to threaten me with retribution even on neutral territory. After all, Abville was not a large city, and it was easily possible for us to cross paths by complete accident. With a deep breath, I drew some energy from my reservoir and loosed it down the channels, putting my body into fight mode. I turned around and took the sword off my back in one fluid motion, then took a few lightning-fast steps forward. Directing the energy mass into the tip of my blade, I cut a thin dead branch off a short tree that was hanging at the level of the witch's head. With a bright flash of energy, the branch fell at the herbalist's feet. I saw astonishment and even confusion in her green eyes. That was clearly not the reaction she was expecting. Listen to me carefully, I said, staring placidly into her eyes widening with fear, now in the witching tongue. I respect the ancient traditions and laws of my adoptive mother, and that is the reason I begged your forgiveness several times. But in fact, I belong to one of the most influential families in mainland and may freely go wherever I please, particularly in these God's-forsaken slums. You were just a hair away from death, but I decided to take mercy on you because, and I repeat, I honor my mother's commandments. But if you suddenly decide to threaten me again, my patience will burst. Despite the evening chill, little beads of sweat started appearing on the witch's forehead. Her back straightened up and her little hands clenched into fists. Good lady. She was afraid, but not going to retreat. Don't even think it, I laughed and nodded at her hands. I don't know what cruel bastard did that to you, but it was a real hatchet job. If anyone like me other than me were in my place, you'd already be dead. Who in their right mind would deny themselves free energy? And your reservoir is full to the brim. Now I see why you're hiding away here and didn't leave any warning runes on the way into the neighborhood. Lada's face went pale. Her lower jaw crept down. Her fear and spite were replaced by bewilderment. A seer. She whispered with lips alone and took a step back. I hope we have reached an understanding. I asked and waiting for her speedy nod said, there's room for all in this town. We don't have to be hostile. If I get wind that you have failed to heed my warnings, you die. After saying that, I took 2 steps back and turning around headed for the buggy. As I walked, I could sense the witch staring at me. Strangely, there was no hostility in her eyes. In fact, Vadoma had woven her mark into my energy system to ward off incidents like this one. It was a way of telling friends from foes. When other witches sensed the imprint of a sister, they would treat me at least neutrally. Things like today were supposed to be the exception. I had entered the witch's holdings without permission. She of course took that as me encroaching on her property. It was her fault. She should have put the rune on street signs, then I never would have stuck my nose in here. Heh, now I would have to live here with the knowledge there was a witch who was mad at me nearby. Not the nicest prospect. Even despite her problems with her gift, she could still foul things up for me. The trip to the pharmacy and back home, preparing Bertrand's medicine, and the late dinner all came together to give us a bedtime well past midnight. Well, only Bertrand actually went to sleep. I waited for him to doze off, put on Max's most comfortable clothes, armed myself with the looted daggers from earlier, and slipped out of the annex. I was not going to let my second visit to Paul Lepetit's office wait. One must strike while the iron is hot, after all. In the pharmacy beyond herbal remedies, I also picked up a couple containers of perfume. Their green energy helped refill my reservoir to the brim even despite the action-packed day. My body was ready for new feats not long after the extra dose of pep. Most important now was not to push myself too far. I got to the bookmaker's office fairly quickly. Walking like a wordless shadow through the dark alleyways of Abbeville, I found myself realizing the scale of the problem caused by all the riffraff coming to town. Watching the loud groups of drunken mercenaries rambling through the streets, I was surprised the local authorities had not yet taken care of the problem. It was after all the third largest city in the county, and the Count himself was in town today. Paul Lepetit's office building was lit by torches only from the main street. Which was why I came around the back. Tonight, Trebolt's untouchable status would play a nasty trick on him, and that was not considering my previous visit. Unlike the other streets in the area, the bookmaker's office might as well have been in a vacuum. It was quiet and calm outside. Even the out-of-town mercenaries gave this place a wide berth, knowing perfectly well who the building belonged to. Nobody wanted problems with the underworld crime boss. To be frank, I would have liked to keep my distance as well, but sadly, Max had a talent for getting himself into shady business. He'd made this bed, and now I'd have to lie in it, and pray not to get tangled in the sheets. I had a few ways of getting into the building. I chose the simplest one through the chimney above the big, huge fireplace in Paul Lepetit's office. I pulled the edges of a dark kerchief folded into a triangle down over my mouth and nose. It wasn't particularly difficult to climb up the wall made of large crude stones. Trickier to pull off was walking straight on the slanted roof without causing an avalanche, but I managed. Pulling back the time-ravaged wooden cap keeping precipitation out of the chimney, I sniffed the air. As expected, after today's stress, Paul had probably gone home to treat his injuries, so nobody bothered to keep the fire going. Pausing, I listened and then, nodding to myself, quickly tied on the rope I'd brought along and dove down the fairly narrow brick chimney. For the record, my gaunt frame made things a lot easier. My guesses turned out right. The office was empty, just like the room before the office. Still, down on the first floors of the building, I could hear muted men's voices. I didn't find any traps or other nasty surprises in the hiding spot. So without particularly even looking, I scraped out all the contents into a canvas sack Bertrand had lent me. The old man used it for making purchases at the market. Next on my list was a small hiding spot in the opposite corner of the office hidden behind a long wooden skirting board. The little niche to my eye was quite odd. For starters, unlike the first, which had been opened quite frequently, this one seemed very old and even perhaps completely forgotten. I was sure nobody had so much as touched the skirting board in years. Naturally, that only did more to bring out the treasure hunter in me. How amusing it would be if even Paul Lepetit didn't suspect this stash was here. I had only noticed myself on my third scan. The magic glow of the item contained inside was painfully dim. The idea that it was an old stash was confirmed by the presence of several untouched layers of old paint. The manor could not have been built by its current owners. As a rule, men like Trebolt didn't build things. They preferred taking them. I wouldn't have been surprised to discover that this hiding spot had been abandoned by its former owners. The skirting board took a bit of work, but I figured it out. But there I was in for a nasty surprise. After I took the board out of its little groove, a hidden mechanism triggered, and a small projectile the size of a sewing needle came flying at me from a narrow crack. If I hadn't been ready, I would now have been lying on the floor with it stuck in my eye. I was only able to dodge at the last second. Following the dart's flight path, I headed for the opposite wall. It had stuck into the frame of one of the office's many paintings. Paul Lepetit was clearly a fan of portraiture. Honestly, though, the work of local artists did not impress me all that much, and when in true vision I saw where the little dart landed, I felt a nasty chill pass between my shoulder blades. Around the razor-like tip, a small spot had formed the size of a chicken egg, speckled with thin energy filaments pulsing with a toxic yellow glow. It was clearly something very poisonous, and to top it off, it was magical. As much as I might have wanted to do the job without leaving a trace, I was not going to touch that arrow. Whoever left that surprise behind was a master of their trade. The trap had lied in wait for all those years and still worked flawlessly. Returning to the hiding spot, I scanned it again and, not discovering anything else, took a long envelope from the narrow gap. When I turned it over, I couldn't hold back a gasp of delight. It was a dagger with a 16-inch double-edged straight blade with quite a wide break, and a pommel shaped like a snake opening its hideous maw. Beyond the dagger itself being a work of art, it was forged of some unusual metal, and I recognized it. It was the same stuff that made up the striker plate armor I had seen in Ursula Hoog's shop. In true vision, the dagger looked like an elongated spindle of thin light purple energy channels woven together. When I grasped the hilt, I felt a slight energy effect. The dagger seemed to come to life and immediately requested a bit of energy. I shuddered in surprise and the dagger fell out of my hand. Holy crap, I whispered and gulped with a dry throat. Quickly folding it up in a cloth, I tossed it into the sack and breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat off my forehead and catching my breath, I again whispered, "What was that?" Before I could finish, I heard footsteps and men's voices outside the door. Hurriedly replacing the skirting board and cursing the night owls under my breath, I took a couple hops and made it back near the fireplace then. A moment before the doors opened, ducked inside. The door creaked and light flickered off the walls. I wanted to start climbing, but I recognized one of the voices, which compelled me to stop and listen. "Boss is going to be mighty angry," the rough voice I didn't recognize rasped. "Don't even think of pinning all the responsibility on me," Fang, Beetle's surprisingly flat voice responded. "The only senior officer here other than the sissy Le Petit was you," the man Beetle called Fang objected. "Precisely," Beetle chuckled angrily. "What are you hinting at?" I heard a threat in his rasping voice. "Hinting." Beetle laughed. "I'm telling you in plain Vestonian that you, as head of security, will bear full responsibility for what happened. It was your men that couldn't stop a pampered 20-year-old from walking straight in like he owned the place." "How is that possible, Beetle?" I heard notes of confusion and incomprehension in Fang's voice. "I was told he only had to hit each of them once or twice." "Are you sure it was Max Renard?" "The same Count's bastard our boss used loans to back into a corner like a hound after a hare. I was told Trebelt already sent you to his place not long ago. I believe you had Crab and Block with you." "Yes, we went to his place, but he wasn't home." Beetle's voice didn't even quiver. I meanwhile was smiling. Clever. He must have convinced his less intelligent companions to keep quiet about our run-in. Now the trick would not be uncovered because I had killed Crab and Block. "Well, not a lot of questions there. I don't know what to say," Beetle continued calmly. "You should have been here today, but as always, you weren't. I was running an errand for boss." Fang barked out. "Try telling him that," Beetle said in a disinterested voice. He clearly didn't buy Fang's excuses. "Providing security to the office is your job, not mine. You're the one who hired all the men." I meanwhile warned Paul not to touch Renard's servant. He wouldn't listen. It was your buddy Lash, meanwhile, who kept egging Le Petit on, but he got away with just a bruise. "Trebelt is most likely going to tear your head off." "What should I do, Beetle?" Fang rasped out plaintively after a pause. He seemed to have been waiting for just that question. "You have only one option. Get out of Abville and never come back. After all, you know how Trebelt can be when he's mad. He'll be looking for a scapegoat. And sadly, it's going to be you." Fang. He didn't have to think for long. Just a minute later, I heard heavy footsteps gradually fading down the stairs. "Idiot," I heard Beetle give a quiet, malevolent laugh. "One more down. At this rate, boss, it's just gonna be you and me soon, and then you'll pay for everything you've done to me." I just shook my head. Seemingly, my friend here had old scores to settle with his boss. Now, I could partially understand why he was so flexible with me. I would have more time to consider that in the future. But after waiting for Beetle to leave the office, I started climbing. Time to go home, sleep this off. I got the sense I wouldn't be able to rest much for the next few days. I had a meeting with my top creditor on the docket. I would have to make thorough preparations. Interlude 3. Shadao de Touru, County de Marbat. "He's done it again, milady," came a slightly shaky voice belonging to Geraldine, personal maid to Viscountess Orly de Marbat. The Viscountess, sitting in her favorite armchair by the fireplace, set her book down with a heavy sigh and closed her eyes. A thin wrinkle crossed her big forehead, and her cheeks went pale. Biting her lower lip, Orly prayed under her breath for the most luminous mother to care for the innocent murder victim. The many times she'd repeated that prayer over the past 20 years had imprinted it into her memory. The maid, knowing her master's character, froze stock still at the front door. Finally, Orly raised her eyelids and looked at Geraldine. A look of sorrow and pain was frozen in her wide eyes, the color of an azure sky. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks. "Where did it happen?" she asked softly, nearly in a whisper. "The girls' bodies were found in the winter ravine, milady." Despite the fact that Geraldine was no less frightened and upset than her master, she still tried to keep confident. It was her sacred duty. Once, very long ago, when Orly had lost her mother as a baby, Geraldine swore to herself that she would defend and care for the poor girl, who with time had transformed from a quiet gray mouse into a blindingly beautiful woman. "Girls?" Orly asked with a shudder. "So there were several of them?" "Yes, milady," the maid replied and looked away. "Sweet Geraldine," the Viscountess pleaded, and tossing a long, thick braid over her back, got up from her seat suddenly. Her light hair with pearly undertones glimmered in the rays of the midday sun streaming down through the narrow loophole windows. "We agreed that you would not hide the truth from me no matter how horrible and vile it may be. Look at me, Geraldine." The maid raised her head and breathed a heavy sigh. "Tell me," Orly more asked than demanded. "I must know." "When your father's hunters came upon the scene, they first thought it was a pack of wolves, but upon closer inspection they concluded that, that it was him, oh most luminous mother. Orly exhaled and covered her face with her fine little hands. Every year he grows more bloodthirsty. Geraldine quickly crossed the room and pressed the sobbing, shaking girl to her chest. Passing a hand over her soft, herbal-scented hair, she started to whisper words of reassurance into her ear. The hurried sound of clanking spurs outside made the women freeze in fear. The footsteps were drawing nearer. "It's him," Orly whispered and started hurriedly drying her tears. Her older brother, Viscount Emile de Marbot, whose footsteps she recognized unmistakably, was known as Emile the Toad or Emile the Lizard in common parlance, and despised when his little sister cried in front of him. But just then, Orly wasn't so worried for herself as she was for her servant. At one point, Geraldine had told her that every time Emile saw his sister crying, he took out his rage on servants and serfs. So the second the Viscount opened the door and came bolting her direction, a happy smile started playing on Orly's face. The Viscountess de Marbot's acting chops could have made even capital city actresses envy her with how cheerily she received the Viscount. "Emile," Orly exclaimed happily and hurried across the room to find herself in her brother's embrace. "You're back, Ori," the Viscount said affectionately and stroked her hair tenderly. Her wide, nearly lipless mouth stretched out into a shapeless smile. "You're like a ray of sunshine in this dark and ugly world." Geraldine, standing nearby like a wordless shadow, snorted to herself. Emile the Toad was one to talk about ugliness. Cursed monster. She sincerely wished he had died that fateful day, along with his whore mother. The story of the Count de Marbot's eldest son's birth was shrouded in mystery. Only the most senior servants knew what happened that fateful winter night. Emile's mother, Countess Gabrielle de Marbot, born the Viscountess de Thilles, was widely reviled for her quarrelsome and repugnant nature. She often ordered her serfs whipped even for the most minor mistakes and slip-ups. And meanwhile, the Countess did her best never to miss a public execution. It was from her that her son inherited his sadistic tendencies, which in recent times had grown to unprecedented scale. The Countess' unhealthy pastime in the end blew up in her face. One day after she was pregnant, the Countess stopped to spend the night in a hamlet on a coach ride home from the capital. As usual, Gabrielle de Marbot got annoyed by the ride and took out her anger on the wife of a farmer, ordering her flogged to death in his backyard. The next morning, after paying compensation to the farm owner, she left, but the story did not end there. Few were aware, but the farmer's wife was the younger sister of a witch. When she found out about her sister's death, she came to the Count's castle dressed as a midwife, and while the Countess was giving birth, spilled too much mana out of a crimson brute. The magic in the crystal burned her from the inside, killing her and disfiguring the Count's firstborn son, who somehow managed to survive. With her revenge secured, the witch disappeared without a trace. As a result, the Count invited mainland's best healers to his house several times. But they just threw up their hands and admitted defeat. The magic burn that had maimed the little Viscount was not responsive to treatment. They said that once in the imperial age, there were mages who could see the essence of a disease which put their healing arts on a whole other level. But sadly, no seers had been born for several centuries. But that was not the end of the Count de Marbot's suffering. Seemingly, the gods had decided to come for him. A no less ugly soul was found to match the little Viscount de Marbot's mutilated body, and magic had nothing to do with it. Emile's sadistic nature formed gradually because he was raised essentially in isolation due to his off-putting appearance. It started with killing small animals. The kid enjoyed watching the life go out them as he killed them slowly. At first, it was cutting worms in half after rainstorms. After that, it was tearing the limbs off grasshoppers. Then, young Emile progressed to flooding anthills with lamp oil and setting them alight. A particular turning point in the young Viscount's life was when his father first took him hunting. It was a new uncharted world of pain and suffering, which Emile dived into headfirst, quickly asking to go out on his own. But with time, that too lost its luster. And so one day, the Count de Marbot's heir started on people. "Your eyes are red," Emile said, raising his sister's chin. "Have you been crying?" The Viscount, his face disfigured by magic burns, stared stubbornly into his sister's eyes. Orly's heartbeat sped up. She could absolutely not afford to reveal her true emotions. Her brother's magically deformed eyes, yellow like an animal's, seemed to see straight through her. After a brief silence, Emile sighed and, moving away from his sister, plunked down in an armchair which, under his striking girth, squeaked plaintively. Her brother inherited his body from his father, just as broad-shouldered and bulky. "Sorry, sister, but I've come with terrible news," he said, shaking his head. Orly shuddered and came closer to her brother. "Is something wrong with father?" she asked in fear. Recently, the Count de Marbot, who was going to turn 76 that year, had not been making many public appearances. He spent all his days in the western wing of the castle, making do with the company of only his old valet. Emile was already de facto in charge of all the county's affairs. As an aside, as if to balance out his bloodthirsty character, the gods had bestowed upon the Count de Marbot's heir a sharp and calculating wit. He got his family lands in order fairly quickly. Healers and other mages the Viscount hated with a passion for totally obvious reasons, and so the Demarbots used only regular physicians. The bad news is about you, my dear. Emile set a broad reptilian hand on his sister's hand. She shuddered and took a step back. Orly had been waiting for this moment all her life. She had pictured it many times. She had become so accustomed to the idea that Emile would come for her sooner or later that sometimes she even imagined exactly how he would kill her. She had a hard time believing that her brother loved her and would never hurt her. Meanwhile, the Viscount continued. Today, I got a letter from our new neighbor, Count Heinrich de Gramont. His brother, who, as you recall, was executed for betraying the king, had a long-running unresolved dispute with us over quite a large swath of the Forest of Thillies. As you know, yew is a very valuable resource, and its value only rises with each passing year. I cannot afford to lose such a cash cow. Orly, her eyes glazed over, listened to her brother in silence, awaiting her fate with heart aflutter. Mentally, she was praying to the most luminous mother for a quick death. And for it to be anything but fire. Once, in childhood, she burned her hand, and that pain she believed to be even worse than when a wild boar injured her during a hunt. Our father was friends with the old Count de Gramont, father of Ferdinand and Heinrich, which was why they came to a mutual understanding for neither of us to touch that section of the forest, Emile continued, not noticing his sister's mood. But now all the traitor's lands have passed to his brother, who seemingly is not planning to honor the old arrangements between our families. And I do not blame him one bit. I would do the same myself. To be perfectly clear and avoid unnecessary problems in the future, I wrote Heinrich de Gramont in our father's name, laying out my view of the situation. Orly nodded mechanically, still not understanding what her brother was driving at, or what was taking him so long. After quite a long correspondence, I suggested an amicable way to resolve our dispute. Emile's lipless mouth warped into a sidelong smirk. To be specific, marriage. And wouldn't you know it, he agreed. Orly stopped breathing. There it was. Emile would be marrying one of the Count's daughters and now could easily just get rid of her. It would mean getting all of his father's inheritance. Now he simply had no need for her. She was only a burden. Was that really it? If so, Orly was willing to sign a renunciation of all claims to her father's inheritance and ask to be released. See, congratulations, brother, she came quietly. Emile had more to say, but instead looked closely at his sister and asked, "Why are you congratulating me?" "Well, you know," Orly shrugged timidly. "My brother is getting married." "Oh," he stumbled. "That was why you got so quiet." "Haha, no. The daughters and nieces of the Count de Gramont are already engaged." So Heinrich suggested another option. "I'm not talking about me getting married at all. You are the one to be wed." The news knocked the wind out of the Viscountess. Her throat went dry and her heart started pounding wildly. How could it be? So she was not going to die today. Mile took her puzzled state his own way and said, "Of course, as you are aware, the Count's sons cannot bind their fate by marriage ties to someone like you. They need heirs." Her brother's words sounded so offensive that they made her feel even sicker. As if it wasn't enough for her to live in constant fear of dying at the hands of her monster sibling, he was now trying to sell her off like a prize horse. And what was more, he was giving them a bargain as if she were defective. "So the Count suggested giving you to his nephew." Her brother's hideous lip curled. "The youngest son of the late Ferdinand. You don't know him. He used to live in the old capital separate from his family." "Why?" Orly plucked up the courage to ask. She was familiar with all 5 of the former Count's sons but had just learned of the 6th. "It's quite simple, sister. He is Ferdinand de Gramont's bastard, but recognized. As you are aware, keeping a bastard in the Count's home would have been inappropriate." Orly frowned, trying to remember even the slightest mention of that story, but sadly, she found nothing. Mile again read his sister's facial expression his own way. "Sorry, sis, that I'm talking this way about your future husband, but as they say, you can't take a song without the words. Ori, I understand you most likely were not expecting such a future for yourself, but let's look the truth in the face. Next year you'll be turning 29, and as you see, you've hardly attracted a line of noble suitors out the door, and it's all down to your terrible affliction. The blood of an ancient house flows in your veins, and under different circumstances, you could have expected a brilliant match. But look at the situation from a different angle. Your marriage can serve for the good of our family. You will be saving your future nephew and my future child the headache that this festering ancient ulcer of a dispute could have caused." "Why, yeah," Orly came timidly and diligently hiding her revulsion at her brother's words, bowed her head. "I understand completely. I've done some sleuthing." Emile stroked his chin. "Your groom-to-be's name is Maximilian Renard. He is young and educated. Honestly, you are a few years older than him, but for our purposes that is no issue. At present, he is in County d'Angland, in a small town by the name of Abbeville. And let me tell you, your groom is a prodigal spender, bon vivant, and hellraiser. In his brief stay outside his home, he has managed to get himself in debt to half the town, embark on a string of affairs including with some minor local actresses, one of whom nearly got him killed in a duel." The tips of Orly's little ears turned red after hearing that. she started to blush. The Viscountess, much like every person from a noble family raised in a strict environment, perceived that as something shameful and unbecoming. For the first time in many years, she was of two minds. On the one hand, fear of dying at her monster brother's hands had practically been etched into her bones, but on the other, there was marrying a bastard, and one with such a vile reputation, that after all would be a blow to her honor and dignity. Balling up her willpower into a fist, Aurelie managed to hold back the storm of emotions that had suddenly come over her. If her mother were still alive, she never would have tolerated such an embarrassment. Sadly, her mother, who the Count de Marbot had married after Emile's mother passed away, lost her life when Aurelie was just 7. Sister, Emile stated confidentially and slightly squeezed her little hand in his big one. You should not concern yourself with this man. You will see him but once. As soon as the Count and I have all the details sorted out, you will quickly be wed with a minimal audience, sign the marriage contract, and he will be sent packing. Honestly, though, you will have to consummate. There's no way around that. Such are the ancient traditions our houses abide by. Aurelie flushed with red and turned away, which made Emile react with a vile snicker. Letting go of his sister's hands, he got up from the armchair and, adjusting the flaps of his doublet, stated matter-of-factly, "Don't fret, sister. Your torment will be but momentary. You will be widowed shortly after the wedding, that I can promise you. I'm certain Heinrich de Gramont will not be opposed to his brother's wayward bastard dying a sudden death to, let's say, a wild animal attack." The last part Emile growled out softly. After that, kissing his sister on the forehead, he quickly departed her chambers. As soon as the door slammed shut behind Emile, and the sound of his footsteps faded into the depths of the castle, Aurelie finally allowed herself a loud sigh and fell back drained into her chair. Her trusty Geraldine hopped straight over, not having budged for the duration of their long conversation. The maid embraced the Viscountess' head with as much tenderness and warmth as possible, and whispered hotly straight into her ear, "Milady, this is the chance you've been waiting for." Aurelie shuddered and raised her tear-stained face. "What do you mean?" she asked, puzzled. "You'll be getting married, milady." Geraldine responded with a smile. "After the wedding night, you can go away with your husband. No one, not even your brother, would dare say no to that." "But you heard him," Aurelie whispered. "He intends to kill that Renard. And what of it?" Geraldine laughed. "What does that matter to you? When your brother comes for your husband, we'll already have left Vestonia. We will make for the hot springs of Burgonia or the coast of Atalia's southern sea. It doesn't matter where. The key is careful preparation." Understanding flickered finally in Aurelie's eyes. She gently broke free of her loyal servant's embrace, quickly dried her tears with a fist, and looked at the situation through new eyes. "What all will we need for the journey?" she asked in a more confident tone. "Money," Geraldine laughed. "The more the better." I returned home a few hours before dawn. Quickly scanning the sleeping Bertrand's body, I sighed with relief. The old man was fine, just a bit worse for wear. A few days bed rest and he'd be right as rain. Now I just had to convince the stubborn old man to actually stay in bed. I'd have to hire Trixie for the whole day until he got better. My nighttime run through the wintry town was very refreshing. I wasn't the least bit tired, and really, how could I sleep with a sack full of loot? Quietly on tiptoes, I walked around our whole apartment and checked to see if all the windows and doors were sealed tight. Then, locking myself in my room, I lit a candle and placed all my stolen goods on the table carefully. I set the dagger bundle aside straight away. That would be the last thing I studied. It was shameful to admit, but I was slightly afraid of it, and no wonder. The feeling of the hunk of iron suddenly drawing energy out of me was not exactly a treat. So the haul from my late-night outing was 5 leather bags of varying sizes, several paper scrolls, and a handful of assorted jewelry. None of the jewelry looked any different in true vision, regular non-magical items. I still was not going to take them to local merchants, though. That would have been a very fast way to get found out. I would have to stash them away to sell off later somewhere far from Abbeville, preferably in the capital where prices were higher. The scrolls also contained nothing of value. They were receipts from the clients who pawned all that jewelry to Paul. By the looks of things, the bookkeeper also ran a little pawn business on the side. If the numbers in the notes could be trusted, Paul valued the whole set of jewelry at approximately 400 crowns. The papers mainly had male names, but one of the scrolls had been signed by a woman. Max's memory had no reaction to the handwriting or lady's name. I of course held no particular hope, but as the saying went, the devil plays strange tricks. And who in their right mind would put their real name on this kind of document? Beyond that, the emerald brooch indicated in that record was clearly different from the rest of the stuff I got out of the stash spot. It was of indisputable value. I wouldn't have been surprised to discover she used a fake identity to remain incognito. As an aside, based on the info from the scroll, Paul Lepetit had given her several hundred silver crowns for it. That meanwhile meant the bauble all on its own might have been worth triple that. Once finished with the jewelry, I started digging through the leather bags. In 2 of them I found silver and copper coins. That filled my coffers by another 200 crowns and change. All told, after my visit to the pharmacy, I had in hand just under 700 silver crowns. Add the Count's ring, jewelry from the hiding spot, and everything Beetle took off the office guards I had defeated. By local standards, it was a small fortune. For example, it would have been enough for Trixie and her husband to live on for the rest of their lives, and have a nest egg to leave their grandchildren. But for me, it didn't amount to much. First of all, once I finished repaying all of Max's creditors, in the best case I would have around 10 crowns left. As an aside, I also owed at least 100 crowns of the money to Bertrand as compensation for his injury, and that meant I could only technically consider 600 crowns mine. Second, even if I decided to keep all the money for myself and leave Abville, it was not the kind of money worth going on the run for. After all, if the mysterious entity that casted my consciousness into this world could be trusted, this life was going to be my last. And that meant my top priority, no matter how cliched it may have sounded, was to live a long and preferably happy life. Most likely, 600 crowns plus the money I got from selling the jewelry would have been enough for a person to live a normal life, but I had a different opinion on the matter. Let's put it like this: normal life and me were not compatible. In my past life, my various missions had taken me to places and put me in situations a regular person simply would not have been able to endure. But one thing had remained unchanged. I always came back to my comfortable abode, which was equipped with the latest in technology. Ties and I had fancy cars. We traveled a lot. My sister, being a fan of art, collected paintings. I, meanwhile, could afford those expenses. In other worlds, I was in no mind to change my habits in this world or this life. I would try to surround myself and those near me with every possible comfort. Now clearly, this world lagged behind mine technologically by several hundred years, but I could still find my way to a comfortable existence, especially because my belonging to the nobility entitled me to all the blessings of this world's civilization. As long as I had the money, I had already made some strides in that direction. For example, I couldn't get over the fact that Max used to have his own mansion in an elite neighborhood in the old capital, which he had so rudely been evicted from. I understood why his dad went against the crown and lost his head for it, but Max for some reason was not executed and was even found innocent. Still, I was 100% certain his uncle would have been happier if he had been executed. And although my lookalike had made peace with his position and given in to his uncle, I was categorically opposed to such a thing. 300 crowns compensation for a mansion wasn't even funny. Basically, I had a lot of ideas for how to improve my fortunes. Knowing myself, I would not have been able to live without a certain level of risk. I just wasn't that kind of person. My mysterious benefactor who sent me here understood that. Well, I was going to give them a good show. Still, I wasn't going to go looking for trouble either. Today's events accepted. The duel, storming the bookie's office, plus my second visit, all those things were practically pranks compared to what I had to do in my past life. Beyond financial independence, I also prioritized improving my energy system and strengthening the physical shell I had inherited. Beyond that, I needed to learn as much as possible about this world's magic. The prospects, I must note, were tempting and very promising. Also, speaking of that, unlike the jewelry, the 3 leather bags lit up like Christmas trees in true vision, 2 fiery red and 1 emerald green. When I undid the drawstrings on one and looked inside, a satisfied smile blossomed on my face. It was even so much I shivered. I'd have to thank Paul Lepetit for this. The bags, each the size of a large apple, contained magic dust, the main ingredient in healing potions and perfumes. However, based on the juicy glow, the mana concentration in this pure dust was off the charts. While staring at the stolen dust, I snorted thoughtfully. I had learned a thing or two about magic items from the shadow recently. Putting all the fragments of various conversations about events on the frontier together into a complete picture was challenging, but nevertheless. Like in my world, the rulers fairly quickly caught on to the fact that places of power, and in this case places where magical items could be found, had to be kept under their strict, watchful eye. Here, meanwhile, I had concluded that the network of fortresses constructed by previous kings to protect people from creatures from the shadow had with time turned into something like stopovers, well-defended bases for parties of brave warriors to gather their wits before venturing out to the frontier. Trading the harvested brutes, hollowstones, and dust, and subsequently artifacts and potions made with them was a royal monopoly in Vestonia. Anyone who wanted to heal, brew potions, or make artifacts needed a royal license, which then had to be renewed every so often. Seemingly, Trebelt was engaged in smuggling of magic items on top of everything else. In comparison with the dust disappearing from the hiding spot, my little break-in would look like child's play. The crime boss would now force all his underlings to move heaven and earth to find the thief. The most amusing part in all of it was the fact that I, the sole perpetrator, strangely had an ironclad alibi. In other words, even though I had caused a big fuss in the office earlier, it was nearly impossible for them to connect the disappearance of the contraband goods from the hiding spot to me. I, after all, was under surveillance all that time. Suspicion would most likely fall on the runaway security chief, which Beetle had so cleverly arranged for. If of course he did run away, that naturally did not mean they would not be looking into me. Hee hee. But whoever said I would give them more cause for suspicion. The magic powder was very unlike dust in texture, more similar to a very fine sand, and there was an order of magnitude more energy in that sand than any potion based on it. Taking a pinch of the red sand, I sapped the mana from it. My energy system immediately shuddered and started hurriedly swallowing up the generous sacrifice. I watched as fiery red masses spread throughout my energy channels and dissolved into the micro-strains, which I now had quite a lot of. I felt my body start to gradually fill with warmth. I was instantly soaked in sweat. The heat in my body intensified. It felt like my temples were in a vice. A haze appeared before my eyes. Mana in the little pinch I took out of the sack would not settle. If this sand, which was essentially a byproduct, contained such a huge amount of energy, what about whole brutes? The prospect made me lose my breath. I held on to the last and stopped drawing mana from the sand right before I became aware that I was about to lose consciousness. The sections of my energy channels that had strains were practically swelling with the healing mana. The pulsing pain in my joints and temples practically made me faint. I had to ball up my willpower into a fist and clean everything off the desk. Stashing all my loot back in the sack, I pushed it under the bed into the farthest, darkest corner. After mechanically undressing, I got under the comforter and closed my eyes. Before shutting down for good, I realized my first order of business for tomorrow would have to be creating a better hiding spot. I was not able to sleep for long. Early that morning, Bertrand and I were awakened by an insistent knock at the door and loud men's voices coming from outside. The old man first stirred to get up and open the door, but I stopped him and ordered him to stay in bed. He was still on strict bed rest. Through the rude knocking, which was gradually growing into a thundering boom, I heard angry outbursts directed at me. Tripping over one another, whatever ugly bastards were out, they were screaming that I was a coward, afraid to come out and talk like a man. I then in my turn unhurriedly got dressed, pulled on my boots and took the loot sack out from under my bed. After the previous night's procedures, my energy system had practically fully regenerated. I just had to lock in the changes using the emerald energy, which would also speed up my mana reservoir recharge speed. I was pretty clearly going to need it very soon. Trebolt's backlash had seemingly already arrived. Having learned my lesson with the red dust, I plucked out a tiny pinch of the emerald dust and drew the mana out of it. The result didn't keep me waiting. All the processes in my energy system sped up at once. My reservoir started filling up at a breakneck speed. Too bad its size was so limited. I'd have to spend many years cultivating just to double it. Before coming out, I tucked the 2 knives from the day before into my belt. I took a glance at the sword lying on the chest and breathed a sad sigh. After the energy mass I'd unleashed through it, the blade was now riddled with cracks. I should have done something else to spook the witch. I would now have to shell out for a new weapon, and here I'd started getting used to its balance. It had proved itself quite effective in the fight against the Viscount. Yep, this city was like some kind of black hole for my silver. I didn't even glance at my leather armor. If the people out there were who I thought they were, the pieces of heavy leather would only get in my way. Renard, a hoarse voice shouted, "Come out here, you cowardly weasel. Thought you could get away with all that." I wondered what this moron meant by all that, and who he actually was. Not wasting another second guessing, I slowly walked over to the window and cautiously peeked outside. Aha! Apparently I got ahead of myself thinking it was Trebolt. Outside the front door of my annex was a small crowd of 6 enforcers led by Max's former buddy, the Chevalier de Nevers. The redhead was standing not far away keeping a close eye on things. A smile of anticipation blossomed on his face. In the distance, a crowd of Madame Richard's guests had gathered, and among the onlookers I also spotted her bonnet flitting around. Jacques, looking lazy as ever, was seated on a log next to the barn watching how things would unfold. On Trixie's little face, though, I saw a look of fear. She had her hands pressed up against her chest, staring at my window with hope and periodically nodding barely noticeably toward the little alley leading to my annex's back door. Smart, good girl. Even though Trixie couldn't see me through the window, she had guessed that I could tell what was happening. She was trying to warn me of something I'd already guessed. If I now tried to run away through the back door, I would find an ambush waiting for me. The red-headed Chevalier had brought quite a lot of muscle. What made him need all these theatrics? Going over to the back door, I placed my ear against it and closed my eyes. A few seconds later, I had counted another 4 men standing guard over there. All told, not counting de Nevers himself, that made 10 fighters, and not one familiar face. So Trebolt really had nothing to do with this. The redhead then must have gathered his own small army from the mercenary riffraff packing the streets of Abbeville. That, for the record, was a good thing. No need to hold back. If any of these ugly bastards became collateral damage, the city folk would only be thanking me. All right, time to put an end to this little production. Quietly unlocking the back door leading to my training area, I drew a bit of energy from my reservoir and sharply threw open the door. A moment later, I swan dived forward and somersaulted to my feet. The mercenaries waiting there did a half-hearted job. First of all, they weren't expecting me to be so quick, and second, they were clearly not all that worried about me. What chance did a brat like me stand against 4 battle-hardened warriors? I had to assume they didn't believe the story of my feats in the bookmaker's office. I wanted to throw my knives at 2 of them, but stopped short. The men were unarmed. Seemingly, the foursome was not planning to kill me. Well then, how about a little warm-up before breakfast? You sure are quick, boy. The one in charge clicked his tongue. The rest stared in bewilderment. Aren't there too many of you bravehearts to take on little old me? I asked calmly, shaking the snow off my clothes. We do what we're paid for, he shrugged. Now you be a good boy and you have my word I won't make it hurt. Unfortunately, I sighed. I cannot promise the same to you. Too bad, the senior mercenary sighed sadly. The gods will see that I tried to play nice. I smiled. I see no logic in your words. You came to my house, the house of a nobleman. Your buddies have been hurling insults at me for nearly an hour. And you call that playing nice? The man just shrugged his shoulders in silence as if to say he'd already said everything he had to say and gave a soft snap. That was a signal to his boys, who started walking around me on both sides. I meanwhile, smiling all the time, started stretching my wrists and neck, allowing the men to surround me. You have balls of steel, kid. The senior mercenary came respectfully. It'll be a shame if we cripple you. What is your name? I asked. Jack Evans, he replied. I'm all right then, just like me. You're pretty far from home, Jack Evans, I said in the language of the Foggy Isles. That made the mercenary shudder and frown. I suppose I'll go easy on you. But as for your pals, I won't make any promises, I said and burst forward. First, losing consciousness, the short, stocky, bearded man fell onto the snow. He was hardly able to react to my sudden burst, then energy pushed to his solar plexus. My second victim was the man to his right, thin as a beanpole, flaxen hair and fish eyes. He was already coming my way, but suddenly started to trip forward. That was because I knocked out one of his legs, then met his narrow face with my knee on the way down. 2 down. The third mercenary, narrow-shouldered and not as tall, was the nimblest of the 4, and the cleverest. He swan-dived under my legs, trying to grab onto my pants. With a normal person, that probably would have worked, but not with me. Gracefully stepping aside, I watched my attacker fly past, and when he tried to stand up quickly, I took him down with a right foot kick to the back of the head. It's over, Jack Evans, I turned to my last opponent and said. My breath, even after all those somersaults, had not sped up. He was standing motionless a few steps away from me, but I could tell he was about to throw himself on the attack at any moment. A look of surprise was stamped into his gray eyes. So what De Nevers said about your attack on Le Petit's office was true. He rasped out, staring madly at me and the bodies of his friends. You really did take down all Trebolt's troops. Is your visit here connected with Trebolt somehow? I decided to seize on the opportunity. No, Jack Evans shook his head. De Nevers hired us, said you violated the code of honor. You made a sneak attack on him after he challenged you to a duel. He has witnesses, so we are within our rights. I rolled my eyes and shook my head. What a little sissy. But I wasn't going to tell Jack that it was all a misunderstanding. Oh well, I shrugged. Then do what you came here to do. After that, Jack Evans did something I was not even remotely expecting. Filling his lungs with air, he opened his mouth to call the others for help, but I beat him to the punch. A few moments later, supporting Jack's lifeless body carefully, I set it down on the snow. Okay, looks like I'm done here, I muttered to myself, turning down the alley leading to the annex's front door. Time to move on. I made it down the alley with no surprises, coming out right behind the crowd of onlookers waiting for the free entertainment. Based on the brief phrases the audience kept throwing out, squabbles between minor nobles were the norm here. Incidentally, that added another point to my plan. Sooner or later, I would have to get myself a couple reliable guards, preferably veterans, and eventually a whole small army like the Count de England. It would cost me a pretty penny, but such was the price of relative comfort and peace. If the Viscount de England, for instance, had smacked De Nevers, he most likely would not have found the courage to drag 10 ragamuffins to the walls of his castle, but he could try that with me. I was a loner, living in a ramshackle annex. I had no backers, and De Nevers knew that perfectly well. On top of that, I had seemingly messed up by violating some sort of code, although that was really just a pretext. As an aside, I would have to study local customs and manners in greater depth at some point. Seemingly, my status as a nobleman did not make me untouchable, especially in disputes between 2 nobles like this, and the fact De Nevers had brought backup was not his problem, but mine. The red-headed chevalier was also doing so openly, which meant that he felt he was in the right. Carefully slipping through the crowd of onlookers, I stopped next to Trixie, who was still standing in the first row staring at my windows. Nobody noticed me arrive. Everyone was too absorbed by the performance one of the mercenaries was putting on, the smallest one with the biggest voice. I must note that he also had the gift of gab. He was giving a lively, colorful description of how low I'd stooped, and loudly telling the crowd just how they would teach me a lesson for my lack of honor. I noticed an important detail. De Nevers had not ordered them to break into my house, even though the flimsy door would have been no obstacle to his goons. and that meant there were some laws governing these circumstances after all. I quickly looked around at the crowd and snorted. While I took care of the ambush at my back door, new actors had come on the scene. 5 city guards headed by the familiar Jerome Tunnera, sergeant of the 2nd cohort. His deputy, the hulking Henry Morrill, was also present. Local law enforcement was standing aside rather than joining the conversation with De Nevers, though, and he barely seemed to notice them. Yet more evidence the guards would not intervene in a quarrel between nobles, especially given neither the mercenaries nor the man that hired them were armed. My lips stretched into a smile all on their own. Curious laws in this world. I was starting to like it more and more. A moment later, I sensed someone staring at me. I turned my head to the barn where Jacques was perched on a log. We met eyes. A sly smile danced on the veteran's face. He even got himself a more comfortable seat. I just rolled my eyes and shook my head. One more audience member for the competition to wring my neck. My expression only added to his amusement. Crouching down, I picked up a bit of snow in both hands. Today was noticeably warmer than yesterday. The snow was wet and sticky. Trixie, clearly sensing some movement to her right, turned her head. A brief moment of realization and her eyes grew wide while her lower jaw crept down. "Monsieur," Trixie said nervously and shot a glance down the alley where I had emerged from just a few seconds earlier. "There are 4 more that way. You needn't worry about them," I came, continuing to ball up the snow in my hands. "Why are you still here?" She whispered back agitatedly. "Run before they see you." I smiled and tossed the small but rock-hard snowball back and forth in my hands. And miss out on all the fun? No way. The whole time I was talking to Trixie, I had my eye on the loudmouth who was getting more and more fired up while his employer looked on in approval. Renaud Ard, his pockmarked mouth spread into a jeering grin. "Come out, be a man. You must answer for your ignoble deed. If you come out right now, I'm certain that our noble employer will let mercy prevail over his anger." Just 10 lashings, Renard, and the incident is settled. Once finished with that speech, the mercenary turned and tossed an ingratiating look at his employer, as if to ask if he was doing everything to his master's satisfaction and see if he should continue. And that was exactly when I caught him. Sending a wave of energy out into my body, I took a step forward. 1 second later, the hard lump of snow slammed into the mercenary's pockmarked mouth as fast as a stone from a slingshot. The loudmouth's head flapped back, and he fell unconscious into a snowdrift. A gasp flew down the crowd of onlookers. While De Nevers and his mongrels stared in surprise at the loudmouth lying in the snow, I dashed over to within a step of the nearest mercenary. The thick-set bearded man with a bull's neck took a hard elbow to the back of the head and fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Next in my path was the gaunt blonde whose kneecap I shattered with a leg sweep. I wanted to draw the attention of the other mercenaries, and boy did I ever. Falling to the ground, the blonde clutched at his leg, hitting a very high note as he wailed out to the whole neighborhood. I took a glance at Jacques, who winced in disgust as he watched the man turning over in the snow. "They just don't make mercenaries like they used to," I said to him, unclogging my right ear with my pinky for effect. "With a voice like that, he shouldn't be going to war. He needs to head to a temple to sing in the choir." Jacques laughed and shook his head. He was sitting on his log with arms folded across his chest, waiting for the scene to unfold. It was clear I could not expect his help, and I didn't need it. Seemingly, the veteran was aware of that, so he just sat back and enjoyed the show. In the meantime, the 3 mercenaries still on their feet turned my direction. Based on their long faces and stunned looks, they weren't expecting so much verve out of me, and I couldn't blame them. Just 1 second ago, there were 6 of them. And they still didn't know about the Jack Evans quartet I laid out in the backyard. But their red-headed employer, now all red like a tomato, was frothing at the mouth. "What are you standing around for?" De Nevers shouted. "Seize him, why not you, not up to the task?" I asked loudly with a mocking edge in my voice. "You violated the code," De Nevers barked. "You made a sneak attack on me after being challenged to a duel. I am in the right. If memory serves, there were 2 of you against one of me on that stairwell where I nailed you in the scruff of the neck. And you were first to raise a hand against me. You tried to stop me. By the way, since when have you been Paul Lepetit's errand boy? And the biggest question, were you personally involved in the beating of my servant when he came to collect his winnings?" De Nevers' face just got redder with every word I said. A fire of fury danced in his eyes. Instead of words, just growling came from his throat. Yep, Max really had a talent for making friends. Still, I didn't actually care about De Nevers. I was instead keeping an eye on the city guard's reaction. And I must say, the seed of doubt I was trying to sow hit fertile ground. I could now read scorn in Jerome Tunnera's face. For the record, his deputy was no longer looking at me with a smirk like the first time we met. I saw doubt and incomprehension in his eyes. Someone had undergone a paradigm shift today. Meanwhile, the mercenaries, quickly getting themselves together, lost no time. The trio still on their feet blocked my retreat fairly deftly. They didn't care one bit about our squabble. They'd gotten paid now, it was time to do the job. While watching them maneuver, I chuckled. "Boys, I don't know how much he paid you, but you're going to end up spending more than that on physicians." The mercenaries ignored that, and obeying a short nod from the gray-haired hulk who appeared to be their commander, they all came straight at me. They attacked in silence and quite competently. I could sense a wealth of practice in their actions. And to top it all off, they understood one another without a word. This must not have been their first time working together as mercenaries. Were Max or anyone else in my place now, they would easily subdue them without a word. But today was not their lucky day. Directing a wave of energy out into my body, I dashed forward at the thick-set bearded man running at me whose nose slanted to one side, making his face look disproportionate and angular. Ducking under the thick-set man's left elbow, I pivoted and right hand punched him full force beneath the shoulder blade. I invested a bit more energy into that blow to get through the thick leather of his vest. The man buckled over and screamed loudly. Taking a few more steps forward out of inertia, he fell to his knees, then slowly fell face down into a snowdrift. After that, I worked my way behind my remaining opponents. Meanwhile, the gray-haired mercenary commander just so happened to be in the line of attack of the bald bruiser coming at me from the left, which I immediately took advantage of, unloading a straight kick into the gray-haired man's back. I didn't spare energy. My reservoir was still being filled steadily by the green mana. Flying a few steps forward, the gray hair slammed into his henchman, knocking him off his feet. Floundering clumsily in the snow, the pair looked like beetles flipped onto their backs by some little troublemaker. The crowd gathered in front of my annex found it an amusing sight. I heard laughter and applause. They were often bored. They craved entertainment. And here there was more than they could shake a stick at, and to top it off, it was free. I didn't let my opponents get back up. A few energy blows to their pain points, and they fell silent in the snow. Waving my hands for effect, I turned to De Nevers, now as still as a pillar of salt. "This might as well be over," I said to him, seeing the guards glancing at me in astonishment. "You thought you could take me down by hiring 10 peasants. De Nevers, you disappoint me. Yes, don't look over there. The 4 you left to watch the back door can't help you now." The redhead stumbled forward like he'd been slapped and reached for his sword. I bared my teeth. "Bring it on. Let's go. Draw your sword. I'll finish you off here and now." Most likely, under different circumstances, my provocation would have worked, but Jerome Tunnera knew just when to step in. "Chevalier de Nevers," he cried out in a commanding voice, "stop what you are doing at once. The second you draw your sword, you'll be breaking every law in the book, both those of our city and those of honor. On top of that, let me remind you, if you continue to pursue the Chevalier Renard, this city's authorities will have no choice but to view that as a crime. You had a chance to call him to respond. You have now used it. If you have any remaining issues with the Chevalier Renard, I advise you to take them up in magistrate court." "Well, I take issue with the Chevalier de Nevers," I shouted. "I believe him to be a coward and a miscreant." "De Nevers, by some strange whim of the gods, you were born into a noble family, and now it is up to me to remedy that error. Alas, I will have to punish you as dictated by the code of honor, even though, with the gods as my witnesses, after all the dirty deeds you committed to sully your noble title, I really should be punishing you like a commoner. I hereby challenge you, scoundrel. Tomorrow, same time, at the duel yard." I of course could have just twisted his neck right there, but what a convenient chance had presented itself to me. Max's reputation, which had been reduced to tatters over the last few months, had to be restored. I had to present myself as a nobleman in the eyes of the people. Based on the looks of respect the guards cast my way, and the welcoming outbursts from the crowd of onlookers, I was off to a good start. Word would start spreading through town pretty quickly. "I accept your challenge." De Nevers barked out, "We fight with swords. You die tomorrow." After saying that, the Chevalier, ignoring the mercenaries strewn about on the snow, hurried to leave. Following him with a thoughtful gaze, I turned to the sergeant and his deputy who walked up to me. "I hope you will not hold this against us, Chevalier," Jerome Tunnera asked. Even his lordship, the Count de Brion, lord of these lands, would scarcely have intervened. The sergeant and his giant deputy exchanged understanding glances. This time, neither one of them picked on me. "Such is our duty, Monsieur Renard." The sergeant and his deputy gave short bows. I just snorted to myself. Well, look at that. Expecting more concrete gratitude, no doubt. I would never disappoint the keepers of the law. I had to make sure they were eating well. Especially the sergeant seemed like a good guy to me. And nevertheless, I objected and took 3 silver crowns from the small pocket of my breeches. "Here, for a drink to His Majesty. On top of that, everything you can find on the men I defeated is yours. With one condition, I don't want to see any trace of what happened here in 1 hour's time." Jerome Tunnera and Henry Morrel's eyes crept up into their foreheads when they saw the silver. "You have my gratitude, gentlemen." I nodded and headed toward the front door of my annex. Bertrand was waiting for me in the doorway, wrapped in a blanket. A look of confusion and bafflement was frozen on his pale face. I tensed up. What was wrong with him? I quickly scanned his energy system and breathed a sigh of relief. Weakness aside, he was still on the slow but steady path to recovery. "Old fellow, what's the matter?" I asked with concern, stopping a step away. "Monsieur," he said quietly as if seeing me for the first time. What happened? "I no longer recognize you, monsieur," the old man finally managed to squeeze out. He glanced around bleary-eyed at the scene of the brawl and looked me in the eyes. "You are not the same Maximilian Renard I've known since childhood, winning a duel, attacking a bookmaker's office, and this just now. The old Max would never have been capable of it. I smiled carelessly and looked around. Making certain no one would hear us, I sighed and said to Bertrand, "Well, old fellow, it had to happen sooner or later. I have a secret to tell you. Let's go inside. You don't want your master catching bronchitis after all, do you?" The old man gasped and, stumbling, quickly tore off his blanket and swaddled me in it like a baby, and that was a good sign. Bertrand did not hold anything against me. No matter what he may have said, I was still Max to him. I was also aware that Bertrand was no fool, and sooner or later this conversation did in fact have to take place. Jack as well, who had already figured everything out, might have said something sooner or later, so I already had an explanation ready. While entering the room, I walked up to the little stove. Setting my hand on its warm wall, I exhaled wearily. I wasn't cold and my energy system was still in perfect shape, but it was a way of showing Bertrand that I was a normal man who could feel cold or exhausted. The old man stood behind me in silence. Rubbing my hands together, I turned and looked at him. I saw no fear or malice in his eyes, just concern. Vadoma, my adoptive mother, used to look at me the same way. "What I'm about to tell you, old fellow, has to stay between us," I started. "Eventually we will reveal the secret to the world, but that's for later. It's too early to consider that now." The old man nodded hurriedly, staring at me with devotion. "You're partially right, my friend. On the day de Lamar wounded me, I did indeed change. Or rather, I was reborn. There, on the line that separates life from death, I was given a gift. Do you understand what gift I am referring to?" The old man gulped loudly with a parched throat. A spark of comprehension lit up in his eyes. Tears of joy streamed down his sunken cheeks. "Why, yes, monsieur," he whispered, hiccuping anxiously while looking at me with admiration. You have become a mage." Bertrand and I were unable to have a decent conversation, much less eat breakfast, because another knock came at the front door immediately. Stopping Bertrand, I walked over to open it myself. The sergeant must have needed something, or perhaps more likely one of Madame Richard's staff was dropping by to inquire about the latest news. Hot on our heels, so to speak. I even knew who, a red-headed fidget. But just in case, before opening the door I glanced out the window. No such luck. On the porch was a man I had never seen before, 40 years by the look of him. Average height, well-dressed. By local fashions, one might even call him a dandy. But he didn't look like a nobleman. His eyes did not harbor that superiority the bearers of aristocratic blood seem to reserve for mere mortals. Overall, his appearance was quite respectable, something of your standard member of the local class of decently successful city folk. A look in True Vision also showed nothing. The only thing that put me on guard was the sheer number of dark spots all over his body, old wounds, particularly on his forearms. My visitor must have done a lot of fighting over the course of his life. To put it briefly, he was clearly skilled with the sword hanging on his belt. The man raised his hand to knock again, but I beat him to the punch. Throwing open the door with a look of dismay, I asked, "What do you want?" My appearing in the doorway threw him off slightly. He must have been expecting to see my valet. Nobles with servants here never opened doors for themselves or greeted visitors in such a casual manner. "Allow me to introduce myself," he said with a slight bow. "Gaston Barbier. I have come with instructions from my master for the Chevalier Renard." Now this man was a predator, and a very dangerous one at that. Despite his respectful smile, his gray eyes contained nothing but cold. He clearly knew who I was, but Max did not know him. Otherwise, why would he have introduced himself? "Well then, let me have it." I waved a hand. I was not going to invite him in. He would make do. Most likely this was one of my creditors sending another reminder, but make it quick. I'm famished. Working out in fresh air awakens the appetite, don't you know? "Oh, do I ever," Gaston said with a sidelong smirk, nodding at the guardsmen loading the bodies of my foes onto a cart. The sergeant must have decided to approach the issue responsibly. The mercenaries would clearly not be getting away with just a slap on the wrist. They would spend a few days marinating in city lockup. Maybe they could even be shaken down for a bit of cash. But based on their meager equipment, it was unlikely the motley crew would have much. That was none of my business, though. "I still have yet to hear your master's name," I said. "Oh, forgive the impertinence. I am employed by Monsieur Treble." Now the wolves were circling, the look in his cold gray eyes fixed on the bridge of my nose. Now I see," I chuckled, completely ignoring Gaston's look. "Those kinds of moves did not work on me. May I inquire what you find so amusing?" Gaston Barbier squinted. "Of course you may," I snorted. "The thing is, in light of recent events, I was expecting you to pay me a visit earlier. You sure took your sweet time, but that doesn't matter. What orders did your master give you?" My contemptuous tone was clearly not to Trebolt's messenger's liking. I suspected this Gaston Barbier was far from small fry. He must have been one of the top enforcers this city's criminal underbelly had to offer. Trebolt would not have sent anyone else, especially not alone. For the record, the sergeant and other guards were clearly aware of who was paying me a visit, just based on the way they tensed up. They even stopped what they were doing. "My master would like to invite you over for a visit right now at the Yellow Turtle," Gaston stated. "Just so you know, they serve an excellent breakfast. Our chef's grub is the best in town, but you already know that because you've been there many times. Curious, I stroked my chin. Why does your master's invitation sound more like an order? Oh, come now, Chevalier, Gaston bowed again, this time even deeper. How could I give you an order? It really is just an invitation. Well, maybe so, but it was not the kind that one could refuse. Okay then, I'd play along. All the more so given I was already planning to pay a visit to my main creditor. Time to wrap this up. The last thing I needed was daily run-ins with small-time criminals. All right, I sighed significantly, then smiled wide, which came as a great surprise to the messenger. You really have a gift, Monsieur Barbier. You have a way with persuasion. And who in their right mind would say no to the best breakfast in all Abville? Give me a minute. I have to get ready. After that, I unceremoniously slammed the door in his face and went to go get dressed. Quickly getting myself together and reassuring Bertrand, I went outside. Before leaving, I drew a decent amount of energy from the emerald dust, accelerating mana refill for my reservoir. I then stashed the stolen sack in the pile of wood next to the stove. Not a great hiding spot, but I hadn't had time to make anything better yet. Outside, beyond Gaston, Jérôme Tunnera was also waiting for me. When I made it into the doorway, he asked a question while staring down Trebolt's henchman. Monsieur Renard, is everything okay? Absolutely, I responded with a broad smile. Would you perhaps lend me a minute of your time? The sergeant insisted. That made Gaston snort and shake his head in dismay. All right, I nodded and turned to Gaston. Monsieur Barbier, would you please give us a minute? Gaston again snorted but did leave the porch and even walked a few paces away, though still keeping me in his field of view, as if he was scared I might try to run. Chevalier, it is not for me to give you advice. The sergeant took the bull straight by the horns. What makes you say that? I asked in surprise. I am happy to hear what you have to say, even more so given you have proven yourself a good man in my eyes. Man who performs his duty to the city and its citizens with honor. For the right price, of course, but I didn't say that part out loud. You have my gratitude for the flattering review, Monsieur Renard. The sergeant bowed his head. The slight blush on his cheeks indicated that he was truly touched. So you have my ear. Gaston Barbier, a.k.a. the Butcher, is a very dangerous man. The sergeant started in a half-volume staccato. He is one of the closest confidants of the villain and scoundrel Trebolt. I know what happened last night in Paul Lepetit's office. Considering de Nevers' visit today, these are all links in the same chain. The Chevalier has long been working for Trebolt. He helps lure aristocrats into his gambling den who then lose lots of money. You are but the most recent victim of this criminal conspiracy. Inside, I laughed. My meager investment was already starting to pay dividends. It only took a couple crowns, and now he was treating me with respect. And this was only the beginning. As for Max's red-headed friend, though, I had started suspecting about as much. I just couldn't figure out the point of the whole duel scheme. Why had de Nevers challenged Max? Now it was clear that the rich shopkeeper's daughter was just an excuse. The redhead was probably acting on Trebolt's orders all along. The local crime boss had really made himself a decent setup. The gambling business, magic artifact smuggling, scamming wealthy aristocrats. And that was probably just the tip of the iceberg. This all probably makes you ask why we aren't doing anything despite knowing about his unclean dealings. The sergeant started in a muted voice, but I stopped him. Don't you worry, Monsieur Tunnera. I have no need to ask you questions I already know the answer to. The sergeant looked up and glanced at me in surprise. The sergeant's face stretched out. He wanted to say something but bit his tongue. I chuckled, agreed. We don't trust each other quite that much yet. 5 crowns appeared in my hand as if by magic, which I then slipped to the astonished Jérôme Tunnera. Not listening to the sergeant's words of gratitude, I headed over to Gaston, who was standing not too far away. Monsieur Barbier, I turned to him. If I don't get something to eat in the next hour, I'm going to start jumping people. Then we better hurry, Monsieur Renard. He came with a slight bow, pointing forward. Walking past him, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a bloodthirsty smirk. Come on, bud. You may be a predator, but you've bit off more than you can chew with me. Don't even think of trying something. At the main entrance to the guest house, a buggy was waiting for us. Excellent. I wouldn't have to trudge through the whole town on my own, too. We made it to the Yellow Turtle quickly. To my surprise, Trebolt's gambling den was located near the center of town and looked fairly respectable. Pink brick. Big windows, nothing in common with the gloomy bookmaker's office. A broad-shouldered doorman was standing outside in red and blue livery with shiny buttons. When he saw us, he opened the huge door without a word and let us inside. The interior was clean and cozy, but also empty. It was immediately apparent this place only came to life at night. Following after Gaston, I could sense the ardent gazes of strangers in my skin. Most likely, the people I wrecked in Paul Lepetit's office were staring at me from the dark corners, along with a few others. Trebolt's pack was lying in wait for a signal from their alpha to fall on the stupid sheep who had been lured into their lair. However, following that analogy, much to the misfortune of this pack of jackals, the thing that entered their den in sheep's clothing was a very pissed-off and dangerous tiger, who was getting very sick of the constant harassment. Passing through a big gambling floor fairly quickly, followed by another smaller one, We stopped in front of a small carved door guarded by a pair of cutthroats. If Le Petit's office had been guarded by the same kinds of guys, I would have had a slightly tougher job. They were wolves. I scanned them using true vision but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. "Chevalier," one of them said to me, "you'll have to leave your weapons here for the duration of the talk with our master." I saw how tense the guards looked, Gaston included. They were probably expecting a fuss, demanding a noble give up his weapon. That was technically reason enough for a duel, but I just shrugged my shoulders and obligingly gave them the useless sword I had brought along just for show. They also asked me to give up my daggers. Oh well, I could still cause trouble. When my weapons had been handed to the guards, they relaxed noticeably. I snorted. They were getting ahead of themselves. Finally, the carved door opened, and I walked into the criminal lair's holiest of holies. Well, what could I say? Trebolt's appearance came as no surprise. For some reason, I imagined him to look just like this. Not tall, but stout. Not an ounce of excess fat on him. A 60-year-old man with a razor-sharp gaze. Was it perhaps Max's memory treating me to some hints? Trebolt was seated at a broad table made of dark wood sorting through documents. His long gray hair was up in a ponytail, while his face was crossed by a deep slanting scar. Beneath the rolled-up sleeves of his white vest, I could make out the rippling sinews of his forearms and nautical tattoos. There was a boarding cutlass hanging on the wall. The establishment also had a peculiar name for how far it was from the seacoast, all that meant that Trebolt must have sailed the seas and oceans in his younger days, most likely on a pirate ship of some kind. Pulling back from his reading, Trebolt glanced at us. A second later, the look in his eyes was more sensible. He looked at me with unconcealed interest as if seeing me for the first time. Plunking myself down in a wide oak armchair opposite the table, I said I was promised breakfast. Trebolt looked in surprise at Gaston. He just shrugged his shoulders without comment, as if to say I used every method I could to lure him here. Then he turned to look at me. "Alas, Max, our kitchen is closed. The chefs are still sleeping after the night shift." "Yeah, I don't blame them," I waved it off. "I'll just have to tough it out." Trebolt laughed and fell back in his chair. His whole appearance was showing me that he couldn't say for certain whether I would survive long enough to eat breakfast. Gaston also snuck around behind me, thinking I wouldn't notice. "I must say, Max, you're unrecognizable." Trebolt smiled. Most of his teeth were made of steel. "You've changed quite a lot since our last encounter. You're more grown up, more mature. Looks like death has done you a good turn." I smiled back and shrugged my shoulders. Who knows? Maybe I was always like this. The smile crept off Trebolt's face. He tented his fingers and braced his elbows on the arms of the chair. "Anyhow, you must be aware of why I asked you to be brought in," he said, adding a steely edge to his voice. Of course, I nodded and reached my right hand for my belt, then instantly felt a cold knife blade against my neck. "Try anything in its curtains," Gaston whispered, "hands where I can see them." "You sure are jumpy." I snorted and complied, setting my hands back on the chair's arms. "My coin purse is on my belt. I brought what I owe you, Trebolt. See for yourself." Waiting for a nod from his master, Gaston kept holding the knife against my carotid artery as he unclipped the coin purse from my belt deftly with his other hand and tossed it to Trebolt. A minute later, the contents were spilled out on the desk. While Trebolt counted the money, he looked up at me in perplexity. "Max, have you lost your mind? This is just 100 crowns. You owe me 6. Wait, no. After the little stunt you pulled, you owe me 10 times that. And this 100 will serve as an apology for the time I wasted on you. But that is just a start, because we still haven't gotten to the part where you tell me all about your attack on my office." "Ah," I smiled. "Quite the appetite you fellows have. And you also had the nerve to say I'm going too far. I see you have forgotten the meaning of fear. You've gotten too relaxed out here in the provinces. Gods only know how highly you must think of yourself." "What did you say, moron?" Trebolt frowned and lurched forward. The pressure of the knife against my neck increased, but I stayed sitting unflappable and calm, watching the crime boss eyes fill with blood. "And now you have hearing problems, too." I snorted and continued a bit louder. "I said even 100 crowns is too much for you. After everything you've done, I don't owe you a dime. What? First you send your enforcers out to practically drown me, then your security robs and beats up my servant. After that all the theatrics with de Nevers, and you think I still owe you money. And so I ask, might you be the one who's lost your mind?" A crypt-like silence hung in the office for a little while. I even heard my skittering in the far corner. Then Trebolt sat back in his armchair and started whinnying. Tears rolled down his sunken cheeks. While his boss laughed, Gaston kept a close eye on me without a shadow of a smile. One false move and my neck would have been spurting blood. Finally bolder, Trebolt cleared his throat and said in a rasping tone, "So be it. I'll write off $10 for the drama. You had your fun, you can't say a thing. And now let's talk seriously." Gaston off with his ear. The next instant I drew a quite large mass of energy from my reservoir, draining it by a quarter, and whispered a short witching incantation directed at Gaston. "Sleep." Gaston's eyes rolled back, and he fell to the floor like a ragdoll. Watching Trebolt's stunned countenance, I fidgeted around for a minute, getting a more comfortable seat, and tossed one leg over the other. "Agreed," I said in an icy tone, the sound of which caused Trebolt's entire body to shiver. It's time for a serious talk. I had to give Trebult his due. He got himself together very quickly. Catching the eloquent gaze he cast toward the front door, I shook my head. Don't even think about it. They can't save you. You'll just get them killed. As a matter of fact, whether or not everyone currently in this building lives or dies is completely dependent on you. As I'm sure you realize, I am not too keen on witnesses. Trebult scowled. I didn't know if he believed me or not, but he hadn't tried anything yet. He was clearly stalling and waiting for a convenient opportunity to attack. I meanwhile looked around the room and said, "Not a bad little den you got yourself here. Cozy. And to think just a few hours ago, I was wondering how I was going to get inside. I was working on a plan to break in. And here you up and give me a gift. You opened the doors for me and led me in past your security. What can I say? You have my gratitude." Not a single muscle twitched on Trebult's ugly mug. But in his eyes there flickered something that looked like realization. "Who are you?" he finally asked. "Now that is a very good and reasonable question," I praised. "You already know my name, and trust me, it's the genuine article. I really am Maximilian Renard, but I understand why you're asking, particularly after what you just saw. I don't seem like the Max you used to know. The pea-brained spoiled capital city nobleman who your loyal jackal de Nevers lured into your gambling den, and who you mistakenly believed you had caught in a trap. I of course was bluffing, but my words were landing in fertile soil, particularly after demonstrating my abilities. Trebult stayed sitting stone-faced, but his eyes were revealing more and more. Seemingly, he was starting to realize what kind of person fate had brought into his path. "Listen, I'm not one to judge," I continued. "Everyone earns their keep as best they can. Clearly, your scheme had many long years of smooth operation. Whoever could have thought it would trip up on me? I think it was de Nevers' mistake." A crack finally appeared on Trebult's stony mask. "What do you mean?" He lurched slightly forward. "Heh, so predictable. As soon as you heard you could pin the blame on someone else, your interest was piqued. One more piece of tangential evidence that I was sitting in front of a petty tyrant who couldn't stand being wrong." Beetle, without suspecting it, had clued me in with something he said to security in the bookmaker's office. Trebult, whose sense of his own infallibility was severely inflated, sought fervently for others to blame for his failures, which he then punished severely. Actually, though, it was all just a fear of admitting his own mistakes and errors. In my world, almost everyone in positions of power had the same sin. Unlikely things were any different in this world. And that was the very weakness I intended to exploit. "What do you mean, what do I mean?" I feigned surprise. "Here, look, I'm sure you ordered de Nevers to look into me thoroughly. Who I am, where I come from, that sort of thing. Right?" Trebult nodded mechanically. The wrinkles on his forehead started smoothing out. He even slowly started sitting back in his chair. "And he probably assured you there would be no problems. That I was the mere bastard of some capital city count who had been executed for betraying the king. That no one cared about me. My own uncle kicked me out of my home and ordered me never to return to the capital. Also, I have another set of relatives on my mother's side. They are very wealthy, but they also don't want anything to do with me. Is that about it?" Trebult nodded again, now deep in thought. "Moving on," I continued calmly. "You, as an experienced man who has seen a lot in this life, fairly assessed that the storm in the capital would eventually settle, and the useless bastard might be called back into the fold by his family. And no matter which set, family ties and all that. And when that happened, the bastard would be fully under your thumb, in debt up to his eyeballs." Trebult was no longer nodding along, but I could still tell I was right. "Excellent plan," I praised. "But the other actors let you down. The scheme worked flawlessly for many years, and so your subordinates got lazy. But it isn't your fault. You can't be everywhere at once and doing their jobs for them. What petty tyrant didn't love flattery?" And so Trebult did not insist. He just shook his head fadedly and breathed a heavy sigh. Beyond that, seemingly, it had finally hit him that I had not come to talk, but to kill. "You are correct," he said, adopting a more formal tone. "No one can be trusted with anything. They are all a bunch of imbeciles. Now I see a completely different man from the Max that idiot de Nevers dragged in here. Where did his calculations go wrong, though? Other than the fact he did not recognize you as a mage." I chuckled. "Tell me, how was that moron supposed to recognize me as a mage?" "Indeed," Trebult chuckled back. "What am I saying? My nerves are clearly shot. You've shaken me out of a dreamland." I bared my teeth. "You're welcome." "Oh no," Trebult shuddered nervously. "Nothing we cannot handle. But speaking of miscalculations," I stroked my chin thoughtfully. "As you understand, I cannot tell you everything, but I will tell you a few publicly known facts about myself. Note, de Nevers knew all these things, but for some reason never reported them to you." I decided to further soothe his ego and also adopted a more formal tone. I might need him again in the future. I was particularly interested in the magic item smuggling operation. I had to build bridges. Beyond that, I kept bringing his attention to de Nevers, even though I was certain he reported everything he actually knew. His boss always had the last word, but I didn't blame him. He actually got Max exactly right. How was he supposed to know his body would be taken over by an otherworldly and extremely dangerous entity? For instance, I continued bluffing, juggling facts. Let's take as an example my father, the Count de Gramont. Everyone knows he was executed for betraying the king. For some reason, I am still alive and got sent to this backwater town. Even though all my older brothers were executed, no one was bothered by that fact, but they should have been. De Nevers should have dug deeper. If he had, he would have found out that the de Gramont stood shoulder to shoulder with the prince in that legendary first expedition into the shadow, and that my ancestors have been defending the frontier from shadow beast invasions for a very long time. Now do you understand what I'm getting at? Ancient blood, Trebelt whispered and squinting shook his head. How could I miss it? Bertrand had told me a lot about House de Gramont, and one thing was that gifted people were often born into the family. In fact, that was exactly why the old servant wasn't too surprised by my admission. Your father realized you were gifted, which was why he recognized you, Trebelt continued. And His Majesty, silence, I cut him off sharply. Not another word, or I'll have to do something I was hoping to avoid. My voice wafted with a crypt-like chill. At the very least, I was trying very hard to achieve such an effect. Based on Trebelt's frightened face, it was working just fine. He pressed back into his seat, which made his stout body practically halve in size. I laughed internally. Done. I didn't know what fantasies he was dreaming up, but I enjoyed seeing the horror in his eyes. Listen closely, I continued in the same tone, boring into him with my gaze. The frequent visits from your underlings are beginning to tire me. I want you to forget about me. At the very least, for a time. Before that, Trebelt was nodding very fast, but the last thing made him shudder and press back even further into his chair. Do not be afraid, I smiled, standing to my feet. When the time is right, I will pay you another visit. Trust me, both of us stand to profit handsomely. Trebelt hopped up out of his chair after me, and bowing his head, extended me my coin purse. Monsieur Renard, I beg your sincerest apologies, he said with a parched throat. You have my word, neither I nor my people will bother you again. You can keep the money, I said in a careless tone, though inside I was squirming with greed. I had a hard time not revealing my mood. The new Max he had just seen in me had to behave in a way that was becoming of his high position in society. The gambling den must remain operational. Stepping over Gaston's unconscious body, I calmly went to leave. Despite his emotional state, Trebelt was already at the door opening it for me respectfully. Before stepping across the threshold, I stopped for a moment and walking up face to face with Trebelt, said quietly, I trust I don't have to explain that this stays between us. Remember this the next time you run into your friends from the Chancery. Trebelt shuddered and turned even paler. If they ask any questions, say my uncle paid off my debts. Yes, monsieur, Trebelt rasped, I understand. Oh, come on, I grumbled to myself in annoyance as I jumped out of the buggy Trebelt had so kindly provided to spirit me back to my modest residence. It's like a big conspiracy. My stomach was regularly piping up, hinting that it was ready to accept a meal the size of an elephant, preferably whole. The reason for my dismay was a glamorous coach parked outside the main entrance to Madame Richard's guest house, accompanied by 6 soldiers on horseback, and that was not all. I was also extremely displeased to see Bertrand standing out in the cold next to the coach door. The old man was clearly on his last legs, but the person now sitting inside and conversing with my servant through the cracked open door didn't seem to give a hoot about him. Bertrand, upon noticing me, bowed deeply to the person he was speaking with and came over to me. Why aren't you in bed? I grumbled. What did I tell you? You can hardly stand. Monsieur, Bertrand said to me at half voice, ignoring my tone and giving me puppy dog eyes. Look at the crest on the coach. Your blood sister Valerie de Gramont has just come to visit you from the capital along with your cousin Viscountess Eveline de Gramont. I frowned. Now this was the last thing I was expecting. Why on earth did they have to remember me just now? Listen, old fellow, I said in a near whisper. I don't remember them at all. Who are they exactly? As far as I know, you never met your cousin. You did meet Valerie on several occasions, but they were very long ago when you were just children. Bertrand filled me in without excess detail, also in a whisper. I sighed with relief. Nothing too bad. I just had to figure out what they wanted with me. What do they look like? I asked. The one with flaxen locks is Eveline and Valerie. You'll recognize her. You look a lot alike. Our conversation was shamelessly interrupted. Cousin. I heard a sonorous, high-pitched voice behind me. What are you and your servant whispering about? And where are your manners? Just so you know, you've kept us waiting. I turned. A little blonde head with a big happy smile stuck out of the coach window. Aha, so that was Eveline. She was 17 or 18 years old. Viscountess, I bowed respectfully. Welcome to Abbeville. I trust the road was uneventful. Instead of responding, the green-eyed marvel ducked into her coach where I heard her sonorous and slightly muted voice saying, Valerie, take a look at him. You are like 2 peas in a pod. A second later, another head poked out the window. Well, look at that. Max and his sister really did share a great resemblance. Not twins exactly, but there was a lot in common. Renard, she came scornfully, practically spitting out the word. Why haven't you been answering the Count de Gramont's letters? Because of you we had to drag ourselves down to this backwater and search all the dens of iniquity. What letters, sister? I asked in surprise. She clearly had no lost love for me. I didn't get any letters. It's unimportant, she replied, pursing her lips and extending me a scroll. Here, read it and start gathering your belongings. You're coming with us to the capital. And another thing, Renard, never call me sister again. To you, I am the Viscountess de Gramont. Got that bastard. She was 20 years and change, but her arrogance was to the hilt. Yep, quite some relatives. Without responding, I unfurled the scroll and delved into its contents. It was a personal letter from the Count de Gramont. The short, dry missive informed me that they had located me a bride, someone called the Viscountess de Marbat, and that I was required in the capital for the wedding. Once finished reading, I glanced at Bertrand, who was burning with curiosity, and smiled wide. Old fellow, it appears I've been married off. Bertrand's face stretched out in surprise. Have you read it? Valerie asked haughtily. Yes, I nodded and extended the scroll to Bertrand. Then pack your belongings, she ordered, and wanted to dive back into the coach, but my response made her stop short. I'm not going anywhere, I said and turned, no longer paying attention to the pompous hen, and asked Bertrand a question. Have you eaten breakfast yet, old fellow? What did you say? Valerie hissed threateningly behind me. With a heavy sigh, I turned. Two heads were sticking out the window. Whereas Valerie now looked like a snake winding up to strike, Eveline's face danced with a joyous smile. She was extremely amused. Well, cousin, he's refusing to obey you. You said he'd be in seventh heaven and would eagerly run after the coach all the way to Heroicsville like a loyal hound. I snorted. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that a crowd of onlookers had started gathering outside the guest house. Jack, for the record, was also right on the scene. We traded glances. His look of happiness was as pure as the driven snow. Go ahead, I replied calmly, already having an approximate idea of what was coming next. You asked for it, Valerie said maliciously. Captain Milady, a broad-shouldered rider decked out in fine armor, walked up to the coach. His thick gray mustache looked like a horseshoe from a distance, and his pock-scarred face was frozen with a look of indifference. Help the Chevalier Renard get packed, Valerie said, looking me angrily in the eyes and savoring every word. If he resists, you have my permission to use force. It is a direct order from his lordship. Yes, milady, the mustached captain turned his head to his troops, who were lazily looking on, and gave a short shout. Bruno, Hugo, you heard the Viscountess. Get on it. The two stout riders hopped off their horses and quickly came my direction. Both young, a blonde and a brunette, smirks on their faces. I hope you won't take offense, Chevalier, the brunette said. You must understand it's an order from his lordship. Better comply and do it the nice way. I hope you boys don't take offense either, I winked at him. I promise I won't injure you permanently. The Count's retinue men traded glances and with condescending smiles started coming at me from two sides at once. Why all this dawdling? Valerie shouted indignantly from the coach. We're wasting time. We still have to check into the hotel. Just be careful, Eveline asked the captain. Do not hurt him. The one with the mustache nodded and kept looking at me. He clearly didn't like any of this, but seemingly was used to the family's antics. I meanwhile was starting to get annoyed by the fact my status wasn't worth a dime to anyone. First, his eyes wide with surprise, the blonde flew into the snow. I should note he was trying to be very careful. He clearly wanted to simply pick me up by the arms, and he fell into the classic shoulder throw. I had to spend a good mass of energy to flip his heavy carcass. A few seconds later, the brunette was laying in the neighboring snowdrift. My relatives' faces were a sight to behold. They stared at me like a ghost. The onlookers, meanwhile, started loudly mocking. He's going easy on them, someone from the crowd shouted. They are his uncle's retinue, after all. Yep, a hoarse voice repeated. This morning, against Evan's boys, he pulled out all the stops. While Bruno and Hugo shook their noggins and climbed up out of the snowdrifts, I turned to their commander. Listen, Captain, I could keep laying them out like this all day, but I have better things to do. I have a very busy day ahead of me. I understand this is your duty, but understand where I'm coming from too, because this might end up making me mad. The captain let my words go in one ear and out the other, and I heard him give a sharp command. Seize him. After that, the other troops started jumping off their horses. Well, you asked for it, I shrugged, and drew a fairly large mass of energy from my reservoir. Captain, enough! Eveline's alarmed, sonorous cry made the mustached man raise a hand. The retinue soldiers, including the two I'd flipped into snowdrifts, who had started surrounding me on 5 sides, froze in place while the onlookers gasped in dismay. I, meanwhile, frankly, breathed a furtive sigh of relief. My body had been pushed to the limit over the last few days. In fact, such strain was beneficial and even necessary for making progress on my energy system, but within reasonable limits. I was still recovering from the draining trick I'd pulled on Gaston. Between the incantation, acceleration, and overburdening of my small reservoir, I would have to pay the price in a few hours. Thankfully, I had the crimson dust. Otherwise, I'd surely have had to spend a few days in bed. The Count's retinue men were a far cry from the outcast mercenaries, or Trebolt's enforcers. They would have been a real challenge. Just throwing those two in the snowdrift spent up almost half of the energy I'd built up in my reservoir, and guys like him had to be taken down straight away, preferably for good so they wouldn't get back up. But I absolutely could not do that. I was planning to kick up a bit of fuss with my uncle, playing the insulted nephew, but not go to war with him. Our weight classes were just too mismatched. In fact, there were few who could compete with Heinrich de Grammont in all Vestonia. On top of being one of the wealthiest landowners, he was also in favor with the king, so I was basically a bug as far as Max's uncle was concerned, but I could still frazzle his nerves. Time to drive up my price. Heinrich de Grammont hasn't even begun to guess who fate has brought into his path. Eveline, Valerie said indignantly. Uncle was very clear. Daddy would never approve of such methods. The blonde Eveline interrupted her categorically, biting her lip. Valerie wanted to object but fell silent, rolling her eyes and shaking her head. That showed that she had a totally different opinion on the matter, and I agreed with her completely. Eveline clearly had her head in the clouds, naively assuming that her daddy was a model man of honor. But in spite of that, the captain adhered to her opinion. After his command, the count's retinue men, casting unkind, threatening looks in my direction, remounted their horses. They were hiding their offense for now. Sooner or later, though, I would surely get a response. Take a number, boys. Eveline, darting out of the coach, hopped over to me and latched her fine little hands into my forearm. As an aside, my scan of Max's relatives and their companions revealed nothing. Except for the perfume on now my cousin, there was nothing magical on them. Cousin Eveline said to me, smiling welcomingly and looking me in the eyes. I immediately caught a whiff of the stupefying aroma of spring flowers. Whoa. The concentration of emerald energy in the Viscountess's magic perfume was off the scale. Wait, I beg you, talk to me. I showily held back a sigh of dismay, continuing to delve into the role of the offended cousin. Honestly, though, I wasn't sure Max would have acted this way. I thought Valerie was not far from the truth when she claimed my lookalike would have been eager to run after the coach on foot just to get out of Abville. Based on the number of letters he sent to his wealthy relations begging for money without a hint of shame, marrying a rich, elite bride would have been the most a moron like him could have dreamt of. Of course, sweet cousin, I'm at your service, I replied, knitting my brows with a slight bow. But before that, I nodded for Bertrand to go back inside. The poor man was on his last legs. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Trixie emerging from the crowd of onlookers and hopping over to the old man as he slowly made his way back to our annex. Good girl. We have never met before, my green-eyed cousin said, still smiling. As a matter of fact, I didn't know you existed until very recently. But still, Max. Actually, would it be okay if I called you Max, and you can call me Iv? Is that okay? Inside, I laughed. Well, well. So small and already trying to manipulate. Behind the mask of kind-hearted simplicity, a sly kitten laid in wait. Saw a little mouse and wanted to play a game, eh? All right, game on. By the way, why the hell are you, mademoiselle, showing so much moxie? In fact, same question to your beloved daddy. He must have needed something badly from the Count de Marbot. And vice versa, seeing how he was willing to give his daughter to a bastard. I would have to give that some serious thought. Perhaps this marriage wouldn't be so bad for my long-term plans. Agreed. Eveline, I'm sorry. Iv, Max, why are you refusing to come with us? Eveline got straight to the point. You'd have a brilliant future ahead of you. The Viscountess de Marbot will make a lovely match. Sure, she may be a bit older than you, but she hails from an ancient and wealthy family. On top of that, she is very pretty. The Count de Marbot has promised a lavish dowry for his daughter. I know you're in love with another woman, but people in our circles have to put family and house above all else. Our feelings are just that, feelings. Family comes first. Apparently, they knew a lot more about Max than I thought. They even knew he was in love. Their uncle must have been keeping an eye on his brother's bastard. Somewhere in the middle of Eveline's speech, Valerie came and joined us, smelling of Eastern spices. A curious combination of scents. I liked it. As her cousin finished, Valerie curled a lip. I had gotten a clear picture of her. She might as well have been a hostage in her uncle's home. By the way, why did these two in particular get sent after me? The captain and his boys would have been plenty to collect Max. Whose family? I asked in surprise, which cooled the crafty blonde's ardor. What? She asked, furrowing her little brow cutely. What do you mean? You mentioned family, I explained patiently. And that got me wondering, what family are you referring to? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Valerie's thin brows shoot into her forehead as she listened glumly. Oh, ours, of course, Eveline replied uncomprehendingly. Ah, I smiled and gave a nod of understanding. Now I see yours. Good, keep going. Eveline shot a confused glance at Valerie, making the corners of her lips slightly creep upward before turning her gaze back to me. I was referring to our family, Eveline muttered. Yours. Ours? We are the de Grammonts, our family. Are we now? I interrupted. Heh, she had no clue who she was dealing with. As far as I remember, your father kicked me out of my home and ordered me to never show my face in the capital again. Meanwhile, he gave me just 300 crowns to live on. Is that any way to treat family? To add a bit of drama, I again shifted to a more formal tone. Eveline mechanically matched that. Most likely, Daddy was just concerned for your safety. Eveline tried to object. And as for money, he never left you penniless. The responses to my letters asking for help written by his secretary are evidence to the contrary, I snorted. I could have also mentioned that her daddy had betrayed his own brother, but I didn't. When faced with a choice between brother and king, Heinrich de Grammont chose king. Discussing that openly could be taken as me betraying the crown. So that was why you never responded to his letters. Eveline smiled, trying to switch back to a more informal mode. You were offended. I didn't respond to your father's letters because I never received them. In any case, even if I had, I would have refused. As you can see, I am still alive. I spread my arms and smiled. It's an order from the head of your family. Valerie came at it from a different angle. I could have said that the head of my family, or rather Max's, had been decapitated and was now worm food, but I didn't. First of all, that would have lost me the advantageous role of offended party and turned me into a rebel against the king. I didn't need anything like that. Second, the blonde Eveline clearly liked me, and based on how her daddy's retinue men obeyed her, she was far from last position in his heart. In other words, if I insulted her daddy, I would be insulting her as well. No way, better have her filling his ear with good things about me. Who could say? Maybe that would get me a bit of cash. And third, when they mentioned my lady love, without suspecting it, they gave me a hint. She was clearly a big fan of novels about knights. To her, everything happening around me had a certain air of romance. Even the head of the family has no right to order me to go against the laws of honor. I shot out, my chin held proudly upward. Based on the blush on Eveline's cheeks while she looked at me in admiration with her little mouth slightly agape, I realized I was on the right track. But my little act was only amusing to Valerie the snake. Renard, if this is your way of trying to make us pay your debts, I'm sorry to have to disappoint you. You'll have to handle your creditors on your own, she announced acridly. We know you owe money to practically every aristocrat in this town. By the way, there's another reason for you to get married. I'm sure that after the wedding, your little wife will be happy to settle all your financial issues. The Viscountess de Marbot is a very wealthy bride, so enough bellyaching. Do you really need to chew everything over? I thought better of you. Ignoring my sister's nastiness, I looked over at Eveline. She was still squeezing my forearm in her hands. In her eyes, I saw hope and expectation. She clearly wanted badly for her cousin to lose our verbal sparring match. I was getting the impression that she wanted me to prevail with every fiber of her romantic being. Okay then, I wouldn't let her down. I desperately needed an ally in the enemy camp. Viscountess, I said coldly to Valerie, puffing out my chest. I am accustomed to handling financial matters and debts on my own. Beyond that, a few hundred crowns are no reason to wed a woman I do not love. I do not wish to disparage the Viscountess de Marbot's virtues one bit, but my heart belongs to another. I believe in true love. Too bad you aren't given to understanding such basic truths. Valerie gave a loud sniff and shook her head. Eveline, meanwhile, seemingly felt like the main character in one of her novels. The triumphant look in her eye was clear indication that she was completely on my side. If it isn't debts, then what? Valerie asked with a laugh. My passionate speech, of course, did not move her. You are aware of the concept of the code of honor, aren't you? I replied with a question, and not letting her get a word in edgewise, continued, I see you are not. Well, according to an ancient set of rules, a nobleman who has accepted a challenge but runs away before the duel will forever be branded a coward. No one has the right to order me to go against the laws of honor, not the head of the family, not even the king. I'd rather die for disobedience in a torture chamber than stain my honor and that of my family. I said all that with arms proudly akimbo and my chin thrust high. In the end, Eveline was delighted, while Valerie gasped indignantly for air. As an aside, beyond anger at her stupid brother, I saw fear in her eyes. Where was that coming from? She couldn't be afraid for my life. Something must have been off about this wedding. Finally getting her emotions under control, Valerie hissed, you managed to challenge someone else to a duel. Wasn't dying once enough for you? Welp, apparently they already knew about the ill-fated duel with de Lamar. They really were well informed. Renard, you're the biggest moron I could ever imagine. You're a brainless fool. Valerie was at her wit's end. I could practically sense her fear and panic in my skin. What could be wrong with her? Who is your opponent? Eveline asked with concern, paying no attention to her cousin's tantrum. Opponents, I corrected her, watching with interest for their reaction. I have two. My first duel is tomorrow. It is against the Chevalier de Nevers. The second duel will be in the next few days. Vincent de Lamar was not satisfied with the outcome of our first duel. He demanded we finish what we started. Oh gods, that will be the end. Valerie exclaimed and, clenching her fists, turned around sharply and walked back toward the coach. Cousin, forgive her, Eveline said with a quick curtsy. We spent many hours on the road. She's very tired. We have to go. We will be staying at the Abbeville Central Hotel. Promise me you'll think this through, then we can talk again. Promise. I bowed and walked her to the coach, which Valerie was already seated inside, staring unblinkingly at a fixed point. Eveline, leaning on my arm, climbed into the coach and, giving me a sad smile, closed the curtain. A moment later, the coachman closed the door behind her. What was that? Before the coach set off, I heard Eveline's voice shivering in worry. Valerie, get yourself together. All is not yet lost. If that moron is gonna get killed tomorrow, my new sister replied fadedly. This is a disaster. I'd sooner kill myself than get married to that monster. Watching the coach as it drove off and catching angry looks from the Count's retinue, I realized I was hopelessly behind on my schedule for the day. I just was not expecting the de Gramonts to need me so soon. Welp, I'd have to pick up the pace. First of all, I would have to seriously work on improving my energy system along with this physical shell. I had to find out as much as I could about artifacts from the shadow and this world's magic overall. At present, I only knew of 2 people connected with magic who could fill me in. Ursula Hoog, the local artifactor, I immediately dismissed. As soon as she found out about my abilities, I would be hounded. The Royal Chancery would hear about me, because by local laws, all strikers were obliged to serve the crown without exception. No way. The life of a dog on a leash was not for me. Basically, if the artifactor was out of the question, I had only one option left: paying a visit to my new witch friend. She clearly kept her distance from the authorities. She would definitely be happy to see me again. Walking toward the annex, Bertrand and I called home. I again turned to look at where the coach had gone. What monster was Valerie referring to, and what did that have to do with me? When I stepped through the doorway of my temporary safe haven, my nose was struck by a mind-blowing aroma of freshly baked bread and a rich vegetable stew. Madame Richard's cook had made some amazing food. An unpleasant tugging sensation in my stomach made me quicken my pace. In the room, beyond Bertrand lying in bed, there was also Trixie. She had a dreamy smile on her face while she worked her magic on the table, unloading my late breakfast from her serving tray. When she noticed me, she gasped, went slightly red, and gave a curtsy. "How is he?" I asked, walking over to Bertrand's bed. "He fell right asleep," Trixie responded. "Doesn't seem too feverish." I scanned the old man's energy system and gave a satisfied nod. After that, rubbing my hands together with a smile, I sat at the table, surveyed my simple fare, and said, "Well, well. What will you be regaling me with today, monsieur?" Trixie shot out suddenly, alarmed. I wanted to talk to you. It's ever so important." I frowned and looked at her. Her cheeks were burning and tears welled up in her eyes. She was nervously drumming her fingers on the edge of her apron. "Is it urgent?" I asked, angrily setting my fork and knife aside. "Very," she nodded quickly, and as if diving headfirst into a dark chasm, shot out, "I know who in your family wants you dead." I strolled the evening streets of Abbeville, cataloging the circumstances around me as usual. An hour ago, I came out of the Mace and Pollack's armorer's shop, where I bought myself 2 swords just in case I again lost control, and pushed an energy mass through my blade. I didn't get anything fancy yet, just 2 one-handers. They were both similar to Toothpick, though. Honestly, their balance was worse. I was aware that I couldn't go on like this much longer. If I had to spend this much of the valuable and scarce dust on every minor squabble, I would be bankrupt very soon. In a past life, in peak form, my energy system could handle this kind of exertion all by itself. But now I had to lay around until midday, if not for several days, like some kind of doddering old man. I was also perfectly aware that I had no time for slow, balanced development. I had to take the same path as before, but much quicker. For that, the shadow's magic was indispensable. I got the feeling I had a significant head start, but I was wrong. A bizarre whirlpool of events had started revolving around this unwanted bastard. Sooner or later, it would suck me in once and for all. If that happened now, I feared that in my current state I might not be able to pull out. Max's sister and cousin coming to town were just the first warning signs, because after all, there was still the Legrands. Trixie told me a captivating tale. It all started that memorable day when she eavesdropped on the conversation between Vivienne and Betty in my room. I, for the record, had thankfully not mentioned my linguistic capabilities. Being a fairly sensible woman, Trixie quickly realized she should forget what she had heard. Otherwise, her big mouth could land her and her family in hot water. So in her words, neither Madame Richard nor anyone else had heard about that conversation. Before getting started, Trixie admitted to me with tears in her eyes that all that time she had been spying on me on Madame Richard's orders, but had told her boss only the information which, to her eye, could not come back to haunt me. I had to pretend I believed her. I could only guess what drove Trixie to make that admission. Bertrand later told me his theory that she was up to her ears in love with me, and thus trying to impress the object of her affections, but I immediately dismissed that theory. Sure, sometimes I caught glances, but experience was telling me that the issue was something different. She'd had to grow up too early, with lots of responsibilities falling on her shoulders from her sick mother and the pleading of her hungry brothers and sisters. For her to now lose her head over some impoverished aristocrat who, by the way, just a few months ago she couldn't stand. No, that was not Trixie. Beyond that, she was already engaged and had planned out her future life down to the smallest detail. This was a woman who knew what she wanted, and she was clearly no fool. There was no room in her life plan for a dubious affair with some minor nobleman. Responsibility for her family fell squarely on her shoulders, but to make herself useful to an aristocrat who had stopped behaving like the world's biggest scoundrel only recently, now that was a different matter. To then also not spoil her relationship with her employer, those were motivations I could easily believe. Once settled down a bit, Trixie also admitted that all that time she had been unable to forget that conversation, and specifically the part where my visitors mentioned a member of my family. she quickly realized that the duel with de Lamar that nearly took Max's life was no mere duel, and someone from my family had to be involved. Trixie felt an urge to tell me on several occasions, but every time she forced herself to keep quiet. After all, it pertained not only to my lady love, but my family as well. I might simply have refused to believe her. Beyond that, she was afraid that instead of gratitude, I might complain to Madame Richard, who would surely seek revenge for the betrayal. But everything changed when Trixie coincidentally overheard Madame Richard talking to one of her guests. He was a merchant making his way to the capital who had stopped by the guest house for one night. He and Madame Richard were discussing the latest trading news over dinner. After prices for pelts and brocade, conversation slowly turned to capital city rumors and influential merchant families. Among them, she heard about the Legrands. Madame Richard, in an effort to make herself sound important, immediately laid her trump card the fact that she had as a guest in her annex building who was the grandson of Pascal Legrand himself. That came as a great surprise to the traveling merchant, who then suddenly lit up. The thing was that a few months before, while passing through Abbeville and visiting a local theater, in the foyer he ran into one of Pascal Legrand's daughters, Adeline Beauchard, whispering about something with the theater's top actress Vivienne Leroy. The women were behaving strangely. On top of that, when the merchant greeted Adeline Beauchard and wished her father Pascal Legrand good health, she pretended not to know what he was talking about. After that, she said he must have mistaken her for someone else. Essentially, the merchant was very bothered by that, but when Madame Richard told him about Legrand's grandson, he took it in his own way. He explained the awkward situation to himself by saying the woman must have come to Abbeville to visit her disgraced nephew and didn't want anyone finding out. But for Trixie, on the contrary, that made everything fall into place, which was why she finally decided to tell me. After that, I had a curious conversation with Bertrand about the sudden visit of an aunt of mine who had clearly expressed an unhealthy interest in her nephew. There could be no doubt that her visit to Abbeville was directly connected to Max. My tale upset Bertrand greatly. At first, he didn't want to believe that the sweet, demure Adeline he'd known since childhood could be capable of such a thing. The unfortunate widow, who had lost her husband early, had moved with her only son into her father's home, where she continued to live practically as a recluse, fully concentrating on raising her child and caring for her father. But you know what they say about still waters. His mild-mannered aunt coming to Abbeville and meeting with Vivienne Leroy was just more evidence of that. And for the record, as far as Bertrand knew, she had never before paid a visit to her dear nephew. I wondered what was happening. Basically, the whirlpool of events around me was starting to gather pace, and if I wanted to keep my head above water, I would have to take a few fundamental steps. For starters, while walking around Abbeville that night, I put my scheme into action. The familiar dark alleyway, just like the last time, greeted me with a crypt-like silence. It was as if the street had died out. The little black windows of the hideous shabby buildings stared blindly out at me with deadened emptiness. Only at the end of the alley, in the windows of the last building, just like on that memorable evening, did a soft warm glow come streaming through the cracks in the closed shutters. I stopped short 10 steps from the small gate. I didn't have to wait long. Fox, I thought we reached an understanding last time. The angry hissing voice behind me made me slowly turn around. Lotta, standing approximately 15 steps away, was aiming a small crossbow straight at me. A fire of determination to end my life then, and there was burning in the witch's dark green eyes. While walking down the street, I knew she was waiting for me, but still I allowed her to feel like the master of her domain. And the fact she didn't try to kill me on sight was a good sign. Witches, as everyone knew, did not do things without good reason. Something about me must have caught her interest last time. I even knew what, sorry for coming uninvited again, I put on a friendly smile, but I thought we should start our relationship over. What makes you think I want that? I saw her jaws grinding through her cheeks, making her face even more attractive. Before answering your question, as a sign of my peaceful intentions, allow me to give you a small gift. I came, still smiling. What do you say? The witch, continuing to bore into me with a heavy gaze, didn't think long, then gave a short nod and said, "One wrong move and you're dead. Believe me, I know how to use this thing." "I believe you," I smiled, but I didn't tell her that she probably wouldn't have been able to hit me. Maybe before her powers had been curtailed, she would have stood a chance, but not like this. "May I?" I pointed my eyes at 2 small bags hanging off my belt. Lotta looked tense and shrugged her shoulders nervously, then nodded in silence. I slowly lowered my hands and unclipped one of them. "What's in there?" Lotta asked demandingly. Her voice was slightly shaking. "See for yourself," I said, slowly undoing the drawstring and pouring a bit of the powder out onto my palm. When Lotta saw what I'd brought her face changed instantly. Crimson dust, she gasped mutedly, not taking her stunned gaze off my hand. When preparing to visit the witch, I was perfectly aware that mere silver would not be of interest, so I decided to lead with my trump card. I had to mercilessly suppress my own pangs of greed while pouring out the few pinches of the valuable resource. Very high concentration, I nodded, pouring the magic sand back into the bag. You might say it came straight from my bleeding heart. What do you want for it? Lotta asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Nothing, I shrugged. It is my gift to you as an apology. After saying that, I set the bag on a bench by the fence. Then, while the witch looked on attentively, I took the second bag off my belt and continued, but this could be payment for information. A small mound of emerald dust appeared on my hand. Lotta breathed a muted sigh but quickly got herself together and stated in an icy tone, "It's time for you to be going, Spellsword." I sighed and shook my head. Fail. But nobody said this would be easy. Witches were always like this, very volatile. Well, at least we didn't end up fighting. That was progress. All right, I'm leaving. I nodded and walked back out of the alley. Forget the way here, Fox, she shouted at my back. I turned and with a broad smile replied, "If you say so, Lotta. But I believe you will come visit me very soon, because you are aware that I am your chance to fix everything." A moment later, I looked on in satisfaction as the witch's face stretched out. "When I look at you, Lotta, I see a woman who is accustomed to greater comfort. You were not made to wither away in this backwater selling dried herbs and potions to the destitute. I don't know that happened to you, why you left your homeland, or why you came so far. It's none of my business. But I do know for certain how it feels to be gifted and not be able to use your powers. Fix, you say." Lotta spat out angrily, switching to witching tongue. "Sounds like you're taking on an awful lot. I was raised and educated by an elder." I responded coldly in the same tongue, no longer smiling. "And another thing, as you correctly noted last time, I am a seer. I'm telling you, soon you will be seeking a meeting with me. But make haste. Very soon I will leave this backwater." Based on her pale face and squinting eyes, Lotta was outraged. Just a bit more and she would squeeze the trigger of her crossbow. Oh well, what did I care if she acted crazy and flew into a rage? Witches were stubborn but intelligent creatures. I had given her more than enough food for thought. Without saying goodbye or another word at all, I turned and hightailed it away from her alley. I should note that I always had a hard time talking to sisters of my adoptive mother. I always had to keep my guard up around them. Even when they wanted to stroke my head, they had a way of always doing it against the grain. On the way home, I decided to get some fresh air and pass by the central town square. Unsurprisingly, for the hour, the central streets of Abville were packed with people. The square itself was impassable. Something out of the ordinary must have happened, based on the happy looks on the city dwellers' faces as they constantly shouted wishes of good health to the king. I got the impression today was some kind of important holiday. Stopping a squat man who resembled a beer barrel, I asked, "My good man, what is happening? Why are all these people here? Whatever do you mean, monsieur?" The man was sincerely astonished and asked with reproach, "What, do you not follow world events at all?" "No, and what might be happening in the world?" The ambassador of Burgonia to the court of the king of Atalia, Count Thomas de Durfort, was perfidiously executed. The city dweller cried with a beet-red face, showing with his whole appearance his outrage at how low the Atalian authorities had stooped. But if I asked if he had ever even seen the count, he would be unlikely to say yes. In fact, he probably didn't even know what his own king looked like. Seeing that I didn't understand or share his indignation, the red-faced city dweller continued to rage. Thanking the big man for the explanation, I turned and went back. Today was not the best day to be downtown. I'd have to retrace my steps back home. Watching the people delighted by the war declaration, I imagined what the loudmouths might look like in a few months after the first battles died down and the men who had gone to war started coming back home missing arms and legs, and they would be the lucky ones. But that was not all, because the demon of war always went hand in hand with famine and plague. Essentially, the near future in this part of the continent would be heated. Everything was clearly going according to the plan of my mysterious benefactor who sent me into this body. When I got back home, Bertrand extended me a small scroll. It was a letter from the Chevalier de Nevers written in uneven handwriting. The redhead was clearly agitated when he hurriedly wrote it. In the letter, my rival said that unforeseen circumstances had arisen in his life. Specifically, his esteemed father, the Baron de Nevers, had fallen seriously ill. As a consequence, the red-headed Chevalier was asking me to delay our duel, because he was now forced to leave Abville and travel to his father's home so his esteemed parent's last minutes would not be spent in his absence. I had little faith that de Nevers' father had actually fallen ill. As a matter of fact, all the theatrics with the letter were probably more a veiled greeting from Treble to let me know he had kept his word. Something was telling me I would never see the red-headed Chevalier again. In short, one duel had been cancelled. Too bad. I was planning on again betting a fat sack of cash on myself, but oh well, I would soon have to step into the duel yard against Vincent de Lamar. Time to finally put an end to our conflict. The next few days were surprisingly tranquil. No one bothered me. It was as if everyone had up and forgotten about me. I naturally did not believe in miracles, so I didn't waste any time. I was training, meditating, giving Bertrand treatments with potions I bought in the pharmacy, and doing a lot of reading. The owner of the bookshop, Gaspard Mercier, finally got my order, and the history book on Vestonia and neighboring states had finally arrived alongside the map of mainland. When I unfolded the map, I was slightly stunned. Whoever made it had approached the process with extreme diligence. They weren't stingy with the inks and had combined them into a large number of shades. The fine work of art cost me just 10 crowns. Another 5 crowns went to the book. As an aside, historic opuses cost less than the mediocre novels I had sold to Gaspard before. The map of mainland was a patchwork of standalone principalities, counties, duchies, and dwarf kingdoms. In the middle of the colorful quilt, I saw a big, huge coal-black spot, the shadow of Strix. There were also relatively large countries on the map, such as Vestonia, Atalia, the eastern and western caliphates, Island, and others. Trixie's homeland, the Foggy Isles, were split into a large number of counties and duchies which were at a constant state of war. That must have been why so many of the islanders had set up shop in Vestonia. They were fleeing the horrors of armed conflict. Burgonia, which had caused Vestonia to declare war on Atalia, I found on the map immediately. It was a little mountainous state famed for its master artifactors and was even smaller than several independent counties. But later, I read in the book that Burgonia had been a large country before the shadow. Now, the little patch of mountainous land was just a rump state, a fraction of its former size. But that rump had something the other dwarf states did not: a border with the shadow. And although that was more of a curse for the first few years, now it had become a huge advantage. And I didn't yet know exactly what made the kings of Vestonia and Atalia take the bit between their teeth, but it could not have all been over the execution of some ambassador. Both were looking for a reason to stoke conflict, and they had found one. Upon closer inspection of the map and books Gaspard Mercier had gotten for me, I concluded that a conflict had been brewing between the two countries for a long time. All it needed was a spark. Both states had access to the Middle Sea, where their fleets regularly got into minor engagements. On top of that, both of them had spent a long time trying to secure the counties and duchies that formed something of a buffer zone between them. Basically, this was a long time coming. Beyond the map and books, the bookstore owner, on my request, had ordered 3 magic inkwells from the capital. Gaspard Mercier's messenger, who brought me all my purchases, looked at me like an idiot. He must have figured me for a young nobleman with too much money for his own good. The 3 inkwells cost me 25 crowns, more expensive than normal, but there was an explanation. I had ordered the highest concentration inks. For the record, Gaspard did not cheat me. The magic dust content of this ink was double that of Max's old one, just what I needed for my scheme. Still, pure brown dust with no adulterants would have been preferable. The issue was that I had decided to absorb energy of all 3 kinds simultaneously. At present, in light of the fact that my reservoir capacity was growing very slowly in spite of the shock therapy I was subjecting it to, I had to concentrate on reinforcing the energy system itself. When I was a kid under the protection of a powerful, gifted woman, my small reservoir was never a huge concern. As a matter of fact, at the time, like all children, I was more interested in frivolous pursuits. Training with Vadoma, meditating, and self-cultivation were all things I saw more as obligations like the homework I was given in school. Most likely, Master Yamada came into my life because of my adoptive mother. It was his training that made me realize the depths of the gift I had been given by creation itself. The absorption, to my delight, went swimmingly. The brown mana, which was most painful for my body to take, I fed to my energy system at the same time as the crimson and emerald. The crimson mana instantly healed all the reinforced sections and eliminated the painful symptoms, which prevented my brain from shutting down. The emerald, meanwhile, accelerated the process, delivering a double dose of energy fuel to my reservoir. I would have to order more, but in order not to raise the bookstore owner's suspicions, do it, for instance, through an attorney. I was certain Monsieur Mora would be happy to do me that favor. I also had to figure out some way to get more dust. My reserves were melting away before my very eyes. I caught myself thinking several times that I regretted bringing that gift to the witch. Seemingly, it had all been in vain. I hadn't seen hide nor hair of Lotta since. I wouldn't have been surprised to learn she left Abbeville after my last visit. She just looked painfully frightened. There was no fooling me beneath the mask of rage. She was hiding fear. She had good reason for thinking this backwater was a place she could go undetected, but I had changed that. Beyond training and reading, at night I studied the strange dagger I had stolen from the hiding spot in Paul Lepetit's home. I should note that the longer I spent studying it, the more the thing scared me. But I was also aware that my initial analysis of the weapon was incorrect. I had even visited Ursula Hoog's armorer to get another look at the striker armor. There I discovered that the energy structure of the dagger I found differed noticeably from that of the armor suit made of strange metal. In fact, it was more elegant, and the material was not the same. Beyond that, the unusual ornament and angles of the handle, as well as the snake head pommel, were evidence that this dagger had been forged somewhere other than Vestonia or Island. After an in-depth examination, I started experimenting, which just about ruined everything I'd managed to achieve. Now I could see that the decision to share energy with the dagger was extremely rash, even though it didn't seem all that perilous at first. Like the last time when I grasped the hilt, I felt an unmistakable energy. It was like it was looking at me, studying me. After that, it requested a bit of energy, to which I acquiesced while carefully observing its spindly energy structure. It all happened when the first masses of my mana entered the dagger's energy channels. It went into a frenzy and, like a leech, attached to my hand and started pumping out all my energy. And meanwhile, the lilac shade of its energy structure started to slowly glow brighter. I had a hard time cutting off the flow of energy and severing the link with the dangerous artifact. Throwing the frenzied vampire aside, I glanced stunned at my reservoir and gasped. The dagger had practically drained it in a fraction of a second. After that, my experimenting was over, but only for a time. I would definitely return to it when my reservoir got a bit bigger. I wasn't going to give up so easily. After 6 days of relative calm, on day 7, it was like the dam burst. Early that morning, a courier knocked on the door of our annex with a letter from Vincent de Lamar written in a fairly malicious style, inquiring about my health and reminding me the clock was ticking, and it was time to settle our issues once and for all. And for expediency's sake, I was supposed to tell the courier the exact day our duel would be taking place. In my response, I thanked de Lamar for the kindness of letting me delay our duel, told him I was back in perfect health and feeling fine, and ready to send my dear de Lamar to meet his forefathers tomorrow at midday. An hour after the courier left, Trixie brought me another 2 letters. For the record, I kept my word and had a talk with Madame Richard about hiring her maid away temporarily until Bertrand got back on his feet. The owner of the guest house was happy to help me out. I even got the feeling she was happier than Trixie. I didn't know what Madame Richard thought about the reason for my offer, but while we were talking, she gave a knowing smile and told me in so many words that she understood, what with my young body and all. Both letters were from my stubborn relatives who had shown up out of the blue and come quite fervently for their wayward brother and cousin. The letters were vastly different from one another both in manner of writing and content. Whereas Valerie tried several approaches to apply pressure and threaten me with the Count de Gramont's dismay, Eveline made a timid appeal to my sense of duty to my house. Overall, they had nothing new to say. I decided wisely not to respond. I knew how it all would end. As soon as I entered the discussion, they would bury me under a landslide of responses. To get a bit of fresh air, I picked up both of my swords and went out to the backyard. First, I shoveled my training area clear of the previous night's snowfall, then started my warm-up routine. Once finished, I started in on dual-wielding katas. I increased my speed slowly, pushing small masses of mana through my energy system. Once my arms got used to the balance of the swords, it was as if the blades became extensions of them. Mamoru Yamada called that configuration dragon wings. For some reason, today I finally felt the wings for the first time. My body turned into a whirlwind. Pulsating mana came streaming down my reinforced channels, nourishing them with the power of my gift. The deadly dance swallowed me up entirely. The world around me disappeared, ceased to exist, and in that moment I became a dragon spreading its sword wings. The last step was to allow the energy to swallow up both of my blades, and I almost did just that, but stopped myself. The swords couldn't stand that kind of abuse. The whirlwind died down. The high-speed death dance came to an end. Breathing heavily, I got down on one knee, bracing myself on both swords. My heart felt like it was about to jump out of my chest. Steam billowed off my shoulders, back, and arms. Bliss. I drew in air through my nose and detected the familiar aroma of lilac coming from the alleyway leading from the front door of my annex. What could she want with me? I quickly stood up and, adopting one of the poses used by local sword fighters, started performing clumsy lunges. A moment later, I heard a dress fluttering in the alleyway and oncoming footsteps. Soon after, the sounds disappeared, and I got a strange feeling in the back of my head that someone was watching me. Pretending to be distracted with training, I turned around as if by accident. "Miss Gilbert," I feigned surprise and gave a bow. "What are you doing here?" Betty, and that was exactly who it was standing in the alleyway and looking me over scornfully. "Chevalier Renard," she said angrily through clenched teeth, "just don't pretend you're surprised by my visit." But I wanted to object, but Betty interrupted me. "Oh, knock it off, Renard. Put an end to this farce. The innocent simpleton act does not suit you." "What the?" And yet I frowned. "Tell me what exactly is going on. You have the nerve to ask." Betty's white cheeks flared red. "You had it all worked out behind my back, but rest assured, you and he will both live to regret this." "Me and who now?" I managed to get a word in edgewise. "My father," Betty exhaled angrily. "Who else?" "Aw heck, your father." "Renard, why must you insist on this imbecilic farce?" The dark pupils of her blue eyes seemed ready to sear a hole straight through me. "Miss Gilbert, I truly don't understand. As a matter of fact, for me to have made any secret arrangements with you, father, I would have to have met him first." "You're lying again, Renard." In a surge of anger, Betty started making more incendiary accusations. "You two had this all worked out a long time ago. Your grandfather, Pascal Legrand, is in on it too. Father said it's already decided. He instructed me to personally extend you an invitation to dinner tomorrow." "I'm completely lost," I shrugged, "but I beat you all to the punch." Betty said with an angry smile, turning up her chin triumphantly. You don't think I figured out my father's plan right when he sent me from the capital to this backwater several months ago? Look into this young man, he said to me. Haha, you thought I would obediently bind my fate to a nonentity like you. She was clearly at the end of her rope. I, though, was just standing there listening, very curious. You know something? Betty continued, squinting her eyes. I actually did look into you. I even wrote my father a few letters about you. Womanizer, debauchee, coward, scoundrel, that's what I wrote him. And another thing, a pitiful moron who was ejected from his own family like an injured puppy from a purebred litter. And he wants me to marry the likes of you. And where did you get the bright idea, while laying claim to my hand, to woo that pitiable actress Vivienne? Is it some new kind of insult? How dare you try to lay claim to my hand, you pathetic bastard? Look at me and look at you. No way, no I've already thought about it and taken measures. It looks like I'm a hot ticket item all of a sudden. No person, no problem, I said, casting off the mask. Is that it? My tone threw Betty off slightly. And here I kept wondering why you were so insistent that I duel Lamar, I said, rubbing my chin. Now I get it. You decided to use him to get rid of me. Well, respect. Excellent plan. The first time it almost worked. This time it has to work. Betty went on the attack, quickly finding her footing. Vincent de Lamar is one of the best swordsmen in Vestonia. Your tears will not save you again. You die tomorrow. And after your death, I will savor the look of disappointment on my father's countenance when I tell him of the duel. So you're saying your father wants us to get married? I asked calmly, ignoring her tirade. And my grandfather is also mixed up in it. Curious. My tone again jostled her out of the fighting mood. While she gathered her thoughts, I continued, tell your father and my grandfather that they're too late. I already have a fiancé, and whatever made you think I'd want to marry you? An instant later, I saw Betty blush and gasp for air like a fish out of water as she searched for an answer. You don't think there are any noblemen after my hand? She finally spat out in anger. What is this stupid crap? I laughed. In my veins flows the ancient blood of those who fought shoulder to shoulder with Prince Albert the Brave several centuries ago on their journey into the shadow. While my great ancestors defended the frontier from incursions by otherworldly creatures, your urchin forebears were catching and selling perch on the islands. Over the course of my short speech, Betty blushed and went pale several times. She was no longer trying to say a thing, just sizing me up with a furious gaze. Just so you know, the Viscountess of an ancient family is after my hand with a lavish dowry and connections in court. I continued improvising. As an aside, those future connections are seemingly why your father is trying to mastermind our engagement. He must have grown too big for his britches. Time to move up. And you little fool don't understand that. He was only thinking of his grandchildren's future. So tell your father that we'll have to reschedule that dinner. Betty stood there taut as a fiddle string. Her hands, clenched into fists, were pressed up against her stomach. A fire raged in her blue eyes. If she could incinerate with a look, I'd have turned to ash already. You die tomorrow, she hissed out and turning sharply, dashed down the alleyway. I smiled and bowed mockingly after her. After that, picking up my weapons and belongings, I hurried into the annex. My nose could already detect the pleasant aromas of lunch. Just when I wanted to push the door open, a familiar female voice rang out behind me in an ancient witching dialect. So, this is where you have your fun. And here I was wondering when she'd show her face. The thing was that I had sensed the witch's presence before I even started training. She was hiding in the shadows of the barn and watching my every move closely. My dual-wielding katas were partially performed for her benefit, so she could get a better look, so to speak, at the person she might be dealing with. But I did not plan to go into dragon wings that happened all on its own. I got carried away. Basically, Lotta saw more than she was supposed to. That was precisely why she now looked slightly crazed. The sight of the fighting whirlwind must have been new to her. So you finally came, I answered with a question of my own. Would you perhaps join me for lunch? Lotta, ignoring my invitation, said tensely, you said you could fix everything. How? Look, I've already had a few healers try to cure me, but they never got anywhere. I shrugged. Healers have magic, but as contradictory as it may sound, they cannot see it. And that kind of work is too delicate to be left to the blind. They act according to instructions and rules left to them by blind teachers. I suspect that at some point many centuries ago, the first healers were seers like me, and they worked out simple methods of healing for their unseeing pupils, who in their turn blindly waste valuable mana in huge amounts where a single droplet would do. What do you suggest? Not a single sinew on the witch's face twitched, but in her eyes I saw a flicker of hope. I suggest that I serve as your eyes. With my help and hints you could heal yourself. The witch considered it for a second, then asked in a dispassionate voice, what do you ask in return? I need all the information you have about the shadow, I replied. Didn't your mother tell you anything? Lotta asked in surprise. She did, I lied without blinking an eye, but I need more. Particularly given the fact that you come from far away. Perhaps in your homeland, they know more about the shadow than we do in Vestonia. Wait a minute, the witch frowned. I think I understand what's going on here. You said you'd be leaving this town soon. Are you planning to go to the frontier? I again shrugged my shoulders and answered, you don't have much time. The witch looked at me strangely, then responded, I hear you. then she turned around and ducked silently into the darkness of the alleyway. Nice little chat, I sighed and pushed open the door to hear Trixie and Bertrand chatting. Despite the strange conversation with Lotta, I was feeling optimistic. Seemingly, I had managed to intrigue her after all, but the fact she was hesitant to make contact was nothing strange. Nothing was ever so easy with witches. When I went into the room, Bertrand was sitting up on his bed giving Trixie a lecture while she hastily set the table. I'm telling you, he pontificated, pointing his index finger up at the ceiling. Monsieur Weber stepped on somebody's toes, somebody with a lot of influence. So much influence that all his riches were not enough to keep his son safe. The old man was clearly on the mend. In a week he'd be all better, and if I could buy a magic healing potion, we'd have Bertrand on his feet even before that. What are you talking about? I asked, wiping my hands on a towel and taking a seat at the table. Bertrand first tried to get up, but I stopped him. Stay there, old fellow. You're still weak. Trixie will feed you in bed. The old man shook his head, crushed, but did as instructed. I just barely heard him grumbling in dismay as if to say I was spoiling him and soon he would be acting like a lord. Trixie, meanwhile, set in front of me a bowl of thick steaming soup and started agitatedly. This morning, they found another body on Fish Lane. Someone ripped out the poor man's intestines and slit his throat. Let me guess, I said. Another mercenary hired by Monsieur Weber. You are correct, Monsieur. Trixie nodded. It's already number 6. I thought after all these deaths, everyone was perfectly aware that Monsieur Weber is not to be tangled with. I snorted, working the spoon with satisfaction. 1 dead body is an accident, 2 is a coincidence, but 3 is where it starts to become a rule. Was somebody so greedy they decided to try their luck? More like reckless, Trixie said sadly. The dead man was called Red Tommy. He was friends with my Patrick. He told me everything. Tommy decided to risk it. Monsieur Weber is simply offering far too much money. A whole 200 crowns, I snorted. What a cheapskate. He was going to give me an even harder time. He's only offering that much out of desperation. Bertrand put in his 2 cents, but he shouldn't be. Now nobody will work for him for any amount of money. Mercenaries even keep their distance from his house. That's for sure. Trixie sighed, setting a tray of food on Bertrand's lap. Weber's son will have to go to the frontier. I just smiled mysteriously and shook my head. They were in for a surprise soon. And Leon Weber really had done someone a bad turn. His enemy was clearly not some common Vestonian citizen. They had enough reach to get Weber Jr. on the rolls for the Shadow Patrol, then systematically killed off every mercenary willing to go to the frontier in his place. But strange as it may have been, that was now to my advantage. I'd like to see the next fool who decides to work for Weber and go off to the frontier in place of his son, Bertrand said, shaking his head. Well, old fellow, I laughed. You have a unique chance. You're the first to see him. In fact, you're looking at him right now. After I said that, a ringing silence fell over the room. Jack took me to Monsieur Weber's manor, which was located in the very center of Abbeville, in the same buggy belonging to Madame Richard. Stopping in front of the wide gates guarded by 4 men armed to the teeth, I whistled in admiration that Weber really built himself quite a palace. 2 stories, 2 wings. This guy's more duke than merchant. Jacques, remind me, what business is he in again? Maybe I should get into the same thing. Because now looking at all this splendor, I'm getting the impression I'm in the wrong line of work. I believe it's mainly caviar and fish, Jacques replied, pulling down his wolfskin hat. I've also heard that he's one of the main suppliers of pelts in the county. Curious. I stroked my chin, then loudly addressed the guards, who were already staring at us with suspicion. Hey, servicemen, tell your boss the Chevalier Renard wishes to speak with him. Say he wants to pay off his debt in person. Perhaps under different circumstances, the merchant would have thought up some reason to refuse me an audience, but mentioning repaying my debt worked a special sort of magic. A few minutes later, I was inside the palace sitting on a soft sofa in front of a fireplace opposite the Weber family. I arrived just as the manor's inhabitants were gathering for something of a family council where, beyond my creditor, present also were his wife, eldest daughter 20 years of age, and 14-year-old son. And that gaunt, bashful boy had inflamed the very passions that had the whole town abuzz. My visit had clearly troubled Monsieur Weber. Thin as a beanpole with a sunken gray face, the head of the Weber and Sons trading house was trying to quickly settle our issue, but his wife, a portly lady of 50 years, essentially gave her husband an ultimatum to invite me to their evening tea. Based on how confidently Madame Weber ordered her husband around, I got the sneaking suspicion she was the true shot caller in the house. The talkative Madame Weber immediately told me in living color that, in light of recent events, their family was now regarded with a certain level of disgrace in high society, and that even their old friends had stopped paying them visits. Even Mademoiselle Lucy Weber, who just a few months ago was the most envied bride in the county, had not received a single call from friends or admirers in ages. Invitations to balls and social functions, meanwhile, were not even worth mentioning. Overall, it was all the fault of Monsieur Weber's mystery enemy. Upon mention of the mystery enemy, Leon Weber gave a slight frown, which made me realize that this enemy was not such a mystery to the family. In other words, the Webbers were aware of the source of the threat and reason, but seemingly they had not told any strangers or their children. While Madame Webber shared her troubles with me, Lucy was practically eating me alive with her eyes. Her plump cheeks burned red, while a happy smile danced on her brightly painted lips. I didn't blame her. After so many days cooped up alone in this house, a young nobleman had dropped by, and despite his tarnished reputation, it was a big event for her. But the young scion of the Webber family, Reuben, was despondent. The kid seemed to have made peace with his fate. The look in his eyes was just painfully resigned. To be fair, I should note that the kid had every reason to be grieving. Even a fool could see that he wouldn't last long without his parents to take care of him, particularly in the kind of place where he was going. Although, I suspected the kid would be quietly strangled before he even arrived. Basically, everything I was now seeing only played into my hand. Bit by bit, our conversation steered away from less important matters down another, deeper channel, one about the injustice of life and how, most likely, the gods had turned against the Webber family. Many years ago, one of my husband's caravans under the leadership of our eldest son was attacked by highwaymen, Madame Webber said in a sunken voice. My firstborn, Gerard, perished, and now the gods demand another sacrifice. An oppressive silence fell in the stone hall. Oh dear, I said a few moments later. The frontier is one of the most frightening and dangerous places in all mainland. Not even all battle-hardened veterans are willing to venture there. But that is only half the trouble. Those drafted into the patrol have to regularly make trips into the shadow. I decided not to say that, if their son was lucky enough to survive the journey to the frontier, he would be very unlikely to survive a foray into the shadow. Based on the mournful expressions on all their faces, they already knew that perfectly well. Even Lucy stopped smiling and making eyes at me. She squeezed her little brother's hand, who was on the verge of bursting into tears. I looked around at the Webbers' lifeless faces. I saw a look of doom in the mother and father's eyes. They had clearly already tried everything. Seemingly, their mystery enemy was out of their leg. I figured it would have been hard to imagine a better opportunity. You know, I said with a smile after a brief pause, there's a way out of this deeply troubling situation. My words boomed like thunder on a clear day. The Webbers, as if on cue, all raised their heads and stared at me at the same time with unblinking gazes like a family of owls that had just spotted a mouse on the forest floor. What do you mean? The head of the household finally raised his voice. Simply that I would agree to take your son's place in the Shadow Patrol, and as for your mystery enemy, I'm certain they will not kill a man from one of Estonia's most influential families. They'll be too afraid. After a moment of bewilderment, the Webbers all exhaled. Lucy clapped her hands with joy. A timid smile appeared on Reuben's pale face. The father frowned, while the mammon instantly lit up like a seasoned hound that had just smelled blood. She would have torn anyone to pieces for the sake of her beloved boy. I wouldn't be surprised to find out she had already quietly packed her things to follow young Reuben into the shadow. Of course, I do have terms. I started but was interrupted. Whatever you wish, Madame Webber shouted out, and overpowering her husband with a heavy gaze added, and it's not up for discussion. Then she turned back to me with a cheerier smile, saying, we're all ears, Chevalier Renard. I chuckled silently to myself. This was all coming together even better than expected. Madame Webber had just decided everything. Anything we discussed after this was a mere formality. I wanted to rub my hands together but resisted the urge. I could ask for anything I wanted, and they would grant it. But I also wasn't going to push too hard. The Webbers were a wealthy and influential family. I wanted them to remember me first and foremost as a friend doing them a favor. In the future, my friendship with this family could bear fruit if, of course, they survived the war with their mystery enemy. Excellent, I nodded. Then here are my terms. First of all, you, Monsieur Webber, forgive my debt to you. Second, you pay off all the other debts I ask you to. Third, after signing the contract, you pay me 1,000 silver crowns. But that is not all. From there, you prepare for me and my valet one of your finest covered wagons. I saw 3 of them next to your office. They're simply magnificent. Naturally, the wagon should be harnessed to 2 draft horses. Beyond that, I will need a war horse and 2 reserve horses. In addition, feed for the horses, supplies for me and my valet, winter clothing, blankets, traveling cookware. Basically all the supplies you give your caravans and everything you were planning to send along with your son and his escort. Beyond all that, I will need a set of armor of my choosing and a weapon. And another couple minor things we can discuss later. For example, 10 vials of healing potion made of red hollowstone dust and the same amount of magic ink and perfume. Monsieur Webber sat stone-faced for the first part of my speech, but with each word I spoke, his brows crept higher up his face. When I finished, he asked a question I was not anticipating. Perfume. What need do you have for perfume? I shrugged. I am a nobleman. Perfume is an inseparable element of any self-respecting aristocrat's attire. Lucy and I will provide you with magic perfume. Madame Webber shot out at once and gifted her husband an incinerating gaze. Seeing that Monsieur Weber was slightly stalled, clearly turning on his internal calculator, I got up from the sofa and said with a bow, "I assume you'll need time to consider my offer." "Wait," Madame Weber cried out and hopped up from her chair. "What's to consider?" "Of course we agree to all your conditions. Leon, why aren't you saying anything?" The head of Weber and Sons trading house shuddered and, surfacing from his thoughts, hurriedly stood from his chair. Yes, but of course," he started, glancing at his wife apprehensively. "Naturally we agree. You have our gratitude, Chevalier, for your aid. I will go for an attorney right away to draw up the agreement." I left the Weber's manor just before midnight, exhausted but satisfied. The contract had been signed. On top of that, I had cleared all my debts in this God's forsaken little town, with a nice little bonus to top it all off. Incidentally, they had not asked me why I wished to head out to the frontier instead of young Reuben. Madame Weber must have thought asking any questions might make me reconsider. Jack, watching the Weber's servants load into the buggy a lacquered chest containing 1,000 silver crowns, just shook his head and smiled. "Where to, monsieur?" he asked when they were done loading. "To the office of Paul Lepetit," I said, wrapping myself in the warm coat. "We need to make preparations for tomorrow's duel." The next day I made it early to the duel yard, but my rival was already there. I had learned that Vincent de Lamar had 2 duels scheduled for that day before the one with me. I wanted to see him in action. The first was already over. He easily cut down some baron, whose lifeless body was being dragged off by a servant as I arrived. The second duel, meanwhile, was supposed to start any minute. I had coincidentally made it just in time. The stands, like the last time, were packed full of viewers. The people greeted my arrival with a howl of delight, and no wonder. I had determined at the bookmaker's office that my personal rating as a fighter had gone up significantly in Abbeville. No, most still thought de Lamar was going to kill me today, but the odds were 1 to 5, which spoke for itself. To say that upset me would be an understatement. I was hoping for a big score. Beadle, who had taken Paul Lepetit's place, accepted my 1,000 silver crowns, wished me luck, and told me that Trebelt and everyone else who had the great fortune of meeting me in person had placed bets on me as well. I had to put on a false smile even though I was not feeling all that happy. God damn, what bullshit, just 1 to 5. For my fight against the Viscount de England, it was double that. Before leaving, I inquired after Paul Lepetit's health. Beadle answered cagily, saying he didn't know where the former manager was now, but he hinted that he was somehow linked with the head of security for the bookmaker's office, who had also disappeared, taking with him something very valuable and dear to Trebelt's heart. Beyond that, Beadle told me a secret: this was not the first instance of theft. Basically, Trebelt was not in the best mood. Well, best of luck to him. In the stands in the noble section next to Lord of the Land the Count de Brion, my relatives were seated proudly the Viscountesses de Gramont. Despite the cheery atmosphere dominating that section, those two were clearly in no laughing mood. Based on both of their pale faces, they already considered me as good as dead, but I had to give them their due. They were bearing it with dignity. In the next section over, where well-to-do city dwellers were seated, I looked for Betty Gilbert and Vivienne Lear. Oddly, they were sitting apart and even pretending not to know one another. Actually, though, why should that be odd? Betty had already gotten what she wanted. Now she no longer needed to play the best friend of some nobody actress. She was sitting next to 2 ladies in luxury attire engaged in a vivid conversation. Her face was positively beaming with delight. Occasionally, she shot triumphant and vengeful looks my way. Vivienne, meanwhile, was unrecognizable. Pale and sunken, I caught a strange, burning look from her. I figured she had long ago stopped viewing me as Max. Meanwhile, the crier announced the start of the fight, and the whole audience's attention turned to the duel yard. De Lamar's opponent was some chevalier packed into a fancy armor suit and wielding a 2-handed sword. Vincent, on the contrary, was wearing nothing for protection beyond a vest with dark blue velvet embroidery and bracers. He was armed, meanwhile, with a 1-handed sword. Overall, the duel reminded me strongly of the one I fought against the Viscount de England. People in the crowd picked up on that as well. Many smiled and nodded in my direction. I was seeing Vincent de Lamar today for the first time. Well, what could I say? To be frank, he was exactly the kind of man I expected. A tall, broad-shouldered blonde with curly locks, blue eyes, a strong chin, and a proud posture. Exactly what women liked, in my estimation. Compared that eagle of a man, Max was like a little gray sparrow. I was actually surprised my lookalike had the courage to enter the arena against such a predator. His crisp animalistic movements, confident manipulation of the blade, cruel murderous gaze de Lamar was a serious and deadly opponent, the kind that needed to be taken down once and for all. In the first few seconds of battle, everyone in the stands could see that Vincent's rival was doomed. A few lightning-fast lunges from de Lamar and the Chevalier, whose name I could not recall, had 3 new wounds. The snow beneath his feet tinted red. I had already started thinking Vincent was going to finish what he'd started, but I was wrong. The ugly bastard finally noticed me, and with a bloodthirsty smirk, started tormenting his heavily panting rival. The duel reminded me of a jaguar hunting a tortoise, where the spotted predator easily, and even playfully cracked open the shell of his slow-moving opponent with a set of sharp claws and teeth. Every lunge and blow DeLamar made were accompanied by screams of excitement from the crowd, and every time he sunk his blade into an uncovered section of his opponent's body, Vincent looked me directly in the eyes with a look that seemed to say, "You're next." I glanced over at the stands. Eveline had completely wilted. Betty was jubilant. Vivienne couldn't take her hatred-filled eyes off of me, and Valerie's seat was vacant. I didn't care enough to guess where Max's capricious sister might have gone to, so I went back to concentrating on the fight, though it would have been more accurate to call it a beatdown. Finally, DeLamar got sick of playing around, and to the deafening roar of the crowd, the Chevalier dropped to the ground, his armor clanging. A dark brown spot started to spread beneath his body. The crier announced Vincent DeLamar's victory and said that, after a short break, my duel would commence. And during that break, I felt someone reach out and touch my back. I turned sharply and met eyes with Valerie. Between the dark circles over her slightly sunken cheeks and the quivering lips, Max's sister had clearly gotten a bad night of sleep. "Renard," she turned to me with an insistent voice. "Max, stop this before it is too late." "I mean, he's going to kill you. Just say the word and we can fix this and call off the duel. Offer him money and in a few days' time you'll be in the capital. You can forget all about this backwater like a bad dream." "You're funny," I laughed, and walking right up to her face, said into her ear, "What do you really want from me, sister? Just don't spin me another yarn about the head of the house's wishes. The head of my house was executed along with my brothers. Or do you seriously believe I will heed the will of my traitor uncle who put our family in the grave, the same way you did with your mother's sisters?" Backing away, I stared into Valerie's wide-open eyes. Her chest began to heave, and a light blush appeared on her sunken cheeks. She wanted to say something else, but the crier's ringing voice announced that the break was over. Throwing my coat down on the snow to reveal just a simple shirt, I unsheathed my blade. I swung it a few times, chuckled, and winked at Valerie, who was still looking at me stunned. "And what makes you so sure, sister, that I plan on dying today?" Not waiting for her to respond, I turned and quickly marched onto the arena where DeLamar was already standing. "Renard," he bared his teeth, "I'm glad you finally recovered from your injuries. I will not lie, I had already started doubting that you wanted to answer my challenge." The stands fell silent as if on cue. Everyone was now listening intently. The verbal exchange of the two opponents before a duel was an inseparable part of the experience. Our repartee would be retold in taverns and dives many times over after today. "DeLamar," I nodded shortly. I must admit, I was surprised to get a letter demanding a second fight. I thought we'd settled matters the first time. "I hope you've realized that you won't be able to move me to pity with tears again," DeLamar smiled. Based on the buzz from the stands, the crowd was on my opponent's side. But I didn't care what they thought. I had my own interests. "Might it all be down to the money my aunt paid you?" I continued, unfazed, but quiet enough so only he could hear me. "By the way, how much was my head worth to the Legrands?" Curious, DeLamar bared his teeth. My words didn't embarrass him in the slightest. "I guess Vive was right about one thing. You think I care what your lover said?" I laughed. "Ah." Vincent said in surprise, after which his lips spread into an acrid smile. "You know about that as well. You aren't as simple as you seem, Renard. You can't even imagine how right you are." I shot a smile back at him. "Gentlemen," the crier acclaimed in a ringing voice, "let the fight commence." DeLamar drew his sword and, casting the scabbard aside, kept smiling as he started to circle me. "Well," I asked, "what's in this for you, Renard? Because no matter what, you're going to die today." "There's a law saying a person sentenced to death gets one last wish. Isn't that what they say? I don't want to die wondering, what's in it for me? Money and my death not enough." I snorted. "All right, how about an exchange? Secret for secret. You tell me one, I tell you one. Fair's fair." "Agreed. What secrets could a man like you possibly know?" DeLamar laughed. The unhappy buzz from the stands caused by our slow pace didn't seem to bother him one bit. Me either, by the way. "Well, for instance, one of the secrets of how I came into this world," I shrugged. "Believe me, you'll be very surprised." DeLamar's ears perked up. He was probably thinking about Max's father. "Then I accept," he nodded. "Your auntie promised Vivienne and I 500 crowns. She paid half up front and said we'd get the rest after your death. Don't ask me why, I do not know. Is my uncle aware?" "As far as I know, no." DeLamar shook his head. "Now your turn." I nodded at my thoughts, then drew a large mass of energy from my reservoir. "You know," I started in an icy voice all while softly walking on the snow toward my opponent. "In theory, you could already demand the second half with a clean conscience. The thing is that you actually did kill the moron Max Renard in your last duel. But the way it worked out, by the will of a very mighty being that loves action, the soul of a very dangerous and vindictive entity from another world was sent into this body. And against him you don't stand a chance." As I spoke, DeLamar's face slowly stretched out in surprise. I had to give him his due. He quickly got himself in hand and even tried to lunge at me, but I was much faster. One sharp burst and the tip of my blade severed DeLamar's larynx. With 2 short footsteps, I got behind my opponent and froze. Vincent took a few more steps out of inertia. But then he stopped and, dropping his sword, clutched at his pierced throat with both hands trying to hold back the spurting blood. A moment later, He slowly fell to his knees and fell face first in the snow. A crypt-like silence took hold over the stands, which 1 second later was broken by a heartrending woman's cry. I turned my head to see Vivienne Leroy collapsing senseless into someone's arms. Not waiting for my victory to be announced, I silently walked out of the duel yard to an ambiguous buzz from the crowd. As I went past de Lamar's servant, who on several occasions had brought me notes from his master and who was still in a state of stunned silence, I threw out shortly, "Don't forget about my spoils. You know where to find me." "I believe we have more visitors," Jacques said in his malignant manner when we drove up to Madame Richard's guest house. "Well, that was to be expected," I smiled. I was now in a good mood, which nothing could overshadow. Even a visit from the restless Viscountesses de Gramont, whose coach was parked outside the guest house. Half an hour earlier, I had come out of a bank belonging to the Crayon family, which had branches scattered through all Vestonia. There I had opened an account and deposited 7,300 silver crowns, a large portion of my earnings. Another 200 I kept for future expenses. When I drove up to the porch, Evelyn popped out of the coach all red with a happy smile and skipped over to me. "Cousin, congratulations, you won, but how did you do it?" "No, wait, don't tell me. You can tell us every detail on the ride back to the capital. My friends will lose their minds with envy." "You have my gratitude, dear cousin," I smiled courteously. "Forgive me, but to what ride are you referring?" Eveline's eyes went circular and she stared at me uncomprehendingly. "But Max, you won. Now there's nothing keeping you here. If it's debts you're worried about, you can pay them off later. I'm sure your creditors will agree to meet you halfway. Forget about those debts, sweet cousin. I've settled the issue." Max's blood sister was in no hurry to say anything. She was staring at me strangely, as if seeing me for the first time. "Valerie, why aren't you saying anything? Tell him about Daddy's letter. He stated clearly that we must deliver Max to Herouxville." Valerie silently took Eveline by the hand and the two of them walked over closer to the coach. "Captain," Valerie shouted, "you know what to do." "Yes, milady," the mustached captain called back and hopped off his horse. After him, the other retinue men also spilled down onto the snow. "Cousin," Eveline shouted. I saw tears in her eyes. "Please, don't resist." Calmly watching the Count de Gramont's retinue men surround me, I spotted some movement to the right out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head and my brows shot up into my forehead. Jacques was standing at my side with a small club in his right hand. He was clearly ready to fight on my side. "Chevalier," the captain addressed me, sneakily closing the gap like an animal. "Let's not complicate matters." "Captain," I said calmly. "Even if I had the desire to obey my uncle's orders, I would not be able to comply. I am bound by obligations." "Here, look," I said, extending him a scroll. The captain commanded his troops to stop, took the scroll, unfurled it, and delved into the text. Once finished, he glanced at me darkly, then turned to Valerie, Viscountess. "We'll have to return to Herouxville without the Chevalier Renard. He is going to the frontier to serve in the Shadow Patrol." While the girls stared at me stunned, digesting the new information, I said with a smile, "Viscountesses, I wish you a pleasant journey, and so your visit to Abbeville won't seem pointless. Tell my uncle that I'll consider his offer." Without another second's delay, I turned and headed quickly to my annex. Jacques walked by my side. "What was that?" I asked him. "What do you mean?" he asked in surprise with a mocking edge. "There were a lot of them, and one of you." "Ah, so that was it." I shook my head. "That didn't seem to bother you before. What changed?" "Well, I have to protect my future employer," Jacques grinned. "Employer? What makes you think I need someone to work for me? What do you mean?" Jacques was totally unconcerned by my question. Whoever heard of an esteemed, distinguished nobleman driving a wagon, brushing horses, or setting up camp by himself? It isn't done. Indeed, I sighed, because he was right. "You are aware where I'm going, right?" "I am," Jacques responded without a shadow of a smile. "And you're prepared to take the risk?" "I am," he answered firmly. Walking toward my annex, I quickly compiled a list in my head of everything I had to do before leaving. Jacques' aid would come in very handy. I wasn't expecting any heroic deeds out of him, but the fact he would take on the duties of stable hand and wagon driver would take a lot off my plate. We stopped next to my door. Our eyes met. Jacques was as serious as the day we discussed strikers, but he didn't look away. "All right," I said. "You're hired. Let's see what comes out of this. But I still don't understand what drew you to heroism in your old age. You've earned plenty of money on those bets. You could settle down under the wing of Madame Richard in Abbeville and spend the rest of your days rolling in dough." "Well, first of all, I'm not so old," Jacques objected with a smile. "And second, settling down next to the owner of a guest house and being a stable hand to a nobleman with the blood of one of the most elite and ancient families of mainland flowing in his veins are two radically different propositions." "Solid reasoning," I laughed. "All right then, go get ready. I give you 1 day to wrap up all your affairs. There won't be any time later. We have lots of work to do." Jacques was long gone, but I was still standing in the doorway of the annex watching the slowly drifting snowflakes. I breathed in a lungful of frosty air and closed my eyes. It was uncanny. Despite this being a different world, falling snow smelled exactly the same as back home. I thought back on Ty's smile and my heart felt heavy. I hoped her soul was now in the very best of worlds and she was surrounded by good people. Opening my eyes, I breathed a short sigh and shook my body like an animal. All right, enough wallowing, time to move on. I had a lot left to do and my was not going to last forever. End of Book 1. It was early morning on the day after my controversial duel with de Lamar and the departure of my dear relatives. Just as I was finishing breakfast, Madame Weber barged into my annex like a whirlwind of snow, sweeping away everything in her path. As it turned out, while I was busy handling my problems the day before, Leon Weber's wife had kept herself busy with a flurry of activity surrounding my departure. In the morning, she stormed the main office of her husband's trading house to prepare all their covered wagons for inspection, sent all idle staff out to purchase feed, provisions, and travel accessories, then dispatched couriers to all my creditors with bundles of cash. Overall, Weber and Sons' main office spent the whole previous day preparing for my departure. It gave the impression that Madame Weber was more interested in my safe arrival at the frontier than I was. At any rate, I was not surprised by her enthusiasm. She was a doting mother who now saw a glimmer of hope to save her son Reuben's life. Just one final step remained for Chevalier Renard, i.e. me to make it in one piece to Westerly Fort as soon as possible with a copy of our contract, notarized in Abbeville's chancery, and present it to the commander, Captain Louis de Rohan. The moment I was entered into the roles of the Shadow Patrol, young Reuben would be freed of his obligations. Essentially, he was free already, but only as long as I was still alive. In other words, if I now got shanked down some Abbeville alleyway, or on my way to Westerly Fort, the Webers would have to start over from square one. Madame Weber said as much to me openly while admonishing me to pack and get on the road quickly. I'd bet my hand if she had her way, she'd have personally escorted me out of town all the way until noon today. I had to put a slight damper on her enthusiasm, explaining that I needed at least 1 week before I could depart. First of all, I had to prepare diligently for my journey, and second, in 1 week, a caravan of several dozen recruits would be departing, and I was planning to go with them. Traveling with an armed group was much safer than going alone. I ended my speech with assurances that I myself wanted to leave town as quickly as possible, because the spring floods were right around the corner and would be turning all roads into an impassable swamp. Madame Weber, with a heavy sigh, had no choice but to agree with my conclusions. After that, she introduced me to Monsieur Dormel, who she claimed was one of the trading house's best clerks, and told me that he was mine to command until I completed my preparations. Beyond that, she loaned me a comfortable coach to facilitate my travels around town. Believing her mission complete, Madame Weber then returned home. The clerk, a short, balding man of 50 years with intelligent gray eyes and a neatly trimmed wedge beard, was on the contrary not planning on going anywhere. Serious, unsmiling, taciturn, he stood at the door patiently waiting. Monsieur Dormel, I addressed him with a nod at the table. Have you eaten breakfast? You have my gratitude, Monsieur Renard, he nodded curtly, but I have already eaten and am ready to perform my duties. Good, I said, getting up from the table. About the coach. It is parked outside the guest house's main entrance. He got ahead of me and added, you may take it wherever you wish, as Madame Weber said. Excellent, I smiled. Now as for your duties, have you already been told how this will go? Yes, you call the shots, I take care of the rest. Superb, I said. Wait for me in the coach. Yes, sir, Dormel bowed and left the annex. What a soulless puppet, Bertrand snorted, saying about what I was thinking. Oh well, I dismissed it, throwing on my well-loved coat. All that matters is keeping him from putting a spanner in the works and making sure he does everything I say. I was about to follow the Weber clerk, but remembered something and stopped in the doorway. Old fellow, I said to Bertrand, who was already trying to get out of bed. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Yes, monsieur. In your estimation, is there anything I brought to the pawnbrokers worth retrieving? The old man considered it for a moment, then responded confidently. Other than the ancient medallion given to you by your late grandfather, and which you pawned to Baptiste Harcourt, I do not believe so. It is the sole family heirloom you had with you. I nodded. Okay, then I guess I'll start with the pawn shop. Before leaving the annex, I warned the old man, you remember our deal. Today, I need you to eat well and refrain from overworking yourself. That way I can treat your condition properly. Bertrand nodded fatedly. When I stepped through the doorway, I heard him grumbling that I was wasting my precious attention on a lowly servant like him. Oh, old fellow, you have no idea how wrong you are. The shop where Max usually pawned off valuables to get cash for his sweetheart's ever-expanding collection of fancy baubles was located in the center of Abbeville, just 2 steps from City Hall where the town council met. A nice little spot. From the outside, the noble building looked like a fancy store. I wouldn't be surprised to find out the owner of the establishment had an arrangement with a city council member, and that guess proved accurate. When I shared my thoughts with the taciturn Dormel, he reported back robot-like that the pawn shop owner Baptiste Harcourt was a distant relative of the second most influential city councilman, a menagerie of abandoned property. I muttered to myself, surveying the pawn shop's interior curiously. The shelves, racks, and counters were jam-packed full of objects of all kinds. He had everything. clothing of every fashion, dishware and table utensils, variously sized figurines, canes, jewelry. Everything in the shop carried an air of unique history, as if every item bore a fleck of its negligent former owner's soul. Just in case, I scanned through it all but did not detect anything magical. Once done with my survey, I headed to the back counter where a rail-thin boy was standing with a smile and watching us. Based on the look in his eyes, he knew perfectly well who I was, and no wonder Max was a regular customer. He was clearly not the owner of the shop, most likely a son or nephew. Or maybe even an adult grandson. Chevalier Renard, the boy said with a sonorous voice, bowing when we stopped before his counter. How nice to see you here. I would also like to offer my wholehearted congratulations on your victory in yesterday's duel. Jocko, the kid, reminded me with a smile. Yes, Jocko, have you come to pawn the spoils from yesterday's fight? The slick kid took the bull straight by the horns. Inside, I laughed. Baptiste Harcourt was raising himself a great replacement. No, I shook my head. On the contrary, I am here to redeem an item that belongs to me. Specifically the medallion, a mere trifle, but it is worth a lot to me as a memory of my father. After I mentioned the medallion, something strange happened. Jocko's big obliging smile suddenly turned to a face of grave seriousness. With a clumsily muttered apology, he slipped through a small, imperceptible door behind him. Dormil, by the way, had no reaction to the kid's strange behavior. Was he perhaps truly some kind of automaton? After a few minutes, a perfect copy of Jocko, except bald and 30 years older, emerged. It must have been Baptiste Harcourt himself. Monsieur Renard, he said with a slightly shaky voice, I am immeasurably glad to see you again. Please forgive my young son's behavior. He is still learning the finer points of our family business. Monsieur Dormil, Monsieur Harcourt, my escort, responded to the greeting with a colorless voice. The pawn shop owner was clearly not himself. Eyes darting, arms shivering. I wondered what had him so spooked. So then, Monsieur Harcourt, I went on the attack. Surely your son has already told you the purpose of my visit. I trust you are still in possession of my father's medallion. I could feel it in my bones. He wanted to lie and say the medallion had already been sold, but Harcourt seemed to get himself together. Yes, Chevalier, he nodded. It is still in my possession. Then bring it here with all possible haste. I wish to redeem it. The thing is, he said in an apologetic tone, please understand that the redemption period as indicated in the original record has expired. And so what? I kept pushing, though I could already tell where he was going. You have the medallion. I am here. What is the problem? You get your money back with the commission owed to you. I get back an item of sentimental value to me. Harcourt started coming to his senses despite my pressure. His many years of experience had hardened him. The thing is, there have been certain difficulties in this particular case, such as, according to the current laws of our kingdom, if you do not repay in the stipulated time frame, you no longer have any claim to ownership of the item pawned. In other words, the medallion now belongs to me. With those words, Harcourt extended me a record with Max's signature. He originally got 20 crowns for the medallion. As an aside, this weasel had scammed me doubly with the absolutely criminal 30% commission. Okay, I said while closely reading the note again. So bearing in mind what you've said, do you have an offer for me then? Would you like to sell me my own medallion for an elevated price? Harcourt breathed a heavy sigh and squinting at Dormil said, that's the thing, I would not. Or rather, I cannot. What's that supposed to mean? I frowned. That the medallion already has a buyer who will come for it in 1 week's time. In my past life, I had done business with people like him before. I even worked for one, who later tried to stiff me on payment. Naive. Doing my best impression of a man holding back rage, I frowned and wanted to put even more pressure on Harcourt, but before I could, Dormil suddenly entered the game. Monsieur Renard, he came in a colorless voice, addressing me. I consider it my duty to remind you of a decree issued by the Count de Brion, the lord of these lands. The thing is that several years ago, the Viscount de Avesnes, son of one of our Count's closest friends, got himself into much the same situation as yourself. That case involved a family heirloom, a bracelet which he pawned to a shop. The time frame on the record had expired, and the shop owner, not wanting to wait any longer, sold the family treasure to someone else. Technically, he was within his rights, but, as you understand, neither the Viscount de Avesnes nor his father the Count were happy about it. And so the Count de Brion went ballistic. In the end, the pawn shop owner was banished from the county along with his family, while the lord of the land issued a decree applicable only to our county extending the length of pawn redemption periods by 6 months. The longer Dormil expounded in his dry voice, the grimmer the shop owner's face became. The man gave a heavy sigh and, striving to imitate a welcoming tone, replied, what a rat, and his ugly mug was positively beaming. I see surprise on your faces, sirs, Harcourt continued as if nothing had happened. But alas, the law is on my side. You have another few months, that is true, but I get to set the price. He spoke with a cold tone. The mask of kind-hearted respect slipped to reveal his true form. Even the resolute Dormil let himself snort. What was going on? And what was this whole song and dance around some little medallion? A regular trip to the pawn shop had turned into yet another of Max's family secrets. Well, rat, you asked for it. 1,000 crowns, I asked calmly. To the obol, Harcourt responded in a harsh tone. Dormo wanted to say something, but I gestured for him to stop. I hear you, Monsieur Harcourt, I nodded. I have to think, if you like Chevalier, but bear in mind the clock is ticking. Of course, I said, maintaining my unflappable facial expression. Let's go, Monsieur Dormo. We turned and headed for the exit. As an aside, no one entered the pawn shop that entire time, which was a big help. Opening the front door and letting Dormo go ahead of me, I said, wait for me in the coach, my good man. I just remembered another valuable I'd like to redeem. Dormo gave an unflappable nod while I, after looking down the street, shut the door carefully behind me and turned all 3 locks. Now we could have a proper chat. Harcourt saw that, frowned, and walking back to a small door behind him, exclaimed in a demanding tone, Chevalier, what do you think you're doing? He wanted to give off a fearsome air but failed. On the last word, his voice gave a treacherous crack. I closed the gap between the door and counter in a matter of seconds, but still was nearly too slow. Harcourt was a nimble fellow. As I hopped over the counter, he was already closing the door to the back room behind himself. The thrill of the hunt awoke within me. No, rat, you won't be getting away from the fox so easily. Harcourt fumbled with the lock, which I immediately seized upon. With a kick reinforced with a small mass of energy, I blasted straight through the little door. Harcourt got somewhat lucky, the door only hit him on the shoulder. While he fell back on the floor and spewed curses, I took a quick look around. A small windowless room with a wide table piled high with papers and various objects against the wall, a little sofa and chair at the opposite wall, and yet another door a bit beyond that. I pulled the handle locked. I heard rustling behind the sofa and a plaintive sob. I glanced there and smiled. Harcourt's son was pressed up in the corner and staring hauntedly at me, hugging his knees. Tears welled up in his eyes. Jocko, do not fear, I said calmly. I just need to have a talk with your father, then I'll be on my way. Renard, Harcourt barked through his teeth, trying to stand up. You'll pay for that. I will sue you. You'll spend the rest of your days working the mines. I walked over to the pawnbroker, grabbed him by the collar, and shoved him into a chair. Baptiste Harcourt wailed in pain and clutched his left shoulder with his right hand. I looked at him using true vision. Quit your whining, I said. It's just a scratch. You'll be fine. You're done for, Renard, Baptiste hissed. Abbeville's most senior judge is best friends with my uncle, the second councilman. You'll be in shackles by this evening with a one-way ticket to the northern mines. These are supposed to be different worlds, but you people are all the same, I whispered to myself with a smirk. One might think you were being grown in a lab. Harcourt frowned and listened in. What are you whispering? I'm saying you're greedy and overconfident, I smiled. Your impunity has dulled your edge. You're also phenomenally stupid. What makes you think your uncle's buddy would bring charges against me? Have you forgot who I am? I am a nobleman from an ancient and influential house. The only person here who can bring charges against me is the Count de Brion, not some lowly commoner. And think about the trial, especially considering the lord of these lands' love for your brother. I for one can't wait to see the look on the Count de Brion's face when I tell him how you were planning to rob me. Based on your sour face, you've already realized how badly you miscalculated. And now tell me, I continued pressing. What made you get so excited over some little medallion? He shuddered and squirmed. Then he glowered at me but was in no rush to speak. I snorted and took my dagger from its sheath. Candlelight glinted off its predatory curved blade. That really got to Harcourt. He started hurriedly muttering something, shifting to a more respectful tone. Monsieur, I beg of you. I really do have a buyer lined up who is willing to pay 1,000 silver crowns for that medallion. I have nothing more to say, I snorted to myself. Such great acting talents going to waste in a small town pawn shop. The sudden changes in personality were striking. Just 1 minute prior, he was burning with righteous fury, and now he was ready to lick my boots. Well, you know, I sighed, taking a step forward. The gods will see I tried to play nice. Monsieur Renard, Jocko exclaimed, jumping out from behind the sofa. I'll tell you everything, just have mercy on my father. Silence, whelp, Harcourt Sr. shrieked. Your medallion is an artifact of the forgotten. The boy shot out in a single breath. What have you done? Baptiste rasped, lowering his head fatedly. Foolish child, the medallion comes from the forgotten, I asked. Yes, Jocko nodded and started speaking quickly, fearing that his father would shut him up again. It was created in one of the ancient kingdoms which are now covered by the shadow of Strix. My father was unable to determine which one, but has no doubt it was one of the northern kingdoms. That's a surprise, I didn't know that. Of course you didn't. Jocko took my very simple bait, then you'd never have pawned it for a pittance. Ahem, kid, you might not be cut out for the pawn business. Your dad is wasting his time on you. You'd better start looking for another line of work. Aha, I drawled, watching out of the corner of my eye as Harcourt's face went pale. And who might this mystery buyer be? We don't know, Jocko shrugged. He approached my father while he was researching artifacts of the forgotten, offering 1,000 crowns for the medallion in a letter. He didn't mention his name. I quickly glanced at Baptiste Harcourt, shrinking on the chair. He appeared to have lost his footing. Oh, kid, looks like your dad does know who he's dealing with. He just isn't telling you. And based on his fearful face, this mystery buyer will not forgive his error. But I don't care. It's not my problem. Monsieur Harcourt, I said in an icy tone. The sound of my voice made him shiver and raise his head. I saw a faded look in his eye. I must have my medallion. 1 hour after my more exhaustive talk with the pawnbroker, I was sitting in the coach as it rolled down the road, looking thoughtfully at the medallion, which sent shivers through my body. Scanning showed that in my hands was a magic artifact, the very existence of which disproved the local theory of the origin of the gifted. Seemingly, magic did exist in this world, and long before the shadow ever came to be. Honestly, inside I was ready for a reminder or even simple greeting from my mysterious benefactor. And now, the thing I was intuitively expecting had come. In my hand was a small round piece of gold, the size of a quail's egg, depicting a grinning fox's face on the backside, though its predatory grin was more reminiscent of a happy smile. The other side, meanwhile, was decorated with a coat of arms, a triangular shield held up by a pair of foxes standing on hind legs and a serrated crown on top. But that wasn't what caught my eye. Beneath the shield I saw a motto which sent a chill running down my spine. It was a short phrase in the ancient witching tongue, which read, "Here and now." I was lying in bed with my hands behind my head staring up at a dark ceiling. It was the middle of the night, but I was wide awake. And no wonder tomorrow morning we would be setting off on my very first trip in this world. All kinds of thoughts swarmed in my head. How could I sleep? As always, I was keeping a running tally of my accomplishments, mentally scanning down my list of tasks and crossing off the ones I'd completed. First on the list was a future quest. Our destination was Westerly Fortress, located in the northeast of the country on the edge of the Shadow, where I would serve as part of the Shadow Patrol. Before presenting myself to the commander Louis de Rohan, I had to rent a place in Toulon, a small town near the fortress. As a noble, I was not required to stay in the barracks with the commoners, which was hard not to be happy about. From Abbeville to Toulon was approximately 500 miles, which in a car on my old world's advanced roads, I could have made in 7 or 8 hours without pushing the engine too hard, including all stops for snacks and bathroom breaks. In that world, I even could have taken an airplane, but here it would be a grueling 40-day trek, and that was the best-case scenario. Terrible roads, weather, attacks by highwaymen and wild animals, and illnesses were but a small fraction of what we would face. And to top it all off, not everyone in the caravan I'd signed up with was going to be as prepared as us. Thinking back on the last week of travel preparations, I frowned. The people of this world had gotten on my last nerve with their lackadaisical ways, and that was with the unflappable Dormil relentlessly watching over me, for whom I mentally thanked Madame Weber hundreds of times. Without the laconic and diligent clerk, my preparations could have easily taken another few months. This world simply had not caught up to the speeds of my native one. Dormil was a fan of my manner of conduct. I started to get the impression that he viewed me as a kindred spirit. Still, at first I took him for somewhat bilious. I suspected that he felt like a nanny assigned to a capricious aristocrat, and who would have to patiently tolerate his every whim and obey his stupid wishes. I suspected that the first warming of our strange relationship took place after that visit to the pawn shop. What was indubitably a losing scenario for the young naive aristocrat, a showdown with the streetwise Baptiste Harcourt, had ended in an unexpectedly quick and unqualified victory. Later that same day, we made a short but exhaustive trip to every market stall and small trader in Abbeville that dealt in magic potions. On that one evening, I cleared the entire local stock of healing infusions, perfumes, and inks. I felt a huge temptation to pay a visit to Treble and try to get more magic dust, but I wisely suppressed that urge. I had no need to give him extra grounds for suspicion. In fact, that was the very reason I was giving a wide berth to the weapon store belonging to the city's sole artifactor. It was not time to show my cards to any gifted. I got 3 times more potions than stipulated in the contract, but Dormil covered all the purchases, saying that Madame Weber had given him clear instructions to comply with my every demand related to preparing for the trip. Whereas all was clear with the healing potions, he just had to consider where I was headed. Dormil clearly had questions about the huge quantities of perfume and ink. An irrepressible curiosity peeked through the clerk's mask of unflappability. I could see it in his eyes. I had to slightly show my hand. I told him my path would take me through various counties, baronies, and one duchy, meaning I would have to face many meetings with local aristocrats, among other things. And small gifts in the form of magic potions would be a big help to both curry favor with these people and help me cut through red tape if necessary. Dormil found my reasoning more than convincing that evening, and his vision of me as a young, naive aristocrat began to fade. I, of course, was lying through my teeth. I was not planning to sell, much less give away, this vitally necessary energy. Furthermore, I was already running low on crimson dust and had used up all my emerald. My energy channel reinforcement procedures required large amounts of the valuable resources. From time to time, I found myself recalling with pity the little baggie of crimson dust I gave to the witch, only for her to never show her face again. Seemingly, she had made up her mind. Didn't want to see me. Okay, sure. I could figure everything out on my own. I got gear and weapons from Guy Arnold's weapons shop again. Jack Friend managed to catch me off guard. His junk heap actually had quite a lot of worthwhile items. Jack, meanwhile, still had a kit from his glorious martial past. I also had an unexpected stroke of luck. De Lamar's servant finally deigned to deliver my rightful spoils. Among them was the very vest Vincent de Lamar was wearing for our duel, an exquisitely crafted brigandine. The outside was silk, which concealed a set of overlapping steel plates attached to soft leather lined with a layer of luscious velvet. This fancy armor was nice enough to wear at any party or reception hosted by a count or baron. The brigandine was big on me, but Guy Arnold promised to tailor it to my size. De Lamar's sword, meanwhile, I decided to sell. Too heavy for me, the one-handed sword was clearly made to order, but the owner of the mace and poleaxe helped me out there as well, accepting the sword in exchange for a pair of slightly curved blades. When I first saw them, I lost my breath. Our worlds had a lot in common. Mamoru Yamada had used practically identical swords in our circus to perform his tricks, which he eventually taught to me. Guy Arnold told me they had been sold to him by some sailor who spent time in the Eastern Isles. I found the story unconvincing, but I didn't care. We all had our skeletons in the closet. I was no exception. Despite the excellent steel and balance, the unusual shape of the blades and slightly elongated handles bothered swordfighters from around here who were used to fighting with different weapons. So for all these years, the unusual swords had been serving more as decoration than anything. To test their balance, I went into the shop's backyard and performed a few katas, impressing everyone watching with their complexity. After the demonstration, I caught Guy Arnold staring at me a few times. I could see that Jack Military Buddy had a lot of questions, but didn't dare to actually ask any. My new stable hand and wagon driver had already whispered to his friends about my opinion of people sticking their nose where it didn't belong. After that came the scene at the Weber's stable. Close inspection and scan of the horses they'd prepared for me revealed that 3 of them were unsuitable, which I told them. Jack, by the way, was no less surprised by my assertion than my employer's staff. The horses were quite nice. The Weber's head stableboy was outraged. The inscrutable Dormel, meanwhile, seemed pleased. I had apparently accidentally landed a blow on someone he long considered a rival. I noticed that they had no lost love for one another as soon as we entered the stable. When the head stableboy, diligently suppressing his rage, asked through clenched teeth whether the young gentleman would deign to explain to him, a mere mortal, what precisely was not to his lordship's liking about Abbeville's best horses, I was eager to indulge him. The longer my calm enumeration of the aches and pains suffered by the horses went on, the more the stableboy's face turned first pale, then long. By the time I finished, the Weber's head stableboy made for a fearsome sight. Because even a fool could tell that he was perfectly aware of the majority of the problems I pointed out. Only a few of my diagnoses were truly novel discoveries. In the end, the problem horses were traded out for others of my choosing, while Dormel, glowing like a polished taller, told the main stableboy in a triumphant tone that he would be reporting on all these honor-tarnishing events to their employer. To my delight, we had no further problems with any of the Weber and Sons departments. In those places, Dormel's unquestioned authority was palpable. By local standards, the amount of money in my bank account was enough to make me quite a wealthy man. Honestly, though, I was not a huge fan of having my money just sitting in an account. I was more used to having it work for me, always on the move. But on the other hand, slightly more than 7,000 silver crowns could also be viewed as something of a safety cushion, which I actually needed several more of, and in several locations at that. Beyond silver, I also had the jewelry I had pilfered from Paul Lepetit's hiding spot, which I was planning to sell off in piecemeal fashion in the small towns we'd be stopping in along the way. I decided to keep only one thing for myself, an emerald brooch, the one that stood out from all the rest. I also decided to keep the record indicating the value of the pawn just in case. I was not going to sell the golden signet with large dark crimson ruby the Count de England used to buy back his son's family armor either. I would need it in the future. Let it serve as a memory for his lordship about the favor I once did for him. But although the other jewelry was all clear, I had a gut feeling Max's family medallion was going to cause problems. And my gut feelings had never let me down before. A careful scan of the artifact showed that it contained a primitive energy system. What purpose it served I was unable to discern. Pushing a tiny ball of mana through it served only to make the round hunk of metal glow with a dim magic light. The glow then lasted several minutes before the artifact went out, turning back into a regular gold medallion. And that was where I concluded my experiments, spawning more questions than answers. I interrogated Bertrand about the artifact, but that got me practically nowhere. The old man said only that the medallion was given to Max by his father a matter of hours before his arrest, and the Count asked him to keep it under wraps. That was all. Maybe he'd told his dear son more about the medallion, but the contents of that conversation were never revealed by virtue of the deaths of both men. As an aside, strangely, beyond the medallion his father could have given him a bit of cash, but I had one theory on that account. The count was seemingly not expecting his bastard to be thrown out of his mansion with just 300 crowns to his name. Max himself, meanwhile, clearly did not expect his exile to last long, which was why he was partying so hard. And essentially, he was right. Before a year had passed, his dear uncle found a use for him, and that took me to the next point. To myself, I headlined it, "Dear Relatives." Even a fool could see that, in my weakened state, people would try to manipulate me and shove my body into the peculiar sort of gaps that often formed in family affairs. I was not yet aware what specific gap my dear uncle wanted me to fill, but it smelled distinctly of shit that was a fact. My sixth sense could not be fooled by talk of a brilliant marriage, and I had no problem with filling gaps that I could understand. Max was the weakest link in his family chain, so of course he got the short end of the stick, but now they were also trying to kill him, and who was behind it? Some aunt on his mother's side who he seemingly hadn't ever even met in person. What made Max such a target for her? By the way, that was precisely what I wanted to address with the love of my life, Vivienne Leroy, but the devil woman must have had a great sixth sense of her on the night after the duel. She fled the city to parts unknown. De Lamar's servant, who I had to threaten with my dagger, quickly spilled everything he knew about the handsome couple. As it turned out, after de Lamar slew me at the duel, he and Vivienne were planning to leave Abbeville and travel somewhere to the south of Estonia, then onward to Atalia. And completely expected. I also didn't get a chance to talk to Betty, who knew what her friend and her lover were planning. She left for the capital the day after the duel. It was turning into a proper wave of emigration. However, unlike Vivienne, I knew perfectly where to find my fiancé. As soon as I reached the capital, I would take her father, Monsieur Gilbert, up on his invitation. I could have found Vivienne quickly as well, by the way. It wasn't all that easy to get away from Dodger. I simply did not want to waste my precious time on her, especially because I already pretty much knew everything. Overall, Max's family was something to be envied, and now this mystery about the Forgotten Kingdom. That Max and I had a direct relationship with the Forgotten, I was certain of as soon as I saw the fox medallion and motto written in the ancient witching tongue. Well, at least I now understood what my mysterious benefactor meant when he promised to pick me a new body and world that would be lots of fun for us both. He was expecting me to give him a show. He'd gotten bored, see. By the way, speaking of entertainment. Very soon I would be going out beyond the frontier and learning more about the shadow's magic. I had no intention of waiting several years for my reservoir to get bigger from long and persistent training. No, it wasn't that I feared hard work either, but given there was a way to speed the process along, I had to take advantage. What did it say again? Here and now, heth. That family motto was already starting to grow on me. And so, mulling over what I'd done and had yet to do, I did not notice as I drifted away into slumber's soft embrace. That night I dreamed of ties, but not the ties from my past life, so happy and full of life with a shock of red hair, a different new ties, with dark eyes, raven locks, and a harsh, cold face. This time I saw more. My little sister was standing on the bow of a large triple-masted ship, staring thoughtfully into the distance. A bloodthirsty smile played on her lips, while a fire of fury danced in her dark eyes. This time, even the dimples on her cheeks couldn't break through the cold stare enough for me to see my sweet little ties. After that, I looked behind her and felt a chill run between my shoulder blades. The top deck was packed with soldiers armed to the teeth and crammed into armor suits wearing wolf pelt capes and jewelry made of animal fangs and ears with blue tattoos on their bearded faces. Ties, or rather the woman who looked like her, stopped contemplating the horizon, turned and shouted something triumphant in a croaking language I did not recognize. The armored soldiers shook their weapons and responded with a unison wolf howl that made my heart nearly leap out of my chest. After that, Pseudo-Ties pointed straight ahead and shouted out again. I looked that way and froze. On the horizon, I could see the shore and the outline of fortress walls dotted with tall towers crowned by colorful flags flapping in the wind. Gulping with a scratchy throat, I made myself look around. The fog dispersed somewhat to reveal a large flotilla with dozens and even hundreds of soldiers on the top decks of all the ships. Then I woke up. Panting like I'd just run a marathon, I bolted upright in bed and with shivering hands pulled off my sweat-soaked shirt. My heart was pounding. The dream just felt too real. But that was not all. Before emerging into the real world, I noticed something on Pseudo-Tie's chest. This time, I got a good look at her necklace. It was set with 10 large crimson broods. It had been 8 days since we left Abbeville. Without exaggeration, I can say that Bertrand and I left our annex in the city where I first awoke in this world without the least bit of pity. First of all, I was not a fan of sitting around in any one place for too long, and no wonder. I spent my entire childhood and young adult life on the road. And second, Abbeville was not the kind of location I'd want to settle down in. There was nothing special about it. My goodbye to Trixie and her little brother was quite emotional, though. They saw us off with tears in their eyes. Trixie was simply beside herself. After all, she was also seeing her fiancé off along with us. When I hopped into the saddle, she ran up to me and, clutching at my boots, shot out rapid fire that she wanted me to look after her Patrick. All I could do in response was snort to myself, but out loud I assured her that I would do everything in my power as long as Patrick asked for it. In other words, I didn't promise anything in particular, but I did leave the door open. Trixie was perfectly fine with that. She was completely aware that after everything that happened over the past few days, even that response was the height of magnanimity. The whole issue was that Patrick Dupree, Trixie's future husband, and I had gotten off on the wrong foot. It all happened when Jack and I paid a visit to the man leading the caravan headed for the frontier. Say we got a cold reception would be a severe understatement. Roland Buquet, the caravan leader, was a short, stocky older man with his nose turned to the side, while his right cheek was adorned with a hideous burn scar. He was clearly none too pleased to hear we wanted to join up with his caravan. A retired sergeant, he'd spent half a life serving in a Royal Legion, and after retiring, made a business escorting recruits to the frontier. He saw few upsides to having a nobleman in his caravan. Roland Buquet was not accustomed to having his orders questioned. A wanton aristo could easily gum up the works of his finely tuned machine. I had to assure the grim sergeant that I was not planning to try and dictate the caravan's travels, and that even if someone asked me to do it, I would refuse the unenviable honor. I also promised to obey the caravan leader within reasonable limits. For example, I was prepared to help fight off highwaymen or wild animals. But I was not willing to take part in setting our nightly camps. The caravan contained a fairly large number of commoners. Let them dig the pits and so forth. Roland Buquet was fine with that, and the look in his eyes warmed though only very slightly, particularly after I paid him 5 silver crowns for our travel. However, he just so happened to have a broad-shouldered hulk of an assistant by the name of Patrick Dupree, with hands the size of shovels, who was itching for a fight. While I spoke to the sergeant, I kept catching Trixie's fiancé boring into me with his eyes. He clenched his big fists until his knuckles turned white and kept snorting like an enraged bull, but unfriendly looks and snorting were as far as it went. It was not hard to guess the reason he felt that way, either. Patrick must have been burning with jealousy. Later, Jacques confirmed my theory, also having seen Patrick's state. Naturally, I was not planning to let his rude behavior slide. I didn't give a damn whose fiancé he was. Commoners could not look at aristos that way, so I advised Roland Buquet to clamp down on his assistant and teach him some manners. Otherwise, I would have to educate him. A dozen lashings was the best medicine for cases like this. I didn't know how, but Trixie found out very quickly. Though with her phenomenal ability to stick her nose into everyone's business, it was no big surprise. She approached me that same day with tears in her eyes and twisting her hands, begging me to forgive her stupid fiancé for his bad behavior. Overall, I was not interested in playing such foolish games. I already felt like the main character in some second-rate love play. By day 8, I had enough time to take a closer look at the head of the party and its other members. There were essentially 4 groups. The first was Roland Buquet and his 10 troops. It was immediately evident that they knew one another very well, and no wonder. Jacques said that the head of the caravan and his people once served in the same legion. Group 2 was mercenaries who had signed contracts with well-heeled Abvillians and who were heading to the frontier to serve as part of the Shadow Patrol. One such mercenary was Patrick, leader of the group, which comprised a dozen soldiers clearly receiving payment from the caravan leader for their assistance. Group 3 was the biggest with nearly 30 people. To myself, I was calling them the poor saps. They not only didn't have the cash to pay a mercenary, they weren't even able to purchase basic weaponry or decent clothing and food. For some inscrutable reason, Roland Buquet and his people had taken the poor saps under their wing, providing them with transport, food, and basic clothing. I of course did not believe the sergeant and his people were such pure and untainted altruists, so I told my companions about the oddity and warned them to keep their eyes peeled. Group 4 then was our little team, the most well-equipped and prepared of them all. Beyond that, over the last 8 days, we picked up random companions on the road from time to time. Many people from nearby villages preferred to pay Roland Buquet for a safe day or 2 of travel due to their fear of highwaymen. I must give the retired sergeant his due. He was a real pro. He ruled over the caravan with an iron fist, evidence of his army experience. Any disobedience was met with instant punishment. There were no hotels in Thiviers, but there were 2 inns where Sergeant Buquet and his people stayed, and 1 guest house which I selected for myself. It was nothing special, but I didn't mind. I was not planning on spending the rest of my life here. A filling dinner, hot bath, clean linens, a roof over my head, and a separate room that was all I needed. By morning of the next day, after a short stretch and big breakfast, I went into the backyard to check in with Jacques, who had spent the night in the wagon. Our driver pointedly refused to spend the night in the inn, arguing that he had such a cozy wagon that it would be a crime to waste money on a room ridden with bedbugs and fleas. "How'd you sleep?" I asked Jacques, nodding at the big wagon. "Great as ever," he replied with a broad smile. He carefully ran a hand over the wooden side and patted the boards lightly. A mansion worthy of a duke. I'm scared to even imagine how much silver you shelled out for it. The wagon the Webbers provided for us really was strikingly large and well-appointed. A true home on wheels. It was unlike any of the others I saw in their office's internal courtyard. Dormel, in his usual colorless manner, informed us that this wagon was meant to be a gift for the Webbers' eldest son, who was constantly on the move in the few years leading up to his death. To brighten their heir's spirits and ease the burdens of his nomadic lifestyle, his parents had endeavored to construct a small but very comfortable little house on wheels where he was intended to spend the majority of his time. But alas, their eldest son never even had a chance to see it, much less take it for a test run. The first time I entered the wagon, I was slightly puzzled. A split-level bed, small steel stove with a pipe leading outside, 2 big soft armchairs, a dress wardrobe and 2 bedside tables, walls decked out in dark blue velvet. Gee, my bedroom in Madame Richard's annex was actually smaller and had somewhat less opulent decor. Looks big enough, I replied to Jacques. To tell the truth, I was expecting more modest accommodation. It was all Madame Weber, Jacques shrugged, continuing to stroke the wooden side of the wagon like it was a living creature. Everyone knows that Leon Weber is such a cheapskate he'd make you beg for snow in winter. His wife is no better, but you saved her son. But before he could finish, Bertrand walked into the guesthouse backyard, where the wagon was parked next to a narrow-shouldered man with darting little eyes and a goatee. Monsieur, he came while looking sidelong at the pipsqueak. You have visitors, and what brings them here, my good man? I asked, raising a brow inquisitively. Chevalier Renard, the pipsqueak said with a respectful bow and welcoming smile. My name is Arnaud Lefebvre. I come in the name of my master, Viscount Bachin de Tosny, with a dinner invitation for yourself. He will be expecting you this evening in the Red Ox Tavern. I grimaced, another of Max's creditors. Did he just hear what I was doing and decide to catch me en route? I didn't seem to recall that name on any of my loan documents. I glanced over at Bertrand. He just shrugged his shoulders with a baffled look, as if to say he'd never heard the name before. The Viscount de Tosny, I said, feigning forgetfulness. Nothing's coming to mind. Oh, smiling, he threw up his thin little arms. You and my master are not acquainted, but he would very much like to correct that oversight now that he's heard so much about you. Is that right? I asked in surprise. What would make a viscount seek a meeting with a man he's never met before? You see, Chevalier, the pipsqueak fumbled and lowered his voice slightly. The thing is, my master is quite a well-known figure in certain circles, such as, the Viscount de Tosny is a passionate collector, and quite importantly, a very wealthy man. The pipsqueak came softly and added, in certain circles he is known as the watchmaker, and he has a business proposition for you. So there it was. Now I could see what this was about. He reacted quickly. It hadn't even been a week. The same mysterious buyer who wanted Max's medallion from the pawn shop for 1,000 crowns. The pawnbroker also mentioned a watchmaker. Well, okay, this will be interesting. But to keep up appearances, I decided to give him a hard time. I'm not sure, I frowned. Say yes, Chevalier, the pipsqueak smiled. I promise you will not regret it. My master is a generous man. Beyond that, the Viscount de Tosny is an excellent conversationalist. For a man such as you, backwaters like this must come with such a dearth of interesting conversation, particularly with people of your station. I rubbed my chin and after a brief pause said with a smile, you know something, you and your master have caught my interest. Tell the Viscount I accept his invitation. The pipsqueak melted into an obliging smile and with a bow, walked away. In the end, thinking I wouldn't notice, he hit me with an unfriendly, scornful look. So this Arnaud Lefebvre was not a one-dimensional character. A snake in human skin, Jacques spat out when the pipsqueak had left. I've known plenty of apparently obliging simpletons like him. The second they catch you yawning, you get a knife in your back fat. Keep your eyes peeled around that little live wire. Since when did you start worrying about me? I snorted. Ever since you started paying me a yearly salary of 10 crowns including room and board, Jacques shrugged and smirked. Not many can boast of such a generous salary. Ah, so that's all it is. Well, that explains a lot. The main and seemingly only room of the Red Ox Tavern greeted me with silence. There were no visitors, much less employees. Actually, no. There was one visitor. I just didn't notice him right away. At a wide table set with modest dishware near the far wall there sat a thin gentleman of fairly unpleasant appearance. No, he was not ugly. In fact, between his posture, expensive clothing, aristocratic facial features, and tar-black hair, this man was probably quite a hit with the ladies. But there was something repellent about him. My scanner showed nothing. The man sitting before me was completely normal. Chevalier Renard, I presume, the man said, standing from the table. The same, I responded. And you, I take it, are the Viscount de Tosny. Indeed, he nodded and added with a sidelong smile, you certainly are punctual. I appreciate punctuality. I just shrugged and sat down in a chair uninvited, which caused the Viscount to huff a bit. Deftly grabbing a silver pitcher from the center of the table, he poured into my glass a dark red wine and said, help yourself, Chevalier. Alas, this backwater cannot boast of a large variety of dishes, but I am quite sure you'll appreciate this wine from my personal collection. I take a couple bottles with me wherever I go. Casually, I rub the tip of my nose with my pointer finger, covering my mouth. That gave me enough time to silently whisper the snake's breath incantation and splash out a small mass of energy. The wine's energy structure immediately revealed lines of dim yellow. The Viscount was seemingly trying to slip me some potion, and not any old potion, a magic one. Didn't spare a dime, ugly bastard. Based on the color, he had most likely used something intoxicating to the mind to make me more talkative. The wine in his glass, meanwhile, was a different sort. Oh well. The dirty games had begun. I was actually intrigued to see what he'd do next. My reservoir could easily cope with a primitive sleeping potion, so as if nothing was going on, I grabbed the glass and took a sip, meanwhile watching the dim yellow dots dissolve into my energy system to absolutely no effect. Yep, ugly bastard. This was a far cry from Swamp Queen's kiss. It would take something more serious to bring down Dodger. Viscount, meanwhile, watching with pleasure as I drank his wonder wine, continued to speak. You have probably noticed that we are the only ones here. That is because I asked the owner of the tavern to find us a quiet place to talk, and he was only too eager to oblige. I am certain that neither you nor I would be too pleased to look on the drunken faces of the local commoners, so get a more comfortable seat. You have nothing to fear. We spent a bit of time eating in silence, exchanging the odd glance. I was waiting for the Viscount to get to business. He meanwhile was probably waiting for the potion he'd mixed into my wine to take effect. A few minutes later, setting aside his knife and fork, the Viscount de Tosny finally began. Chevalier Renard, you must be intrigued. I will not tell a lie, I said in slightly stilted language, trying not to overdo it. Your invitation caught my interest. Your servant said that you have some sort of business proposition for me. You have my undivided attention. After that, I clumsily dropped my fork on the table, but the Viscount had no reaction. That must have been normal. All right, all the better, the Viscount nodded. Let's get straight to business. For the next several minutes, the Viscount told me about his collection and passion for antiquities, but served it under a sauce that made it sound like an innocent pastime, an aristocrat's fancy, and nothing more. In other words, he expressed a desire to purchase my medallion, which he learned existed only by chance, saying as a passionate devotee of ancient objects he was looking for just such an item to complete his collection, but meanwhile tried to do it in such a way that I would not ask for too much money. In the end, he offered me a whole 50 silver crowns for the medallion. Slurring, I announced that this medallion was a family heirloom, and I had no intention of selling it for less than 5,000 silver crowns. Beyond that, I triumphantly told him that I knew the price he offered to the pawnbroker. The Viscount feigned indignation and started assuring me that Baptiste Harcourt was a flagrant liar and crook who made a habit of fleecing upstanding citizens. I was then asked the logical question. Who did I trust more, a dishonorable commoner or an elite nobleman with a crystal-clean record? I naturally, cursing all peddlers of overpriced wares with indignation, assured him that as a nobleman he had my complete trust. After that, the Viscount told me confidently that a good price for the medallion would be 60 crowns, and although it was ancient, it was utterly worthless for anything other than exhibition as part of his personal collection, and that there was zero chance of resale. At the end of our negotiating, the Viscount talked me down to 65 silver crowns, but as if by magic, a scroll appeared before me on the table. A quill was then thrust into my enfeebled hand to sign the purchase contract. Following that, the tavern owner and cook appeared out of thin air to place their own signatures as witnesses to the transaction. Then came the buyer's turn. After signing the contract, on the Viscount's nod, Arnaud Lefebvre threw a small leather coin purse on the table. When I said I had the medallion in my room, the Viscount de Tosny looked slightly upset. Get this dolt out of here and take his medallion, the Viscount muttered in disgust while I started to quietly sob with my head between my hands. Take the silver, too. The bar owner and others must witness it. I'll be waiting in my room. Make haste. We must leave this place before sunup. A moment later, I was grabbed on two sides and dragged to the tavern exit. Out of the corner of my eye, from beneath a half-closed eyelid, I spotted Arnaud Lefebvre darting around next to some troops. All the better. They loaded me into the back of a buggy. One of the hulking men sat next to me while another sat down opposite. Arnaud Lefebvre gracefully hopped up on the driving box, took the reins, and the buggy rolled off. From beneath half-covered eyelids, I watched the road carefully while keeping up my telltale trills and glissandos. What a lightweight, one of the soldiers laughed. A real weakling, the other confirmed. Is this the guy they kept saying all kinds of crazy stuff about? Like how in a duel he took down one of Abbeville's best swordsmen in a single blow. Must be lies. The first waved it off. Shut your traps, Arnaud Lefebvre hissed. But shut their traps they did. The one sitting opposite me even slightly pressed his head between his shoulders. Looks could really be deceiving. I should never let their guard down around this Arnaud Lefebvre. And here was the very alleyway I spotted earlier. The darkest one on the way to my temporary lodgings. Okay, here was my spot. Stop, I exclaimed, feigning a bout of nausea. Messieurs, please stop, I need to get out. Monsieur, the first soldier muttered out unhappily to Arnaud Lefebvre. He's gonna get puke all over our buggy. The pipsqueak produced an elaborate string of curse words then, after a loud harumph, the buggy started to slow down. It stopped right on the edge between the light of the street lamps and shadows of the alley. I looked up and met eyes with the hulking man sitting opposite me. I saw his surprised eyes start to slowly widen. All right, fellows, we've reached our destination. I came calmly with a totally sober voice, sending 2 masses of mana down my energy channels. With 2 sudden blows, the pair of soldiers froze unconscious in their seats. Arnaud Lefebvre tried to move, but I beat him to the punch. A short jab to the base of the neck, and the pipsqueak immediately fell onto his side. A shadow ducked out of the dark alleyway, but I recognized the familiar figure. You've grown fat on Madame Richard's fine cookery, I chuckled. We'll have to put you on a diet. That's not it, Jacques objected. You're getting faster. Also true, I snorted. You know what to do from here. And so be it, let them live. This watchmaker is quite the piece of work, but he didn't order me killed. Jacques, nodding in silence, set Arnaud Lefebvre's limp body in the back and climbed up on the driving box. I still need to pay a visit to a certain wily viscount. After saying that, I ducked into the darkness of the blind alleyway. That morning after Arnaud Lefebvre's visit, I tasked the cook's son with running around town to find out where the Viscount de Tasny was staying and how many people he had with him. Thiviers was a small town. Everyone knew each other, and the watchmaker wasn't particularly trying to keep a low profile, so I found where he was staying before noon. For 10 obols, I learned the Viscount and 4 of his companions had rented rooms above the Red Ox Tavern. The Viscount arrived in a wagon driven by his personal servant, while his guard team stood by on horseback. They came to Thiviers one day before our caravan from the direction of the Royal Tract, which made me conclude the Viscount had been told about the loss of the medallion while underway and decided to catch me at a midway point. On top of that, the cook's son was so happy with the money that he even told us what they served the Viscount for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as well as how many times he required a chamber pot. Overall, I was fully informed for my meeting with the dishonest antiquities collector. I was concerned that they might try and deceive or get rid of me at the meeting. So just in case, we prepared a little surprise for potential ill-wishers in the form of Jacques armed to the teeth hiding down a dark alleyway. And in practice, our concerns were usually justified. It wasn't too hard for me to get up to the second floor of the tavern and silently neutralize the Viscount's only guardsman standing watch at his door. It was even less of a challenge to gain access to the room the watchmaker opened the door for me after I knocked, and imitating Arnaud Lefebvre's smarmy voice to the best of my abilities, told him that I'd come with the medallion. My trap caught him, with the words, finally. How long was I supposed to wait for you idlers? The door flew open, and the Viscount fell back on the floor after I made a short poke at the base of his neck. While the Viscount was lying unconscious, I sat him down on the chair, and with strips of his own bedsheet, tied his hands behind his back. I tied his legs to the chair as well and stuck a gag in his mouth after pouring quite a lot of the wine he used to try and poison me an hour ago down his throat. The decanter of sleeping potion was still on the table. In the same place, I found an unfinished letter in which the Viscount informed someone he addressed as Her Grace that the deed had been done and he had the medallion in his possession. He also lamented that on the way he ran into challenges, saying the advance Her Grace paid him had been completely spent to overcome them, and thus he was asking for his total remuneration to be increased by another 500 gold imperials. I whistled to myself, 5,000 silver crowns, and that was just his raise. I wondered how much the end total was. That medallion was apparently needed desperately by someone with a lot of money and influence, based on his mode of address, a duchess or princess. There was no sense in searching the whole room. The Viscount had packed all his things into 2 duffel bags already, which he had laid out on the bed. After getting the medallion, he was going to get straight underway. Beyond clothing and toiletries, in the first duffel I found 2 sacks of coins stuffed to the brim. One contained gold imperials, while the other was just silver and copper change. All told, converted into silver, my haul was up to just over 1,000 crowns. The second duffel, the size of a small chest, was being used to transport various potions and powders. Scanning revealed that the main ingredients in the phials, jars, flagons, and powder boxes were magic elements of various shades, ranging from light yellow to coal black. The Viscount must have been a regular customer at alchemy shops. As I gazed upon all those riches, I started smiling wide. Then I discovered a letter protector containing just 1 scroll I had seen recently, the very sale contract we had signed just 1 hour before. When I finished surveying the duffels, I quickly started searching the Viscount before he came to his senses. From him I got 3 signet rings, a chain with a talisman, and an exquisitely crafted gold pocket watch. The Viscount de Tasny, calling me his best friend, told me a lot of interesting things about life in the capital and its darker side. Incidentally, the Viscount was not a nobleman by birth. For quite a hefty sum, he had been adopted by an old bankrupt count whose family originated in Burgonia. Meanwhile, everyone thought he was called the watchmaker because of his love of punctuality, but in reality, it was an old nickname that had stuck back when he was a mere assistant at a master watchmaker's workshop. For a living, the watchmaker did various odd jobs. Mainly, he was engaged in tracking down and purchasing cheap ancient artifacts and then reselling them to his wealthy clientele. But that was his most innocent line of work. It wasn't like the Viscount was a killer, though. He preferred doing business by other means. Essentially, the man fate had brought into my path was a swindler who had done a lot of work for wealthy aristocrats. Duchess Louise de Clermont, who was very intrigued by Max's fox medallion and had promised the Viscount no more and no less than 1,500 gold imperials, for it was a shining example. The watchmaker spoke about the Duchess with bated breath. The First Lady of Her Royal Majesty's bedchamber, one of the most influential and wealthy women in Vestonia. Clients like her were an extreme rarity, so the Viscount de Tosny was planning to shake her down for a lot of cash without crossing the line, because beyond personal influence, the Duchess also had a husband, the Duke de Clermont, a Marshal of Vestonia. While the truth serum was still in effect, I asked the Viscount to put to paper in duplicated description of some of his most brilliant feats in great detail, and the names of the highly placed individuals he had swindled. Beyond that, he composed for me a detailed instruction manual for the collection of potions and powders in the little duffel. Meanwhile, I kept a close eye on the bright yellow spots of sleeping potions circulating in his energy system. Finally, the truth serum ran out and the Viscount passed out briefly. And half an hour later, when he came to his senses, the man silently boring into me with his eyes was a completely different person, but his heavy gaze made it clear that he remembered exactly what had just taken place. I was sitting on the chair opposite him with my legs crossed and fingers tented on my knee. "My good Viscount, the way you're looking at me is liable to bore a hole straight through me," I chuckled, shaking a foot. "But just a few minutes ago, you called me your best friend." I had to give the watchmaker his due. He didn't spew profanities or threats. "What do you want from me?" he asked with slightly slurred speech. I shook my head and said pensively, "You tried to poison me with sleeping potion and rob me. But there was one thing you didn't account for. You underestimated me. But based on your stories, you are not typically so careless. I think your lust for profit is to blame. You got hasty and didn't do your background research. You're losing your touch, my good man. And in your profession, such things are unforgivable." The watchmaker gulped with a scratchy throat. "You see, my good Viscount," I continued in a cold tone without a hint of a smile, "I am not accustomed to leaving enemies at my back." My words made him shudder and press back into his chair. "I could kill you right now, but much to my misfortune, investigators would have a very easy time linking me to that crime. I of course know a few ways of throwing them off the scent, but royal investigators are worth their salt. Overall, as you see, I have no intention of stupidly opening myself up to punishment. Why should I make a martyr out of you and dirty my hands when the secret chancery could do it for me? After all, you're completely to blame for what happened. You poisoned the nephew of the Count de Gramont with the intention of making off with his family medallion at a low price. Incidentally, you just wrote as much in great detail." The Viscount went pale and shuddered, but said nothing. I meanwhile pressed on, nodding at the papers lying on the table. "No, I am not going to kill you. I will try a different tactic instead. I will take you and your revelations to my dear uncle in the capital. He then can deliver them personally to the secret chancery, and then I'll have one less enemy in this world. By the time the investigators reach your soft body and you start singing like a bird, there will be no one left to help you. As a matter of fact, the fortune you worked so painstakingly to amass will be going under the hammer, while the profit will be split between your own former clients who you successfully deceived for so many years." The Viscount's face went gray. His eyes faded. His pale lips started to quiver. His entire feigned aristocratic veneer was long gone. Before me now was a frightened and faded watchmaker's assistant. "But there is another way out," I said, making the Viscount shudder while a spark of hope lit up in his eyes. "You have my undivided attention, Chevalier," he came in a quavering voice. "Your business," I said, turning my hand around. No, I am in no position to judge. I am far from a saint myself. Everyone earns their keep in their own way. Where I'm going with this is that over the years you cultivated certain relationships and connections which I will be needing in the near future." The Viscount's eyebrows shot up into his forehead, but he again sat in silence waiting for me to continue. As an aside, I was starting to like that aspect of his character. "I cannot tell you everything now," I shook my head. "But in the future, if we work well together, your fortune could multiply, and many times over at that." "Are you offering me work?" "Not exactly. It's more like a kind of partnership based on exchange." "May I ask what exactly you plan to exchange?" "Not yet," I shook my head. "But very soon when I find you, you will find out. And that is only if we are able to reach an agreement now." "You have backed me into a corner, Chevalier," the Viscount de Tosny said with a wry smile, nodding at the stack of papers covered with his even handwriting. "Come on, don't be dramatic," I snorted. "If now you agree to work with me, I will simply leave you to go about your business. You will however have to return the Duchess down payment and explain to her that the medallion has been lost. Well, or think up an excuse. To be frank, I don't care how you wriggle your way out of it, but forget about the medallion. In fact, I'll also be taking all your valuables, your buggy and your horses as compensation for mental anguish. You know something, I don't particularly care for being poisoned. The Viscount nodded extremely fast and took another glance at the table. Your revelations, meanwhile, I will take with me, I said, following his gaze. They'll act as a kind of insurance in case you decide to throw a tantrum. Let me say right now, one copy I will be sealing and sending to the capital with a reliable man who will take it to the secret chancery in case of my death. But you're heading for the frontier. The Viscount rasped, his eyes open wide. You could die at any moment. Why should I bear all the burden for your death? Well, first of all, it's to give you a reason to pray to the holiest mother for my safe deliverance. And second, let me tell you a secret, I do not intend to die on the frontier. I still have my whole life ahead of me, my last one at that. But I of course did not mention that. He wanted to say more, but I interrupted. So then I came coldly. What have you decided? The Viscount took another glance at the papers on the table, licked his dry lips, and with a heavy sigh responded, You've left me no choice. I agree. You always have a choice, Viscount, I objected, and not standing from my seat asked, Remind me, where is your sleeping medicine again? I left the tavern just before dawn after slipping the Viscount and his guard some more sleeping medicine. That way, while they slept, we could get far out of town. I made it just before our caravan departed. Jack, beaming like a polished copper basin and nodding at the plundered buggy Bertrand, was now driving, gave me a brief recounting of what he'd done with the trio. He disarmed and cleaned them out to the last thread and set them up in the basement of a local bordello, the owner of which promised to let them go around noon for just $5. To his eye, though, it'd have been easier to just slit the throats of the fast-talking men. I just shook my head absently and, without a word, got up into the wagon where I tossed my take from the last night. I could sort through it later. Not taking off my boots or clothes, I plunked myself down into bed, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, drifted off to the measured rocking of the wagon. I was seated by the fire, pensively watching the little tongues of flame as they lapped at the night air. It was the first time we had to actually set up camp outside a settlement and spend the night under open sky. That was because now, by day 16 of our trip, we had started running into groups of exhausted and haggard people wandering toward us down the road. Some walked on their own too, others rode horses or carts, and the farther we went, the denser the stream of humanity became. They were refugees from the county of Malay who had uprooted their lives in order to survive. The lord of those lands had a dispute with the neighboring Count de Gouffier. The argument fairly quickly grew into a local war which the Count de Malay had clearly lost. His neighbor bested him, and thus his mercenary army was more numerous. As a result, the Count de Malay locked himself up with the rest of his army in his family castle, while bands of marauders flooded his lands. Initially, we were planning to go through the warring counties, but in light of the new circumstances, Roland Buquet took our caravan on a detour around the problem area. That was why we were so off schedule, and thus spending the night on open ground. During the day, we were caught up to by a small party of the local baron's retinue men. When they found out we were headed for the frontier to join the Shadow Patrol, we were graciously granted permission to be on their lord's lands and use their dead wood for our fires. However, we were strictly forbidden from hunting. At any rate, those were approximately the same rules we had to follow on any aristocrat's land. Overall, customs gave approval, but we had to shell out for road tax and then again for a bribe for the valiant customs workers, which was a routine occurrence. As a matter of fact, the multiverse I learned existed after my last death seemingly had some phenomena which were immutable and must have been simply impossible to eliminate. One particularly widespread example was corruption. Their names were most likely not initially on the rolls. I had to imagine their fate was decided in Abbeville's chancery. Probably there was a quota of some kind for poor saps to be sent to the Shadow Patrol, because the frontier forts also needed servants to take care of the soldiers. The kids joined our group on day 10 of the trip. They were trying before to glom on as our assistants. As were all the other saps, the meager rations Sergeant Buquet issued were clearly not sufficient, but Jack kept shooing them away. He was putting forth a lot of effort to prove to me that he could handle his duties with no outside help. At first, I pretended not to notice all the fuss, but after we got a buggy and 2 horses, I instructed Jack to take on 2 assistants and furnish them with supplies. Outside of provisions and shelter, I promised them a wage of 30 obols per week. When Jack introduced me to Pierre and Jeremy, and I announced to them the temporary contract conditions, they spent a long time celebrating the sudden stroke of luck. At home, they could only dream of this kind of money. And that was how our little party got bigger. As an aside, when Sergeant Buquet found out Pierre and Jeremy had joined up with us, he and I had quite an unpleasant and bizarre conversation. He announced that I was poking my nose where it did not belong, and it was his duty to make certain all the recruits made it to the final destination of our journey. Overall, I found his reasoning illogical and suspicious, and my companions concurred. Jack and I never grew to trust anyone else in the caravan, but that doubled our watchfulness. We made camp right next to the tract, on the edge of a small forest glade. Despite the fact Sergeant Buquet had sentries posted for the night, Jack and I agreed to take turns sleeping every 3 hours. Bertrand also announced that he was willing to sit up for a shift. I had to remind him with an ultimatum that, as my valet, he had other duties he needed to focus on. And to do them well, he needed to be well rested. We also had Pierre and Jeremy, but they were new, and we still didn't trust them much even though they also took turns sitting with us at the fire. At any rate, now it was my turn for a night watch along with Pierre, who was constantly dozing off. Using my enhanced senses of smell and hearing, I was able to monitor the perimeter around our camp, but at a certain point, my senses failed me. My present physical shell was still very far from ideal, after all, so when I heard 2 bowstrings thrumming behind me at nearly the same time, I was unable to react properly. All I had time to do was dodge right a bit. The powerful blow to my left shoulder turned me nearly 360 degrees around. Then my mind was flooded with pain. Before passing out, I saw Pierre's lifeless body and a bloodied crossbow bolt protruding from his chest. When I woke up, I realized I had only been out for a few moments. I was in no rush to move or get up off the ground, just staying face down. I wanted them to think I was unconscious. Switching to true vision, I quickly surveyed the damage. One might say I got lucky. The crossbow bolt just grazed me and didn't hit bone, though it did take a good chunk of flesh off my shoulder with it. My reservoir was already repairing the severed energy channels quickly. When I heard soft footsteps behind me, I immediately perked up. Based on the sound and barely audible breathing, there were 3 of them. I slowly drew in air through my nose. No smell whatsoever. These guys prepared for this. We were dealing with professionals. That was bad. Very bad. Finally, the footsteps stopped next to my fallen body, and I could just tell they were aiming at me again. I couldn't afford to wait any longer. They were about to double tap me. A wave of energy ran through my body, and a moment later, teeth clenched in pain, I somersaulted out of the way, and just in the nick of time, right where I'd been laying, the crossbow bolt stuck into the ground. Dressed in all black with a tarred face, the man was just 5 steps away from me. Ignoring the searing pain in my shoulder, I burst right up next to my unlucky assassin, plunging a stiletto into his throat while also catching 2 bolts with his body like a shield. I was not planning on giving my opponents time to reload, much less unsheathe their blades. Pushing the lifeless body straight into the fire, darkening the area behind me, I went racing toward the nearest assassin. Throwing aside his unloaded crossbow, he was already reaching for the grip of his short sword. I fell on him just as his blade made it halfway out of the sheath. Pushing a massive energy through the stiletto, I made a long lunge, plunging its tip directly into my opponent's heart. 2 down. Number 3 had enough time to unsheath his blade and come racing my way, but I was not planning to kill him. I needed one alive. I had to know exactly who hired these assassins. I drew quite a large ball of energy from my reservoir, draining it almost to the bottom, and whispering a short witching incantation, splashed it in the last fighter's direction. Sleep. A moment later, I looked on in surprise as a talisman shaped like a predatory creature's claw, hanging on my opponent's chest, lit up with a bright yellow glow and crumbled into ash. The assassin was no less surprised to see my incantation fail. He hesitated for a second and cast a stunned gaze at his chest, which I instantly took advantage of. Feeling the blood pound in my temples, its heavy beats counting out my final conscious seconds, severing the energy channels I'd cultivated so painstakingly for such a long time, I closed the gap and with a short blow plunged the tip of my blade into the assassin's temple. Before my mind fell into darkness, I saw my opponent's wide-open eyes filling with blood as he lay there dying. My first thought after opening my eyes was that I was delirious. A familiar oval face, coal-black hair and a thick braid, plump rosy lips, an attentive look in big dark green eyes. "Lotta," I rasped with a scratchy throat. "You're finally awake," I heard a familiar, jibing voice. "Those wolves really did a number on you, Fox." I gave a start, but she placed a warm hand on my chest to stop me from getting up. "Just relax, don't disturb the wounds." "Are they dead?" Lotta said shortly. "My people. As far as I know, they're fine, except for the kid who was sitting up with you. He's toast. Well, or so I was told." I breathed a heavy sigh and closed my eyes. My party had suffered its first loss. Opening my eyes, I looked around and asked, "Where are we?" "A hotel," the witch shrugged. "City of Chagny." I thought back on the map I'd studied and nodded. It was approximately 10 miles from where I was attacked. "Was I out long?" 3 days, Lotta replied patiently. I examined the bandage on my shoulder, then switched to true vision and winced. Beyond the wounds, I counted up to a dozen serious strains in my energy system and over 20 smaller ones. Well, could be worse. My reservoir was working full bore but seemingly coping. Based on the telltale traces of magic, I had been administered Crimson Hollowstone potion and something else from the witch's arsenal. I finished scanning, looked up, and saw Lotta staring back at me attentively. "Were you just doing what I think you were?" Yes, I nodded and immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" "I accept your offer," she answered simply. "But you owe me for the healing." "Okay, why didn't you join the caravan right away?" "First of all, none of your business," the witch shot out and added, "and second, my relationship with the scoundrel Roland Buquet could be better, and that's putting it lightly." "How so?" "Beyond the fact that the vile man is a slave trader and smuggler, he is also a mentally ill sicko." "That enough for you? Hold up, are you saying?" The puzzle pieces in my head started coming together. "Yes, yes, you're getting it, Fox. That brute, Sergeant Buquet, is going to sell the nameless peasants from his caravan in the county of Macon to slave traders. And from there, they will be sent on to the slave markets of the East to end their lives either on a galley or in a mine. As you've surmised, Buquet is in cahoots with the head of Abbeville's chancery and the captain of Westerly Fort, who will simply write them off as losses. The death rate on the frontier is high, so I'm sure you understand. Well, Buquet will return to Abbeville with the contraband dust." I snorted. It was entirely possible that the dust I'd pilfered from Paul Lepetit's hiding spot was from this very source. "You really know your stuff," I praised. "You forget who you're talking to." The witch raised her brows ironically. "Of course not, that would be rash on my part." I unconsciously shrugged and immediately hissed in pain. "I told you not to disturb the wounds," Lotta said with a heavy sigh, and getting up from the chair, walked over to the table where I could see various bowls, files, and white rags. While she whipped up her potion, which had a relaxing aroma, I decided to keep asking questions. "You called the things that attacked me wolves." I got ahead of myself, she snorted. "More like wolf pups, just people. If they were real werewolves, your servants would be scooping up scraps of your flesh for burial." I felt an icy chill run through my body. Lotta picked up something off the table and, walking over to my bed, extended a hand. "Recognize this?" she asked, nodding at two dark threads draped over her fingers with a pair of large, hooked animal claws strung through. Without waiting for me to answer, she continued, "The assassins were wearing these around their necks. I don't know how you crossed the guild of the Night Wolves, but I suggest you grow eyes on the back of your head. Sense the familiar magic. It's the work of someone just like you, a spellsword. I know wolves and foxes don't get along, but still." I switched to true vision, curious. The surface of the claw was covered in glowing protection runes in witching tongue. I had never seen another spellsword's work before. They were also pretty advanced claws. Lotta was right, the talismans were imbued with a sorcery at once strange and dimly familiar, something that awakened my primordial instincts. I shared my observations with Lotta. "Werewolf claws," she shrugged, "both from young individuals. Adults' claws are twice as long. You'll see for yourself soon enough. They never stop until they've finished what they started. Most likely, the guild leader will send werewolves to get rid of you next." "Any idea who might be behind it?" I snorted. Could have been anybody. Starting from my doting aunt and ending with the Weber's mystery enemy. But before I could say anything, the door opened to reveal my trusty Bertrand. Seeing that I was conscious, he exclaimed with delight, "Monsieur, thank the gods you're awake. I'm very glad to see you too, old fellow." I smiled. And that was true. Bertrand was the only person in this world who loved me like a member of his family and was truly loyal to me. His mere presence gave me a feeling of comfort, like I once got from Vadoma, my adoptive mother. "I see you have things to discuss." Lotta nodded understandingly. "I will leave you alone." After that, she turned and addressed Bertrand. "Old man, make sure your master drinks the concoction I've left on the table. And again to me, you should uphold your end of the bargain as fast as you can, before any werewolves come after your hide. Dead men are worth nothing to me." Waiting for me to nod, the witch turned and left the room in a striding gait. "Cantankerous old woman," Bertrand said in a half-whisper, shaking his head. "In a word, a witch. But she helped me," I chuckled. "Not by herself. Do I see that you did what I taught you?" Before the trip, I gave Bertrand detailed instructions on what to do if I got seriously injured and was unable to heal myself. "Yes, monsieur," Bertrand replied. His lips started quivering with anxiety. By the time we woke up and hopped out to see what the fighting was about, it was all over. "I saw you on the ground unconscious in a pool of your own blood, and right away I did what you taught me to do. I poured the contents of 2 phials of crimson potion straight down your throat." Bertrand gave me a warm hug. "And now let's hurry the process along. Bring me my potions and a bag of dust." I chuckled and nodded at the table. With that witch's concoctions, this could take months to heal. When Bertrand returned with the little chest where I kept the magic potions we bought in Abbeville, I asked him, "I assume Sergeant Buquet didn't wait up for us?" "Nope." The old man shook his head and added angrily, "That night, when that scoundrel ran over to see what was going on, he spent a very long time cursing. He rused the day he agreed to let you join the caravan. Then he announced that we were on our own and he was not going to have any part in a squabble between 2 nobles and put the people he was entrusted with in harm's way. He kept poking poor Pierre's body the whole time, too. But Jeremy he took with him. Now that he should not have done." I nodded and bared my teeth. "Start packing. We have to catch up to that caravan before it gets to the county of Macon. And call Jacques. I have to give him a couple instructions." An inn on the Royal Tract. Several days' travel from here, Auxville, capital of Vestonia. Viviani made up her mind, even though she didn't want to at first. It all happened on its own. She put the blame squarely on a warm, sweet mulled wine they were served at dinner with its light bitterness and pleasant sour notes. Eveline only needed one glass of the guileful little drink to untie her tongue and make her open up to her cousin. "You never told me about that, Max," she suddenly said. Her voice made Valerie emerge from deep in thought. "What, sorry? You described him as a spoiled, effete kid with no greater interest than going to balls, playing cards, and wasting money. The man I saw in Abbeville was completely different." Sipping the mulled wine, Valerie listened to her cousin and stared into the roaring fireplace. "Iv, what do you want from me?" she asked wearily. "An explanation," Eveline asked, her tongue somewhat stumbling. "What is really going on?" "My father probably has no idea that his late brother's illegitimate son is more a cold-blooded killer than the man you told me about. He slew one of Estonia's greatest swordsmen in a single blow. And what of the rumors that he stormed a bookmaker's office and single-handedly took down its whole guard team, or the duel with the Viscount de England? He took down a dozen mercenaries outside his place with his bare hands, and when my father's top retinue men tried to stop him, he tossed them around like puppies. And now he's going off to join the Shadow Patrol. What part of that sounds like a pampered brat to you? In fact, cousin, the Max you described sounds more like my older brothers." "Mine too," Valerie nodded and corrected herself, "when they were still alive. What if your father hired Max a fencing instructor when he was still a child?" Her brothers also had fencing instructors, Valerie shrugged. She failed to notice, but she was now also drawn into the strange conversation. It was just that her cousin was asking the very questions that were weighing on Valerie's own mind, plus that perfidious mulled wine. But I don't think any of them would stand a chance against a real top swordsman, much less with such ease. This was something different. Valerie didn't tell Eveline that the Max she remembered was a totally different person. The old Max would never have said the things the current Max said before that duel. She would always remember the icy look in his eyes. It was like he could see straight through her. At that moment, she really wanted to open up to him, tell him about her suffering and calamities, but she held back. No, she would never trust men with her fate ever again. All they did was betray her. They were egotistical and thought only about themselves and their ambitions. Her father was blinded by thirst for power and was bested by the king, thus putting the whole family in harm's way. And now her mother was in the loony bin while her sisters and her lived as dependents with their traitor uncle, just waiting to be sold off like purebred mares for a handsome price. And now her fate was again dependent on a man. No way, she would do everything in her power to see that she never again depended on a man's fickle whims. "What do we tell my father?" Eveline asked. "The truth," Valerie replied with a shrug, smiling and adding, "My sweet cousin, we are but weak females. We did the best we could but got nowhere. Let the men do something for once." Inside, Valerie gave a bloodthirsty laugh. She was greatly hoping that her uncle and half-brother would soon be sinking their claws into one another's throats. Outskirts of Heroicsville, the royal family's winter palace. Kiko, what do you say? Karl III, King of Estonia, popularly known as the Victorious, quipped to his jester when the doors closed behind the royal secretary. The little hunchback turned his head, making the bells on his colorful hood tinkle delightfully, then replied with a mischievous air, "I say your secretary has been getting too big for his britches. He's been tormenting your court, stuffed full of bribes. The Chancery already has a thick dossier on him. The hounds are waiting to be released." Left alone, they often spoke in an informal tone. Honestly, though, the jester always had a sense for the invisible line he could never cross. It went back to the day when, as a short hunchbacked boy roving the world with a traveling circus and performing in the palace, he had blocked a stray arrow from hitting the little prince with his hump. Ever since, the pair had been inseparable. Prince became king, and the hunchbacked boy survived the arrow wound to become his jester, as well as his eyes and ears both in the palace and outside. "Oh please," the king laughed, "let him grow fat. You know how hard it is to find good help these days. And Lambert is good help. I appreciate the way he writes reports, just the way I like them, short and to the point. Hee. Plus now he has a lot of expenses to keep up with. They say he's got a new scheme going, and it won't hurt anyone in my court. All that matters is that he's loyal to me. And he is loyal, isn't he?" Karl asked as if in passing, but Kiko was all too familiar with this carefree intonation. A few assassination attempts, and particularly the last conspiracy, had led to the king always keeping his nose to the wind. For now, yes, the jester was forced to agree. "The second that changes, you can release all my hounds." The king came in an icy tone. "Yes, sir, your majesty," the jester bowed. "How about you tell me how the preparations for this war are going instead?" Karl changed the topic. He stood up from his soft armchair and walked over to a wide window. "Just make it less of a bore this time. Tell me simply, do we have enough time? As long as the Duke de Gondi doesn't muck up the works, yes." The king winced. That de Gondi again. Karl would be very happy to see the stuffy old man stretched out on the rack while he scoured his sides clean with a white-hot lashing. But he was forced to admit that he could not. The de Gondis were one of the most ancient and influential families in Vestonia and the single largest landholders in mainland. The second largest army in the kingdom was his to command. Beyond that, completely outside of Dagani's influence, the war simply might not happen. What does he want? The jester shrugged. Your granddaughter for his eldest son. He will not have Adele, the king ejected. I have other plans for her marriage. Kiko chuckled imperceptibly. No one at court was unaware of the awe and love the king reserved for his granddaughter, little Adele. The daughter of his youngest son, Prince Bastian, who died at sea in battle with pirates, had become a real solace for the grieving father. By the way, the king recalled, quickly changing topic. What did Lambert report about the Count de Gramont's pardon? Something about a nephew being sent to join the Shadow Patrol. Weren't all of the vile traitor Ferdinand de Gramont's sons executed alongside their father? You are correct, your majesty, the jester replied gravely, his senses telling him to forget about informal discussion for a while. Ferdinand's sons and heirs were executed. This one was a bastard who you took mercy on. I did, the king frowned. Is that supposed to be a joke? No, your majesty, the jester said with a clumsy bow, shaking the little bells on his sleeve. Allow me to refresh your memory. The boy was spared on her majesty's request. Kiko, Carl winced. Drop the routine and tell me straight. The hunchback, realizing the king's rage was on the downswing, being replaced by curiosity, playfully clicked his heels, snorted and continued with his kid gloves off. The day before the execution, the queen came to you with a request to take mercy on de Gramont's bastard. If I am not mistaken, one of her ladies-in-waiting was behind the request. Investigators questioned him. He was not involved in the conspiracy, so Her Majesty's request was honored. That's all I know. And that bastard chose to go to the frontier on his own, the king asked in surprise. And now Heinrich de Gramont is asking me permission to bring him back. Looks like it, Kiko shrugged. What nonsense, the king frowned. Okay then, let's keep Heinrich de Gramont waiting for now. You look into this in greater detail. I want to know everything about this affair and this bastard. Because you know how much I hate weird stuff like this. Consider it done, your majesty, the jester bowed. I'll get right on it. Unfortunately, we were unable to make it out of Chagny. Or rather, we did leave the city, but by midday a blizzard started and we had to turn back. In the end, we spent another 5 days there. I could see perfectly well that we were not going to catch up to the caravan, but the forced pause also had its upsides. First of all, I would have the chance to heal in peace. And second, I was more or less able to establish a relationship with Lotta. It wasn't all that important, of course. But as they say, when nothing's biting, crayfish will do fine. Witches were always like that at least. One could never say what they were thinking or what they might throw out at the last second. And that was exactly how things were progressing with Lotta. I did not know where she was staying in Chagny, and I was not going to find out. She would be able to tell she was being followed in the blink of an eye. Then I could forget about her treating me nicely, or even neutrally. She came to me early in the morning, and after around 2 hours, left my room before noon. Skipping a bit ahead, I can say she continued doing so for 5 days. But then on day 6, when the blizzard finally let up, Lotta simply failed to show up, which was no surprise to me at all. Over the whole 5 days we were doing sessions, using true vision, I helped Lotta know where to push and distribute the energy in her channels. Essentially, I was acting as her eyes like I promised. Previously, she was acting on intuition and trying to heal herself without understanding the root of the problem. Where precision was required, she used overly large masses of energy, and on the contrary, where a powerful blast was needed, she would limit herself to faint trickles of mana. With my help, it all started working. Once, I even saw tears in her eyes after we managed to unblock one of her energy channels. As an aside, Lotta had yet to tell me what happened to her or who exactly caused the ghastly magic wounds. In fact, she hadn't told me a thing about her past at all. I tried asking her to be open with me, but my meager attempts were immediately shut down, and so I stopped trying to ask the witch about her past. Lotta was more than willing to share information on the shadow, and magic as a whole though, faithfully upholding her end of the bargain. I learned from her that there were actually several shadows. Lotta at the very least knew of 3 other than the shadow of Strix. One was on the southern continent, covering a huge swath of the yellow desert. Another, slightly smaller one hovered over the middle of Northland, the northern continent, while the third was somewhere above the Red Ocean. All in all, it painted quite a funny picture. My theory that magic existed in this world before the coming of the shadows proved true. Like in my world, there were once places of power here, and, as was not hard to guess, they were what got covered by the shadows. At present, I had several theories on that account, but it was too early to discuss them. One thing was clear, though: places of power were energy generators of some kind and attracted strange anomalies. Lotta didn't have much to say about the gifted, and she was not too eager to say it, but I caught the gist. Essentially, they came in 2 varieties. The first, so-called true gifted, had supposedly received their power from the gods of this world. Witches, spellswords, forest princes, mountain lords, etc. They were all different, but had one thing in common: an inherent magic reservoir. Group 2 were called shadow-touched or shadow mages. They received their gifts after the coming of the anomalies and did not have their own magic reservoir. They obtained energy from brutes, stones of power, which were harvested mainly but not exclusively from the bodies of shadow monsters. Shadow energy had many facets, and so those it had made gifted also came in different varieties. Artifactors held sway over brown and gray mana. Alchemists used emerald and amber, while healers needed crimson and azure. I could sense that Lotta knew a lot more than she was letting on, but I was not going to pry, much less ask any unnecessary questions. Otherwise, I risked raising suspicion with my ignorance. Still, I couldn't shake the desire to show her the fox medallion or strange dagger I found in the hiding spot in the bookmaker's office. In the end, though, I came to the conclusion that it was not worth sharing this knowledge with the witch. Lotta was a great student. Essentially, by day 5, she was able to free up another damaged energy channel with no hints from me. And that was probably the very factor that put an end point on our brief working relationship. She thought she'd gotten the hang of it, so she decided to complete the process on her own. And the next day she simply didn't show up, and I wasn't the least bit hurt. First of all, I had learned everything I really wanted to know. And second, I was sure that sooner or later our paths would cross again, because Lotta got ahead of herself drawing conclusions about her ailment. It was all much more complicated, and she would not manage without the help of a seer. So soon, the witch would be looking for me again, but this time she would be crawling on her hands and knees. It took us 7 days to reach Sardent, the second largest city in the county of Macon. That was where Lotta said Sergeant Buque was planning to sell off the poor saps. Because the county itself was not part of Vestonia and essentially functioned as a separate government, we had to spend more than a day at the border. That was because of the upcoming war with Italia and the huge crowds of refugees from nearby counties. Basically, we checked into a hotel in the merchant quarter of Sardent that evening, 15 days after I was attacked by the guild's assassins. Sardent was the first large town I'd visited in this world. Unlike Abville, for example, this place was bubbling with life like a pot of stew forgotten over a fire, and it was the low season. While its navigable river, the county's main trade artery, was still iced over, the city stewed in its own juices. It was the first time I saw people from other countries. Tall, bearded northerners from Northland, fleet-footed Burgonians, Primislanders, clamorous Italians, and industrious merchants from the far-off caliphates. An excellent place to put my long-term plans into motion. On the way into town, clearly having properly judged our cortege, a pack of local urchins descended upon us offering various services. They hollered at me in several different languages as well, though Vestonian was the main tongue. Standing in the back and keeping a close eye on his underlings, I spotted the ringleader, a mop-headed short boy with a sharp, lively look. I called him over in Vestonian. Monsieur, he rasped with a cold, harshened throat. Up close he looked older. He and Max were probably the same age. How might I be of service? What is your name? I asked. They call me Tomcat. He thumbed his nose. All right, Tomcat, I nodded. You can call me Chevalier Renard. I have a job for you and your little gaggle of hoodlums. The main thing I want out of you is speed. I can make it worth your while. What do you need done? I need you to track someone down. Fast. $5 and we're straight. Tomcat came, thrusting out his lip in pride. The burning look in his eyes made it clear that he was asking for more than normal. No, kid, I shook my head. You must not have understood me. I'll need you and your boys to turn this little town upside down to find the people I'm after. For that, you will receive 1 silver crown as an advance and another 5 after you're finished. Got it. The more I said, the further Tomcat's eyes crept up into his forehead. He even gulped loudly. Chevalier, tell me the names of the men you're searching for. He came firmly and walked forward. We'll take the job. Sergeant Buque, I started. His caravan should have arrived a few days ago, and most likely he has already left town. Nevertheless, I want to know who bought most of the people he brought within the caravan. Find every last slave he sold. After that, I tossed the silver coin to Tomcat, who caught it deftly and stuck it in his cheek. I'll be staying at the Blue Lion, I told him. Find me there to tell me what you've learned. Tomcat nodded and, whistling loudly, headed down the nearest alley. His ragtag band of hoodlums followed quickly behind. We checked into the Blue Lion Hotel, which was recommended by the guards at the main city gates around noon, and by evening, Tomcat's first reports were already starting to trickle in. Unfortunately, we were too late to Sardent. Sergeant Buque had finished his trading and left town a few days before, as had the merchants of the Eastern Caliphate and Great Cognate he sold the poor saps to. The merchants then were hurrying to the nearest seaport before the roads turned to a swamp. We also learned that Buque sold the poor saps in small groups to various different merchants, and so we still had hope of finding and capturing, if not all, then at least some of them. Honestly, though, every passing hour and joyless piece of news caused that hope to fade. Out of all the peasant recruits, we only knew the fate of 3. The rest were already far from Sardent. By midnight, Tomcat came to the hotel himself. The Blue Lion's guard team at first did not want to let him in, then even tried to throw him out. But I intervened and gave the guys generous tips, after which they let him come up to my room. I offered Tomcat a seat and poured him a bit of warm drink made from the herbs I got from Lotta. While the kid sat down and cautiously sniffed the contents of the ceramic cup, I scanned everything and discovered spots of bright gray in his lungs. I had seen that many times before. His lungs were infected with tuberculosis. It was still in the early phase, but considering where he lived and his lack of access to adequate care, it spelled his doom. Meanwhile, with a wince at the clearly unappealing herbal aroma, Tomcat set the glass aside and glanced at me in suspicion. "You think I want to poison you?" I laughed. "So I won't have to pay the rest of what I owe you. Look." I picked up his glass and took 2 deep sips. After that, setting the concoction aside, I took out my wallet and placed 5 silver crowns on the table. "Your fee," I nodded at the money. Tomcat gracefully swept the silver rounds from the tabletop, and his eyes changed, looked straight at me with newfound curiosity. A man of honor is a rare beast in these times. He rasped and coughed into his sleeve. When the short attack came to an end, he again glanced at me with his eyes all teary. "Not hawking up blood yet?" My question made the kid shudder and frown. "Not yet," he replied softly. Tomcat had seemingly already guessed at his illness. I rubbed my chin and sighed. I of course did not consider it a rule to perform charity. For example, I did not go off after Sergeant Buquet like a white knight on horseback to save the poor saps. No, I was no hero rushing to aid the downtrodden and disenfranchised who flung themselves on the mercy of scoundrels like obedient sheep. I simply had a curious plan for how to get back a thing of quite great value to me. That was all. On top of that, based off of what the witch told me about the frontier, the poor saps were doomed either way. So on a galley, even as slaves, they would have better chances of surviving longer. But Tomcat was a different matter. First of all, he and his band of hoodlums had made a decent impression on me, and with the proper motivation, they could perform that way again. And second, the kid reminded me of myself with the clever look in his eyes. He was not some blind follower, he was a leader. It didn't matter to him if it turned his fists to a bloody pulp. He was going to punch his way through anything that stood in his way. I meanwhile would give him a bit of help with that. I took a little file out of my inner coat pocket and set it on the table. "You know what this is?" The kid went wide-eyed, staring at the crimson potion, gulped loudly and nodded. "It's yours," I said. "Take 1 drop a day with a tea made of these herbs. I promise you'll get better." I set a few dry bundles of plant matter in front of him. Tomcat stared at me in stunned silence. "Why all this generosity?" I snorted. "Nothing gets past you. Ever heard of the word investment?" Tomcat shook his head no. "It's when you put money into something so you can get profit out later," I explained. "Gotcha," Tomcat scowled. Not touching the potion or herbs, he got up from the table and walked toward the front door. "What's the matter?" I asked in surprise. "You didn't even hear what I have to say." Tomcat turned and snorted. "Why should I? I already know, kid." I'm curious, I came and sat back in my chair. I decided to overlook his informal tone. "Surprise me." "Easy," Tomcat responded with a challenging air. "You think you're the first prophet lover tried to buy me off with generous gifts. You think I don't know what you want." "What is it you think I want?" I asked without a hint of a smile. "Same as everybody," Tomcat shrugged and, boring into me with a hateful downcast look, continued, "But you won't get a thing. I ain't no rat. I won't give up any of my boys. You think I don't know where they get sold to? Even though my name ain't worth nothing, I'd slit anyone's throat for my boys. So you'd better take your propositions to Reuben or Nostril. They'd sell their own mothers for an obol with a hole punched through it." "Got it." My calm tone somewhat dampened Tomcat's fighting spirit. "I heard you. Now sit down and listen to me." Tomcat didn't even flinch, but he also stopped walking away. I just shrugged. "Wanna stand, be my guest," but he was clearly intrigued. "I am no slave trader." When he heard that, Tomcat's eyes squinted mockingly. No, I'm not going to try and convince you it's a rotten business or anything else like that. Everyone earns their keep in life somehow. I'm not a slave trader because I personally do not regard it as a good business for me. Even if it were, I'd still keep my distance though. Nasty stuff, but I didn't say that part out loud. Tomcat would never have bought it. He was expecting different arguments. "Average price for a healthy man is 10 or 15 crowns, Tomcat snorted. "Babies fetch 20. And you're telling me that's not a good business?" "Not for me personally, no," I shrugged. Tomcat squinted again. "In what way?" "Slaves need to be fed, given shelter, medical care if they get injured or fall ill, security, and transportation. Then you've got to find a good market to sell them at, and bribe officials in every town or port along the way." I started enumerating on my fingers. "I won't argue there will still be some profit after all is said and done, but it fades in comparison with the big losses I would sustain personally." "What do you mean?" Tomcat asked instantly. "Well, reputation for one. I'm a nobleman from a very ancient Vestonian family. If anyone at court found out I'd been besmirching my honor by trading slaves, my reputation would be done for. I would very, very quickly become an outcast among my own kind, and I might as well forget about the king's mercy. I'd likely lose my inheritance. Marriage with a rich, elite bride would also be off the table. Who wants to marry their daughter to a slave trader? Trust me, the couple hundred crowns profit I'd make from selling a handful of urchins could never justify such losses." Tomcat mechanically nodded at my every word. The look in his eyes clearly indicated that I had chosen the right arguments. "Beyond reputation," I continued. I would also stand to lose another valuable resource: time. The money a slave trader makes in a year traipsing around the world and risking life and limb I could earn in one day, or if I get very lucky, just one. Tomcat frowned. He looked discouraged. Now I'm all confused, monsieur, he said, again addressing me formally. How do you hope to profit by giving me a healing potion? You have something I need, I replied, and added, today you earned those 6 crowns for providing that very thing. As I'm sure you can see, I am interested in information. I like the way you work. You saved me time. So I'm investing in your health to prolong what I hope will be a mutually beneficial partnership. And that's all. Tomcat's eyebrows went up slightly. Only information. Yes, I nodded. I need eyes and ears in this rich trading town. Money, as you can tell, is no object. Aren't you worried I'll start pumping you full of obvious nonsense? Tomcat chuckled. Without responding, I took a silver thaler from my coin purse and set it on the edge of the table. What's that supposed to mean? Tomcat asked in surprise. It's payment for the information you just gave me, I responded. The kid's eyes widened. He looked baffled. But I didn't give you anything. What do you mean? I snorted. First of all, you gave me information about local slave prices. Second, now I know that child slaves are in high demand. And third, if I suddenly get the crazy idea to dip my toes in that business, I should talk to 2 guys called Reuben and Nostril. You earned this thaler, take it. Tomcat spent some time digesting that information and, clearly making up his mind, took the coin. How did that make you feel? I asked gravely. Like it's worthwhile doing business with you, Tomcat responded with a smile, and that it would be an unforgivable act of stupidity on my part to lose a source of income like that. Once finished, he scraped the bundles of herbs off the table along with the potion. So I was right about you, I nodded. Anything else you're interested in? Tomcat asked matter-of-factly. All the big news, rumors, and prices for various goods, I replied. I'll give you a list of everything I want to know later. Can you read and write? We'll manage, Tomcat replied vaguely and shot me a clever look. Almost forgot. We found the last group of slaves you were looking for. The 3 men were sold to Northlanders by Sergeant Buke. They're still in town. Their new master, Arvid Olsen, cannot depart yet because he lost badly at dice. He's staying in a tavern called the Happy Badger. I made for the Happy Badger the next day. Tomcat said Arvid Olsen, the Northerner, almost never left it, trying to win his money back from the local sharps. Honestly, though, he never did a very good job. Or rather, he always did a very bad job. The longer he sat at the table gambling, the deeper he fell into the local sharp's debt trap. Spit it out, I chuckled, wrapping myself in the thick collar of my coat and fidgeting on the back seat of the buggy as it rolled off. What? Jacques asked neutrally with a light shake of the reins. Oh, cut the crap, I snorted. You think I didn't notice the way you've been looking at me the last few days? There's something you want to ask me, but you don't have the courage. Jacques gave a half-turn and looked searchingly at me. What's in it for you? What do you mean? What made you want to buy those peasants freedom? What's the point? Don't you feel bad for the poor saps? I asked. Why the hell should I feel bad for someone who hasn't done the first thing to work toward their own freedom? I heard sincere surprise in his voice. Because they will be sent to galleys or mines, I made a final attempt to move Jacques to pity. You know perfectly well they will not, Jacques snorted back and replied. Lot, of course, is a savvy woman. A witch, to put it in a word. But she doesn't seem to have the foggiest notion of slave trading. And you do. There's not much to understand, Jacques shrugged. See for yourself. We've already found out that Sergeant Buke sold each one of the poor saps for a minimum of 10 crowns. That must mean they're being resold for a lot more at the eastern bazaars. Out there, they place a lot of value on hard work and obedient peasants. They do not rebel. They work hard and keep their heads down. Slaves like that are a great investment. Their future masters will take good care of them. Why bury such expensive workers like that in a mine? Captives taken in war are another matter. Northerners, for instance, they'd make crap farmers. They are warriors and would constantly be trying to attack their masters. It's a short road from there to the galley or mine where they won't live much longer. Jacques made a brief pause, then added mutedly, I wouldn't be surprised to learn all those poor saps were actually happy with how it turned out. To them, living in a foreign country even as slaves is better than dying in the jaws of a shadow creature. You sure about that? Of course, Jacques snorted. Their existence practically won't change at all. What's the difference between being slave to a rich landowner in the East and having the Count de Brion as your lord? What about freedom? You think they ever had it? Jacques shook his head and added, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why are you doing this? Why change the fate of people with slavery in their bloodline? Whoever said that was my goal? I asked. Then I am completely lost, Jacques frowned. If you'd have managed to buy those peasants, you'd have been totally shaken down. You'd have paid double at least. What's in it for you? I'd never believe you went to all that effort just because. You're right, I had a couple ideas, I replied, adjusting the collar of my coat, but it's too late to talk about them now. In fact, it goes against my code to discuss events that fate has decided will never come to pass. Jacques just snorted, keeping his opinion on the matter to himself. The Happy Badger Tavern greeted me with a din of clattering dishware, a cheery hum from the feasting gaggle of merchants, appetizing aromas from the kitchen, and a sour, beery atmosphere. The only person not celebrating along with the rest was a red-headed kid sitting at a table against the far wall. Based on how many beer tankards he had on the table in front of him, he was trying to drown his sorrows in alcohol. A cute server hopped over deftly, and when I asked where I might find Monsieur Arvid Olsen, she pointed at the red-headed kid. Thanking her, I headed his direction. "May I?" I asked the big redhead, nodding at his table. He looked up at me hazily and bleated out something indistinct. "Let's call that a yes," I chuckled and plopped down in the chair. With a disgusted look at the table, all piled high with dishes and wet with puddles of beer, I sat back in my chair. "Allow me to introduce myself," I came. "Chevalier Renard at your service. Why do you want, kid?" The redhead barked in broken Vestonian. "To offer you a deal," I replied, also shifting to a more informal register. I knew appearances could be deceiving, but this guy didn't much look like a merchant. He had a different air about him. He was missing the spark common to the profession. They had a way of looking at people that was both tenacious and searching. This redhead's eyes, meanwhile, were empty like those of a cow out to pasture, and it wasn't even down to how much he'd drunk. A good merchant would never let profit slip through his fingers no matter how wasted he got. "I can't talk now." Arvid Olsen turned his red head and looked sadly at the empty mugs on his table. "Then why does it look like you're very interested in my proposition?" "Kid, you deaf," the redhead barked. I chuckled and, taking a fat sack from my pocket, threw it on the table without a word. "What is that?" Olsen asked, but his instantly changed look made it obvious that he could tell what was in the sack. Plus, when it hit the table, it gave a familiar clink. 60 silver crowns, I replied calmly. The redhead gulped loudly and reached his big hand for the coveted silver, but I quickly stuck the tip of my stiletto into the wooden table just half an inch from the coin purse. "Not so fast," I said coldly. Olsen frowned and tensed up. "Don't even think about it," I chuckled and shook my head. "You'd be dead before you could get your ass out of that chair. Anyway, even if you survived, attacking a nobleman would be a one-way ticket to the gallows. So can we please just talk?" Olsen spent a little while wheezing, sizing me up with an angry look, but clearly he was still in sufficient possession of his faculties, so he said, "What do you want?" "That's better," I came with a smile, hiding the stiletto. Despite his drunken state, my deft movements did not escape him. "I want to buy your slaves." "The slaves aren't for sale," Olsen threw out sharply. "Why so inflexible?" I asked in surprise. 60 crowns for 3 urchins is an excellent price. You won't get more where you're taking them, and you'll still have to feed them, protect them, take care of them, and transport them." The big man winced and breathed a heavy sigh. His fearsome northerner face slipped for a second to reveal a somewhat baffled man. So I snorted, looking around at the disorder on the table with a haughty wisdom. Then I raised my hand to call the server. "Looks like we won't get very far with you dry. What do you say? Sound good?" Olsen glanced plaintively at my coin purse yet again, stared at the empty mugs, then, with the loud gulp of a scratchy throat, nodded fatedly. Apparently, I'd really pinned him down. When a smiling woman appeared next to our table, I pointed around at the mess Olsen made and asked, "Sweetie, could you find us a quieter and cleaner place to sit? Somewhere my friend and I can dine in peace and sample your finest ale." Then, to back that up, I set $5 down on the table. The magical glint of silver worked as intended. The Happy Badger, like the tavern where I was staying, had small meeting rooms where passing merchants could discuss important matters and ink business deals at their leisure for an additional fee. We were led to one of them. The atmosphere of the meeting room was completely different from the main area. The crude table and chairs were the same, but it was quiet and relatively clean. A few minutes later, dishes of food appeared on the table, along with a few large wooden tankards of fresh ale. Olsen, like a traveler fresh from the desert, drained half of his tankard, and then, the look in his eyes warmer, stared straight at me. "That better," I laughed. Yep, the northerner's bearded face blossomed into something like a smile. For the next whole hour we ate, drank, and made conversation. Slowly, Arvid's tongue loosened, and I got through to him. Using casual leading questions, I slowly figured out that my theories about my drinking buddy were not far off. He claimed, of course, to be a merchant, but in reality, he was a mere assistant to his uncle, his mother's brother, who had been working as a trader for many years. He had finally given in to his little sister's insistence and agreed to take on his wayward nephew. While his uncle was in the capital of the county on business, Olsen and a few troops from his uncle's band stayed behind to look after the wares and cash. Essentially, this was his first time away from home with so much relative freedom, and Arvid was cutting loose. At first, it was innocent little benders with local ladies of ill repute, but then he attracted the attention of local sharps, and before he knew it, he was sitting down to gamble. In the end, Olsen landed himself pretty deep in debt. While listening to his tale, I found myself chuckling several times. The old Max and this guy would have gotten along just fine. It had gone so far that the local crime boss had already sent people who easily laid out his uncle's security face, first in the mud, saying Arvid had a week to make things right. The local debt collectors were supposed to come again that very night, and here I showed up at lunch with a handsome bag of cash. Needless to say, Olsen was overjoyed to see my coin purse, and now even more disappointed when he heard what I wanted to buy. Ulson didn't want to explain the reason for his unwillingness to sell the slaves even at double their value. At first, I thought the redhead was just trying to haggle, but very quickly I realized there was something else going on. I had to fall back on a tactic I picked up from my good friend the Viscount de Tosny. It was not too hard to dribble a bit of truth serum into Ulson's tankard. A few minutes later, he was singing like a bird, showering me with valuable information. The more he said, the gloomier I became. From his unfocused retelling, I was able to determine that the northern continent was engulfed in the flame of war. King Harold Greywolf had amassed an enormous warband under his banner and was now slowly conquering all of Northland. On his side were most werewolf clans as well as the priests of the Frost Temple, famed for their blood sacrifices to Hor, ancient god of the north. Incidentally, Arvid Ulson's uncle came to Sardent with just one goal: to purchase young slaves for that very sacrifice, and he was accompanied by a priest of the Frost Temple who subjected each slave to a thorough selection process. In Sardent, the priest found just 5 worthy of giving their lives for the glory of his ancient deity, and that was why the merchant traveled on to the capital of the county. They needed more slaves for the sacrifice. Ahem. Considering the fact Arvid's uncle was far from the only merchant who set off for the continent with the priest, something vile and bloody must have been in the works up north. Last night, before heading to the tavern, we were able to determine who specifically Sergeant Buquet had sold to Ulson's uncle the youngest of the poor saps, including Jeremy. Arvid Ulson was unaware of the purpose of the sacrifice. He just shared with me the sinister rumors that circulated about an ancient power that called out to all who served the Frost Temple. The biggest factor influencing Harold's decision was an attack by the fleet of Helga the Valiant on his kingdom's southern shores. Or at least, that was what Arvid's grandfather told him in strictest confidence. While I listened to Arvid's tale, I got a strange feeling that in some way I was a participant in those events. Honestly though, despite the intensity of the feelings I was experiencing, I was unable to connect them to any specific event in the past. Was it Max's memory acting up? Unlikely. What could Max have had to do with pitched battles at sea? There was no way that could have happened in my past life. Maybe it was memories surfacing from other past lives. Could it perhaps have been my mysterious benefactor intervening to play a trick on me? When Ulson started repeating himself and telling stories from his life again, I realized it was time to call it a night. Unlike the Viscount de Tosny, my true vision allowed me to be more judicious with the magic truth serum without suffering any loss in effectiveness. And that was why Arvid remained conscious all that time. In fact, if not for all the ale, he'd have looked more or less acceptable. Thus, under my complete control, Ulson invited me after lunch to personally visit the slaves the priest of the Frost Temple had handpicked, and who were being kept in a special outbuilding behind the tavern. The Happy Badger's savvy owner had built the accommodation for his merchant guests, and no wonder Sardent was a slave trading town. If you want to make a profit, adapt to local realities. Next to the slave quarters, there sat a black bearded northerner with a big bruise spread over the right side of his face. It must have been a gift left by the previous night's guests. When the bearded man spotted me walking next to Ulson, he bared his teeth unhappily and barked, "Arvid, you moron. Who'd you drag down here this time?" "Cram it, Nud," Ulson barked back, "or I'll tell my uncle how some local urchins laid out an esteemed warrior in the mud. Show some respect. My friend is a nobleman." They were clearly speaking Icelandic, but it was very distorted with strange pronunciation and words I did not recognize. Still, I had no trouble understanding what they were saying. The black-bearded Nud deflated immediately. I also noticed he was caught off guard by Arvid's tone. The boss's nephew must never have let himself do anything like that before. It must have been the magic potion. The bearded man muttered something to himself but did not re-enter the argument. The squabble with local criminals could probably blow up in his face. I'd bet my right hand he already asked Arvid to keep quiet about it. Meanwhile, Ulson walked up to the slave quarters door and nodded at the boys inside, saying, "Here, eat your heart out, Chevalier." I glanced into the small little grated window and winced. A sharp scent of sweat and feces stung my nostrils. Out of the dark room stared 4 pairs of eyes in which I saw nothing but apathy and resignation. Jeremy and another 2 kids from our caravan I recognized straight away. They recognized me too, in fact, just the way they lit up. A spark of joy and hope flickered in their eyes. I had to put a finger to my lips to make sure they didn't say anything. The 4th man, a tall, broad-shouldered blonde, saw our exchange of gestures, first lit up but then quickly lost hope. He had realized who I came for and concluded he was not going to be saved. "What did the priest see in them?" I asked Arvid. "They're common urchins. Every city in mainland is stuffed to the gills with them." "No clue," Ulson admitted with a shrug. He used a certain artifact to test a drop of blood from each of them. And to be frank, he didn't look too happy when we bought these 4. He called them common flesh. I switched to true vision. Jeremy and the 2 saps I had scanned in Abville before our departure, so I knew already there was nothing special about their energy structures. Scanning the blonde also gave nothing. Essentially, there was nothing remarkable about any of them. Most likely, the priest selected them simply because of their age and good health. But the fifth one is a different story. Arvid gave me a conspiratorial wink. Let's go. Let me show you. We're keeping him separate from the rest. The quarters where the fifth slave sat were deeper in the building. It was noticeably warmer and cleaner. At the very least, it did not reek of hogwash and excrement. The huge bald muscle man guarding the fifth slave, unlike the black bearded nud, reacted neutrally to us. He and Arvid exchanged a few short greetings, and then I was allowed to take a peek at the priest's quarry. While we walked into the building, Ulson told us that the Frost Temple acolyte looked very happy when he saw the artifact's reaction to this kid's blood. I glanced inside and met eyes with a gaunt little boy no older than 14 or 15. His thin, pale face was stamped with a look of fear and mistrust of his surroundings. I took a closer look at the kid. Now this one was no common peasant. In fact, the scraps of clothing on him indicated that he was from a somewhat well-off family. I wonder what about you drew the priest's eye. I quickly scanned his energy system and smiled in satisfaction. So that was it. Now I could see why the priest was so happy. The energy system of the kid sitting on the pile of damp hay staring back at me hopefully was light amber. With a friendly wink at the kid, I turned to Arvid Ulson and said, the walls of Toulon. Monsieur Charis came with relief. Head of the caravan, we joined up within Briard, a small town on the border between two counties on Vestonian territory. After this, 2 hours from Toulon is Westerly Fort, our final stronghold, and after that is the shadow of Strix. I finished the caravan leader's sentence. Ah, cursed thing, Charis muttered, and with a loud smack of the lips, pulled back on the reins. Watching his cart as it started off, I turned to look at the distant walls of Vestonia's final border town, bathed in the walls of the setting sun, and smiled. We had left Sardent nearly a month earlier, and now finally were reaching the frontier. Along with me was the wagon, which had put up a great showing on the trip, unlike the one Jacques and I expropriated from the Viscount de Tasny. The Viscount's transport couldn't take the hardships of our journey and had to be sold in a small town a few days' travel from the border of the county of Macon. There we also purchased several horses for our little team. From here we stick to the plan, Jacques asked me, seated on the wagon's sideboards. Yes, I nodded. We'll stay a few days at an inn Monsieur Charis told us about. Then, while I settle affairs in the fortress, your job will be to find us a decent place to stay. Jacques nodded, jerked the reins, and our home on wheels rolled off. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a pale young face flickering through the narrow wagon window and breathed a heavy sigh. Nearly a month ago, I acquired a new status. I had become a slave owner. Though the natives of this world looked on it as a sign of authority and wealth, for a man whose consciousness had come from a world where phenomena such as slave owning were purely historical, it was completely outrageous and, strangely, a burden. All at once, I took on the obligation to take care of 5 intelligent creatures who were completely dependent on me, and whom my brain refused to view as slaves. On that day in the Happy Badger, using the Viscount de Tasny's potion and a certain amount of ale, I was able to convince Ulson to sell all 5 of his slaves, even though I was initially planning to buy just the guys from our caravan. I changed my mind when I saw the energy system of the kid in the separate cell, Kevin, who proved to be gifted. Whether that was a nice coincidence, simple random chance, or yet another indulgence from my mysterious benefactor, I did not care. I was not going to let that chance slip through my fingers. Slave number 5, the broad-shouldered blonde, I bought more out of pity than anything else. First of all, I knew what fate had in store for him in the north, and second, I could simply afford it. I never once found myself regretting it, though. Gunnar, as the blonde was called, was a native of Western Island. He was enslaved when his home village got raided and burned to the ground by retinue men from a neighboring barony. The much-suffering kid sincerely appreciated my goodwill gesture and did everything in his power to help us on the road. As an aside, he was the one who told his cellmates Jeremy, Claude, and Luke, who didn't understand a word of the Northland dialect, that they were all going to be sacrificed in the Frost Temple. Needless to say, when they saw my face through the grated window, they took it as a sign from above. All told, I paid 100 silver crowns for the 5 slaves, which was what the purchase contract stated. I had intentionally paid nearly double what Ulson's uncle did. That way, no one could accuse me of defrauding him. Anyone who saw the numbers in the contract would say the deal was more than fair to the Northerners. Beyond that, on my insistence, which surprised Ulson greatly, the document contained a detailed list of the first and last names of each slave I was purchasing. That was to ensure against anyone in the Vestonian government laying claim to my property, and I had no doubt someone would try. The deal nearly blew up when the attorney who was supposed to notarize the document started questioning things, like whether Ulson had the authority, as nephew, to make these kinds of decisions about his uncle's property, for instance. But Ulson thrusted a power of attorney in his face, stating that he did, and all the questions went away. When all the slaves were brought out of their cells and lined up before us so their names could be written into the contract and they could be given to their new master, Nud suddenly spoke up. He was the only member of the merchant guard team to try and bring Ulson to reason, arguing that his uncle would be outraged. But Arvid adamantly demanded that Nud shut his trap, and the Viscount de Tosny's potion had nothing to do with it. Its effect had already run out. It was all the fault of the fat purse and its 100 silver coins. Ulson did not want to let it slip through his fingers. Overall, I could say with absolute certainty that the final stage of our transaction Arvid completed voluntarily and in a nearly sober state. Silver often worked wonders. How Ulson's uncle would react to the slave sale, I could not have cared less. The deal was formulated legally. Skipping a bit ahead, I can say that when we left Sardin, Arvid's uncle and the Frost Temple priest were still in the county capital. Ulson then, according to Tomcat, who I told to keep an eye on the Northerners when we were in town, managed to lose my 100 crowns at the card table that very night. Overall, I could only guess what that moron had in store after his uncle came back. We stayed in Sardin for another few nights, during which Tomcat provided me a steady flow of information. Before leaving, I gave him highly detailed instructions on how to compose his reports for me. The hoodlum ringleader, without suspecting it, had been turned into something of a bot gathering all available information on a local network called Sardin and Surroundings. Tomcat was supposed to take his reports weekly to Monsieur Cluzet, the attorney that oversaw my transaction with Ulson, and who I liked for his meticulous, scrupled nature. Cluzet and I had drawn up a contract saying he would receive correspondence from me, then forward it to me on postal stagecoaches that occasionally passed through with caravans headed for Toulon. To remunerate the attorney for his services, which included handling fixed payments to my infabot, I opened an account in Sardin's largest bank, where I left a deposit of 1,500 crowns and a monthly payout order for Monsieur Cluzet or a legal representative thereof. I was aware that the quality of information and particularly its latency in this slow-moving world would be, to put it lightly, far from perfect. But at the very least, even though it was a bit late, I would be able to stay on top of events in Sardin. When I had seen enough of Toulon's walls in the evening light, I glanced at my small party heading into town. To be frank, I was expecting the most problems with the kids I bought. I was prepared for resistance, sabotage of my orders, and angry, hateful looks burning through my insides. I was after all their slave owner. As a matter of fact, I was expecting them to make an escape on night one and had already written off the money I spent on them in a column labeled, "Who cares?" But the reality was completely different. There was no resistance, not even a whiff of it. All five obeyed my orders without hesitation, even with a certain amount of enthusiasm, which came as quite a surprise at first. And as for mean looks, I didn't even see a hint, much less escape attempts. All five looked on me more as a benefactor than a hated slave owner. I shared my thoughts on the matter with Jacques, but he couldn't tell what I was asking at first, and when it hit him, I saw him shooting me questioning looks for a long time after. His explanation was that, essentially, when these poor saps became my property, they essentially felt like they won the lottery. As for Gunnar, Jeremy, Claude, and Luke Shore, those four were born peasants and accustomed to hard labor since childhood. They had often known hunger and poverty, and now I saved them from dying and, to top it off, gave them 3 square meals a day, good clothing, and hadn't even caned them once. Jack said that working for me, to them, was like going on a wellness retreat. In less than a month, the aristocratic fare I'd been feeding them had put some meat on their bones. We were practically all eating from the same pot. How could they even think of running? Where would they run to? They preferred having a nobleman to protect and care for them. When I hinted at freedom, Jacques looked at me like an idiot and explained that people like Gunnar and Jeremy would have a very vague notion of the concept, not even fully grasping it. Kevin Barlow was a slightly different matter. As son of a merchant, he belonged to a more privileged social class. However, that had not kept him safe from slavery. He and his family had left the Foggy Isles to escape war, but the ship they were sailing on crashed on the northern shore of the savage baronies. By some miracle, Kevin was the only Barlow to survive, which the kid had now come to regret on more than one occasion. He and a few passengers drifting through the open ocean on the ship's wreckage were picked up by pirates. And ever since, Kevin's life had been a series of unfortunate events. Basically, he was drowning in pain, and when he came to me at first he said nothing, looked away and shuddered when spoken to. But with time helping Bertrand with housework, he warmed up and slowly started telling me about himself. Incidentally, Kevin himself was unaware he had a magic gift, and I decided I was not going to tell him just yet. I told only Bertrand, who then started putting more effort into raising him. On the way into Toulon, while speaking to the guards at the main gates, I figured out that I did not need to go to Westerly Fort yet that day because its commander, Captain Louis de Rohan, did not live there. He lived in a rented building next to Toulon's mayor, and he visited the fortress at most 3 or 4 times a month. The rest of his time he dedicated to frequent visits to local aristocrats, hunting, and gambling. My illuminating conversation with the city guards I continued over a late breakfast in the Golden Boar Tavern, which they recommended highly. The servicemen, delightedly gulping down a local dark beer, told me that in bygone times the captains all lived in the fortress. But for the past few years, ever since Louis de Rohan came on the scene, things had been different. Youngest son of the Baron de Rohan, he slipped up somewhere along the way and was appointed commander of a frontier fortress. Accustomed to comfort, balls, and high society, he considered improper the custom that captains had to live in the cold wind whipped tower. Leaving behind in the fortress 2 lieutenants who switched out every week, Louis de Rohan rented a large manor in the center of Toulon. And that was where I went after talking to the guards, telling Jacques and Bertrand to get our party set up in an inn and to take care of all the minor issues in our noticeably larger group. As an aside, while our small caravan proceeded down the streets of Toulon, I saw familiar faces: Patrick Dupre and another mercenary from his party. Their looks of surprise and gaping jaws were a sight to behold when they spotted Jeremy, Claude, and Luc riding beside our wagon. Jeremy told me that Trixie's fiancé had not taken part in their sale, but he was perfectly aware of what was happening and didn't make any attempts to stand in Sergeant Buquet's way. Basically, my first impression of Patrick was spot on. Even though Trixie had asked me to look after her betrothed, I was not going to. I wondered if Trixie herself was aware what kind of person she was engaged to. I showed up at the captain's manor around noon to report for duty. There was a risk that he would refuse to grant me an audience, but the baronet graciously agreed to see me. "Ah, Chevalier," came Captain Louis de Rohan wearily, glancing at my papers. "You've finally made it." To me, the baronet appeared to be 30, but due to excess weight and the unhealthy color of his face, he looked 10 years older. He had a sanctimonious air about him that to me called up associations of a landlord going somewhere he was completely sick of for a picnic, but felt like, if he didn't go, he was liable to die of boredom. "I was told you were injured at a caravan stop," he asked without particular interest. That put me slightly on guard. After all, in this backwater, any news was good news. I'd make a note of it for the future. "How's your health? Can you perform your duties?" "Excellent," de Rohan nodded. "The day after tomorrow, I want you in the fortress. Lieutenant Tassin will lead you out on your first tour to the west along the boundary of the shadow, and for now, I wouldn't dare keep you any longer. You must be tired after such a long journey." I nodded in silence and wanted to turn and leave the office, but I was stopped by an exclamation. "Oh yes, Chevalier," he said in the very same bored tone. "As a nobleman, you are entitled to rent a dwelling in the city, but the others do not share that privilege." I feigned surprise. "I am not sure I understand, Monsieur Captain." The vile Patrick had quickly got his bearings and reported on my arrival. I wondered if Sergeant Buquet was still here or had already left with his shipment of contraband. Well, de Rohan snorted, his gray eyes squinting dangerously. "I was told you arrived with 3 more fighters who were supposed to serve in the Shadow Patrol, and instead of sending them straight to the fortress, they for some reason are getting set up to spend the night in the very inn where you are staying. You don't find their actions negligent and even criminal?" The captain was being cautious, probing the soil. Otherwise, he'd already have sent a party of guards after Jeremy and the others. "Patrolmen in my party," I smiled. "Monsieur Captain, your informants must have vision problems. I came here with 2 servants and 5 serfs. Let me be frank, only one of the 7 is fit to serve. The rest are common peasants. I happened to find them in Sardin with a northern slave trader. By the way, here, take a look." Pretending I had just remembered the documents I had on me, I set the sale contract on the table in front of the captain. De Rohan, doing his best to restrain his emotions, started reading the scroll carelessly, and when he saw the price, his eyebrows shot up into his forehead. 100 silver crowns, still. "Isn't that a bit much?" I snorted under my breath. If I wanted, I could have him paying me handsomely for this contract right now. He was lucky I was not as big a lowlife as him. Essentially, the paper he held in his hands could easily be his downfall. De Rohan also realized that based on his piercing gaze, he was probably already trying to figure out the easiest way of getting rid of me and destroying this scroll. "Not so fast, ugly bastard. I'm about to make your day." I shrugged. Sardin is an expensive town, but that means it's a place where you can buy strong, hard-working slaves. As for the prices, though, it's hard not to agree. And it's not just the slaves that cost a lot there. Just to send a copy of that contract to my uncle, the Count de Gramont in Heroexville, I got shaken down for almost $10. I was practically robbed in broad daylight. I just chuckled to myself. I of course was lying, but based on the captain's frown and the red spots covering his plump face, he bought it. His intent gaze also made it clear that he understood my meaning. "Sure." He muttered, "My informants must have made a mistake. Accept my apologies, Chevalier." "Everything is fine, Monsieur Captain," I nodded. "I say we put this whole little episode behind us." While stepping out of de Rohan's home, I was completely certain the captain would never forget that and sooner or later try to return my serve, and that would be a fatal mistake. He would be wise not to mess with Dodger. Much to my surprise, finding a home in Toulon was no problem. As it turned out, Monsieur Mollet, owner of the inn where we were staying, also owned a small manor on the outskirts of town as well as a few guest houses in various quarters. That level of property ownership made me conclude Monsieur Mollet likely had connections with the mayor, so I tried to make a good impression on him. He meanwhile was no fool, and saw right through my scheme, though I was not particularly hiding it. As a commoner, he liked getting this kind of attention from a nobleman who appeared quite well off. Basically, when Monsieur Mollet found out that I had come to town for a long stay and wanted to rent a big, comfortable place, he immediately knew where to put me. He claimed to have a manor he would sometimes rent out to traveling merchants but was presently empty. When I saw the manor, I realized that the word sometimes meant something different to Monsieur Mollet than it did to me. Based on the condition, if anyone ever rented it out, it had been a long time, 2 or 3 years at least. But despite its dereliction, I liked it, most of all for its location. It was a quiet and relaxed area, just what I wanted. Beyond that, like many homes in Toulon, its construction reflected the fact that it was near the frontier. It was practically a small fortress and could easily withstand quite a long siege. Monsieur Mollet had purchased the manor from a bankrupt aristocrat who decided to take his family to the capital to go seek his fortune. A 2-story brick building surrounded by a high stone wall, it was divided into 2 wings. The first was for the lord and his family to live in, while the second contained servant quarters. In front of the main entrance to the house, there was a little garden. The large backyard, meanwhile, had a number of outbuildings, an orchard, and a well. Because no one had been living in the manor for several years, all the amenities were, though not exactly in ruins, in quite a neglected state. The garden was gloomy and unsightly after winter. In the middle of the backyard, there was a large black spot where a pond once had been, while the orchard existed in name only. The stable, cowshed, and chicken coop weren't looking too great, either. They all had a few rotten boards on their walls and large holes in their roofs. Monsieur Mollet said he always meant to take better care of the manor, but kept putting it off. All his attention had to be devoted to the inn and guest houses. The manor, meanwhile, he dropped a couple phrases that made me conclude that, while he got the manor for cheap, it had come to be a sort of burden for him. The city property tax had to be paid in full every year. Beyond that, Monsieur Mollet still did a few things to maintain the house. For example, the well was clearly in good condition, and its water could be drunk with no fear of illness. The house's roof was repaired regularly, and the rooms were aired out. Even the furniture had not all been sold off. Overall, when he noticed I liked the manor, Monsieur Mollet immediately tried to play hardball and asked for $400 a month. It was, after all, a baron's former manor with a wine cellar and a big balcony with a picturesque view of the forest of Toulon. In response, somewhat thrown off by his greed, I told him that as the son of a count who had grown up in the capital of Estonia, some old baronial manor wasn't going to impress me. What was more, its wine cellar contained nothing but knee-deep water and frogs. The balcony, meanwhile, was so fouled by pigeons it really was not worth mentioning. The negotiation was fun, and both of us enjoyed it. In the end, we came together at $70 a month. Monsieur Mollet tried to hit me with a small additional expense for a laundrywoman and cook, but I refused adamantly, explaining that we were all men and quite rough ones at that, and I had plenty of people to cover all the work that needed doing. Basically, we could handle our own housekeeping without 2 spies, but I didn't say the last part to avoid insulting the esteemed landlord. Get the rooms figured out, I asked, taking a sip of a hot herbal tea. Yes, Jacques nodded. You don't need to worry about that. He and I were sitting at a small table in front of the living room fireplace and sharing a quiet dinner. Bertrand, having eaten quickly, was already back in the kitchen saying something to Kevin, who was constantly tailing him. We could also hear the others in there ringing their spoons nonstop. I wanted to have dinner all together at the long kitchen table, but Bertrand and Jacques talked me out of it. Enough. We were no longer on the road, so we no longer needed to eat out of one pot while sitting around a fire. I was a nobleman, and if anyone from my social class found out I allowed myself to dine at the same table as serfs, I'd never hear the end of it. A few particularly hot-headed noblemen would certainly try to insult me to provoke a duel. Jacques was another story. Even though he was my stable hand, he was still a member of the warrior class. And after that trip, Jacques was practically my muscle, as well as my steward. At the very least, he thought so. And he had confirmed his intentions several times when reaching for his weapon and standing next to me. For example, on the night when a cave bear awoke from its hibernation and stumbled upon our camp in the woods. But everyone put up a good show that night. Nobody got afraid. Even Kevin was ready to shoot his crossbow. We did not kill the beast, but we were able to chase it away from camp. How do you like the place? It's old but has good bones, Jacques nodded. At least it's not full of mold, but it needs plenty of work. It'll give these freeloaders something to do. Just don't go too hard on them, I warned. They'll be fine, Jacques reassured me. They're tough. They can stand up to a bit of hard work. Will 100 crowns do? More than Jacques waved. You sure we need all that? I asked. Of course. He responded confidently. Why run off to the market every day to spend cash on food when we practically have a whole farm ready to go here in the backyard? Everyone does it. Plus, we're here for the long run. You know best, I shrugged. Gunnar and I planned a trip over to the next village to buy everything we need. A couple goats, geese, and chickens, plus seeds, and various little things like tools, but we can get those in town. Essentially, monsieur, we will be set up to provide for your every possible comfort. Don't forget about yourselves, I snorted. But of course, Jacques smirked back at me. It's not like I came up with this whole headache for my own benefit. You can say that again, I sighed. Whoever would have thought being a slave owner would be such a hassle. By the way, don't forget about training either. Jacques winced. I won't. How could I? But I don't like all this. What if someone finds out you ordered your serfs to learn Mortal Kombat? You'd never hear the end of it. That's my concern, I waved. The training is yours. Plus, you've already taken the money. I have, but I warned you they'll never make good warriors. Maybe Gunnar could be worth something, but it'll take a while. I'm not asking you to make them legendary warriors, I objected. I just want them to be able to hold their own. Plus, they're far from cowards. Sure, they were scared of that bear, but they didn't shiver or retreat. That's for sure, Jacques said with a heavy sigh, but in his eyes I saw approval. Despite being peasants, they are brave, and in regard to their being serfs, I came. Well, they won't be for long. You decided to free them, Jacques asked in surprise. Not just that. It is of course safer for them to be counted my serfs for now, but I do not plan to wander this world like a tumbleweed forever. I will get married and settle down. When I get land, I'll hire them out and put the proceeds toward my house, and you will look after them. We'll all get rich together. As for Mortal Kombat, well, that's more for protection. If the neighbor's retinue wants to play games, they better not come knocking here. My guys will run them straight through. Then you and your neighbor will be at war. Jacques shook his head, but I could see in his eyes that he liked the idea. Peasants running servicemen through? Who's ever heard of such a thing? My neighbors will be my concern, I came in an icy tone. What matters to me is that everyone knows even peasants will stand to defend my lands. And that's not considering the fact I'll have a retinue of my own, and I won't take any attacks on my people lying down. Sensible, Jacques shook his head. These guys will follow you to hell and back after all you've done for them, and they'll tell their kids to pray to the most luminous mother for your safety. I just shrugged. Everything is connected in this world. When you're doing well, so am I, and vice versa. If you approach everything intelligently and with a good heart, you can live a decent life, particularly if it's your last. But I didn't say that part out loud. We spent a little longer talking, then I went up to my room. I needed to get some proper rest. Tomorrow I would be back on the road. Before falling asleep, when Bertrand came to check on me as always, he and I had a tough conversation. So I started taking a scroll from a box and unfurling it on the desk. Listen and commit this to memory. My most senior servant, sensing the weight of the moment, nodded in silence. Staring tensely at the papers, he kept trying to gaze into my eyes. He was clearly desperate to know what was going on. I want you to concentrate and listen to me with a cool head. Got it, Bertrand nodded again. He clearly was trying to look calm, but his hands gave him away. His thin, knobby fingers were clutching nervously at the bottom of his coat. You know where I'm going tomorrow, and you also know why. I've explained it many times already. I do not intend to die a hero's death for the glory of the crown, but anything could happen. The old man shuddered and blessed me with the protection sign of the most luminous mother. So I prepared a set of instructions just in case. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes. Don't cry for me just yet, I smiled and patted him approvingly on the shoulder. After all, I'm not all that easy to kill. You've seen that firsthand. Bertrand did not share my wry mood, much less my idea to head to the frontier, but the tears stopped flowing. I hope that concludes the intro portion. I chuckled and pointed at the first scroll. Now let's get to the meat. This is my will. In the unlikely event of my death, the majority of my property will go to you. Bank accounts, several pieces of jewelry, and some small items. I believe it should be enough for you to live out the rest of your days in a house of your own, never knowing poverty. The document was composed and notarized by Monsieur Clouzet. If you should run into trouble, he promised to help. He's an honest man, I trust him, and I pointed at my will. I want the wagon and 2 draft horses to go to Jacques, but only after he delivers you to Monsieur Clouzet in Sardin. From there. These 5 scrolls, I unfurled 5 sealed rolls of paper. These documents grant freedom to the boys. I also willed them each 20 crowns. That should be enough for them to get on their feet. Kevin I left 100. He's special but lonely. He'll be better off going to the capital for studies, to develop his gift. You help him if you can, okay? I will not forsake him, Bertrand said, clenching his fists. He will complete his studies and become a great mage. I nodded and smiled. All well and good, but the old man was coming apart at the seams. I had to redirect his attention. He'd taken a liking to Kevin. He was fretting over him like a broody hen, and the kid was always hot on Bertrand's heels. But he'd never truly make a great mage. He just wasn't cut out for it, though maybe I was wrong. Perhaps he would master alchemy and become a man of esteem. At any rate, he'd never go hungry as long as he did everything right, and Bertrand would make sure he did. He'd somehow managed to raise Max with his wretched personality. Kevin, the quiet wimp who hung on his every word, would be much easier. Bertrand and I kept talking for a little while, mainly me. I was trying to reassure the old man, and I basically pulled it off. As I was drifting off to sleep, I caught myself thinking that the talk with Bertrand felt like a goodbye, as if we would never see each other again. I closed my eyes and chuckled. No way. My life in this strange, new world was just getting started. Hey kid, a broad-shouldered warrior laughed through long gray whiskers. The thick beard on his muscular chin was moving like it had a mind of its own. You sure you didn't make a wrong turn? The big man's exclamation was supported by loud whinnying from the troops standing up on the fortress walls. The parochial school is that way. A veiny, pimply hulk with a half-smashed nose droned down. That was how I was greeted by my new comrades in arms at Westerly Fort, which I reached several hours before midday. I was now standing in an internal courtyard and lazily looking around while totally ignoring the servicemen's mockery. Let them have it. I'd always be able to hurt them with a response later. I had no reason to spoil our relationship just yet. Soon, I might be fighting shoulder to shoulder with them against a common enemy. I should note that the great Westerly Fort, which I'd heard so much about, did not impress me much. In my past life, I had visited much more monumental places. Everyone shut your mouths. A commanding bark came from one of the towers up above, and the laughter immediately ceased. I looked up and met eyes with a thin, gray-haired man standing on a narrow little balcony off the tower. Your name, young man? He asked harshly. Chevalier Renard. I stood at attention. I came on an order from Captain de Rohan to report to a Lieutenant Tassin for service in the Shadow Patrol. I am Lieutenant Jean Tassin, the gray hair said. Were you told that we will be departing in a matter of hours? Yes, Monsieur Lieutenant, I replied, and nodding at my horses loaded up with all the necessities, added, I'm ready. I don't think you totally understand where we're headed, Chevalier. Tassin took me down a peg. No man is ever truly ready for a meeting with the Shadow, much less a newcomer, which you undoubtedly must be. Anyway, we've all been in your position before, but not everyone survives their first run-in. I suggest you forget about your noble status for the duration, Renard. If you want to make it back home alive and well, you will have to obey my every order without hesitation, as well as those of my sergeants, just like everyone else. You got that, clear as day, Monsieur Lieutenant, I replied valiantly. I really hope so, Tassin came darkly. And now, find Mater Jacob. He will provide you with all the potions you'd better not venture into the shadow without. After saying that, the lieutenant disappeared into the bowels of the tower, and I looked around. Where was I supposed to find this Mater Jacob? Bah, what familiar faces. Patrick and his 3 buddies. They were standing aside and laughing. Trixie's fiancé, though, was going to put a hole through me with his gaze. Based on the equipment, they were also going into the shadow. Well, okay, maybe that was for the best. Hey, a rasping voice rang out behind me. I turned. Few paces away there stood a short, fat man with a beard. The look in his light blue eyes had a certain air. It made me feel like an insect being examined by an entomologist. That you, Renard? He asked. Who might you be? While I tied up the horses to a hitching post, the fat guy covered quite a lot of ground. I caught up to him next to the door into the tower. I had just enough time to give his energy system a scan. Mater Jacob was the first gifted person I'd met at the front. His energy channels glowed with a dark green hue. As an aside, when I came here, I thought I'd find more mages. How are you doing for money, kid? Mater Jacob asked when we made it to the second floor of the tower and entered a wide office with bookcases and tables piled high with test tubes, flasks, and other potion brewing equipment. I cast an intrigued look around the laboratory and answered, the lieutenant didn't mention that I'd have to pay out of pocket for the potions. For government ones you don't, the pudgy alchemist waved it off. Here you go. He took off the table a couple medium-sized phials and extended them to me. These are tears of light, he explained. Add a couple droplets of it to your water. And your horses, too. It'll make the headaches easier to bear. Headaches? I asked. Once you get near the shadow, you'll understand. Mater Jacob chuckled pointedly. Just be careful with the dose. Don't overdo it. If you get habituated to it, you won't be able to live without it. And that is as far as our king's generosity extends. May the gods keep him, the alchemist said with a big smile. The rest is at the valiant patrolman's expense. Would you like anything else for the long and treacherous journey? A smirk appeared on my lips. I had already scanned the laboratory in true vision, and it lit up with all colors of the rainbow like the place was covered with Christmas lights. There were seemingly things worth my while here. Well, much esteemed Mater Jacob, what do you have to offer? Leaving the tower where Mater Jacob's lab was located, I returned to my horses. While darkly surveying my baggage, a cheery voice shouted out to me, Chevalier. Based on your sour look, Mater Jacob, the scoundrel, has emptied your coin purse. I turned to face the voice. 10 paces away from me was a short man with a fire-red shock of hair and untidy goatee. Cheer danced in his blue eyes while his thick lips spread into a welcoming smile. I was getting the impression this redhead was really happy to see me. By the look of him, he was 30 or 35. His gear was nothing fancy, but it was high quality. His sword had a worn grip, his thick leather boots had seen better days, and the bag on his back was fully loaded apparently. This redhead was one of the people who would be coming with me on the journey, and my face really was sour, but not because I'd spent so much cash. It was more that, contrary to my expectations, I hadn't bought a single thing. That didn't stop Mater Jacob from trying to get my money though, ugly bastard. But instead of offering me magic potions, he just kept bringing out all kinds of useless junk. like strange herbal concoctions that smelled of mouse droppings mixed with old foot bindings. For obvious reasons, I was not able to say anything to him directly. I had to play the role of a keen observer and credulous potential client when he said an infusion that reeked of swamp water was an elixir to increase a warrior's strength. Basically, the alchemist and I left one another very disappointed. He was mad he couldn't talk me into buying all his crap, and I just couldn't see why I was not being offered a single magic potion, although I could definitely see that the distant shelves were packed full of curious libations. I wondered why. I again shrugged my shoulders and asked, "Who do I have the honor of meeting?" "Oh," the redhead looked embarrassed for a second. "You'll have to excuse my manners. I've gone feral in this backwater. Allow me to introduce myself. Chevalier Leonard Vidal at your service." Taking off a wide-brimmed hat with a long gray plume, he gave a slight bow and added with a smile, "But you can call me Vidal." Lieutenant Tassin spoke the truth. The Shadow Patrol is no place for titles. They say it's a tradition that dates back to Prince Albert the Brave himself. Although, to be honest, people don't much believe that. I took off my tricorn and gave a bow. "Well, who are we to go against ancient tradition? Chevalier Maximilian Renard at your service, or simply Renard." Vidal, with a big smile, walked closer to me and we sealed our acquaintance with a handshake. His hand was thin but firm and rough with the telltale calluses of a seasoned sword fighter. "Pleased to make your acquaintance." He came, nice to see fresh blood, so to speak, in our ranks. I arched my brows in surprise. There are other noblemen in our squadron as well. Not many, but we try to stick together. For the next few minutes, the garrulous Vidal told me about the squad I would be joining for my first outing as part of the Shadow Patrol. "The whole squad consists of just 45 people, Vidal said. He tossed his sack down by his feet and started deftly loading a pipe with black tobacco. "The force this year, let me tell you, is from many different backgrounds and nations. Northerners, Vestonians, Islanders, natives of the Foggy Isles, pretty much two of every beast you can find in Vestonia. And that's the ones lucky enough to make it here without vanishing," Vidal said, looking pointedly at me. He was clearly trying to hint at something. Most likely, in town, rumors had already started flying about me. A young nobleman renting a big manor with enough slaves and servants to indicate he was pretty well off, but still coming to the frontier to serve in the Shadow Patrol. There must have been an air of suspicion. It was so out of the ordinary. I just stone-faced and kept listening closely. "We even got two-step folk," Vidal added. "Honestly, though, they've been with us a while, and no one knows for sure how they ended up here. They keep a healthy distance from everyone else. But they're the best guides and scouts in the garrison. They obey only Lieutenant Tassin. There's also a theory that they're outcasts in their own homeland, that they lost the favor of the chief of their tribe and were forced to flee the endless steppes of the great cognate." I nodded. The redhead's excessive talking and welcoming air had me suspicious, but so far it was only talk. Why not listen? Information never hurt. "Our squad can basically be divided into two parts," Vidal continued and breathed out a cloud of aromatic tobacco smoke. "First, there's soldiers from the Toulon garrison, and the rest are mercenaries and recruits who came to join the Shadow Patrol to fulfill an obligation. Group 2 is bigger than Group 1 and divided into even smaller factions depending on place of origin. And all the factions have their own leaders, who gradually set rules of their own. But you'll see all this for yourself, Chevalier." After saying that, Vidal gave a significant nod at the fortress's inner courtyard, where a crowd of armed mercenaries was starting to gather. Surprising, he snorted, watching them with disgust. But Lieutenant Tassin will somehow keep them all under his thumb. Discipline isn't exactly ironclad, but there is a definite order. And as cynical as it may sound, I'm glad Lieutenant Brossard is down with a fever and will be setting off under Tassin's command. The sergeants and garrison soldiers respect him. Plus, he's a local, I nodded. Jean Tassin was born in Toulon into a merchant family. Being the third son, he did not inherit his father's business, and so he signed on to the Toulon garrison and there worked his way up to a silver lieutenant's token, which I knew because I had also done my homework. I only had one day, but silver could work wonders. My landlord also told me a lot of things while trying various tactics to get more rent out of me. "What about the captain?" I asked as an aside. "Does he ever go out?" Vidal stared at me as if trying to determine whether I was mocking him. Then he snorted and said, "It's apparent that you are a newcomer to these parts. I believe that Dunderhead de Rohan last visited the fortress 4 months ago." I snorted to myself. The captain was anything but a dunderhead. The slave trading and smuggling rings did not elude him. Both lieutenants were also clearly in on them, as were the sergeants and soldiers. And considering the fact that, like with Abbeville's chancery, the threads reached throughout Vestonia and beyond, that business must have wet a lot of beaks. The main beneficiaries of the cash flow were most likely found, if not directly next to the throne, then very near it. All these people could say whatever they liked about duty to king and country. The reality was that everyone taking part in the chain was pursuing their own interest and covering for their co-conspirators. It was becoming clear that out here on the frontier, things worked by a set of shadow laws. Technically, all lands adjacent to the shadow were property of the king, who appointed mayors to administer the towns and cities. That was on paper, but digging deeper, the last and seemingly first mayoral appointment in Toulon had taken place all the way back at the founding of the city. All subsequent mayors then descended from him. And considering that no king since had tried to change that state of affairs, someone must have benefited from it. Brutes and other magic ingredients were mainly gathered for the king by strikers. Only they could stand to enter the shadow for any length of time. For that purpose, they organized veritable treks with the whole process carefully overseen by the king himself. As for exactly how the smuggling happened, I had yet to find out, and I was eager to find myself a place in the process. That was essentially one of the reasons I had come here. Vidal cleared his throat delicately. I must have started daydreaming. My new acquaintance took my condition in his own way. I see you're anxious, he nodded. I understand. The day after you arrived, you got sent straight on patrol. There must have been something about you the captain didn't like. Again, that searching gaze. I just shrugged my shoulders, pretending not to understand. But I wouldn't put anything past that dunderhead. Vidal waved a hand. As for the expedition, here's what I can tell you. When I called you fresh blood for the squad, I was not joking. I can tell that, despite your tender age, you're used to your weapon and life on the road. Beyond that, the two of us hail from noble houses, so concepts like family honor mean something to us. So we have to stick together on this expedition. I'm sure my brothers in arms will feel the same way. What do you say? Setting aside all the drama and closing my eye to his suspicious friendliness and talkativeness, it was suitable companionship to start with. I could see how things developed. Great, Vidal said with genuine delight. That makes 4. He had something else to say, but the horn sounded over the fortress to tell the patrolman that it was time to move out. Due to our imminent departure, my meeting with Chevalier Vidal's friends was short but sweet, and they accepted me into the group graciously. We got to know each other better underway. I should also note that my new acquaintances made quite good impressions on me, and although Chevalier Vidal's importunity seemed somewhat suspicious at first, a few hours later, I realized that it was just how he was. May I treat you to some of the local tobacco? Asked Baron von Brunnon, riding next to me. It's stronger than the stuff in the capital, but it really perks a fellow up. The Baron hailed from Eastern Island and originated from a career military family which had lost all its money and lands a very long time ago. After several unsuccessful contracts, he and his friend the Baron von Holtz, just as poverty-stricken and martial in demeanor, departed for Vestonia. Once here, they were able to sign contracts and head out to the frontier. When I first saw the hulking men, I took them for relatives. Both were broad-shouldered and had black beards and potato noses. Somehow they reminded me of dwarves from the movies, just a bit taller. In Sardent, though, I purchased a good amount of tobacco as well as hot pepper. Mixed together, they could be thrown into the face of an opponent or wild animal, which would burn the mucous membranes, disabling both sight and smell. It could also throw dogs off a scent. Basically, it had its uses. Well, you know best, the Baron shrugged his broad shoulders. I can't even imagine my life without a nice aromatic pipe after lunch or, like now, over a good conversation. I nodded and dug into one of my saddlebags. Here, I took a small leather tobacco pouch from the pocket and extended it to von Brunnon. I happened to buy some at the market in Sardent. It's a little gift from me to you. I had already given a similar pouch to Chevalier Vidal. Von Holtz, meanwhile, a non-smoker, I had given a small flask of Italian brandy. The Baron's eyes lit up. He snatched the pouch, undid the drawstring, and closing his eyes, gave the contents a sniff. A second later, a happy smile blossomed on his black bearded face. Our conversation was interrupted by a chain order from the lieutenant instructing me to present myself. Don't worry about the horse, the Baron boomed. And don't be too shy around the commander. Don't go too hard either. Although he's a commoner, he is a man of respect. All I can say is go. Once finished, he deftly untied the reins of my second horse. Sending him a silent nod, I went around the riders and, curving around the slow-moving canvas-covered wagons, galloped over to the head of the column. The men watched me with intrigued, wry, and occasionally angry looks. Chevalier Renard, Lieutenant Tassin came when I got up next to him. Tell me straight, what brought you to this God's forsaken place? You're a young man of noble origin, so don't try to tell me you couldn't find anything better to do than play mercenary. The commander had apparently decided to take the problem head-on. You do know who my father was, don't you? The lieutenant responded with a short nod. He had most likely gotten a report from the captain about me the day before. On top of that, he had also spoken with the men who came from Abbeville. Patrick, for instance. The de Gramonts are an ancient and influential family, the lieutenant said. That made me even more surprised to see you here. But that didn't stop you from making that big scene in the fortress in front of everyone. But I get it. You're showing me who's in charge. I understand, Monsieur Lieutenant, so let me try to explain. You see, as you said, my family is one of the most ancient in Vestonia, and most renowned, and our glory has been earned primarily on the battlefield. The lieutenant gave a nod, but with a slight wince, as if he already knew what he was going to hear. Yet another young nobleman flaunting his origin. Nothing new. I saw a statue of Prince Albert on the central square, the one the people called the Brave, the same man who led the first expedition into the shadow. Is it true that Toulon was founded on a site where the prince's warband once made camp? The lieutenant nodded and stared me down. I saw a slight curiosity flicker in his eyes. Like any native Toulonese, Jean Tassin was quite fervent when it came to the history and reputation of his native city. That statue was erected by the noble citizenry of Toulon in honor of Albert the Brave's great deed. The lieutenant nodded importantly. And yes, according to legend, the prince's warband once rested on that very spot. But there's still one thing I don't understand. What do you hope to achieve? Here's the thing, I said. I have an ancestor who made camp there with the prince, then followed him into the shadow. The lieutenant shuddered and gave me a closer look. The boredom and disregard I saw in his eyes a few minutes earlier receded a tiny bit. So you're saying? I'm saying that I came to the frontier to pay homage to my glorious ancestor's deed, and as he once did, to serve crown and kingdom. Tassin pursed his lips and said, "Okay then, young man, that is certainly deserving of praise. But as far as I know, that is also no obstacle to you earning a pretty penny from your time here. Am I right?" Well, I shrugged. I'm only half de Gramont. The blood of the Legrands flows in my veins as well. Wait, the lieutenant lit up. Pascal Legrand. Is my mother's father my grandfather? I finished for him. The lieutenant stared at me in silence for a while, then gave a sidelong smirk. I say he came. A pilgrimage to visit all your ancestors' old haunts on your employer's dime. The two are hardly mutually exclusive, I responded with another shrug. The lieutenant snorted again, but the look in his eyes was less cold. I also got the feeling he had reached a conclusion about me. Later, I realized I was right. A smaller party was split off from the squad with both steppe people, me and my new acquaintances, and several Vestonian mercenaries, including Patrick and his buddies. Our mission was to scout out the valley up to the foothills of Grey Ridge. Spring was slowly coming into its own. The days grew longer. The sun no longer merely shined, it radiated warmth as well. A warm breeze passed lazily through the valley, drying the earth as it went. The spring sky, endless and clear, seemed transparent. However, far to the northeast it fell away. There the whole horizon was obscured by a dark, billowing gloom, the wing of Strix itself. It was a sight that gave me shivers, not of fear though, of anticipation. That unknown gloom harbored new opportunities for me. It called to me, captivated me with its alienness to this world. Neither me nor that mysterious force belonged here. All that remained was to determine to what degree we could be friends or even allies. I somehow refused to believe we would be enemies. It had been 5 days since our squad split off from the main group. Our path led us across a wide valley constricted from the southwest by a long rocky ridge called Grey Ridge by the locals, and a black strip of the shadow to the northeast. We were supposed to go around the mountain ridge, then at a pass join back up with the main caravan. Our little party consisted of 13 people. Our commander was Sergeant Ravel, a grumpy pipsqueak with a wide pockmarked face, long ape-like arms, and a narrow concave forehead. No one in our party paid any attention to the sergeant's bad manners. Well, almost no one. Fiddle, who to put it lightly, had gone off on the wrong foot with our commander a very long time ago. Voiced a theory once while we were resting that the first sound Ravel made after leaving his mother's womb was a loud, disgusting belch. As it turned out, for the last few months, there were a lot of jokes going around about the sergeant's quirks in the fortress, and Toulon as well. Ravel did indeed belch both often and loudly, but he must have been doing so involuntarily, and every time it happened, a look of pain appeared on his face. The few times he did it around me, I nearly choked from the nasty mixture of smells that landed somewhere between infected teeth and rotten eggs. Everyone quietly made fun of the sergeant, thinking up mean jokes, but they could not see what I could. In true vision, his stomach looked like a black, pulsating mass. He must have had an ulcer or something even nastier. Samden and Barlas, our steppe native guides, nearly always traveled separately from the group and rarely spoke. They kept their distance from everyone else. The only person they ever communicated with was the sergeant, and that was mainly just to report on things they saw while scouting. Sometimes they went ahead for a long time, like today. The steppe folk left our camp before dawn. It had now been more than 10 hours, but they were still nowhere to be seen, and based on the slightly disturbed expression on our commander's face, it was not a planned delay. The 6 Vestonian mercenaries, whose unofficial leader was Patrick, had been behaving with a certain restraint for the last few days. Honestly, though, I kept catching them shooting me persistent and hostile looks. Trixie's fiancé, though, didn't seem to notice me, as if I was not even there. And his pretending I was invisible was what finally convinced me that Patrick was plotting something and waiting for an opportunity to strike. One day, he and I traded looks. I saw judgment in his eyes, a look like that would have scared Max shitless, but to me it was just amusing, as was the little dance routine Patrick's buddies kept doing around me. In my head, I had already come up with an explanation for Lieutenant Tassin as to why I would have to kill all the ugly bastards. Honestly, the thing that bothered me the most about the whole situation was the fact Trixie would never forgive me for killing her fiancé. Even if she found out I was only defending myself, it would hardly excuse my actions in her eyes. What a pity. I had already gotten, if not attached, then at the very least accustomed both to her and her little brothers. As a matter of fact, she had proven herself in several sticky situations, and I was even planning to offer her regular work in the future. But alas, it was not meant to be. There was no avoiding a collision at this point. I could see that my new acquaintances had noticed the tension between me and the Vestonians, as well, though they had yet to make any attempts to discuss the situation. And thus, there was no certainty whether they would want to cover for me in the future conflict or step aside to see how it all turned out, and I didn't blame them. After all, I was nobody to them, and vice versa. And all the melodramatic speeches about us being united by the noble blood in our veins and how we had to stick together were just meaningless vibrations of air. Patrick and his buddies mistakenly believed that they were the ones waiting for the right moment to attack. Oh no, they didn't have the slightest idea that I was merely allowing them to think so. Dodger had been stalking them for some time already. The situation in the squad was slowly heating up. Even Sergeant Ravel noticed. I constantly caught him frowning at me, and although everyone was behaving so far, we all understood that conflict could break out at any moment. All it needed was a spark, and the whole thing would go up in flames. We made camp for the night amongst some low cliffs sticking up from the ground like sharp teeth at the foot of Grey Ridge. We sheltered the horses in a fairly spacious crevasse, which snaked and slithered into the body of the mountain like a giant worm. Not wanting to drag things out, I decided to get started that night. I just had to pick the right moment. I needed an innocent provocation to serve as the spark. The key was to set everything up in such a way that Patrick and his buddies attacked me first. That was going to be tough, but my plans were not destined to come together. That evening, before sunset, one of the sentries raised the alarm. On the horizon, he spotted the silhouette of a lone rider coming unhurriedly our way. It was Samden, one of our scouts. Looking beat up and dead tired, staying in the saddle was all he had strength for. The right sleeve of his caftan was soaked in blood, while his left cheek bore a deep scabbed over scratch. His horse, which had a whitish substance coating its hide in many places, was foaming at the mouth and breathing heavily. Just a few minutes later, everyone in the squad knew that the steppe folk had encountered an advance party of wildlings. Barlas had perished while Samden somehow managed to fight them off and get away. His tongue slurring in exhaustion, he told us he tried to cover his tracks, but most likely the enemy would be here in less than 3 or 4 hours. Then he passed out. Wildlings. Baron von Holtz gave a muffled grunt and spat in anger. What are wildlings? I asked, calmly preparing my crossbow for a fight. Reasonably concluding that trying to escape on horses that were exhausted from a day's travel on a moonless night would be suicide, the dismal sergeant gave the command to prepare for battle. And so we did. Ragtag bands of scum on the run from the Crown's justice, the talkative Vittel answered. They break up into bands and roam the frontier of the shadow in search of recent ebbs. I nodded. I had been told by my new friends about what they called ebbs and flows. As it turned out, the wing of Strix sometimes moved, though no one knew why. Flows were when it shifted to cover untainted land with its shadow. They varied in duration from 1 day to a month or more, and they covered areas of land several square miles in size. In that time, the area covered by the shadow would undergo gradual changes. The plants, insects, animals, and earth were either killed or transformed by the alien magic to match it. Beyond that, flows brought dangerous predators from the heart of the shadow to hunt everything that had not managed to flee. Sooner or later, then, the wing of Strix would return to its usual borders, taking the shadow along with it. That was what they called ebbs. They left behind all kinds of interesting things, altered plants and living creatures, soil and water. Ebbs were considered particularly rich if the shadow had spent a long time over the area. There are no two wildlings alike. Baron von Brunnon threw his 5 copper in. These lands are inhabited by those whose ancestors lived here before the shadow came. They did not want to accept allegiance to the kings and preferred to remain free. Their tribes now lead a nomadic lifestyle along the frontier with the shadow. Now I understood where the contraband goods were coming from. The Shadow Patrol had slowly gone from a force created to defend the borders of the kingdom from incursions by creatures from the anomaly to a tool in the corrupt hands of aristos used to move contraband. I took heed of everything my acquaintances were saying, meanwhile out of the corner of my eye watching Patrick and his buddies. But they were still acting peaceful. An hour later, the sergeant appointed some sentries and ordered everyone else to rest but keep one eye open. The first shift fell to me and Baron von Brunnon along with Big Bruno and red-headed Jean from Patrick's clique. I sat leaning against the rough side of the cliff, watching the valley from up high. From time to time, I sniffed the air like an animal, listening to the sounds of wildlife in the mountains. Off to the right, I could hear a bush rustling in the wind. A bit to the left, the black shadow of a large bird flickered past, a mountain owl. Only they could fly so quietly. I drew in air through my nose. The light breeze carried a familiar scent. I smiled. A steppe fox had come to the foot of the mountain to hunt. I could sense it observing me curiously, also sniffing. No need to worry about me, little sister, I whispered with lips alone. Nothing here will hurt you. That was all. She ran off to do her business. I just saw the tip of her fluffy tail flicker by in the stones to say goodbye. Happy hunting, I whispered with a smile. And wait, that sound didn't belong here. It was coming from below, from the crevasse where we tied up our horses. I could hear my Snowball snorting in slight agitation, then a quiet, reassuring whisper. Not an outsider, one of us, but only I could hear him. I got up. The Baron turned to look at me, a question in his eyes. I'm going to take a wee, I said with lips alone. The Baron nodded and stared off into the darkness again. Like a silent shadow, I slipped over the stones. A minute later, I was down in the crevasse. Familiar silhouette. You sure recovered quick, I came, quietly pointing my crossbow at Samden while pushing a wave of energy through my whole body. The steppe dweller was standing next to my mare messing with the saddle straps. I was not surprised he chose Snowball. She was the finest horse not only in our squadron, but in the whole caravan. I figured even in Toulon there were not many horses that could compete with her. I remembered the steppe dwellers' amazed looks when they first saw Snowball. Heh. I should say this horse was chosen by a seer. A strong, hardy mare of orange coloration with a white spot on her forehead like a snowball. She was a captivating sight to behold. The steppe native suddenly turned, at the same time grabbing the dagger from his belt and whipping it at me. Knocking the blade away with the steel limb of my crossbow, I continued calmly, another trick like that and you'll have this bolt through your skull. A look of pain and astonishment settled in on Samden's flat, wide face. The abrupt movements must have upset his wound. Frankly, in his place, I'd also have been astonished by my reaction time. His throw was lightning fast. Samden had clearly been practicing it since he was a child. If not for the energy streams bubbling through my body, I likely would not have survived. My brother was right, the steppe native whispered, trying not to make any sudden moves. You're different. So he and Barlas were brothers. I shrugged my shoulders and asked what really happened out there. And don't just repeat the nonsense you fed the sergeant. Samden scowled. Why did they kill your brother? I kept asking questions. After all, you had an agreement. What went wrong? I was bluffing, but seemingly hit my mark. Samden shuddered but stayed silent. Well, I raised the crossbow. He gulped but didn't let out a word. You know something, I said thoughtfully. Why should I get my hands dirty with you? I should just alert the others. Let the sergeant decide what to do with you. I want to see what they say when they realize you were leading a group of enemies straight to us only to sneak away while we fought off wildlings. These are not wildlings, Samden squeezed out. The prospect of an impassioned interrogation was clearly less than tempting. Then what are they? I tried to keep my voice from quavering. This wretch had brought something even more dangerous in tow. Well, they are wildlings, but they are beholden to sorcerers, defectors, strikers who did not want to serve the kings. My master has been doing business with them for a very long time. Who is your master? The captain? The mayor? No, that was off target. I could tell by the look in his eye, and it was a serious look. Samden's master was a bigger fish. You're better off not knowing. Samden rasped and started trying to convince me, but if you let me leave to tell him some very important information, you will have his gratitude. Seeing a skeptical smirk on my face, Samden sped up. I've got a better idea. We can leave together. You are a mighty warrior. We can escape the men on our trail. And these guys, he nodded over at the camp. They're doomed no matter what. They don't stand a chance against strikers. I tilted my head slightly and pretended to consider it. All right, I said a few seconds later, I accept. But with one condition. I have to know what happened. I have to know why I'm taking this risk. I saw a flicker of doubt in Samden's eyes, but a moment later his face smoothed out. Seemingly, he had made a decision. I even thought I knew what it was. As soon as we got far enough away from here, he was simply going to kill me. I was sure of that. We saw something we were not supposed to see, Samden said quietly. And so their top mage ordered us killed. My brother died so I could live and deliver this important message to my master. And what did you see? I asked. They have a ghost in a cage, Samden whispered loudly with his eyes open wide. Then covering his mouth, he started looking around. Samden's eagerness to spill his guts told me that he had already sentenced me to death, and he clearly was not lying. He wanted to share the sensational information with somebody. He was ready to burst. It was plain to the naked eye. Ghost? I asked. Samden bulged his eyes out at me in surprise. That was not the reaction he was expecting. I even got the feeling he was offended by my ignorance. Most likely, he pictured me looking different after hearing what he had to say, at least to stare back in shocked silence, choking on excitement. Ghosts, Samden came in a whistling whisper, not giving up his hope to stir up some kind of emotion. Ghosts are legendary warriors from the shadow, not brainless creatures. They're intelligent, and sometimes they come with flows. And the wildlings were able to take one prisoner, I asked, despite having many more new questions. Apparently there were intelligent creatures in the shadow. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I see you're starting to get it. Samden bared his teeth. My brother and I lost our breath when we happened to see it. It was the first ghost anyone has seen in the last 100 years, much less trapped in a cage. Aha, I drawled out thoughtfully. And this prisoner will be a bottomless pit of knowledge and information about the shadow. That is precisely why my master must know about it. Samden nodded. Let's leave together. You, but before he could finish, we heard screams and crisp commands from the sergeant up above. Too late, Samden came darkly. They're already here. An angry frown warped the steppe dweller's face. I saw cold determination in his eyes and death. In one fluid motion, Samden fell to the ground, extended his right arm to his boot, and somersaulted to the right. But that was all he managed to do. A bolt launched from my crossbow pierced his neck. When I walked over to the body, which was still twitching in per-death convulsions, I noticed a short throwing knife lying next to his right hand. It was surprisingly easy to pull the bolt from Samden's neck. I thought it would take longer. I also found 3 phials of Crimson Healing Infusion, one of which was already partly used. That explained why Samden recovered so quickly. Beyond that, I packed up the throwing knives Samden had twice used to try and kill me, then requisitioned his short bow and tightly packed quiver of arrows. Once finished searching, I listened to the slowly growing din in camp. Then I looked with pity at Snowball, turned and saw the peacefully sleeping Pumpkin, my other horse, which I was using as a spare, and breathed a heavy sigh. Samden was right, I had to run. We didn't stand a chance against mages, but on open terrain they would surely track me down and catch me, so the only way to run was into the mountains. Then I would at least stand a chance of escaping, and of leaving some party favors for my pursuers in the form of various nasty traps. Up above in camp, I still had a sleeping bag, set of backup clothes, and a bit of food, nothing particular worth grieving. All the most important things, such as magic potions, I always carried on me in special pockets on my sash and belt. I also had a backup set of everything I needed in the backpack hanging next to the sleeping Pumpkin. That was my so-called go bag, which I had prepared specifically for cases such as this. It was of course a shame to abandon the horses, but my life was worth more than a pair of animals. Furthermore, they were in no danger. Wildlings were just people after all. I could be sure my mares would be well cared for and cherished by their new masters, but I never once felt shame for betraying my squad by running. You can't betray someone if you've never sworn an oath of loyalty to them. I was no one to them, just like they me. Furthermore, over the last 5 days, both Chevalier Vidal and the Barons had started growing distant from me. We sat together at rest stops and went on watch duty together, but despite all that, I was given the distinct impression that I was all on my own against the Vestonians. If Bertrand were there, it would have been a different matter, but he was not, nor were any other people that could have made me want to go back and do battle. Reloading the crossbow, I untied the strings of one of the looted bags. Feeding a bit of emerald energy to my energy system, I drew a small mass from my reservoir and pushed it down the channels. I was still in no rush to sample the dark amber dust. I could figure it out later when I found somewhere safe. I said goodbye to the horses, looked around, and nodded to myself in satisfaction. Okay, done. Between the backpack, arrow quiver, looted bow, my crossbow and its bolts, my 2 swords, the looted knives and my daggers, I was fully encumbered. But I was not going to leave anything behind. I would need all this soon enough. I was not nursing any illusions that I would be left in peace. The energy surging out of my body made me shake like an animal and start climbing. Once up on a cliff that gave a good view of our camp as well as a large part of the valley, I stopped for a moment to look around. Down in the camp, no one was sleeping anymore. The troops hurriedly took position, readying their crossbows and bows. Sergeant Ravel was directing all the apparent chaos in a business-like fashion. His harsh, choppy commands were given in a confident tone I could hear even from far away. I wondered if they'd already noticed me and Samden were missing. The cause of the alarm raised in the camp was the appearance of several dozen torches at the foot of the cliffs. The wildlings had arrived with torches in hand, not hiding. I counted up 30 flames flickering in the darkness. Like a long red and orange snake, they quickly came closer to the crevasse where we'd left our horses. I snorted and nodded at my own thoughts. I did the right thing deciding to leave on foot through the mountains. In the valley, they'd surely catch me, but I was bothered by how conspicuously the wildlings were acting. I figured they could have snuck up carefully under cover of the moonless night and fell upon our camp with much less fanfare. I frowned. There was only one conclusion to be made. The riders with torches were both driving and distracting the Shadow Patrol scouts. They wanted to make sure not a single person escaped because Samden, whose tracks they had followed here, might have shared the secret information with any one of us. If that was truly the case, then where were their real hunters hiding? I drew in air through my nose. After that, turning my head, I listened to the sounds below. Essentially, nothing had changed. I also couldn't see anyone other than the men from my squad. Then what was that nagging feeling? What if? It was pretty far, of course, but I had to try. A moment later, I switched to true vision. No, nothing. I was up too high. I had to test my theory. I needed to be sure of my potential opponent's capabilities. Pulling off my backpack and other junk, armed only with a crossbow and my swords, I came down a few yards. On a narrow ledge, I laid down on the stones and crawled slowly to the edge. A quick scan of the camp revealed nothing. After that, I looked carefully at the nearest boulders and piles of sharp stones. Nothing, actually. Wait, what was that? How did I miss that? On a small ledge just a few yards from camp, in the midst of some shadowy chunks of ore, I saw a faint dark purple glow. It nearly blended in with the pitch black of the cliff. What the? When I realized what I was seeing, an icy chill ran down my spine. Trying not to breathe out of turn, I again looked around at all the boulders and stones around camp, counting up another 2 spots of glowing magic. There could be no doubt these were the strikers Samden had warned me about. While the riders with torches distracted everyone, the combat mages circled around the camp defenders' backs. So their armor could make them invisible, but then, the emotions surging through me made me lose my breath. I suddenly wanted a set of armor like that for myself. At the same time, the 3 dark purple silhouettes, as if on cue, started slowly, silently crawling toward the camp, and again they stopped. The fire snake had already reached the cliff, transforming into a big party of many riders. 3 split off from the group and slowly started coming forward. One of the riders waved a curved stick with a white rag tied to the end, a peace delegation. Hey Ravel, a broad-shouldered, bearded man riding in the middle cried loudly, I know you're up there. Your belching has stunk up the whole valley. A loud laugh came from the wildlings. Was it just me, or did some snickering also come from our camp? Ah, the sergeant immediately started trying to take attention away from his affliction. Look who came to visit, Claude Bunnell in the flesh. And here I was wondering whose beat red mug I kept seeing in the valley. I could even see it in the dark. No one laughed at that. The sergeant's joke was just not funny. However, knowing Ravel, I could not be sure he was even trying to make anyone laugh. If he was, in any case, Claude Bunnell's underlings were in no great hurry to laugh at their commander's flawed appearance. Ravel, Bunnell shouted, we've known each other for many years now, and all this time we've only ever passed like ships in the night. Why try to change that this time? Let's make this easy and try to settle it like civilized people. What do you say? The sergeant did not continue provoking and asked in a calm tone, what do you want? That jackal Samden, Bunnell shouted. Why did you attack him and his brother? The sergeant asked. They insulted our elder, he said, provoking a buzz among the wildlings. His brother has already taken his punishment. Now we have to settle the matter with Samden the rat. Give him to us. He is after all not one of you anyway. Why die to protect him? He's not here, the sergeant called back. Neither are his things. Bunnell sighed and shook his head. Why insult me with a lie, Ravel? We know for certain that no one has left your camp. Aha. So before showing their faces, the wildlings were watching all the roads in and out. Trying to run across the plains would have been a doomed strategy. My sixth sense again did not let me down. Let me repeat, the sergeant shouted. He is not here. He ran away. There's no way that could have happened, Ravel. Bunnell responded with annoyance. He's there with you. I know that for cert. Hey, you there. The ones who came to the frontier to serve in the shadow of the wing of Strix. We wish you no harm. We are only after the man who insulted our leader. Give him to us. Why die for a crime you did not commit? You deaf wildling. I heard Chevalier Vittle's jeering voice. Our commander already told you that the man you're looking for is not here. He ran off with some other ugly bastard. Heh, that was me. And if you don't believe us, Vittle continued. Then come up here and see for yourself if you're brave enough. Enough, Bunnell barked. We gave you a chance to settle things peacefully. I'll be going up there now, but by the time I get there you'll all be dead. Begin. As soon as he said that, the dark purple shadows burst from place. Bolts, arrows, and curses flew from the camp toward the riders. Okay, there was no more reason for me to be here. Pressing myself down on the ground, I crawled away from the ledge and, getting up on all fours, raced to the cliff wall. I only needed to take a couple more steps. I even extended my right hand to grab the stone and start climbing, but alas, it didn't work out. I heard a faint rustling to my left. Instantly shifting to true vision, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dark purple spot flickering next to me. Mother, there was no way they could have tracked me down so quickly. I would have noticed there must have been another cloaked mage watching me all that time. What bothered me most was the fact I was unable to detect him. Damnation. I was so upset with the feeble body I'd inherited. Without another second's delay, I fired on the sound and somersaulted to the right. A moment later, a bright flash of magic stung my eyes. I hit, but my bolt flew off somewhere to the side. That must have been the magic defense of striker armor. Meanwhile, the dark purple shadow started sneaking around me in a circle, cutting off my path of escape. Based on the way he was behaving, the ugly bastard must have thought I couldn't see him, and that the shot was at random. That was good. I could play on that. Tossing aside my useless crossbow, I unsheathed both blades and, feigning incomprehension, started turning my head from side to side. The key here was not to overdo it. If he had been watching me all that time, he must have seen what I was capable of. The only thing he did not suspect was that I was a seer. He must have bought the act. Continuing to turn my head, I started walking backward toward the upward slope. The invisible man smoothly came on the approach, looking like a purple shadow. A slightly curved strip of purple lit up in his hand. Must have been a sword. It was clearly made of the same material as his armor. When I was one step from the wall, the invisible man quickened his pace, swung the purple strip, a brief flash, and the blade of one of my swords blasted into several sharp fragments as if it were made of glass. That was fast, very fast. I wasn't even able to properly react, and my energy system was being pushed to the limit. I could say confidently that I got lucky. For some reason, the mage decided to play cat and mouse. I'll give you games. Feigning astonishment and slight fear, I raised what was left of my sword to my eyes and threw it aside. I assume I'm being hunted by a renegade striker, I said floutingly into the darkness. My voice was slightly quavering with all the energy overflowing my body, but my opponent probably chalked it up to fear and anxiety. While I spoke, the invisible man silently walked around to the other side of me. I had a hard time not staring at him. Turning my head, I only slid my gaze over him a few times. Don't want to talk, I kept speaking to thin air. And you don't have the guts to come out of the shadows and fight without magic like a real warrior. But why am I surprised? It would be foolish to expect some defector who broke his oath of loyalty to the king to behave like a true warrior. Nonsense. Either I got through to him, he got sick of the game, or he heard the short battle down below quieting down. I did not know. But in any case, the striker came on the attack, and again he aimed at my weapon. Seemingly, he had decided to take me alive. I though was ready for his onslaught, well, as much as I could have been. Drawing nearly all the energy from my reservoir, I pushed it down the channels. Most of them were likely not going to be able to take the strain. I would now again have to repair tiers and reinforce energy nodes. That was only if I won this fight, though. I turned my head to face the shadow barreling at me. Up close, I was able to see the mage's energy system through the purple armor. It glowed with a bright purple light. Mana circulated through his broad channels and pulsating nodes. There was a very, very large amount of it. And of course, I counted 4 large brutes serving as the mage's reservoirs. With energy storage and channels like that, he didn't have to worry about strains. Compared to my opponent, I probably looked completely lame. The mage could see that, so he was not expecting what I did next. Praying to all the gods that the steel could take it, I pushed a large mass of energy into my blade. At the same time, not expecting a blow from the mage, I jumped forward with my sword hand thrust as far to the front as possible. Mamoru Yamada called this move King Cobra's Strike. Powerful, lightning fast. A proactive move. A last ditch. I put all my energy into it. I could feel my channels bursting with extreme strain as my muscles burned and tendons snapped. But I was concentrating on one thing, the tip of my blade pulsating with a mass of energy. Despite the fact I had pushed my new body for all it was worth, it still was not enough. I'd come up against too powerful an opponent. He was not merely stronger than me, he was immeasurably stronger. And faster. I missed. I couldn't even land a glancing blow. The mage easily stepped out of my attack line, even making it look playful. In addition to all that, before coming in for a landing, I was no longer able to hold my concentration, and the energy mass on the tip of my blade took on a life of its own. In the space of an instant, it lit up brightly, transforming into a cloud of steel and dust. My landing on the sharp stones was a hard one. I tried to regroup, but my body refused to obey. Like a ragdoll, I rolled over the sharp stones, no longer even feeling the pain. Surprisingly, I still had yet to lose consciousness. Lying on my back with my arms splayed uncomfortably, I stared up into the dark sky. I had badly underestimated my opponent and subsequently paid the price. All I could say in my defense was that if I had my old body back even in top form, I still would not have been able to compete with this striker. Today I came up against a level of power I had never seen before. I was scarcely able to hear the approaching footsteps. I didn't have the strength to turn my head or even focus my eyes. A moment later, a vile bony monster was looming over me bearing a set of curved fangs. Ah no, not quite. It was just a helmet made from the skull of a creature I had never seen before. My opponent turned off his cloak and removed his helmet. Now looking back at me was a 40-year-old man. He had a week's worth of stubble and a short crop of hair with a streak of silver. He bore a thoughtful look on his narrow, carved stone face. His harsh gray eyes contained interest and seemingly slight incomprehension. And that was all I saw before my consciousness left me. Before falling into darkness, I heard a far-off rasping voice. This little piece of shit almost hurt me. When my consciousness returned, I found myself lying face down on a pile of rotten straw, its sharp stalks poking into my cheek, temples, and neck. I tried to move and immediately regretted it. A sharp pain shot through my whole body and nearly sent my consciousness into oblivion yet again. Also, I was seemingly tied up. Before looking around, I scanned my energy system, then breathed a heavy sigh. So many strains, but there was a lot of cause for celebration as well. I was expecting catastrophe, but the true state of affairs left me with some hope. All my efforts to strengthen my energy channels and reservoir were not in vain. My body had withstood. Sure, it took a lot of damage, but it did withstand, and was already gradually repairing itself. Once finished scanning, still lying on my stomach, I cautiously peeked open my left eye and softly drew in air through my nose. I was seemingly in a shadowy barn, or more likely based on the telltale bouquet of aromas a cowshed. Trying to abstract myself from the pain, I made another attempt to move my arms and legs, but it was no use. The sharp pain didn't fail to remind me of its existence, though. Hissing like a red-hot stone being hit with a few droplets of water, I felt tears streaming out of my eyes. Oh, look. Our esteemed Chevalier has awoken. I heard a familiar caustic voice coming from somewhere behind me. What rat couldn't get away? Vidal must have also survived the battle. Where are we? I rasped, ignoring the insult. Brute, you dare ask that question of me? Vidal barked. Based on his helpless flailing, he was tied up just like me. You're a dead man, traitor. That time it was Patrick. He was alive, too. I wondered how many of us survived. Chevalier, you have brought eternal shame on your family. Baron von Brunnon babbled out from the left. He was here, too. Why were we all still alive? I, of course, could have simply said nothing and ignored the insults. But I decided a couple provocations couldn't hurt. They had to blow off some steam. Maybe then they would say something interesting. For example, where we were. I closed my eyes, slowly exhaled, and asked mischievously, how? What? I heard the Baron ask in surprise. How did I bring eternal shame on my family? Based on the Baron's indignant gasping, my question had caught him off guard. Seemingly, as a nobleman, I should have had no doubts that I had crossed the line. However, as I'd noticed already, the Baron was far from a shining intellect, nor was his reaction time all that good in verbal sparring. But he was always happy to smash someone's head in with a poleaxe. How dare you ask that question, scoundrel? Came Vidal, sharp as a tack. You abandoned your brothers in arms. You betrayed the Shadow Patrol. I gave a rasping cough and a slight shrug. As I spoke, I was pushing masses of mana down my energy system the entire time, and now the pain was starting to recede. Things were turning around. Shadow Patrol, I asked with a mocking edge in my voice. Your Shadow Patrol has been nothing but a gang of smugglers for ages. And pray tell, who of you is my brother in arms? You Chevalier Vidal, or you Baron? Over the last few days, you made it abundantly clear that I was on my own against Patrick, who just called me a traitor out of the blue. And none of you were going to have my back, because it was 6 of them against 1 of me. Silence fell in the cowshed. While they gathered their thoughts, I continued derisively, or was Samden perhaps my brother in arms? The very man who led the strikers to us and who tried 2 times to kill me, then steal my horse so he could escape in the commotion. Is he the one I was supposed to fight combat mages for? Chevalier, you, the Baron wanted to get his 5 copper in, but I stopped him. Or was I supposed to go to my death for Sergeant Ravel, who had dealings with smugglers for many years, stealing from under our king's very nose? Which one of us is the real rat? You, Vidal shot out. You were backed into a corner, and now you're trying to defend yourself by coming up with all kinds of fantasies. And another thing. Did you really want me to intervene in a dispute over some laundrywoman? Either I am now speaking with an idiot, I chuckled, listening as the Chevalier kicked off when he heard me, or a hypocrite. Do you really think Patrick and his buddies wanted payback because of his fiancée? Oh no, Chevalier. Patrick, loyal dog that he is, was acting on orders from Captain Louis de Rohan. When I bought 3 peasants out of slavery after they were sold at market in Sardent by Sergeant Roland Buquet, and who he was supposed to deliver to Westerly Fort, I became a thorn in the captain's side, an inconvenient witness to his criminal scheme. Patrick and his buddies, by the way, also played a part. They stood to gain from my death, too. Just picture the Count de Brion's reaction when I tell him that free peasants from his lands are being openly and cynically sold into slavery instead of being delivered to Westerly Fort. And if the rumors of everything going on here reach His Majesty. So, Chevalier, you'd better shut that mouth. I had gotten a pretty good rise out of them. Now I wanted to hear what they had to say in response. You're a dead man, Patrick repeated his threat, hissing in fury. He probably wanted to say more, as did the others, but somewhere behind me I heard the telltale creak of an opening door, and sunlight came streaming into the room where we were being held, and along with it a breath of fresh air. What's all the shouting about? The man cried as he came in, putting an end to everything I was doing. I could not see him, but based on his heavy footsteps and low voice, he was not a thin man. You were making a mockery of us. Our apparent prison guard continued to be indignant. Because of you, we can hardly eat a decent meal. Listen, a familiar voice said to him. I thought it was Jean the redhead. Could I have a bit of potion? My head is splitting. I can't take it anymore. Oh, but you will. Nothing bad will happen, the prison guard barked back. Let us eat in peace. The sound of a slamming door put an end to the altercation. Scum, Jean hissed. All the other prisoners immediately supported him in a discordant chorus. What potion was he talking about? Actually, 1 second. It was probably Tears of Light. I had learned it was some kind of magic analgesic, which temporarily got rid of the headaches caused by being too close to the shadow. The fortress's alchemist told me that it was not to be abused, but I had yet to see why. I had of course heard from the patrolmen that those who overconsumed Tears of Light had their brains turned to mush. But that was all talk. After hearing that, though, I was in no rush to sample the brew. I wanted to watch someone else try it first. If the others were laid up with headaches, we must have been very near the shadow. That led to a logical question. Why didn't my head hurt? I mean, of course, my entire body was in pain, but all of those symptoms had explanations. Was I missing something? I didn't have time to think it through properly. I heard another door opening behind me. I heard a squeaking voice, and a few moments later, a set of strong hands grabbed me by the armpits and dragged me to the door. Gritting my teeth in pain, I turned my head, trying to take in every detail. Before I was dragged out of the barn, out of the corner of my eye, I looked toward the other prisoners. I was able to make out just 5 dark silhouettes. As I was leaving, a few hissed curses came flying at my back, mouths shut in there. The loud squeaking outburst made all my former allies quiet down instantly. Outside, it was evening. The fiery red disk of the sun was about to dip beneath the horizon. The man dragged me through a big camp pitched in the midst of ancient ruins. Wherever I looked, there were fragments of buildings and stone walls darkened by time and overgrown with brown moss. Life at the camp had a rhythm all its own. I saw warriors, yes, but also women, old men, and children. All around, I heard happy shouts, horses whinnying, and sheep and goats bleating. The kids ran in small packs between the large tents. The women cooked dinner in cauldrons. The old men sat in small groups next to fires having leisurely chats. Regular people, nothing wild about them. I spent my whole childhood in a similar camp-like environment. It even felt somewhat like home. They shot me looks sometimes, but didn't seem particularly interested. I must have been a sight these people saw all the time. Finally, I was dragged over to a large tent in the very center of camp, which was clearly larger than all the others, and left at the doorway. Despite wincing in pain, I was trying to keep my eyes open so I wouldn't miss a thing. A few moments later, a thin, bald old man raised the heavy flap and walked out of the tent. He looked me over cantankerously, then nodded. "Bring him in," he rasped. "Master is waiting." I was again lifted by the armpits, but less roughly, and dragged into the tent. For the first few seconds, I sniffed the air and looked around. In the middle of the tent, surrounded by a large number of pets and pillows, was a fire pit circled by large stones. On the walls hung shields and weaponry of various sizes as well as animal skulls, some of which clearly belonged to shadow creatures. Sitting apart from the rest against a far wall, there towered a 6-foot armor stand decked out in a bone striker suit. At first, I thought I was in the tent of the mage who bested me, but upon closer inspection, the skull helmet and other bone armor elements were not the same as what the striker was wearing. Meanwhile, I was propped up against one of the columns that held up the whole tent. "Everyone out," I heard an authoritative baritone from a distant shadow. I instantly switched to true vision. Whoa, the tent occupant's energy system, glowing with a dark purple light, was strikingly powerful. I had never seen anyone with such thick and well-developed energy channels before. They were fed by a reservoir of 5 large brutes. But that was not the end of it. The striker sitting a few steps away from me was draped in artifacts and had purple brutes of various sizes interwoven into his energy system. The sight of it took my breath away. I was distracted from contemplating the striker's energy system by a light rustling next to my thigh. I looked down to see a large white cat cautiously sniffing at my legs. Its ears and long whiskers seemed to have a life of their own, while the tip of its fluffy tail kept shaking nervously. All that time, no sound was made in the tent with the exception of the white cat's measured purring. I also mechanically drew air into my nose and sniffed. Odd. I had never before encountered a cat that did not smell like a cat. The animal immediately raised its head and bored into me with a prickly, studious gaze. I frowned. It had cat eyes, but the look in them was clearly that of an intelligent creature. A quick scan revealed that my guess was correct. Before me was a magic creature with an energy system not unlike my own. "How much longer will you keep me waiting?" The authoritative voice came impatiently from the shadow. The cat shuddered. With a twitch of its fluffy tail and a couple pounces, it positioned itself next to the mage. A moment later, then the cat's body disappeared, leaving in its place a short, thin human woman wearing a dark gray cloak with long, pure white locks sticking out of her hood. I blinked in surprise and turned my head. What the heck? The creature turned sharply. Smiling predatorily back at me was a woman with the broad green eyes of a cat and little animal fangs sticking out beneath her lips. "Tika, I'm losing my patience," the mage let out his dismay. "What can you tell me? Is he one of yours? What does he mean, yours?" "Yes, master," the woman he called Tika purred back. "He is a—" She suddenly faltered. "Were you going to say a true one?" The mage snorted. "Very good. You held your tongue. So my lessons have done you well. Continue." "What is he?" I frowned. They didn't even seem to take me for a human. "First I thought he was from a witching clan," the woman with cat eyes said, casting a passing thoughtful gaze at me. "But then I realized he was a spellsword, a warrior sorcerer." "Aha, I see," the mage drawled out. "We've caught ourselves a werewolf. Now I see why he was so quick. You'll never believe it, but he almost hit Derek Grant with his sword." "Apologies, master, for interrupting you," Tika came. "Yes, he is not a werewolf, sir," she came hurriedly, "but you yourself just said he is a spellsword." "Yes," she nodded and stared deeply at me, "but those of his small tribe have many natures." "Is that right?" The mage was sincerely surprised. "And what natures does he have?" "Oh," Tika said with a clever smile at me. "He is a very rare kind, sir. He is a fox, or rather a fox pup. He still has some growing up to do." After saying that, the mage gave a vague snort, then Tika continued, "Unlike werewolves, who regard their pack as the meaning of life, foxes are loners to the core. They serve no one other than themselves. You will never catch a fox marching in formation or fighting on the front lines. They prefer to combat their foes with single, clean, and lethal blows. If that is true, the mage snorted. Then what was he doing in the shadow patrol? Tika turned back to me and, tilting her head to the side, stared me deeply in the eyes. This fox is only here because he stands to gain, she chuckled, revealing her small fangs. Hey, fox, the mage said to me. Is she right? There was no point in keeping quiet. Playing the strong, silent type with a mage this powerful could lead to nasty consequences. Yes, I shrugged. That time, moving didn't cause me the same flash of pain as before. What brought you to the frontier? The mage asked. Same as everybody, I guess, I replied. Artifacts from the shadow. Or maybe you are acting contrary to your nature and are in fact spying for someone. The mage asked with suspicion, staying in the shadow. Perhaps for the very king. Because I already know from the other prisoners that you are the bastard of de Gramont, a traitor who tried to rise up against the crown. Why did you not lose your head like your father and brothers? Did they tell the king about your nature, and now you serve him? If I say that your slave is correct and I have no master, you won't believe me, will you? I again shrugged. I called Tika a slave on purpose. I wanted to see her reaction. The werewolf woman burned straight through me with an angry look. I gave her a barely perceptible wink and smirk. She did not like that. The mage, meanwhile, didn't correct me. She really must have been his slave. Of course not, the mage snorted with scorn. Trusting someone of your tribe would mean betraying my very nature, and I will prove that to you now. I heard fingers snapping. Tika, hand me his things, the mage ordered. While I looked on floutingly, the white-haired woman obediently brought her master a small bundle that was lying at the far wall. I heard the mage unfold the bundle and dig around. Then, clearly finding what he was after, he stood to his full Herculean height and slowly came walking my direction. A moment later, he was out of the shadow. Well, look at you. What a face. Someone did a number on this guy. I wondered who. The mage's broad face was marked with all kinds of deep, long scars. Based on the telltale shape, it looked like they came from giant bear claws. But no, I looked closer. Those were burn scars. What kind of creature could do something like that? The striker froze 2 steps away from me. The left corner of his lips was slightly raised due to the scar. What a ghastly smile. I saw a superior look in his gray eyes. So then, fox, he came in an icy tone. Explain to me how you came to possess a ghost dagger. And then, he showed me the dagger I found in the hiding spot in the bookmaker's office.